Welcome back, everyone. We are so excited. We have the grand final of the Southeast Asia TI10 qualifiers coming up very shortly between TNC and FNATIC. And you might notice I'm a new face. My name's Nat. I'm also going to be joined by Gods over there and a familiar face, Tsunami. We thought we'd make him work extra hard today for his daily wage. And so we've made him slot into the analyst little, I guess, role for now. And I want to backpedal and talk a little bit more about TNC, not only just in that series, but as a whole throughout this qualifier so far. And I want to know your thoughts, Tsunami. I want you to start. I want you to tell me more about how you thought of them during that best of 3 series we had just before.
The whole time I've had them as my favorites. They were my prediction. That's why you guys tried to tear me away from this best of 5, and I was like, no, I need to talk about them some more. And maybe also Black might be having technical issues, but the important thing is that I'm here. And throughout that BO3, I was actually more impressed with Boom than I was with TNC. Both teams had a lot of versatility shown. I think they were like, I don't think TNC ended up duplicating a single hero throughout their entire series, which is quite impressive for 3 games straight. But at the same time, it was kind of a long series, and their games versus FNATIC were kind of long also. And Gods, you were able to cast that after the long ass day that we had in game number 1. Do you feel, or yesterday, do you feel like the stamina was an issue for TNC, or was it just tier 5 ballista items issues?
I think it was the item. Item issues. I think it was just FNATIC being a little more clutch. I don't think stamina gets to TNC. Like, yeah, you could see they don't want to play the late games. If they can win in 35 minutes, they want to win it easier. But these guys are Dota players. You know, the Dota players are playing 12 hours a day till like 5 in the morning. I think stamina-wise they'll be fine. But we'll see. I expect long games again.
You did mention, that FNATIC and TNC have faced off together already in this qualifier. Their first game went for 60 minutes, and then the second game gone for 70 minutes against each other. Do you guys think that we're in for the, long run games again? Because there is so much online. I mean, this is literally for the spot to TI. You don't have any more matches after this. This is where you put it all on the line. So do you think that they are going to be going to those 70-minute games?
The whole entire qualifier has felt like such an anomaly. I know Gods and I have both been like, we've seen more tier 5 neutral items in this qualifier than we have in a year of competitive Dota. And I think it's because, for the most part, these teams are very familiar with each other, but no one wants to go risky. I'm not seeing, like, early game strategies even be that popular. At most, earlier in the tournament, Omega was trying to go for it, and they would always, like, maybe slip up at, like, 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden it just slips out of control. And all these late game carries, like Spectre and Terrorblade, Medusa kind of falling off a little bit, but Arc Warden, these are the bread and butter of Southeast Asia in this qualifier, and so being able to double down on your existing strength of late game consistency, because that's always been an issue for Southeast Asia, is like, oh, we're so Rambulan, we're so aggressive. Well, that's the Divide mentality of Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia. And then late game, people don't really hype up late game of Southeast Asia. They hype up China late game, or Western Europe late game, or North America late game. That's not really Southeast Asia's thing, but it's giving them good practice right now, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to give them a leg up whatever team ends up going to TI. Because I want to know, how much is this going to mean for either team, right? What is it going to mean to FNATIC if they do qualify here? And what's it going to mean to TNC if they qualify?
I mean, for every Dota team, TI means everything. It's the rest of the year just is all about the build up towards TI. The way the circuit is structured, there's this one event, before pandemic happened, it was once a year, and everything you're doing builds up towards TI. You want to first, everything you're doing is to qualify, and then you want to do everything you can to get the best results there because of the prestige and, of course, the prize money. $40 million at stake. FNATIC as an organization has been at every single international since TI2, well, not including TI2. They were at TI3, and they haven't missed one since then. TNC have been at the last 4. So these have been the 2 top teams in Southeast Asia for the longest time now. TNC made waves back in 2016 when they knocked OG out of the tournament in the lower bracket with one of the biggest upsets like in TI history. And since then, yeah, these 2 teams have been dominant. This year, one of these teams won't be at TI. And that is kind of a historic moment for this SEA region, that only one of either FNATIC or TNC won't be there. I think for whoever doesn't make it, it also means a huge disappointment because both these teams, they expect to be there. I think, FNATIC, especially as an org, is that team that's always been at TI. They throw around money to get the best players in the regions. They break up other rosters some of the time to get the star-studded rosters. So if they don't make it, that's a big disappointment for them.
Do you think there is then more pressure on Fnatic to make it, and for TNC perhaps it's just sort of like, we're not so much that they're not expecting to do it, but the pressure just isn't there, and it's almost this joyous thing if they can overcome the Fnatic, I guess, reign.
In terms of legacy, I think there is a little bit more pressure on Fnatic, but for the most part, expectations were low. Like, Death randomly being slotted in, people were like, I don't even know how good this guy is going to be. He was pretty good, pretty impressive in the Singapore Major, but other than that, it's been off and off in competitive history and competitive Dota in general. And so the fact that Fnatic have even made it this far exceeded my expectations, because I was watching them throughout DPC Season 2, and they did not impress me, especially after showing up to Singapore, bombing out of Singapore, then showing up Season 2, still outdated mentalities in terms of drafts and stuff like that. And then they get a reinvigoration, put Xion on mid, the CEO gets demoted, and Death gets slotted in. And so the fact that Fnatic have made it this far, I think they should be happy with it. They want to go further because, like God said, this is an organization that's storied, but so is TNC. TNC has also been at, like, I don't know how many TIs, but probably just maybe like one or two fewer than Fnatic, because they've always been the Southeast Asian mainstays. And even like the TNC youth teams, they had like the Tigers team, which also got really close to qualifying. And so it's, I think for the roster, the 5-man Filipino roster of TNC, they probably have more reasonable expectations to be able to make it just because they've been together longer.
Yeah.
So you talk about, sorry guys, I'm going to ask another question and you can also answer that one too, but Tsunami, you mentioned that Fnatic, they didn't really have a great TPC like Season 2, and you mentioned some players coming in and really shaking that one up. Do you think that's a really big advantage for them, and do you think it's their only advantage, or do you think there's been a lot more going on behind the scenes preparation wise that we just don't know about yet?
Parker, what's the answer? I can field it if you want me to.
Yeah, you go for it.
Okay, fine. With the change up. Okay, so I don't want to be critical of Moon, but I kind of have to be critical of Moon. He was kind of underwhelming throughout Season 2, and Shuyan is a born and bred mid laner. He was slotted into the off lane whenever Fnatic, in typical Fnatic fashion, just kind of purchases players from different regions. Shuyan was coming from Astra, I believe, so like a Chinese team, and they're like, yeah, sure, he's Malaysian, he's good, make him play offlane. And at the beginning, I was like, I don't really know about that. Why do you have like 2 mid laners? And so that's the biggest thing for me. And then I'm sure Ponlo, his boy Death Sama, he would go to definitely advocate for him to hell and back, because he has impressed me as well. I think a lot of the offlaners that have been coming out of Southeast Asia that I didn't have high expectations for, like Miracle or Mizu, I was like, is he an offlaner player? Turns out he is an offlaner player. And now Death also showing up. I think this was the shot in the arm that Fnatic needed, because they still have. Do you know if Sunbee is still coaching Gods? If Sunbee is still coaching Fnatic?
He is still coaching. I don't know how involved. I think he's online coach as far as I know. I don't know if he's in Malaysia. Don't quote me on that though, but I think he's still coaching.
Yeah, and so whatever strategies he had in mind during DPC Season 2, I think we're trying to salvage whatever they had of the roster, and now the strategies that they're running here seem far better than anything they had during the month of like April.
Yeah.
Death seems to be absolutely outstanding in so many heroes that they keep putting him on, and I guess the heroes as well that they've been picking have just been working so well for their draft. He seems to be fitting in amazingly and giving them that leg up. But let's talk about TNC side then. What do you think is going on behind the scenes for them to be able to make such a strong performance and make it to the grand finals as well? And I'm going to direct this one to Gods. You can't let Tsunami take this one.
Well, actually, no. Okay, go ahead.
Tsunami, I'm your boss here, Tsunami. You take this question. No. I love I love both these two teams, TNC, the Filipino boys. They've been, as far as their year goes, what's gone to the grand final, I think so much is the star power and, the just longevity of this current roster. I guess bringing in Bok and Boomy has really done wonders for them. Unfortunately, was it Omega, I think it was. That kind of hurt that team a bit. But Bulk and Boomy have been great additions. Perhaps there is going to be some inexperience there, and I think they are taking some time to adjust since moving on from Febby and KP. That's where things initially got better, but TNC haven't been. TNC would have hoped to have qualified for TI through the DPC and not have to go through these qualifiers, but they're still a mainstay in the SEA region. I think Gabby and Armel, as far as core duos go in the SEA region, it's probably the best. And then on the FNATIC side, you've got kind of like the best support duo in the SEA region. So it's really an interesting clash. And I think a big part is just the skill of the players on these teams, as well as the experience. FNATIC and TNC, we're having all these 60, 70-minute games, and there's a reason FNATIC, TNC are in the finals. And the biggest one is just their experience, and they're not choking in the pressure moments.
Well, on top of that pressure, then, let's say, whoever loses the first game, who do you think is going to be better to bounce back? Let's say FNATIC lose. Do you think they have a better chance of holding the mentality and bouncing back for game 2? Or, do you think TNC have that resilience, just that little bit of an edge over FNATIC?
That's why I was praising the versatility of TNC in their previous series versus Boom, because I was like, oh wow, they're not relying on similar strats. So even if they do lose game 1, I feel like both these teams have shown a great level of adaptability, which also par for the course with a team that's with rosters that are this experienced, is that they don't get shaken up by a loss here and there. And every single interview that we've done, also, everyone's like, the pressure's not really getting to me. I don't know if that's a front. I don't know if they're just like doing it because other teams are watching. They're like, damn, he's got ice in the veins. He's not nervous. I'm freaking out over here. But everyone seems very calm. Bach in that previous interview was like, we just...
I don't believe it for a second. They're definitely nervous. This is $40 million. I think they're obviously, trying to play calm and play casually. And I do believe some of the players are maybe not so nervous because they've been to TI. This isn't a new experience for them. But for players like Bok and Boomy, for players like Death, for players like Chuan, who, he's played on Aster and actually done pretty well with Aster. But these are new, younger players with high expectations. I think Death is incredibly nervous. I think Bok and Boomy are also going to be very nervous once they get into this game 5. Once they're playing Dota, maybe they can put the nerves aside and they're just, focused in on the Dota game. But leading up to the game and between the games, I think there's a lot of nerves.
Do you reckon any of them have rituals that they go through that, like, they're just really superstitious and they're like, I have to either like put on my left sock first and then my right sock first, or I have to be sitting in a certain position? Do you reckon they're doing those rituals, and do you think they have them?
John spoke about the meriendas that the Filipinos do, which I guess every single culture kind of has that, except American culture, because Latino culture has the siestas, and Indian culture also has something. I feel like I should know the name, but I don't. What's the Aussie afternoon like? What are you guys are culture authorities. At least Nat, you should be. Gods is an imposter, Australian imposter. But what's your typical? I don't know. Oh wait, are you not familiar with this? Gods is he's kind of been Americanized over time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, I was watching the stream that you guys were doing. I think it was day 1, and you asked Gods how Australians pronounce aluminium.
That's right.
And he was like, I have no idea.
That's right.
I sat there and I was like, God, how can you not know how we pronounce aluminium? That's so weird.
Oh, wait, so then I have another question on that before you tell me about your afternoon routine. In the most recent cinematic that Dota had, they had the hero Hoodwink, and she said munted whenever she lassoed someone. What does munted mean? I didn't know what this meant.
Okay, I'll say the way that I use it. It's quite funny because states in Australia use certain words in different circumstances, but munted for me means like messed up, like just absolutely gone.
Okay.
Scuff.
Yeah, normally you use it in a drinking phrase.
That's true.
Don't tag on to that, Gods, and be like, oh that's what she.
I know what.
Trying to get back at least a little bit of my Aussie credibility,
Because then the other culture question would have come from Mike, who was explaining to me the glory of... Oh, no, never mind. It was Aries and Danog who were explaining to me the glory of the goon bag. Are you familiar with this term, Nat? Okay, you are.
Yeah, and Wheel of Goon as well, if there's any Aussies watching
yes,
they'll
okay.
know exactly what
But
I mean.
That's not your afternoon, though. You probably have a much classier afternoon than that.
Yeah, definitely. We don't really have a cultural thing in terms of like what I think a lot of Asian cultures have for afternoon. But honestly, I think if I looked at the wider population, it probably would be having a drink or two.
Okay.
I personally like to have a tea. I don't think anyone would be able to guess that one, but yeah, I do like a tea in the afternoon. But probably just having a drink is most of Aussie culture.
That's what I figured. That's a stereotype, at least.
Yeah, I have goon, bloody hell. I have Black in the Discord asking what a goon bag is, and
Oh,
I
just
feel
look
like
it
I
up, Black.
do. Yeah, I
It-
feel like that's just something you've got to look up yourself.
Because
It's-
American
don't worry,
culture has
it's-
boxed wine, but you guys have optimized the process quite a bit.
Yeah, there's quite a few funny sayings as well that go with certain brands of goon too, and I can't believe I'm on a TI10 qualifier broadcast talking about goon.
Welcome to Dota, my friend. We can bring it back though. Do you have another question pertaining to TNC and FNATIC? Because I'm all ears.
Just that ritual one. I actually do want to answer to it. Like, you guys know these players a lot more than I do, so perhaps you might know of a ritual that they do or anything like that.
Let's see. If I feel like I should know if TNC have a coach. Do you know if TNC has a coach, Gods? I feel like I should have asked this in one of their interviews.
Oh, I'm blanking on this one.
It's
too now.
not on the. Oh, they have Mushi. Yes.
I was gonna say, do they have Mushi?
Yes.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
talked about
okay.
it so many times. Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
It's been a long qualifier. Yeah, so I would say that the routine for both of these teams is probably your captain and your coach just need to agonize over everything because there's a lot of data at this point. Fnatic have played a 3-game series versus Omega, they played a 3-game series versus Neon, and then they had the 2-game series versus TNC. And so that's 8 games of data that you have to rely on. And TNC, they've played
They've
a
done
3-game
11
series.
games.
The
They've
TNC
done
did
11
11
games
games?
total.
Okay. So
Yeah.
there's a lot
Got that
of
one already
information.
written down.
Then I think that that's probably your go-to for both teams. It's like, look at what the favorites have been, because as much as there's a regional meta, there are signatures for every single player. Like, last game, we saw Armel get his hands on Puck. Probably Fnatic aren't going to let that happen. And Fnatic, you got any signatures that Fnatic might be looking to get their hands on?
You actually
So-
say, like, that they're not going to let the puck through, but it did happen in the last time they went up against each other, and they did end up losing with that puck. So, they seem to have a way to deal with it and to counter it, or at least, like, they know it's something that's coming, and so they've prepped a lot for it, so they don't want to waste, per se, one of their bans on this puck because they know that they can deal with it.
Yeah. And that's a big part of the strategy preparing, looking at these drafts, is saying, okay, if we ban this, knowing what they're going to pick. Sometimes giving your opponents one of their best and most picked heroes can be a good thing because you know what to pick and play it. Okay, we're going to give them Puck, but we're going to first do Alliance so we have some disable to deal with the heroes. So it's definitely an approach a lot of teams talk about where it's like you almost feel more comfortable leaving something in because you know they're going to pick it. Whereas if you ban all their heroes, they may pick something that catches you completely by surprise. So I'm curious to see, how the team approach at least the first couple drafts.
I want to know how much attention you guys have been paying. I've got it written down here, but I want to know if you know TNC's most picked hero just in this Southeast Asia qualifiers.
Give me a hint if it's a support or if
It is a support,
right?
It
Yeah.
is a support.
That was my.
Phoenix.
I think Phoenix. Oh, I had Phoenix as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it is Phoenix. They've played it, 9 out of 11 games pretty much.
Damn.
Something close to that, yeah.
I was not expecting that
8 or
much
9.
because then in
Yeah.
the Boom
Yeah.
series they only played it once. Yeah, so in that series they only played it once. Again, a testament to them expanding their hero pool, and probably a testament again to like Mushi as well, being like, you guys can't just rely on the same thing over and over again. We have talked about this on for years about how Mushi has been such a instrumental part as a leader in so many teams, either as a coach or as a player, and as constructive as this time was on SMG to, I guess, sharpen his playing capabilities, I feel like he's always felt more natural as a coach in the past 3 years or so. And
Yeah.
the TNC players are kind of young, right? Okay, so Gabby's 22, Armel's 21, Bach is 27, he's a little bit older, Tim's is 23, and Boomy's 20. Well, Boomy's actually the oldest player, he's 28. I guess that makes sense because they're the ones who wait, so then Gods, has Boomy attended a TI yet or no?
No, I don't believe so. At least not that I know of. He's been
Wow,
around
then-
since the Dota 1 days.
He's been around forever.
Yeah, he's someone I remember. I
He's-
think casting Dota 1. So
He's got to be absolutely hungry for this win then. But the TNC interview that we had with them yesterday, they talked about how they are inclined to sometimes throw a bit of a lead. And in the series we just saw, I feel like they were pretty, restrained in not overextending, in resetting after fights. We saw them have FNATIC have all those buybacks, but they were able to, not keep engaging. What do you think was the talk around that and the decision making on having those resets and to not overextend?
I think it's very much play disciplined, play safe, and play calm. So it's like, okay, we're in this big deciding fight that could decide who gets Roshan. If you die right away, and the fight isn't lost, buy back so that we can try and win it. If the fight's lost, you want to not instantly buy back. So I think it's very much just a way for these teams to play as safe and calm as possible.
Would you say pretty similar, Tsunami?
Yeah, because also I think in the series versus Boom, they were, in my mind, the favorites, and so I want to see what happens when TNC is thrown off balance. I don't really know if Boom was able to throw them off balance. It's easy to look good whenever things are going your way. Everyone's got a plan until they got punched in the mouth, and everyone's got a plan to get rid of me because apparently I'm being ousted. You have to bring in an actual smart person now. So that's it for me, right? Yeah, am I done?
Yeah, I do believe, Black's finished doing his makeup, brushing his teeth, feeding his dog, doing the grocery shopping. I don't know what he was doing, but I think he's done with it now. So I think we're going to head to a really, really short break just to have this swap over, get Tsunami out of here. Oh, we're just going to actually stay here, but we are going to
Oh my god,
get
am I
rid
gonna
of you,
get
Tsunami.
Thanos snapped? Like,
Fade.
Yeah.
And he was just gone. Black, how are you feeling? Thank you for finally joining us. I hope you're all fed and the windows are washed or whatever
I mean,
you were doing.
it's a long story, but TLDR, I went downstairs to buy some water. Security guy's like, your rent expired. Like, you're supposed to be gone already, right? I was
Oh.
like, no, we actually extended it by 1 month. Then he came up with me, did a bunch of phone calls while I'm like sitting at my PC. Hello, I gotta work. Hello. And he just stands there, talks really calmly on the phone, and I was like, okay, I'm done.
Oh
But I'm good
my
now.
goodness.
But I'm good now.
All right, so you're
Whew.
not getting kicked out of your apartment. You got your water and you dealt with the security guy all in the span of about half an hour. Is that what I'm
Yep.
hearing?
Uh-huh.
That's pretty impressive, but you know what else is impressive? Game 1 draft for this best of 5 between TNC and FNATIC. We're going to see that Viper and Brood ban, nothing too surprising there. TNC picking up the Lion whilst banning the Nyx and the Timbersaw, and FNATIC picking up their AA. I'm a little bit surprised that, they're not going for the Phoenix on TNC side, but maybe they're waiting for the second phase. Instead, they are really just going to gun for that TA and the Lion combo.
Yeah,
AA is pretty good against Phoenix, right, Gods?
And the Sunray, the Phoenix heal is a big part of why the heroes pick. So
Yeah.
I think AA blocks a lot of those strong healing supports. Fnatic usually either open with the healing supports or they go for the AA. That's kind of their two approaches to their support picks. And I think Line is just so key. It's such a good support at just having the disables, and also it matches up really well against a lot of the carries because it deals with the illusions. That mana drain insta-killing illusions is such an OP part about Lion.
Yeah, Lion has been one of the strongest supports for quite a long time now, just because you have this blink instant initiation that no other support really gives you, well, other than Shadow Shaman, of course. And we spoke about it a little bit yesterday, but Lion is just much superior in this current meta. But yeah, I like the two pickups a lot. Like TA overall is just a very strong hero. Even if you counter it, he just goes jungle and farms freely over there. And Lion, as we said, sets up very well for TA to actually deal the damage.
So we see the Dragon Knight picked here. I know it's a little bit of one of those flex picks. We've seen Fnatic run it in a few different places here. But I want to know why TA was picked this early. Is it just a fear of it being banned in second phase, or is there an advantage to, other than that, is there an advantage to picking her right now?
10 seconds remaining.
I would say, I mean, TA is definitely a hero that will get second phase banned because you have 3 bans, and the hero just overall is too strong. We have seen a lot of teams try to counter it with like a Razor or like a Viper. Sure, you win the lane, but he goes jungle, out farms you, and then he doesn't care because he 3 hits you anyways. And the traps give a lot of vision, and in the Roche pit and to the triangle. So it's just a very valuable hero that the longer the tournament went on, I feel like got more and more important. At the beginning, it wasn't picked as much.
And the TA counters seem really weak right now. Like, you don't, like, often in the past you pick Batrider and TA, but I don't think you want to first to pick a Batrider, so I think TNC know that TA counters are just not meta heroes.
So I was just about to ask that. I was gonna say, do you think this is finally my chance to see a Batrider game? But you just think there's not really a chance of it coming out?
It's possible. I think if it comes out later in the draft, which I don't want to see them first to pick it. They could if they pick Batrider instead of DK, I'd be like, yeah, it's good against TA, but I'm not a big fan of them picking this early. But if they want to pick it 4th or 5th, that seems fine.
Yep. I mean, it could potentially even come out for both teams because it's really good against AA Dragon Knight as well. But it's just a hero that the laning phase is pretty weak unless you get like a free matchup. And if you do get shut down in lane, your comeback mechanic has been nerfed severely because your Firefly and Napalm only deals half damage on creeps now. So it's just, you want to win lanes. That is what the current meta is about, and Batrider only helps to do that if you like last pick it. But usually it gets banned in the last phase.
Okay, so if they do want to pick it up, you think it's going to have to be in the next few picks within this phase.
But at the same time, I also think if you pick it up in the next few picks, it's probably gonna get countered and not feel very well, very strong. Because you can just pick in the bad and then suddenly it's like, oh, what do I do now?
Yeah.
A bad and Lifestealer, there's plenty of options. I don't know if I totally agree that at least the meta in SCA hasn't. I mean, it's been about lanes to the extent you don't want to lose your lanes, but no teams are actually looking to crush lanes. I feel like if you look at the other regions, like Europe, NA, Eastern Europe, teams you would get to 10 minutes and a team would have won the lane stage. And you're like, oh, that team's going to win. I don't feel like that's happened in a single game in Southeast Asia.
There is
also
in that
true.
in that mid game there seems to be a lot of back and forth. We've seen early aggression from TNC before in their matchup against FNATIC, but then it comes to around the 20-odd minute mark, and all of a sudden they're just not lost what to do, but they just aren't being as decisive. They're not always keeping on top of that aggression, and then it turns into this out-farming, out-scaling sort of thing, and nothing really too drastic happens until near the end.
Ooh, Tim's Mirana. He played a sick Mirana against Boom. Puts the line 5, which is, I mean, you're fine. You get everything you need out of your line, whether it's a 4. That's the other crazy good thing about line is it can play either 4 or 5 position, which is a very useful thing to have in your support role.
The double ice support combo. Very scary.
Yeah.
Is that for Winter Wyvern then? I actually like that quite a bit. Like a farm priority on Winter Wyvern can actually lead to him being somewhat of a semi-core in the mid game. Like, there's a lot of cool item builds you can go for.
And the heroes that usually are good against Wyvern are more mid laners because they're the heroes that put out a lot of magic damage. There's not many carries that dish out magic damage other than like maybe the Gyrocopter. So I feel like when you see the TA, this Wyvern pick feels really strong because there's not like there's no carries that feel good into Wyvern for the most part.
What about Batrider right now though? Boring. Actually, Batrider would have been really good against the 3 heroes, but nope, don't want.
Why do you think they're so anxious to pick that Batrider?
It just doesn't give team fight. As you said, the lane is not that good. Tidehunter is just a frontline beast. You run in, you ravage, and
Bat Mirana sounds yuck.
Yeah, terrible lane. Tidehunter Mirana. And the 40% gush slow on a target without boots is actually a pretty good setup for the arrow. Like, if you gush an AA, he is gonna get arrow pretty much no matter what.
And that's what they want, right? They want to be able to shut down these supports a lot more because they don't want any of their cores to be enabled. But we see Monkey King coming up. Is Monkey King? Yeah, I was gonna say, is Monkey King something comfort for FNATIC?
Yeah, I would say Raven loves that hero quite a bit. It's fallen out of meta ever since the nerfs he received, but it's still a strong hero. The item build is a little bit different now, but against Tidehunter, it's one of the best answers you can have in the game. You don't really care about the anchor smash at all, and TA has a very hard time fighting into that ring later on into the game as well.
They've picked heroes that are very resilient to the TA's damage output. Monkey King with the ring with the armor, DK naturally tanky, Wyvern has the cold embrace, so it does feel like TNC has to look at this and be like, okay, we can't expect our TA to be able to solo carry this game, at least in the late game. Early to mid game, you can still snowball. TA's going to be good and useful regardless, but it's not a hero that will win you the game alone.
Yeah, and there is the Batrider ban still. Interesting.
Yeah, which... Well, I guess maybe they thought... You know what? I don't know what they're thinking. I'd just be lying if I said anything right now.
We have seen some carry TAs, especially in other regions. So maybe they're like, oh, if they pick a mid Batrider, it's no good.
Yeah,
think-
definitely have. But I think ultimately, what you're saying is that the TA isn't going to be able to shut down this Monkey King or this Dragon Knight. And I think for them, the Monkey King is going to be a really big issue. And that's probably what TNC have to look at more so than anything. And FNATIC might just be so confident that there isn't anything they can pick right now that will deal with it.
Yeah, I would say the draft is very even right now. It really just all comes down to initiation. Like, if you ravage the Monkey King before he gets the ring out, then TA can just blow him up. Vice versa, if they get to initiate on the TA with the Monkey King, then she's completely out of position, can't really defend herself. It's gonna be a game of inches. The drafts look very, very even right now.
Agreed. Yeah, a lot of team fight on both sides, and both teams, I think, have at least somewhat of a reliable initiation. The DK making up for the fact that AA Wyvern don't have stuns. The Lion at least covering the lack of stuns. But and the good thing with the Lion is it's not all up to the Lion start. You can have a Blink Ravage, you've got the arrow, so plenty of setup on both sides.
Yeah.
TNC
What mid
looking
hero
to
do they want?
really control.
FNATIC. Could it be a Storm Spirit? There's a Lion, but that's pretty much it. He lanes decently against TA.
We've seen a Storm Spirit come out from them, have we not?
Yeah, we have. And
Yeah,
they won
These
that
two
game.
teams play.
Yeah, the last
Yeah,
that
awkward
they
game,
versed
yeah.
each other. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, mid
Oh.
DK then. Okay.
There's
Yeah.
a DK mid.
Or it could be DK carry. We've seen that as well, even just
True,
earlier today.
true.
So could be a monkey mid with DK carry. That's another possibility. But I don't think you want to play DK into Tide.
Yeah,
as far as
DK
the
actually
lanes
lanes
go.
very well into TA. Like, you don't care at all about the right-click damage, and the Brief Fire actually reduces your overall damage, so even the refraction gets shut down a little bit. And Monkey King, of course, is the hard counter to Tide Hunter. If you don't address that properly, Tide might just be completely shut down out of the lane.
I'm just really excited to see Death on that Legion Commander again.
It's a decent pick. It's not what I thought they would pick, because there are some answers here for TNC, I would say. Something like a Draw Ranger or
what
so.
would you have gone? Yeah, what would you have gone instead of the Legion Commander if you were going to do that last pick?
Well, I thought something like a Storm would have been better, where you just have some better source of initiation. Because, like, your mid Dragon Knight, sure, he can initiate, but you don't feel like super good about it, because he has more farm priority. If you're a little bit out of position, you might die really quickly. But, I mean, it's FNATIC. They love their Legion Commander. So, can't
It's
really fault them for
comfort,
that.
you know?
Yeah.
Well, like we said, there's so much on the line for this game. At what point do you play something that you're extremely confident on that might not always be the best matchup, but you know you can execute it to a T? And that could be why they've gone for that Legion Commander instead. It might not be on paper the best, but comfort-wise, it's just something that they know that they're going to be able to execute and get quite ahead with.
Alright,
Yep.
God,
And the-
predict TNC pick.
Ursa.
Oh,
I got it. Yeah.
you're
I think
so
that,
good.
the guy, the other thing is the guy playing the Legion Commander. He's the new player. He's the young guy. I mean, he's 26, but he's new to the team. He's never gotten this close to being in a TI. Usually, this is the guy who's been in these SEA qualifiers and gets last place. Paul New was filling me. He's like, yeah, this guy got 8th place last time he played TI qualifiers with me on Resurgence. He's lost in the Open qualifier, so here he is in the grand finals. Give him something he's comfortable on.
100%.
Do you like
So
that Ursa
then-
last pick, though? I feel like they are doubling down on the physical damage, and now Tia and Ursa kind of do the same thing. Wyvern is amazing against it, even Monkey King as well.
Yeah, that's what's gonna. Wyvern is amazing, but I guess maybe thinking that you can just build up those, Fury Swipe stacks, but it's still, I think Wyvern, still is amazing and does counter the Ursa, so does feel like he's just trying to take advantage of the lane. You're up against 3 melee cores. I think that's what TNC said. Okay, they have 3 melee cores. What's the carry that can kind of punish this? And they decide Ursa. Maybe they're going to be just looking to play really fast. Like TA Ursa, the two best roshing heroes in Dota, it feels like. This may be a more, snowbally TNC draft than what we've seen before.
Fast games seem to work really well in favor of TNC, though. Like I said, the games that we saw beforehand that TNC did win in the other best of 3 that happened, they were only around 40-45 minutes. So that could be a goal that they're going for here. They found success in it yesterday as well for that really quick early game draft. Ultimately, I really like the look of TNC, but I could also just be a really big TNC fan. But I'll let you guys jump into game number 1, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
Here we are, Black. It's the grand finals, TNC FNATIC. We've been waiting a long time to get here, and, well, you perhaps could not ask for a better matchup. The two biggest names in Southeast Asian Dota. I think we figured out who Nat has in her companion prediction with the TNC. It may or may not be in mine as well. But this, based on how FNATIC's played, the fact when these two teams last met and it was a 2-0, I mean, I guess even ignoring the draft, looking at this best of 5 as a whole, I'm curious to ask you, do you think there is a favorite coming in at all?
I would say, just based on what we saw yesterday, FNATIC is like slightly favored, maybe 55-45, simply because their decisiveness seems to be on another level than TNC. Yesterday, both games were insanely close, and FNATIC just won both games purely based on their decision-making with those buybacks and the decisiveness to reinitiate when TNC wasn't ready for it.
We'll see how things unravel here. Looking at what some of these lanes might be, there are definitely... I feel like when you see these heroes like Monkey King and Ursa, you're always looking for specific lane matchups. Already, you've got Raven kind of playing around the mid lane, trying to figure out, does he go top, does he go bottom? Where is he going to get the Tidehunter matchup?
Yeah,
Playing
definitely
Boomy
want to
coming
get
in
the right
to steal a
lanes
bounty rune. Has the Impale, he's going to snipe it. Boomy with the aggressive ward on that hill, helping him out. 2 runes apiece.
Yep. Jabs with the quick fingers there, otherwise could have been 3 for TNC. But yeah, this top lane is very interesting, as I said. Like, you know it's going to be a 4 Wyvern, and I feel like a 4 Wyvern is actually pretty damn good against Ursa. You have 2 slows, and a potential save also for your Legion Commander. And especially in China, we have seen this answer a lot. Every time there was an LC, they picked Ursa. But Ursa lost the lane every single time. It was just come mid-game, where the Ursa had like the power spike with the diffuser blade, where he made LC feel very uncomfortable. But the lane was not won by Ursa a single time.
Feels like there's going to be a lot of harass coming out because it's Splinter Blast and level 1 overwhelming odds with a Bacillus Ring on the Wyvern. This is a very different approach to the offlane, just going for this double nuke spam. And that's going to constantly harass this Ursa.
Yeah, which also will lead to LC, I think, just free farming here because, as you said, you can't really contest the Ursa. Once there's Arctic Burn online, you just won't be able to reach anyone.
See if TNC have a response to that, if they find any ways to make any kind of aggressive plays or get on top of the Wyvern. Looking at some of our other lanes, mid lane TA versus DK, do you think any edge going either way or just a bit of a farm battle?
It's a farm battle. If anything, usually it's the DK that starts pressuring more once he's level 6. Because he doesn't really care too much about the TA right clicks. And once the Dragon Form is up, the refraction doesn't really matter anymore either. I think the biggest action lane is going to be probably bottom.
There was almost an arrow then that if that had landed on Raven before his salve, that could have actually been a potential kill. They have gone for that early point in Gush, but first blood, it's not bottom, it's top. Gabby, they find the kill onto Death, who perhaps overplays his hand. And Boomy and Gabby team up to get that kill early on. Do they have a salve? Doesn't look like it, so they're going to have to bring one out as well as use the Tengos they've got.
Yeah, they misplayed this lane a little bit. Like, as you said, they went for a spam lane, but they actually started to just fight them head on, which is exactly what TNC want. Like, they don't want to get spammed out of the lane, they just want to fight them. That's what they did, leading to Ursa getting a first blood here.
Yeah, because they don't have the same kind of health regen. They're playing with this Bassi Ring, and they don't have the stats from branches.
Yeah.
TNC find a way to punish it. We'll see if that's how much of a difference that's going to make up here. It was Ursa who got the kill as well, so that's going to allow him to get a much faster phase boost with that bonus gold.
Yeah, and Chayon actually opting to not go for a bottle, which we usually see against matchups like TA, simply because you're going to get harassed a lot. He's already sitting at half health, and this refraction Psyblade damage is really starting to stack up on him. Has to be careful.
Maybe this is just his DK build, because it's the second time I've seen him play this DK mid, and last time he also went for this Bracer Soul Ring build.
Yeah, it just might backfire a little bit in this high Harris lane here.
You see Armel, whenever he can, just throwing out those meld strikes.
A lot of damage. Yeah. You can also see Armel, he does have the bottle, so he should win that region war.
Yes.
The only problem I have with Soul Ring is, every time you use it, you're also sacrificing 150 health. When you're already low on health, it's not the greatest investment. We'll see how it goes. He's regening back up.
Yep, he's leveling up Dragon Blood. I think that's how you make up for it. You go for that 3rd point in Dragon Blood. At that point, you've got 9 armor and 12 health regen. I imagine he's going to be okay unless his support rotates. I say that, he's getting pushed so low. Armel just bullying him here, and he's going to zone him away from this top water rune, forces Xuan to go back to the bottom one. And Mirana is there with a leap. I believe Mirana is going to be able to pick that one up, so no rune for the DK. It's just a water rune. He doesn't have a bottle, so it wasn't a bottle refill. Arrow comes flying in. It's nicely dodged.
Yeah. Ursa fell down to 200 HP as well, getting salved up by his support. He went Mask of, or rather Morbid Mask first, just to sustain himself a little bit better in this lane, but it's not really a whole lot of sustain, because you can't really get Fury Swipe stacks up on anyone to be able to make good use of the life leech.
Mid lane, meanwhile, they're diving on Xuan underneath the tower here. Tim's backing up Armel, but the jab's TP will be enough to deter any chase, but that exposes perhaps this top lane. Death has to be careful now. He's got raindrops though, so he should be tanky enough to sustain himself, and it doesn't look like they're going to go for any kind of an aggressive play.
This is very good though for the side of TNC, because Gabby now can life reach back to full with his Morbid Mask without a Wyvern there to harass him. No problem. Getting stunned up on Death, but
yeah,
a little bit too speedy. Do you like the scaling on overwhelming odds? Do you think it should give the same bonus movement speed every level? I think it should scale also.
I mean, I'm not a big Legion player, so.
I'm
not going to advocate for any. Yeah, I'm not advocating for any Legion buffs. If that's what you're asking.
No nerfs of anything. I hate playing against that hero.
Yeah, the fact, the level 1 gives you so much escape potential.
Yeah, DK level 6 now, middle. So Armel is gonna feel the pain a little bit from that poison breath.
Yeah. Just break through that refraction a bit easy. But TA already level 6, can easily fall back to the jungle. Gloves, Wraithband, and a Blightstone. As there will be a jump in down bottom. Raven immediately gets jumped on. There will be a Boundless Strike follow-up, but it's top lane where Death actually goes down, so a lot of fighting happening both top and bottom. They go for the return kill, they're going to get
Jabs,
it.
no boots!
As the Splinter Blast reaches them off. And Jabs, yeah, he's just dying to Gabby. One more right click, can he juke him in the trees? He shouldn't be able to do so. It's going to be a double kill up top for Gabby. Absolutely fantastic start for this Ursa.
Yeah, who already has the Diffuser Blade queued up as well. I liked it a lot. You don't want to go for any sort of greedy item build when you have a TA in your team already. You really just want to bring the pace to them.
Having those raindrops early. He's already chewed through 3 charges, but it's just allowed him to destroy this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, raindrops is a super value item. Any pub player that doesn't buy it, you're making a big mistake. It's cheap, gives super good mana regen, and can win you a lane, as we have seen just now.
Well, we'll see. TNC look to also fall back, set up some stacks. AA did make a nice rotation into this dire Ancient area to block the Ancients, but it does get dewarded, so good job by TNC to find immediately. Yeah, I didn't actually. I guess they realized AA made that move because I don't think they'd actually scout out. They've got so many stacks. You've got Lion also stacking up top in the jungle.
Yeah, and the big problem is they have no stack clearer on Radiant at all. That's the only thing their draft really lacks, because they can't make good use of the Ancients. Like, who's gonna farm them? Even Monkey King can't really farm them efficiently.
Do you think there's going to be pressure on FNATIC to take some team fights once they get their kind of key early game items in if they can't keep up in farm?
Yeah, I think so. You can already see a 1k gold advantage purely off farm. TA is starting to take these Ancient stacks right at minute 7 also, so they're getting all these juicy neutral items.
Yeah, the TA net worth is most of the difference. 1,000 gold ahead of the Dragon Knight with the obviously superior farming ability. That is every TA game. You know, I guess obviously teams are letting TA go through, and it's not like TA is being picked every game. There is a fall-off point for TA. Is that correct? Do you feel, or why is what's the answer to TA when you're just giving her this much farm?
So the thing is, why TA is so prioritized right now in a lot of regions is because with this new Dragonlance build, you actually scale very well into the late game. You itemize more into a hard carry. Like, a lot of TAs don't even go for this Blink Dagger anymore. They just go for more damage items, which means in the late game you're a much bigger threat than you were previously.
Okay. Yeah, has the Dragonlance queued up. Dragonlance stats are good to imagine. Then you always feels like they're hoping for that Grove Bow.
Yeah, and then suddenly you have that 900 range. Kind of crazy.
The Quiver seems to be the crazy good one, because that Quiver Meld Strike hit from insane range is just ridiculous.
Especially if you have like a Daedalus or just a mini crit even can just melt supports. This Ursa is also very farmed. He is already up one Blade of Alacrity. Once he finishes the Fusel, at this rate, should be like minute 12 or so. It's gonna be very big. Chayo on top, but Tidehunter already TP'd. They wanna set up with the Ravage here.
They're coming around from behind. Death's going to be careful. That Ravage is going to lead things off. It's going to zone out the DK, who does get clipped by the edge of it. They try and kill off Death first with the Impale. Boomy's chasing for more. Has a Hex. But FNATIC do a good job to cut their losses. Still a good rotation from TNC. Defend their tower. They get a kill. But it is just one kill.
Yeah, they were not ready for that. Like, they thought they could just pressure the tower with the DK. But it was a pre-rotation before the DK even really arrived from Bok. And they're landing a pretty decent Ravage there. But now the mid tower under little pressure. Half health
They
already.
don't want to let this tower mid take too much damage. There are some TA traps on the sides, and Lion trying to maybe set up, but
Yeah,
doesn't
look
have
at
the
that
backup to get this kill.
TA trap network. I hate that. When you get trapped once, you walk into another trap, and then another trap.
From a slow, yeah.
And the damage too is actually pretty significant. 250, level 1. Oh, I didn't know it's that much.
Atrium bot gets stolen by the DK. Armel hoping to refill his bottle, and DK just denying it. Isn't going to be able to make any plays with this. It does feel like the FNATIC game plan was, let's pick all these series that TA is going to struggle to kill, but at the same time, their early game has really suffered because of it.
Yeah, I mean, look at Titan's net worth compared to Monkey. The plan is to shut him down out of the lane completely, but they're the same net worth. So bot lane didn't even win at all.
We come top though. Moonlight Shadow in. James is coming from behind. What's he going to find here? Walked into a sentry ward, so they did see him.
Arrow on the catapult.
He carries the siege creep. He gets Winter's Curse. They're going to look to set up. He manages to leap away before any kind of a duel. I don't think they had the damage though.
I don't think so either, and they just seem to be getting outmoved here around the map. No real chance to set up anything. DK Dragon Form back online in 3, and they just want to pressure this mid tower. Ravage back up in 40. But
Without
you can
that,
see they're very timid.
Yeah, this is a siege wagon, and they didn't want to pressure this mid tier 1 tower. The arrow is just going to clear it out. This is another, obviously a big part of why Mirana, well, maybe not a big part, but one part why Mirana is popular. Instantly killing siege creeps.
From this diffuser blade, that's a massive power spike for Ursa. Like, after that, you're just looking for 1-2 kills potentially and going to the Roche pit. You can even force Roshan, I think, with his Ravage. FNATIC should not be able to teamfight into you.
You kind of mentioned the Cold Embrace earlier, but if you're saving someone, they're just going to have their entire mana pool get burned by a diffusal blade.
Yeah. I did not expect TNC to be able to mount such a lead this early on.
Ice Blast will scat up Umi in the trees. He's going to get taken out. He thought he was in a good spot there. They
Would have been,
sniff him
but
out.
Monkey King is the king of trees. Wow, look at Jayon. He took so much damage from the Psy Blades. Half health already. That's a good thing about TA. Also, like the spill range of the Psy Blades with this Dragonlance build is almost full screen. Like, you don't know how many couriers I lost to this. Just you don't expect it at all. What's the attack
Down
range
bottom
already?
lane. Are they making a
500.
plan to Gabby here? 1 TP. They've got 2 heroes, a third coming. They're going to set up with the curse. They're going to go for the Wukongs. They want to bring down Gabby. He's got the enrage. He's not getting a chance to get off, and the dual follow-up is there. They take out Gabby. Smart move from FNATIC.
Yeah. Perhaps a bit careless by Gabby here because they didn't show on any other lane. FNATIC did. And he pays the price for his greed, but he has Diffusal Blade finished. And they expended quite a bit of ultimates. So maybe they're just going into the Roche pit with that Ravage now.
Okay. See if that's the play. TA getting close to Deso. Maybe they don't need the Deso because it's Ursa TA.
Who's gonna carry the Aegis then though? Like they both want it.
True. I would lean towards Ursa myself, just because it feels like that's the hero that can really run into the middle of things and even allow the TA to do more damage by just soaking up spells.
Yeah. Ursa TPing straight middle. Are they looking to go into the Roche pit or find a kill?
They're definitely looking to do something. They're grouping up with basically their entire team here. The TA may not smoke with them.
Well,
to go for that.
I guess
play.
gonna smoke or no? They've been standing here for quite long. And they go.
I'm not
Straight into the pit.
indecisive, but a little bit slow. Yeah.
15 seconds should be more than enough.
Meanwhile, they go on the high ground. FNATIC smoke themselves, run into it. It's a Blink Ravage onto 3. It catches out the entire FNATIC team. Jabs is going to keep himself alive with a Cold Embrace, but believe the follow-up damage should be there with the Starstorm to finish him off. Bok once more. Have they got the detection that Invis is going to wear off? And Juan in some trouble here. Is Blink being cancelled? Gabby is shredding through them with the overpower. He gets Winter's Curse, but that's not going to be enough to save the DK. The Ice Blast is going to come flying through after the buyback from the Wyvern. It's going to be a dieback. And they want more. Death does not have a Blink Dagger. He may be in trouble. He dodges the arrow. Okay, that'll keep him alive. Central Roche now.
This is a free Roche now. They know there's no Wyvern for 50. And they just don't really have teamfight ultimates to fight around this pit.
Arrow to make sure of it, and FNATIC just know they're just giving this up.
Yeah. FNATIC really need to play for these mid-game timings. Like Monkey King needs a lot more farm to be effective. What does Dragonaut have? He finished his Blink Dagger, but honestly, his farm is very comparable to an offlane DK. It doesn't really feel like a mid DK this game.
And even just the idea of going for Tread's Blink, it's kind of more that utility offlaner build.
Yeah, which is kind of what I critiqued when they picked this Legion Commander. It's not really what you want from a mid laner, but they were kind of forced into it with the draft they had. And with losing this early game, it's going to be tough for them to come back, because we said they don't have any flash farmers. All of their farmers are pretty slow.
Well, this is the way when we saw this draft, at least, we were hoping and expecting TNC to play. They've been playing much more for the late game with the TBs and Medusas and whatnot, mostly the TB, but this game around with an Ursa TA draft against a lineup that potentially has tools for deal with the TA later in the game, they wanted to snowball, and so far they're doing just that.
Yeah. And TA, of course, level 25, she is an absolute monster with this new talent, the 8 reflection instances. You just have 14 instances where you just take 0 damage, and that's on a 17 seconds cooldown.
Mid gets blinked on with the Dragon Tail, the Ice Blast follow up, the Boundless Strike and the Jewel. Having the Jewel against the Tidehunter working out well there. Just to cover the retreat perhaps, because here come TNC. Gabby on the side is wanting to try find a way into this one. Jabs was looking for a Winter's Curse, but didn't manage to get Boomy next to the Ursa. FNATIC will back off for now, but they can hit a couple of ultimates.
They got a tight kill, but he didn't really have Ravage. Once he's up, he's gonna have it again. But they couldn't convert into a tower, unfortunately. Mirana ult popped. What are they looking for here? Nothing? Okay. Why not? Just pop it.
Maybe just, yeah, I don't know. Bypass wards. I'm not. Here we go. Maybe the aggression at mid is what they're looking for. Yeah, he's just diving. He's got that Aegis, so he can just go running in and finds the Jabs Wyvern, who is not even going to go for a cold embrace. I think he just knows he's dead, so he's like, I'm not even going to bother delaying this.
Yeah, wants to respawn a little bit sooner. And it should just be a free mid tower with the Desolator. Very quick push. And they haven't even gotten the top tower yet, I just realized. Top is still up, mid is still up. Is DK going to be able to take it down? Doesn't even look like it. No, Tide's just TPing there.
Radiant Cliff to keep the tower alive a bit longer. Also pinging Tim's Mirana, maybe thinking they could make a play on him, but not going to be the case. And they're also defending top, so TNC keep their top tier 1 alive. They are getting further and further ahead, taking over more and more of this map.
Yeah, the map control right now is absurd. They already have most of the Tier 1 towers down, only the top one remaining. They might be looking to converge here.
And Mirana finishing a Spirit Vessel. That's going to be very helpful against some of these heals. It can be purged off by the press the attack, but still a nice.
It's okay, he has to be careful.
Okay, he's got the Aegis, but they may just try and kill him twice. The Tide is in the neighborhood with a Blink Ravage. He's going to wait for the respawn. What's the play here from Bok? I believe they know he's here. Abby is going to be let free. I think they were positioning. They saw the Tide, so they backed off. But now it's going to be a blink in onto Boomy's Lion. Juan looking for the kill there. The Monkey King jumps in, so Lion will not see any friends help him out. Bit of a misplay perhaps there from TNC, not expecting FNATIC to have a ward and to have vision on them.
They have triple blink now online though on TNC, so any target they jump on will get obliterated. Ursa, Tide, and TA all went for blinks.
Here come FNATIC though. They won't get a chance to use these blinks if they're the ones getting jumped. There's another Jewel potentially on the Bok, but he gets the Ravage off before! Oh! Okay, no, but it's still Ravage down.
Yeah, it was good.
It's still good for FNATIC, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That
means
that's almost better.
Finally gone. And this all started because Gabby, we have seen this in the past where TNC just makes these sort of random moves. Why was he there in the left tree line? Like, there was no reason to be there, and they get punished for it quite badly. Sure, they don't lose a ton of net worth, but now Ravage is down, which could lead to a very bad team fight.
It's kind of similar happened bottom where he died too, but I would say Gabby, he reminds me a lot of someone who, you know, just won a major, Ame, where you get the really good with the occasional bad. He wants to push his hero to the limits and be maybe that little bit greedier, and sometimes, you know, he's going to get picked off like that, but he also, more often than not, is carrying and winning his team some crazy games.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, still there.
Stop flaming my boy Gabby
position.
Black, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're done flaming Gabby.
I mean, I'm blaming him, I'm just doing my...
I know you're not flaming.
Amazing job as a caster. But yeah, still 7k lead. They're like in an amazing position. What is Monkey King's next item? He's looking for a BKB, but still very far away from it. Legion Commander, Halberd first. Okay, so not going for any sort of initiation, leaving it out to the DK.
Good item, of course, against Ursa as well as TA for the most part.
Yeah. Smoke up again. No Ravage though this time.
They're trying to catch FNATIC out on the top side of the map, but FNATIC have already left to play around this mid part. Both teams just kind of dancing around each other.
DJ has to be careful, you could get one in here, but it's TA. Ooh. Oh, 2 hits.
Yeah.
But the first hit was without melt, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, that's yeah, it didn't look like he melded, so it literally would have been a one-shot with meld.
Oh, he has an Imp Claw too, of course, why not? The best TA item.
Yeah, better than Grokbo, you think?
I would say so, yeah. With the new talent and Dragon Lance. You can't quite outrange towers, but your damage is insane with that one crit.
Alright, well, TNC. We'll see how much they want to try and force fights and make plays on the other side of the map. It looks like they're just waiting for Ravage, because that's up in 10 seconds. Yeah, with the Ravage coming back up, they are looking for a fight. Jabs is down here in a bit of a tricky spot. He's got the Philosopher's Stone to get him some gold towards his Blink Dagger, and he's just trying to farm it, but they get punished. So they have a scan. Oh, Radiant scan. He knows what's coming. The TA trap will scout him out. Jabs is like, uh-oh.
The arrow scouts him out too?
They know I'm here.
Oh,
he's
Boomy like, also with the Blink Dagger. It's the fourth
as soon as he scanned, he maybe should have just gone for a TP out, because the TA trap and arrow.
As soon as he scanned, you saw him like fly left and right. He's like, oh. Yeah. Couldn't do anything, unfortunately.
This is what you usually see when a team gets that early lead. They take the bottom off-lane tier 2 tower, and then they claim the outpost. And now they can wait for that. That second Roche is a lot more impactful than the first, because it has those extra items, the cheese as well as the Ag Shard.
Yeah, when is that up? It may respawn in 1 minute, so 4 minutes max. Yeah. I'm a little bit concerned for the damage output, perhaps. Like Blink, Dragon Knight, DK, Halberd, LC. DK also going into a Halberd. It's only really the Monkey King that's itemizing into any sort of damage. Sure, you have AA, who kind of makes up for that, but against this tier Refraction and Ursa and Rage, it might not be enough.
Feels like DJ cannot afford to get picked off, or they're going to have complete lack of damage.
Yeah, he is so important for the team fight. Like these Ice Vortexes and the Ice Blast is so important for them.
FNATIC playing around their side of the map while they give up this bottom part with the outpost. So if this game slows down a bit, TNC will continue to get an experience lead with the outpost advantage. I think FNATIC may be looking to have something to say about that soon. They've got a smoke and they're grouped up around mid, so we'll see if they make another aggressive maneuver. Do you think they need to kind of go out and try to look for that dual initiation kill again, or are they just waiting for TNC to slip up?
I think FNATIC should be quite comfortable going into this mid-late game with the draft they've picked for themselves. Because they should be scaling better with this Winter into the late game. Because they have better ways of mitigating the damage that TNC have. But at the pace it's going right now, the second Roche could be all TNC need to put the nail into the coffin.
How much emphasis are FNATIC going to put on contesting it?
It's going to be so hard to contest it into the Ravage. How many BKBs do they have up now? Only one, right? No, Monkey actually has his, so depending on the initiation, it's very possible. This ring with the Maelstrom can deal a ton of damage.
They come Black. They get the ward on the high ground. That allows them to get the Blink Dragon Tail off on this Mirana, who gets Boundless Strike, which is going to set up the Ice Blast. Tim's just trying to use as many spells as he can before he goes down. One more right click, the Ice Blast damage should tick over. Brings him down, getting very low. Yeah, he gets helped up by the Cold Embrace. Still has the BKB. FNATIC not looking to commit too hard on this one. They've still got that high ground wall. They're going to buy back the Mirana. Ursa, meanwhile, gets the A on the backlines. The Ravage comes out. It only catches Death because the other two were BKB. Now the Wukong's command comes in. Bok is just melting on this tide. Raven goes down inside, even with the bonus armor. There's just too much damage. The chase is on. Gabby with his diffusal wants Xuan, who is going to go for the TP out, but the Earth Spike is there. Boomy's chasing with the Hex. He's going to get Death as well. Boomy, what a player! He cancels one TP with the Earth Spike and then just runs for the next, which he cancels with the Hex, forcing a team wipe.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough Ravage actually, because they both managed to activate BKB before it hit. But it was enough to shut down the supports on the backline for Ursa to pick them off. And that's what we spoke about, this Monkey TA matchup. He didn't manage to put out the ring fast enough, the Melt Strike hits, and he just gets destroyed by Armel.
Well, Armel has well and truly hit that scary TA timing. That -3 bonus meld armor reduction, and you're going to take a tier 2 mid and probably just head right to the Roche pit. They've got the trap there. FNATIC will be alive for this one if they can move quickly.
They have no ring though. No ring means no Roche fight, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. And also this Roche just dies way too freaking fast. Who's getting what? Hag shot on Ursa.
Yeah. With that Enrage after Earthshock. It's a very good talent, especially against heroes like Winter Wyvern, where you jump on them and they can't really curse you because of that status resistance that you get.
There's a few stuns. The Dragon Tail is all another one where if he has that Enrage up for it, it's going to heavily reduce it. TNC just charged down bottom. Juan's DK has to be careful about not showing himself here. If he breathes fire, that could be the death fin, but he's going to see the Mirana and just blink away. Oh, they know where he is! The arrow! He BKB's TPs. Wow, Tims. Maybe he caught a glimpse of him through the fog. I didn't see the dire vision, so I'm guessing maybe he caught a glimpse, but that was...
Can you see the blink particles through the fog?
You're the more recent pro player here, Black.
Yeah, but I have not seen that before. Is there like a little tree? Maybe. Yeah. Must have been.
It just wasn't hidden and fully tucked into fog.
Well, you know, if it was CSGO, there would be a lot of VAC right now in Twitch. Oh, good curse! But again, we talked about it.
Abby just goes charging in, wanting to get Raven, who's going to go for the TP out. No pressure yet. Ooh, barely makes it. Jabs gets the TP out himself as Boomy goes fishing with an Earth Spike and doesn't find it this time around.
Yeah, we saw the interaction right away. Earthshock got cursed right after the Earthshock, and it only lasts for like 2 seconds or so.
And they instantly are going to be smoking down towards this bottom lane. There was a couple of Radiant wards that... I don't know if they got spotted, but I believe TNC, they find that FNATIC's kind of expecting this one and hiding.
Yeah, they definitely saw that because they have 2 pretty deep observer wards right next to each other. But what can they do to stop them is the real question. No BKB on Monkey.
They're just hiding on the high ground. Monkey is just running. He figures if they're smoking top, they're not going to stay top. Oh, blink in, Ravage. They just delete Death on the Legion. Now DJ's getting jumped as well. He does get Cold Embrace to keep him alive a little longer, but surely he's going to die after with the Earth Spike help.
Yeah. DJ got clipped also by the Ravage. And no buyback on Death, and Raven doesn't even have a TP. It might just be one side.
15 seconds, yeah. I mean, it's kind of that point where it's a 15k gold lead and a high ground siege with a TA Deso. Even if Monkey was here, I'm not sure there's a whole lot they could do.
Yeah, especially not without his BKB.
This they will lose at least the TA.
Yes, TAs. I mean, this is why teams just second pick it. It is such a strong win condition every time. And we said it, with the new item build, the new talents, you scale so well into the late game. Even level 30, you get a free bash as well.
They will back off after getting the tower. TNC, you know,
no rush.
Probably feeling, this getting a melee, even if they force that melee Rex and get it without dying, it doesn't maybe change the game. I feel like you go back maybe a couple of years, getting a Rex, it used to be all that, you're willing to die to get a lane of Rex. Nowadays, if you feed your whole team to get a lane of Rex, that's a really bad thing.
Yeah, and now FNATIC trying to smoke. Oh, they need to make something happen here. They see the TA.
I just hate this TA though. That's not the target you want to go on. He gets forced out the way, is back to safety. The arrow going to clip the DK as well. The chase is on now. Bok just blinks in for the anchor smash. The Quintus curse on the TA doesn't catch anyone except the Mirana, so Armel's going to be just fine as the Ursa goes charging in with the BKB. Death gets cold embrace, but that may just delay the inevitable here as he will not be focused. So Gabby's found a new target. The arrow catches the Legion. The Wukong's command plays perfectly here, though, doing a lot, but instead they go for the Monkey King, who dies inside his own Wukong with a duel. It's going to be a loss as DK, the new target. TNC just with too much firepower. They chuck out the Finger of Death to help bring down the Dragon Knight. All right, here we go to the high ground. TNC. They are merciless as they just launch their bodies at the FNATIC base. We could be in for, you know, this feels like what used to be a normal game of Dota before these SEA qualifiers. Okay, we have a good early game. We get Roshan, we snowball, we win the game with second Roshan at 30 minutes. This is the Dota I knew before coming in these qualifiers. And this is the first game of Dota that we've seen that actually went that way, Black.
Yeah, TNC is very bloodthirsty after these games against Boom. You can see the draft adjustments, the gameplay adjustments. Outscale them early, transition to a strong mid game, and don't give them any time to breathe with their lineup. And now it's 23k. They don't need to go for mega creeps. Well, they can't anyway because there's a tier 2 top. But they kind of sniffed it out too. You know, everyone from FNATIC was alive. They smelled out the desperation smoke. They initiate on the TA, the worst target to go on, unfortunately, because of that Aegis. And they just lose the fight. Was it 5-0? 4-0? Something really bad for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Re-smoke right away, Ravage is up.
Yep, they're ready to go. Blink in with the Hex, they're going on Chuan. The arrow follow-up is there. Gets forced off the way. The Blink Ravage going to catch out on 3. Gabby looking for a 4th. They just bought the A, who does it buyback. Not bad for FNATIC if they can keep the DK alive. Gonna throw out the Wukong's command. Can they get this arm LTA? He's got BKB, needs to find a way to pop it. He gets the Hurricane Pike to push him out of the Wukong's command, and Chuan sitting inside his buddy's Wukong. Using that for some protection here. Meanwhile, the Hex onto Death, followed up by an Earth Spike. Gets him low. Chuan blinks away just in time, but it's the AA dying back as Gabby dives the fountain with the BKB. He can't get the Mega Creep still, but they're happy to just go for these hero kills.
Yep, I think now it's time to retreat. You used everything you have.
Yeah. This, you know, remember TNC 2 or 3 years ago? This was their playstyle, and every now and then they would get these huge leads and dive a fountain and things would go south for them, Black.
Yeah. I mean, over the years, all these players have come a long way, just in terms of discipline and knowing how to close out a game. As you previously said, there's a reason both these teams are here, and that's just because they're the most stable in these late game scenarios. Which we're not even in yet. We're in this mid game, and they're so disciplined. I'm sure Mushi also plays a big part in that. He's also one of the most disciplined coaches / players out there, so... It's a good fit on paper, right? Mushi for TNC. Because I feel like he would take care of their weaknesses quite a bit. Yeah. TA, 1k away from Daedalus, and there's just so many strong items coming out. Ursa just finished his Aghanim, so even if you stun him before the enrage, you can just enrage out of it now. It's looking pretty grim for FNATIC in game 1. I think this kind of draft, you have to be very careful with picking something like this, because we said they have no scaling ability, right? No one can farm Ancients. They're purely picking to win the lane. Unfortunately, they lost top and middle quite badly, and bottom they didn't really win, even though they counter-picked it. Which just leads to this insurmountable lead coming to the mid-game for TNC.
Yeah, and Monkey, a hero that has just disappeared from the meta. When it was that top, you know, first 2-pick hero, you didn't mind if you didn't get a great lane matchup, but you're picking Monkey for the lane, and TNC just kind of shrugged that one off.
Yeah, they were like, whatever.
Out of that. Yeah.
Crazy. Okay, they're
Tim's
going
had a great
for...
game. His Mirana helping.
He always does
that
have his Mirana, it feels like.
Yeah.
You know when we critique teams for picking Mirana? His Mirana always somehow hits arrows. Like even without stuns, with stuns, they just don't miss. Yeah. Like heat seeking.
Him and Boomy. I mean, I kind of said the story of this series, you know, TNC maybe with the best core duo in Southeast Asia, while FNATIC have the best support duo. The TNC support duo, they're the ones who are making the big plays this game. Boomy and Tim's have been huge.
This is the last smoke out here from FNATIC. They want to make something happen. Who can they catch?
He knows it's maybe coming. He pops a sentry ward. He's going to pop it from the high ground. But Tim's actually, okay, has the first leap. Secondly, he gets back to safety, and FNATIC have been revealed. Meanwhile, Boomy also positioned perfectly for this one.
Yeah, he's running in.
So well. Yeah, he's not afraid. He just goes in with a BKB, gets DJ. The TP out from Juan's DK. They don't have a basher, so he'll get out.
Oh, it was close on the Wyvern there.
And it's, I like that from Ursa. He could have prioritized the Basher. That's like the second or third time someone's BKB TP out in front of him, but he just knows there's a better, safer item to get, and you can always get that Basher later.
Yeah, and also you don't really need to kill them. If they don't leave base, they farm 0. Look at the gold lead just growing. Roshan up in, what, 2 seconds? That's the third one. What will it have? Oh, the refresher for the Tidehunter couldn't be any better for them. Oh, Raven is forced to BKB.
I don't know if that was maybe even a misclick as well. Was just jumping up into the trees and popped it with Armel in the neighborhood. As here we go, third Roshan. Going to be the TNC pickup, as after this, you got to imagine they'll just go top for those mega creeps. Force a fight, they smoke up and everything as one needs to get a refresh. There we go.
Ursa picked up the refresher. I feel like, isn't Tide the best? Oh, he has a refresher up himself. Never mind.
Okay. Not a problem though. He actually leveled up the third point in Ravage.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see
you gotta do the
2 points
Tinker
in
move.
Ravage.
Can't forget the Soul Ring before you refresh.
Full Soul Ring.
Yeah.
He's got Mango.
Gabby's just running up with the spider legs. Arrow hit. What is DK?
Not the ideal target. Doc in the front line. They know there's a double Ravage here, and oh DJ. Gabby just jumps in looking for him with the Earthshock. The Halberd just immediately gets basically negated
dead.
As he takes out the Wyvern. Gabby is just wreaking havoc here. Did come in his BKB. Gabby just blinks away. I think the call is, play it safe.
Might be a reset point, yeah.
Fight your instincts, Gabby. We're not diving here. We're going for the mega creeps. Let's reset. As the DK on the front lines. Can't do much about this TA with the long range
sieging. Though,
sieging.
mind you. So there's another BKB available.
Blink, Ravage, they've got a second, but he doesn't have the money. He does now, just barely enough. And with Gabby on the backlines, they take out the DK. They want the Legion next. The Hex is there as well. Winter's Curse comes out just on the time. That's going to trap the TA as well, setting up a nice move on command. Can Raven carry this fight? The damage is not going to be enough initially to bring down the Tide. Instead, it's his teammate going down, and Armel with an Aegis, happy just to stand in there. Gabby's now jumping into the ring as well. They just don't care about this ring. They've got Cheese, they've got Aegis, and they'll take out the Monkey and force a GG. TNC, they strike first.
What a bloodthirsty gameplay here by TNC. I love their draft, I love their execution. Can't really fault anything. They were a little bit overexcited here and there, where they made like a little mistake, like losing that Aegis top lane, but any big error, I didn't see. No big error at all. Like, they played it almost perfectly.
Yeah, micro errors. Macro-wise gameplay strategy, this is a perfect way for them to execute their draft, to play game one. And against a Fnatic team that I feel like Fnatic more than anyone are generally picking some of these harder late game carries. This game, not so much, but I think they were kind of forced into that. So TNC, they take game one. It is a best of 5. Last time these two teams met, Fnatic had the 2-0 victory. So TNC already proving they can take a game off of Fnatic. We're going to bring back a Nat and break down what we saw here as we get ready for game number 2. Stick with us. You're watching the Southeast Asian Grand Finals.
TNC take game number 1, and pretty convincingly, if I might add myself. It was amazing to see this game only go for about 36 minutes. They were breaking high ground at 27 minutes, I think. 27 minutes. That's what I noted down here. And I just have to ask, Black, how were they just doing this? How were they breaking high ground at 27 minutes, having such a successful, aggressive early game?
I think it's really draft related, and also the way they played the lanes. Bok on his Tidehunter had the same net worth as Raven, who Monkey King is considered a hard counter to Tidehunter in the lane, but he didn't care at all. Same net worth at minute 10. And top lane, Legion Commander, Winter Wyvern were supposed to at least go even, if not even win the lane. But Gabby was out farming a TA because of all the kills he's gotten. And of course, TA middle also crushed the lane, so 3 lanes went into their favor. Transitioned into a very good mid game, and FNATIC just had no way of farming their way back into it because they picked for that strong laning stage, which they ended up losing.
Yeah, I remember you saying in that drafting phase that Monkey King, he was going to be like, I guess their win condition and whatnot. Do you think there was a point that they could have matched the tempo and the aggression of TNC, or were FNATIC just not really built around that draft-wise?
It never really felt like they had anything left in them after this early game, to be honest. Every team fight was just going TNC's way. The item timings didn't come online fast enough. TNC just outscaled them, and it ended in a very quick finish because of that.
And something
I just want to...
ahead,
I just want to jump in because we've got the stats on the screen really quickly. That hero damage from the Legion Commander was only 3,808, and that is a giant feels bad. You have to, I guess, sympathize a little bit for death there on that Legion Commander, because that is just not a game you want to be playing, and it's not a game you'll be happy with.
Yeah, it's not on Bulba record levels of hero damage, but it's definitely not.
How much was Bulba again? 300?
1.3k.
1.3k.
Oh.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But no, he's a Legion Commander. I mean, again, I'll sympathize, and obviously I'm not going to flame him too hard. It's not his job to deal damage this game, but things fell apart quickly and early here for FNATIC. I think a big problem is, you mentioned the lanes, Black, and how they had to kind of win them. They also, even if things went even with the lanes, or maybe they slightly won, they had no one to make plays. This support duo, Wyvern AA, I think it requires them to have like a much more active playmaking off laner as well as mid laner. The DK moves around kind of slowly. They need that like spirit type hero. The Storm, I think, was suggested, and even something in the offlane that can be more active than a Legion Commander, because FNATIC, I don't know, it just felt like their draft didn't make a whole lot of sense in the end.
Yeah, we spoke about it at the end of the draft, right? We don't want to be too critical of the Legion pick, but it really felt like they kind of just fell into the trap of comfort rather than what's really good for our draft here.
Do you think they might have been wanting that Tidehunter and it kind of just got picked out from underneath them?
Potentially,
Possibly.
but you gotta be,
Tide, yeah.
you gotta prepare for that though, right? Like, if they pick Tide, we're gonna be like, okay, crap, we wanted that, but what do we do now? We can't just fall back to a Legion Commander if it doesn't fit our draft, because it just made everything seem pretty awkward. DK, I'm sure he wanted to itemize into a BKB first against his Tidehunter, but because Legion couldn't itemize into the Blink early, he had to do it. So his game gets slowed down a lot, and everything just felt kind of awkward.
Gods, do you think that FNATIC have the ability to draft and play just as aggressive as TNC for Game 2?
They do, but I think they're more likely going to lean back on playing the late games, the hard carries, and picking something that can just slow the game down and stall it out. Maybe ban, and to play that style, you need to ban the fast pace heroes, ban that TA especially. I think we could see a TA ban in the first stage. It does mean something's being let through. We've seen, the same bans pretty much every series. The Vipers, the Timbersaws, and whatnot, the Brood. So maybe TNC gets something with a bit of an X factor to it, but FNATIC want to play slow late games. They just showed that, I mean, I don't actually necessarily think they were that outdrafted. They just lost their 2 side lanes that they were meant to win. Like, if they'd won those side lanes like they were perhaps supposed to, that could have been a very different game.
Well, look, we'll head to a break, and hopefully when we come back, we'll see if FNATIC are going to stick for that late game, or maybe they want to change it up and go for the early game aggression as well. Welcome back, everyone. We're soon to jump into game number 2 of this Southeast Asia TI10 qualifier grand final. TNC had a pretty convincing victory for that one. I don't know how you kind of really bounce back if you are FNATIC here, but I guess if you are going to bounce back, it's going to start in the draft. And I want to know, Black, from you, what change-ups do we want to see from FNATIC? What do we want to see them ban? Any respect bans that should come out from them?
I think the issue with the draft wasn't necessarily the bans, but the way they sort of drafted themselves not into a corner, but into a mindset where they had to win every lane pretty much to stand a chance. What we see pretty much every team draft is a fallback plan. Sure, if we win lane, that's great, but if we lose lane, what do we do? That's why we see a lot of Terrorblade, TAs, just heroes that can retreat into the jungle if things don't go as well as they should.
What are some of those heroes that you would like to see come out of FNATIC for this game?
I think they could easily go back to their Terrorblade, maybe some Spectre. They play TA themselves as well. Could be Storm. No, it's just all three of their cores are not able to go into the jungle to catch back up at all. So they have to play the lanes, and if they lose the lanes, they still have to play the lanes, and then they just keep losing, and it never stops.
It is just that little snowball effect, isn't it? But Gods, on the other side of the coin, you're now TNC. You're one up in this grand final. You know you're obviously not going to get the same draft that you just won with. So what are the thought processes, and what are you trying to go for? Still that early game, or do you want to try and beat them at a late game now?
I think FNATIC can do both, and that's perhaps their strength. I honestly can't say what they're gonna do. I don't know. Mushi's probably the guy to ask, unfortunately.
We'll pretend you're Mushi right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is I don't mind if they go either way. I think it's let's wait and see where they head with their draft. If they're going to leave a first 2 TA again, maybe you have to. Obviously, they can first do the TA again, but they know they have to think. Okay, FNATIC's going to give us a first 2 TA. They have an answer this time because last time they didn't pick. I mean, they kind of had an idea about how to beat it with these tanky cores, but I think FNATIC's going to approach giving a first 2 TA very differently this time around.
So you think there is definitely still a possibility that FNATIC let TNC have that and ultimately just really kind of come back to their own draft and what they're picking?
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, you only have those 2 bans, and there are some heroes that FNATIC don't feel comfortable playing against, especially the Brood. So you maybe just have to give it away again and try, and like you say, focus on your own draft. I think teams sometimes get too much, in their heads thinking they have to counter what their opponents are doing, and then suddenly they don't have a very well-rounded draft.
Well, then, Black, the common bans that we see at the start are the Viper, the Timbersaw, the Nyx, and the Brood. Out of those 4, which one would you rather come up against, right? Let's say you want to give over one of those heroes. Which one would you much rather face?
Probably the Viper, because if you somehow beat him in lane, you pick a good lane against it, he just becomes dead weight, like a little paper plane. The other 3 heroes, they're a lot harder to deal with, I feel like. Viper is pretty simple. It's just very strong. Simple, but strong. So give me that Viper. I'll crush it somehow. Better than the Brood.
You reckon? I would have let through Brood because we know that they can play Axe. And, the Axe and the Brood matchup has been successful in the past in this qualifier as well. So I think I would rather let Brood through personally. But
okay.
That's a good point.
But you don't have the PTSD that I have from Brood Mothers.
That's true. That is true.
I counter pick it in lane. You know what he does? He walks behind the tower. And I'm like, what do I do? Can't do anything.
The good takeaway there is you got to plan on giving them one of those heroes and then having an answer for it. It's just about having a plan that it didn't really feel like they had a. If anything, it seemed like they got caught by surprise by the first 2 TA, which I don't think they should have been. So we'll see what this game 2 draft is going to have in store. It does feel like usually, we're just rushing into from game to game. This time around, FNATIC took a bit longer to be ready in the lobby. So it does to me suggest that, they're really discussing how to approach the next draft because they only usually have that small 10-minute window.
Yeah, especially after yesterday, right? Where FNATIC kind of beat TNC very convincingly. Today, TNC just crushed them in game 1. Must be a little bit surprising for FNATIC as well.
Well, I think on TNC's side, right, the 2 games were 60 minutes and 70 minutes. So I think in TNC's head, they're like, we clearly can't beat Fnatic late game. If this game goes past 60 minutes, there's probably a chance that we don't do it. We have an interview again. They think they have a few issues of throwing a game, letting that lead not take them. They struggle closing out. So I think for them, it's very much do this early game aggression because, it's paid off for them, even though Fnatic did beat them 2-0 in the last series they played up against.
Ooh,
But
some interesting picks and bans coming out. So they do ban the TA. I mean, maybe not so interesting in the sense that nothing crazy happened. They ban the TA, they ban the Brood. The only thing that really slips through is the Viper, which I feel like, I don't know how good this hero is. Maybe you have an idea, Black. It just feels like I never see it because it's always banned. And I actually
I
don't
feel like we've seen
rate
it
that
once.
high.
Let me look at my notes really quickly. I feel like we have seen it.
The reason why it's so good is mainly because it's very versatile. Can go offlane, mid, sometimes even as pos 5. I personally don't think it's super strong, but teams really love it. I'm not entirely sure why. Are they gonna pick it? No. So they also don't pick it.
Yeah, but we have seen TNC play it actually. They played it in pos 3 in one of their first few games of this qualifier.
But not against the Baton, please. He's like one of the best heroes against that Viper.
So yeah, I guess they let it through having already picked a hero that they know can quite strongly counter the Viper, sort of deter them from picking it up.
Yeah, and Leshrac Baton, we have seen it I think yesterday, right? Very strong combination. You keep the Leshrac alive. He just runs in, deals all the damage. Death Prophet. Very good answer to Leshrac. Oh yeah. Very big fan of DP against Lesh. They sort of do the same thing, but generally Leshrac takes a lot more damage from Death Prophet than vice versa. That's why it's a good matchup.
Is there a way for Leshrac to come out of laning phase on stronger than Death Prophet? Maybe like a head for damage?
It's probably mid-Lesh and an offlane DP. I think Bok plays DP the most in TNC, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it is normally offlane.
Yeah, so Lesh will definitely have the experience advantage and a gold advantage. And the early game pressure advantage as well, because of course, Edict has 22 seconds cooldown, whereas Death Prophet Ultimate is like 145 or so.
Does that mean we're going to see a lot more early game aggression from Fnatic?
I think maybe still too soon to tell. Abaddon is a very defensive support, but the Leshrac is a hero that you want to take towers with. Probably depends a bit where they send the Leshrac. Both teams have picked this flexible core. The Death Prophet can still go mid, even though it's usually offlane. The Leshrac can still also go offlane. We've seen Death play the Leshrac. So Fnatic, they really like giving the option to have Death last pick his offlane hero, but sometimes they will still leave it for Chuan.
Yeah. So we got the Tide ban coming out on the side of TNC, the Spectre being banned for Fnatic. Is the Spectre ban one of those meta ones, not necessarily something that gives away too much for what they might be predicting to pick?
Yeah, Spectre DP is a very strong combination, because as soon as Death Prophet pops ult, usually what you want to do is disengage, but when there is a Haunt coming in and an Astral Dagger, a Spectral Dagger, and slows down all the heroes, it's very hard to retreat away from that. So it's a very strong core combination. And I just want to talk about something really quick that you said earlier, Nat, where you said TNC struggles in the late game. And that's actually very true. We have seen the last series against Boom. In the late game, they struggled a lot against them. Managed to barely beat them. But against Fnatic yesterday, both times in the late game, they got absolutely demolished. So it makes a lot of sense that they just pick up the tempo a lot more this time around.
Yeah. I mean, I loved seeing that game, them breaking high ground at 27 minutes. That was just... You guys are like, that's a normal game. And I'm like, this does not feel normal. After all the games I've hosted, 27-minute high ground does not feel normal.
Yeah. Well, now it is.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get another one. Two fast games back to back. But that Medusa ban coming out from TNC. Again, just one of those meta bans that they just don't really want to be going up against. Could we look, actually, with the Medusa being banned out, could it be a Phoenix from TNC that they want?
Oh wow, Phoenix, still in the pool. That's a hero both these teams play a lot of. I guess it's usually a bit more in the 5 position. TNC can put the Lion in the 4. And I think what both teams, I guess what TNC is looking for is probably a hero with some save out of the support role, whether that's a heal like a Sunray or something like an Oracle to go with the Death Prophet. On the Fnatic side, you already have it, so I do like the Supernova and having the Sunray on TNC side.
Yeah, I'd agree. Sunray plus Death Prophet makes very makes a very strong combination as well.
Yeah, because it all comes down to this last ban on Fnatic side,
Yeah.
right? They can either ban
Yeah.
the Phoenix and they pick up the Oracle potentially, or they ban the Oracle and leave the Phoenix to TNC, which I
TNC?
personally would. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, they banned TB, so it makes me think they want to pick Luna here, or at least somebody wants to pick Luna. Okay, Fnatic steals the Luna. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah.
They ban Grimstroke and pick Luna. Oh, I love that. That's so smart, because TNC banning Terrorblade, anytime you're banning Terrorblade, you're basically telling your opponents, we want to at least have the option to pick Luna. And Fnatic's like, okay, they want to pick Luna. Is Luna good for our draft? Sure. What's good against Luna? The Grimstroke. We saw it last time. The Dark Portrait illusion on Luna just wins you games, and they take it away from TNC.
Why do you like the Grimstroke ban? Sorry.
Because of the Dark Port. The Aghanim Scepter you get is a really hard counter to the Luna. It's just a hero that doesn't have any way of killing the illusion that it makes of you. We saw it in one of the earlier games where Grimstroke in the support role countered like a hard carry Luna just by himself.
I think it was yesterday, actually. TNC against Fnatic as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I see. But TNC, they're not going to pick up the Phoenix, even though it was let through. They're going to pick up that Tusk instead, which we have seen them on.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset button against the Eclipse, a save against Lashrock, and a good laning presence also early on into the game. Like Death Prophet Tusk is one of the better dual lanes in Dota, I'd say. Probably can contest Abaddon Luna pretty easily. Fnatic, I think it's gonna be a mid lash, and they're gonna be looking for one of those tanky offlaners that Dev really likes. Maybe they will even last pick it, and they could go for a Phoenix themselves. Looks pretty good for them too.
So if we're looking at a tanky hero for Death, we see the Tidehunter isn't in the pool. What other potential options could there be for them to pick?
Legion Commander.
You really didn't like it last draft, though.
Yeah, but this time around it makes a lot more sense because you actually have these cores that you can really just stay behind and save. They have 2 flash farming cores that can just take the map over for you. They go for the Shadow Demon. Okay. Shadow Demon Luna, the classic.
Yeah, that's a throwback. Gives you the
Shadow Demon Lash
purge.
even.
Yeah, the purge against the Death Prophet. You can't have that self-Yules, so it seems like a pretty good pick here. Gives you another save as well.
How
Pretty
about
careful.
Storm Spirit here? If TNC picks Storm right now, I feel very bad for Fnatic. They have no catch.
Yeah, they need to pick something that takes advantage of that, whether it's Storm or an Ember, some kind of spirit hero, some kind of carry maybe that even can take advantage of that. Darts here, though.
Axia against Shadow Demon. Wow. I did not expect that pick. So it's the DP middle. That means no spirit there either. And Daxia into Shadow Demon is very... It's not bad early on into the game, but past Purge, it's gonna be rough. Like, you can't search anyone, you can't Iron Shell anyone.
5 seconds remaining.
Are they
Interesting.
potentially doing too much of the opposite, right? Like their first game, they really wanted aggression, but they had that potential fallback. Are they now too focused on early game that they're not thinking about extreme late game? They're like, oh man, we either have to end it before 40 or we're probably not going to win.
I mean, I love their lineup before this Daxia. I just feel like it's already sort of countered, and they didn't abuse the weakness of Fnatic at all so far, which is the lack of catch.
5 seconds remaining.
I would have loved to see a Storm or Ember here.
They could still last pick, right? I mean, it's probably not great, but they could.
They could, if they want to lose. Okay then.
They play an Ember.
A carry needs to be able to abuse the lack of stunts at least. We need something like a PA, something that can really jump the back line and kill a Shadow Demon. Because otherwise they're not winning teamfights, I don't think.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so you like the PA, what are you saying, potentially?
Yeah, some burst damage sort of carry.
Yep.
It's tough. I think this last pick is very tough now for TNC. They sort of drafted themselves into a
To ban.
rough spot, just like Fnatic did last game.
and Fnatic's side, you know, you're already lacking the look of that one, but to really complete the draft, what do you think is going to give them that extreme advantage to take the game?
10 seconds remaining.
Something tanky to carry those auras, and that's what, you know, TNC bans Doom, bans Centaur. Centaur was the hero I was looking at because just the disengage from Stampede is really good when you're playing against a hero like Death Prophet. They already have a couple of saves, but to have a disengage as well as ability to just get on top of Death Prophet if you're going to go for that kill could be really nice.
Do you think it's a Lash offlane with a Shadow Demon? Or do you think they're going to pick a tanky offlaner?
I think tanky offlaner fits what they do more. I think Shadow Demon Lash feels kind of squishy and like maybe it could be punished. Like imagine a Lion plus 1 lane, and you're against a Tusk. So what we've seen is these Tusks get level 2 in the offlane, and then Darkseer can just play alone, cut waves, farm jungle, and Tusk TP's bottom to go for the tri-lane kills. So
We still have Mars. Mars Shadow Demon is a super strong lane as well.
That is true. Mars is still in there.
But yeah, like
That
this
Life
last
Stealer.
pick needs to do a lot of work. Like it needs to salvage pretty much everything. The team fight is still not bad, of course, with this Death Prophet. It's just they kind of put themselves on a clock, which is what I don't like.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
What do they have
They
here?
could potentially miss their timing,
Seconds remaining.
and that's it. There's just no real way back into the game, is what you're saying.
It's going to be a little rough, yeah. Depending on what they pick.
yeah, is there any consideration towards getting that carry that outranges Luna? Like you mentioned the Drow in the last draft. Do you think that anything like that is an option?
Drow is okay. It's just you don't have this last pick, and there are a couple of heroes that make life pretty difficult for Drow Ranger.
Agreed.
And it doesn't go very well with Darkseer also, right? That's why I suggested like a PA. Just gets searched and runs in.
That's where the Darkseer pick. I mean, there is some laning strength with the Darkseer plus Tusk. You can Iron Shell Tusk and block people off, get on top of heroes like Luna, and Abaddon doesn't want to really trade right clicks with an Iron Shell, but it still does feel a bit unexpected to see this Darkseer.
What about a Ricky?
I wouldn't mind it.
Oh, good.
I mean,
Not a bad
like you
idea.
kind of gotta go all in, but
Yep,
I feel like that's what TNC drafted for.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
they are gonna go that PA.
Safe option.
That's really the only one that makes sense also, because like,
You-
all
you
the other
seem so
carry heroes are just
disappointed.
not that good. Yeah, I mean it's a little bit disappointing because if we could see it from a mile away, I'm sure Fnatic could as well.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Yeah.
And now what do they want? I think Legion Commander now makes so
5
much sense.
seconds remaining.
Strong lane against PA, you have a triple save basically for this Luna and Lashrak duo core.
They're
They're
gonna
gonna
get
drag.
Dragon
I
Knight
think
this
they're
time.
two scarred. They're two scarred from the last game with the Legion Commander. Death
DK is amazing
I
too.
really don't want to play it.
DK is super good. Like it owns
Where's
PA
the-
lane as well,
Mhm.
and it gives you tower pressure, which you now have that in abundance. Like Lashrak, Luna, and DK, you're hard pressed to find a better push lineup. Maybe if you replace Abaddon with like a Jakiro or so.
So I'm going to take a stab in the dark, Black. You're going to side with Fnatic's draft here. You really like it, and you think it's
Yep.
going to go to 55 minutes. Am I close to what you're thinking?
55? Nah, I think it's honestly, if this early game goes bad for TNC, I can see this end in 30 or even less.
Okay. And Gods is going to stick with Fnatic too, but he reckons it's going to go late.
late. Ooh, yeah, how late is this going to go? I feel like if it goes late, I mean, I like Fnatic's draft even if this goes late. You know, you've got Shadow
Yeah.
Demon Luna. It feels like, yeah, to me, Fnatic's draft at all stages looks good. I think TNC is going to have to pull something out of their hat, play these lanes incredibly well. It's their first time playing Darkseer during these qualifiers. Gabby's PA, though, he is an amazing PA player, so maybe
Yep.
potentially TNC know what they're doing.
He gets those crits on command, unlike other plebs.
Yeah, I personally like Fanatics too. I think they are going to go late game though. I think what they've kind of gone for here is to shut down the possibility of TNC winning lanes, getting that early aggression, pushing high ground by the 30-minute mark, and then they want to play their pace. They want to play their tempo. Fnatic have just, I guess, tried to, like you said, back TNC into that early game corner and are trying to come out on top. But we are going to jump into game number 2 of this best of 5. Good luck, and I can't wait to see who comes out as winner.
Material girl.
Alrighty, well, Fnatic perhaps have the draft black to turn this series back in their direction. Things started off poorly for them in game 1, but they made some adjustments. I mean, you could say TNC did too. They changed things up here for game number 2, but it does feel like we're liking what we're seeing from FNATIC.
I don't like the adjustment that TNC made, to be honest. Like, I love their draft, as I said, until the Darkseer pick. It just kind of feels out of place. A little bit forced, perhaps. Whereas this DK last pick, it makes absolute sense with this entire draft. You have a good Blink initiation, a good frontliner that you can save with a Baton, as well as Shadow Demon. It looks like probably one of the best drafts FNATIC had all qualifier long, to be honest.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, we'll see if TNC can find a way to make their draft work. Obviously, something they feel confident in. They feel like this is the game for the Darkseer, and I think a lot maybe of the attention is going to be on how they play that off lane with the Tusk and Darkseer, and if they can pressure this Luna early on, get some early kills.
Yeah, I feel like if they lose this Darkseer lane, this game is going to get really difficult. Because this PA lane has 0 chance of winning against the DK. There's just nothing you can do. Just 1 level in Dragon Blood and he will never drop below like 75% health even. He will get a fast 6, start pressuring the tower, and that's when your Darkseer needs to be really strong. To be able to Iron Shell the Tusk with a high level Iron Shell, he TP's bottom, and maybe gets a good kill on the Dragon Knight. But if your Darkseer is shut down, you don't have that option. Your map will just shrink really, really fast.
Okay, well, we'll have to keep an eye out on those plays that TNC need to make. Tim's, you know, if there's a guy you want to put a lot of your hopes into to make this draft work, he's definitely one of the right guys. So we'll see if he can make those kind of rotations that's needed.
Yep, I'd agree. I mean, Tim's is probably, I don't know if he's the best, but definitely the top 3 +4 players in the entire region, just like Jabs and DJ are as well. So many good supports here. Kind of scary.
That's the SDA region. I feel like they're stacked with mids and 4s. And we're starting to see some new kind of off-laners break out, like Death being picked up here by FNATIC before these qualifiers, but...
Yeah. Really want to see how this top lane goes. That's where I'm going to be spending most of my camera time on. Mid lane, you just trade farm until level 6. Bot lane shouldn't really be a kill lane for either lane, but DK is gonna outfarm the PA just naturally.
As far as the Shadow Demon goes securing this lane, that's not gonna, like, Shadow Demon's not a weak hero in this lane by any means, is it?
No. I mean, okay, let's say he gets like a double poison stack, you get a disruption, a 3rd poison stack, and then a dragon tail. You can actually threaten a kill on these heroes. It shouldn't happen. I like his D. I think his buffs have been quite good.
Well, he's got the double, triple,
There's 4 already.
quadruple Shadow Poison. Yeah, he's looking for a 5th. One maybe
more.
one right click. Well, that's just enough. First blood. Jabs just found him. He got double poison into a disruption, then he just hit 3 more.
Yeah, the classic. I play a lot of SD middle. I catch a lot of boys out like that.
That's when it's a squishy support. So that gives Shadow Demon a fantastic start.
He now has his boots already. This is why PA is also considered one of the math heroes. Magic stickers are so good against it. Every dagger you just get 1 charge. 8 on the DK already. How are you ever going to kill this guy?
Oh, and even Shadow Demon, usually you're going to have mana problems spamming your poison, but with the stick charges, you know, you're getting that mana back, so
yeah,
definitely something good. Not to mention this PA, if we talked about, is this going to go 50, 60 minutes like so many games we've seen? Late game Aghanim's Shadow Demon, you have a built-in break to deal with this PA.
Yeah. And then she's literally a creep. These voice lines are very interesting.
A favorite?
There's a lot of good ones, to be honest. Probably my favorite is from 496. The one that everyone's spamming. Winnable, winnable.
Oh, okay. I like the steady pumpy one. That one's grown on me a lot.
Steady pumpy B.
Yeah.
Yeah, bringing some Singlish into the game. It was actually in the Singapore news, I think.
Oh, really? That's cool. Okay, yeah, I think probably biased because I lived in Singapore for it, so I hear this English, I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. This is what Dota was missing. Top lane, they force Raven to TP away, but he has a point in the vacuum early on. Bok gonna stop the TP, but they don't actually end up getting the kill. They kind of vacuum him a little bit to safety. A little bit odd.
The level 2 Iron Shell putting on a lot of pressure though.
DJ maybe now going to be the one in trouble. They've got another snowball up and they jump on top of him. The Lucent Beam mini stun helping him out a bit, but Bok is going to just chase him down.
Just in range. There was like a millisecond before he's out of range because the movement speed. But yeah, off to a good start is TNC, which is what they need. Even got a kill on the bot lane as well.
Oh, while that was happening, yeah. Boomy taking out the Shadow Demon. Has hit level 3. So DK farming is fine, but you mentioned there the PA versus DK lane is going pretty even. This is something we kind of saw last game where these lanes maybe that you feel FNATIC should go FNATIC's way don't go quite as one-sided. Boomy though,
One more
they
poison?
get this kill again. Yeah, 4 poisons, that should be enough damage. Is he gonna pop it? He goes for a bit. That's a sure thing. I don't think he needed a bit.
Yeah,
get
he's
it.
like, I'm gonna make you suffer.
Delay the inevitable. Lane meanwhile. Woo. Chuan with a glyph under the tower and the edict damage, putting a lot of pressure on Armel, forces out all of his Spirit Siphon charges.
That's the thing with Lesh though. As soon as you have to dive the tower, Edict suddenly doesn't deal damage anymore.
Yeah. Nice play from Lion just to TP in to refill that bottle.
Yeah.
I mean, he just died, so it's, it's not like anything crazy, but just making sure he helps out his mid lane.
And DP needs it also. Like, as we said, they need to play a strong early game tempo, and his DP needs to come off a good start. Once you have level 6, maybe even start to threaten some towers.
Up lane again, the snowball on in with the tag team. They vacuum back Raven.
This is
He's taking a lot of Iron Shell damage, but with a TP from Jabs, he should be okay here. He gets back to his tower, has some Lucent Beams they can chuck out. Tim's could be the one in some trouble now. Second point in poison. Doing a lot of damage here, and with a double, now triple poison stack here. I believe they should be able to get this kill. Yep, there's a beam, the snowball's there. Bok going to turn this one around. They want the kill on DJ in revenge, but Bok doesn't have an Iron Shell on himself. He's out of mana.
Yep, and now this is the power of DK. He's going to be full health forever until either the task with an Iron Shell TPs or the Death Prophet TPs. This is why this hero is so popular now in the offlane. You just can't bully him out at all. Sitting there with 17 health regen, he's gonna have his dragon soon, and then he forces you to respond to him. Because if you don't, you just lose the tower for free.
And definitely PA not the hero that just wants to stay there trying to defend the tower, so we'll see if maybe they send someone else like a Darkseer, but may just be a lane they have to give up at some point.
Yeah. PA is actually going a little bit greedy. Gonna go for the Battle Fury rather than the Desolator timing. Alright.
Feels like their game may turn into let's get some stacks going and hope for Gabby to carry us. I mean, not that this game start has been terrible for TNC by any means. It does, I mean, you can see the gold and the farm and the various cores. It is pretty even.
Yeah. You remember how yesterday Tim's got like a ton of farm priority on his Grimstroke? I want to see the same this time around on the Shadow Demon. Everything they have just gets answered by the Demonic Purge. The Yule Scepter save, the Surge save, PA gets answered by it. There's just nothing Shadow Demon doesn't do.
TNC,
and now he does.
find Jabs walking. They just stole a neutral stack,
Does
and
he
now
know?
they're looking for a kill as well. He may just survive his way through this one. That's probably too far away. Jabs getting right-clicked by a line, but they're Royal 1 charges, so
No
they
damage.
get most of the neutral stack though.
Yep, that's good. Gotta make sure that Lesher doesn't get this, but he just rotates bottom with the Dragon Form as well. Easiest tower of their life.
And the response up top, is it going to be proportionate? It may include a kill here. Raven is still up here. Perhaps should not have been staying up here this long with both Bok and Gabby making the move. DJ going to be forced to TP out, and he's going to...
He's being low!
Oh, he's still... What to say? I thought it was out, but was he TPing to the
He
bottom
TP'd to
tower
the
or
mid
something?
tower where Lesh already TP'd.
Oh, Boomy hits the Impale now with the fun Leshrac trying to defend this mid lane. Armel is not going to be able to chase him with the X's, but he gets some good damage. This T1 mid taking damage as well as up top. TNC
Chayuan?
making some great moves. The Shadow Team with the disruption save will help keep Chuan alive from the snowball in. Tim will pay the price. Great positioning from Jabs.
Yep. Well played by him. And yeah, as you said, the Luna Death top hurts him quite a bit. I feel like as though he should have been bottom together with the other cores already. Top was not safe at the time anymore. Now they're gonna lose top tower, and it's 1-1 even.
Okay. Well, offlane tower apiece, 4 kills apiece. PA farming well, top of the charts with the Death Prophet in terms of net worth. That is definitely what you want to see if you're TNC.
Yeah. And Luna is not going for the greedy mom build, just going straight into Dragonlance's Yasha. We've seen this be popular quite a bit more lately, just so you're able to fight a little bit earlier.
Do you like that Gabby's going for this greedy Battle Fury build?
That's a good question, because we kind of said in the mid-late game we favor FNATIC, right? Like, Desolator timing this game could be very strong against the heroes they have. But if you do get a fast Battle Fury, and we see the stacks they have with the Ancients, it might not even delay your Desolator by a whole ton.
It feels like that 3-item timing, the Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, is where TNC are going to be at their strongest, assuming, you know, things don't go crazy one way or the other with some, you know, smoke plays here. Obviously, a lot could happen before then. Dota is not a game that's played on a script, and FNATIC looking to write their own script are making their way down bottom with a smoke play, but TNC have already vacated this lane.
And DP is actually going Kaya Sanj. First item. I liked it quite a bit actually against all these stuns they have. The Demonic Purge as well. Gets the time reduction, of course. The status resistance. And also your Spirit Siphon actually scales very nicely with the Kaya. Upping the percentage a little bit.
As far as some of these other heroes go, Bok rushing the Aghanim Scepter, not being that kind of aura hero. Looking to have that double Iron Shell in play early on.
I mean, it's just the best item on Darkseer for me. Always. Like, you get this 40 seconds duration, which is insane. Like, you just put it on a creep in the base, and it pushes all the way to the other base almost. That's how long the duration is. It gives you the 350 health bonus. Is it 350? No, only 300 now. Yeah. It's been nerfed a little bit. But 300 health on every hero, that's basically 1500 health in total. It's a huge upgrade.
See if FNATIC going to try and make any more moves. The smoke down bottom, unsuccessful. I mean, they took the bottom tier 1 tower, but it doesn't really feel like they're trying to use this Leshek or DK to take objectives. Is that fine for them, Black? Are they just playing for that late game Luna right now?
Sort of, but I think what they're really looking for is just the initiation of the Dragon Knight. He is 300 gold away from the Blink Dagger. After that, they should really be able to pick up the pace and potentially stop that PA in the triangle. Because without that, they have nothing, right? They just can't initiate.
Now it's TNC again making a move. They smoke down bottom. The Lion, just level 5, though. He doesn't actually have Finger of Death, but they have got Nexusism. They're fishing, and Death, his Blink Dagger not up. Are they going to see him? The smoke down pops, they see Death. TP up, but there's an Earthquake. Death! No escape for you. He was not expecting the rotation down here, and they're going to throw an Nexusism to make sure they get this kill. He was 200 away from a Blink Dagger.
It's the biggest
they may be
kill
able to
they could
pressure
have gotten.
bottom.
Wow. This feels super bad if you're Dragon Knight. Now your Blink is delayed by at least 2 minutes. Bot tower, I don't think they're going to get the whole tower, but at least half health.
Hims may regret this snowball. They just threat. He's just going to turn around and dish out a Walrus Punch before he goes down.
Yeah. Invis Rune top.
Jabs.
Can he snatch it away? Cannot.
Doesn't try and go in. He not ready to throw away his life for a rune. That's the carry, not a support life.
Yeah. Look at this massive Ancient stack. It's not quite the 8 stack that we saw earlier into the tournament, but really big nonetheless.
There is a loot on the FNATIC side. Any chance if they, you know, can take this mid tower? Are they trying to contest it at some point, or they just have to accept it's going to go down?
If they're aware of it, I don't think they scouted it out at all. They do have the Shadow Demon Illusions as well on the Luna. They could farm it relatively easily, but they have never really been to that area yet, I think. And so another stack gonna come out here. Is he gonna get it? Looks good.
Is that we're at what, 4 now? It's about to be a 5 stack. He stuns it to make sure. All right.
Yeah, and Battle Fury 400 gold away.
Good timing for Gabby. As at this point, a slower game for TNC seems fine. I don't think they wanted to say slow once they hit that, you know, Battle Fury BKB or Battle Fury Death BKB, but it's FNATIC who feel like they want to make moves. With the Blink on Death's DK, they want to catch TNC by surprise. Making their way mid lane. That's a big kill if they can get it. There's the Blink Dragon Tail. Is there going to be enough saves? That's charged. blocking off any kind of follow-up. The snowball pulls him out of the shards as well. Tusk
On the
Tim's.
neutral creep!
Very nicely done. What happened? Well, the snowball, yeah. Very
Well, on the
cool.
neutral creep, which was right in front of them. They thought they targeted the melee creep at the tower, but no. Tim's is a little bit too smart for FNATIC in this time around. Armel would have been dead
plays.
otherwise.
Yeah, even the ice shards at the start kind of blocked off any kind of melee follow-up. Like Leshrac couldn't really run in for the Edict Pulse Nova.
Yep, and during all this time, another stack of the Ancients. It's like a 7th now, I think, or 6th. I don't even know. It's too many.
I think it was 5 before, so maybe it's up to 6 now.
Alright, time
But,
to blur it up. Ah, this is so...
Yay.
I hate this mechanic, and it worked. Like, no other hero can do this.
I mean, other heroes can farm stacks. Some of them have to obviously pay a price to do
True.
so. But
You could be a Sven and just kill it in 3 hits.
yeah. Or a TA. It reminds me of TA using traps, for example. Like, you're not really taking any damage as a TA to farm ancient stacks.
Yeah, and it's gone, just like that, in 20 seconds. Now PA, suddenly the big net worth leader. It went from like 6k to 7.6 or so.
Have you, as you see this game develop and play out, are you kind of reconsidering it all? Like, our thoughts at the end of the draft was like, this looks like FNATIC have a better draft for once. Do you still feel that way?
I do. If the Shadow Demon gets some farm priority, which he hasn't so far, he's still quite far away from his Aghanim Scepter. Which is really where this game is going to turn around. Because PA is the big damage leader. If you can purge him, he really just won't do anything. And he's not building into a Saint Yasha, which means the status resistance isn't there. How long does this purge last? 7 seconds, where you're basically just a creep. There's nothing he can do about it.
I think even though he's not getting the farm priority, he recognizes that's the game-changing item. A lot of times Shadow Demons won't rush the Ag Scepter. They'll get an Aether Lens or something along the way. But he is just going straight into it. We'll need to get some farm priority to get there.
Well, it's a
Lane
big smoke
Bot
into
could
the
be in some
triangle.
trouble. Yeah.
But it's already farmed. They missed their time.
Yeah, Gabby's already out. Perhaps a little bit exposed, but he's sitting back now. Gabby's going to be carefully he is blurred up. Instead, they find Bok. Gabby's like, oh, what's going on here? This doesn't look so pretty. He's going to leave Bok to die. Is the turnaround there? Radiant actually glyph to try to get some tower damage out with the split shot, but not going to get any revenge kills.
Yep, good pick off. He was very close to his Aghanim Scepter. But I think it's not the end of the world for TNC also, because no one from FNATIC was farming during all of this. And they didn't get the big prize of Gabby.
Oh, this mid-observer ward. Is this out of range? Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Look,
just
the
out of
dire
range.
observer. It was next to a sentry. There was a sentry right on top of it that they dewarded. So they deward a sentry that's like here, and then the obs is just.
I mean, it's like a double sentry too, right? Both sentries is literally
Yeah.
on the edge.
Oh.
I've never seen a ward live on knife's edge like this. And this ward could potentially be a fight winner, if not even the game winner.
That's one where, yeah, I mean, it's kind of in full
Definitely
TNC
bad.
too much.
Because if you're TNC,
Yeah.
you're not checking there. Because you have so many sentries down already.
Oh, exactly. They've got a sentry above. It's a triangle. They basically built a triangle, and somehow there's this one spot in the middle that's just barely missed.
Yeah. At the same time, though, they don't really hit any strong power spike for a while, so this ward might not lead to anything major for them.
Yeah, we're hyping it up, but yeah, it is a moment of farming for really both teams. As both PA looking to hit that Deso, they may go for something like a Roche before the BKB if TNC can find a pickoff. But on the FNATIC side, Luna, SMY completed to go with the Dragonlance, has a BKB queued up, so both teams are going to be hitting a BKB timing at a fairly similar time for that big team fight.
Yeah, but now the big power spike from the Darkseer is coming. That Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be providing a lot of bonus health for all of these heroes on the Radiant. Yeah, you can already see DP sitting at 2.3k health. It's going to be a tough kill.
Armel, Blink Dragon Tail is there. The Split Earth follow-up potentially could cause him some problems. He's getting purged up as well. Armel in trouble, but the Snowball save is there. It snowballs him in, keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Can Armel heal himself back up? He's Spirit Siphoning, but it's not enough. He does go down with the extras and committed. I don't think you want to take this fight. TNC lose 2 quickly. The Demonic Purge preventing any kind of, Iron Shell bonus health and...
Yep, no surge, no nothing. That's what we spoke about. You run in, you feel very comfortable, confident, but gets turned around on you real quick. Because Shadow Demon, of course, also with a Soul Catcher, your max health is just reduced by 20% basically. And it's only level 1. It's gonna get way worse soon.
Well, after that fight, TNC actually spoke up. Are they going into Roche with this? It looks like a two-man sneaky Roche with tag team.
Okay. Are they gonna sniff that out? They are in the area, but it's pretty sneaky. It's hard to sniff.
Yeah, Lion's showing top. This is very much the team saying, Boomy, show top. If you feed, it's okay. He is intentionally making himself known, as is Armel mid. They're showing two heroes, about to be 3. They see Bok with a ward down bottom, so they do not sniff it out at all.
Yeah, Lesh wanted to kill the Lion, but as soon as Roche drops, he's like, oh, no.
I don't know if TNC can use the Aegis so much. They still need a BKB on Gabby, perhaps, and they lose their bottom tier 2 tower. They are trying to defend mid on the Fnatic side. Gabby's going to be a little bit careful. He's got the Aegis, but they may just kill him twice. Silence comes out onto the left strike, but there's going to be a Dragon Tail as soon as he comes out, and yeah, he needs a Blink Strike target. The Snowball stun going on through. He's looking to blink to Armel. He does succeed in doing so. Tim's trying to save the day. Gabby's still in trouble, though. They get the kill, and Gabby gets punished. They saw 4 heroes bottom, so I guess they felt it was safe to go mid, but Fnatic are just too quick.
We have seen it last game as well, where Gabby with an Aegis, or they catch Darkseid with the Yules as well.
No. Not ready for it, as that's going to be an easy free pickoff.
Yeah, Gabby has to be really careful with these Aegises. We have seen many times in this qualifier in particular where he just wanders off by himself with that Aegis and forces his team in a little bit of an awkward position.
It was just kind of a mystery. Like the entire Fnatic team was bottom taking the tier 2, and I guess they were expecting Fnatic to, okay, they're going to get the tier 2, then they're going to steal our outpost, but before even finishing the tier 2, they were 5-man TPing mid.
Yeah, he definitely did not expect that. Good punish by Fnatic. It was a very big win for them.
And this feels like really Fnatic's power spike.
Yeah, all these good items are online now. DK, very close to his BKB. Luna just finished hers. How's Leshak looking? He's not even going BKB, but he finishes Kaya Assange.
And you mentioned the Ags. Jabs has a Philosopher's Stone, so that could be a bit of a game changer.
Always when you need it.
Yeah.
Do they have one on the Radiant side?
Not
they
one
don't.
that anyone's carrying, no. Yeah, they do not.
And they have a growth board that no one can use.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, perhaps time to revisit my idea of tokens.
Tokens. That's what we need. Gambling inside Dota 2. That's what I'm hearing.
It's not really gambling, right? It's more like you're redeeming.
That's he's spoken like a true gambler. It's not really gambling, says the gambler.
Yeah, it's more of a redeeming thing, guys.
It's a loot box, you know. It's not a slot machine.
Not the same thing at all. Yeah. What are you on about?
Here we go. Fnatic with a 4k gold lead, just storming down these lanes. And if you don't defend towers, they fall fast. Leshrac, Edict, Luna. I don't know if probably not any kind of a high ground push is coming. We'll have to wait and see if Fnatic, how bold they feel without an Aegis. But if Fnatic manage to secure their second Roshan and they do go for a high ground push, it's a Luna Leshrac defense. That's really hard to defend into.
Yeah. And Shadow Demon is inching closer and closer to this game-winning item. 600 gold away now. And he's gonna be pretty tanky too with it. He has Raindrops, 1700 health. Not gonna be easy to kill him for this PA.
Yep. Well, a free uncontested tower at top going away Fnatic. There is a tier 1 trade for TNC down bottom, but Fnatic happy just to play this top side of the map, farm the Radiant Ancients, continue to get closer and closer to that Aghanim Scepter as well as the BKB on Dragon Knight. And it feels like they are just waiting for Roche number 2 Black.
Yeah, and that's when they want to put the nail in the coffin. When is that gonna spawn? May respawn in 4 minutes. It's a long time. I didn't realize Gaby lost his Aegis. Like he lost it like 10 seconds after he got it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fnatic
could go for a smoke play before then if they see a potential pickoff, but really they're in such a good position now to get like an uncontested Roche. The pressure and the onus is on TNC to make a play outside of their base to stop Roche from happening.
They have this really cool combo now though. Lion Blink and Darkseer blink, where they could set up for a massive vacuum impale, which is really the only way for them to win a team fight right now, it feels like.
They feel like it's a good way. They smoke up. 5-man smoke down the mid lane. The Dire Ward did not scout it. Fnatic have really good vision up, so they're going to see nobody leaving the base on either the top or bottom side, so they may realize TNC is smoked up fairly soon because their vision basically should see somebody and it doesn't.
Yeah, and Abaddon is on prime course to just intercept the smoke.
And he's doing this intentionally. Like, Fnatic drew a square around their Ancients as if they knew this was coming. Yeah, and Luna actually comes in as well, does have a BKB. Luna getting blown up by the Finger of Death. Oh, Raven gets blown up too fast. DJ couldn't get the shield up because he was stunned as well. It felt like Fnatic knew that was coming. Actually. Yeah.
He preemptively shielded himself, probably thinking, I'm going to intercept the smoke gang. But then it never happened. They went straight into the Luna.
Yeah, it looked like he was running in to intentionally pop the smoke, but then Luna also came in was the problem. If he was there alone and, dies or whatever, it's fine. But suddenly, Gabby's on the high ground. He's got a double damage rune. They need to deal with Gabby, but there's going to be a vacuum to kind of disjoint this one. The Chain Stun is there. The Snowball Save comes into play now. With the Shadow Demon Aghanim Scepter, is this going to be enough to cancel out
Gabby,
the PA?
Gabby, careful!
BKB TPing. No, he gets out of there. Just Blink strikes away. Doesn't go for the TP. What he was considering for a second.
Little
BKB
crazy.
At least blocking that damage.
Yeah, that was a 3v5 fight. They get out of it, but gotta be a little bit careful with Fnatic. They might have potentially lost to the game. If that vacuum impale hits on 2-3 heroes, you're done. The game might be just over there. Or you have to buy back and spend a lot of resources. But I get away with it. Courtesy
Even
to the
just careful in the sense.
also.
Yeah, they just lost their lead though. I felt like Fnatic had this map control where had really good vision up that they just had to play around, and then they kind of gave it all away with that sequence of events there.
Yeah, it's basically a 5k gold swing, but the big item we've been hyping up, the Shadow Demon Axe, is now there. Yeah. So even if PA blinks in and starts hitting people, he's gonna get purged right away. They're smoking up into the triangle, but again, Gabby just finished the camp and is out of there.
They have the ward there, so they know nobody's there. They are, trying to just clear these Radiant heroes away from this area of the map so they can secure Roche, but Roche is still not up for some time. Even though Gabby instantly lost that Aegis and kind of made a mistake, it is helping him out a lot.
Yeah, because they're getting outplayed so hard right now. Like, Tim's also just cuts that last creep wave before TPing out, and there was 5 heroes running around together. They did not farm a single creep in like 45 seconds, any of them. Which, it was a pretty obvious smoke. Weren't pushing on any lanes, right?
Because they went top, suddenly TNC able to come farm their Ancients. Again, Gabby farms these Ancients, dewards the area, so kind of outmaneuvering Fnatic in every way possible here, but it is still an even gold game, and we've been hyping up what Fnatic's draft can do and how much they can deal with this PA because of the Ag Scepter, so still have plenty of ways to win this game and win this next important Roche fight.
By TNC. He's also going full assassination build on PA, going for this axe just to be able to kill the Shadow Demon, because that's the winning condition for the Radiant.
Find and kill this pesky Shadow Demon. Jabs is going to be so careful with his positioning. Has an Aeon Disc queued up, recognizing what's going on there. And they get Orb of Destruction. That is so nice for them.
Yep, handing it over straight to the PA. And now it's TNC's turn to find absolutely nothing.
Both teams. And this is, I feel like that's often been the case. These teams have gotten so good at reading what their opponents are doing. They understand and have played so many games against each other that so many of these long late game SEA Dota games, it's like one team smokes and the other team knows they're smoked and just basically avoids them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Very good at reading the map, for sure. I mean, there's a reason they're here.
Yeah. And they're playing the kind of cautious safe. So anytime they could be smoked, even if they're not, sometimes they're playing defensively. Just don't want to leave anything to chance when $40 million is at stake.
Yeah, want to make sure that you get there as safely as possible without any sort of heart attack.
Alright, we've got tier 3 neutral amps coming out. What are we getting here? That's perhaps something that can have a slight influence on the game. Titan Sliver for Death Prophet with the Orbit Destruct on PA we mentioned. And on the Dire side, there's also a Titan Sliver and a Quickening Charm, which they don't have the best hero for, so the support Abba gets it.
Yep. I would actually like to see it on the Shadow Demon, but he's holding on to the Philosopher's Stone still. He wants the money.
Give him both, so we can have one. The Quickening in the backpack, maybe.
Yeah, and when you die, you put the Philosopher in the inventory. Elven Tunic. That's a good one against PA. Who's gonna pick it up?
What's on the Radiant?
goes-
You got it. Oh no, it is Dire. You're right. Sorry, what am I saying?
Yeah. But Paladin Sword also. Very good item for the PA. But that means Orb of Destruction won't be used. Maybe you can give that one to the Tusk.
Ooh.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind Paladin Sword on what's her name? DP either,
Prophet?
because
Yeah.
the Spirit Siphon gets amplified by it as well. But she has the Titan Sliver, so no. No,
They've got too many good neutral items, is what I'm hearing. They've just got all the good ones. Oh, here we
Cloak
go.
of Flame also in the
Now-
Darkseer. It's also his
Both
good
teams
item.
like, okay, we're done getting on neutral items. Roche is up. It's time to fight. Fnatic, they smoke up, looking to break this high ground. There's a Radiant Ward on the low ground that was Skyman Sec. Tim's
Or instant
immediately
blink off
blinks
of
out as
both.
Death blinks out. Yeah. Death jumps in, Tim's jumps out. Both teams disengage. This is...
Yep.
the-
Death in, Tim's out, Boomy out. Boom, boom, boom.
Yep. Can they force this Roshan? Fnatic think they can. They just hit the Skadi timing on Raven. It does mean he does not have buyback. If TNC can get the jump here, it's an illusion room, which is pretty nice as a save. Gabby maybe going to jump in and just cause confusion with this to prevent himself getting purged, but Roche is starting to drop, getting low, but not dropping too fast. They still have time to get here. Gabby, does he look to jump in and make his play? Has the Orbit Destruction. Shadow Demon on the side. They get the first break onto Armel. They find the Shadow Demon. They instantly kill him. Gabby doesn't get purged. As the BKB's coming out on the Fnatic side, they're protecting their cores. Then Luna, and now they're going to snowball in. They want BJ. Instead, they're going to switch targets. The board's punch on
DP's doing
Raven,
so
isolating
much.
him. PA getting purged. PA cannot get the crits here. Even through the BKB, Gabby's just being entirely negated, but it's Armel. He's the carry of this fight in the front lines, but he runs out of Spirit Siphons and finally goes down, even though he takes the Luna with him. Are there more purge charges? Shadow Demon's still got one to go. He's going to throw out the last one as Gabby is in some trouble.
The poison.
He gets low. No more poison. Now the mana drain.
Oh,
It's the
Gabby!
shard. He's mana burning everybody. Gabby goes in and back out. The Aghanim Scepter helping him out here. Can he find more? What a team fight. Gabby played that so
Roshan
goddamn
so low.
freaking well. Oh,
Wait, Fnatic
Paladin
are
sword too.
They are. Shard, Aegis, cheese. Or Jeff
Wow.
has to die back if you die.
He just bought back, and perhaps it's going to be a second death on him. They're already tipping him. They know they've found the Shadow Demon, and now they can perhaps even go for a high ground play. Death Prophet back in 20 won't have Exorcism, so maybe TNC will look to just slow things down a bit.
And his DP dealt so much damage while the Gabby PA got purged like twice or 3 times even. He ends
First
up dying.
purge was on,
Gabby survives at 50 health.
Yeah. First purge was actually on the Death Prophet. They killed Shadow Demon before he purged the PA. They just blinked on the Shadow Demon. Gabby, Armel made it his #1 duty to kill Shadow Demon.
Yeah, you
And then
have
the
to.
buyback came in.
And Shadow Demon is pretty far away once more from his Aeon Disc with that. And now the shard up on PA, that's gonna make him very squishy on the Dragon Knight.
Goes for the one-shot play.
Oh, he caught him!
Okay, with the shards block, you're gonna get the kill, and Death blinked into this one! Oh no! He's a madman. The Fan of Knives just shredding some of these Fnatic heroes with that percent-based damage. TNC finding kill after kill. It's the Gabby PA. This guy, the best PA in Southeast Asia. And he's putting on a show here. Every time I see him play this hero, he's always going this Axe build. He just loves what the item brings to the hero, and able just to constantly run at Fnatic and outplay them.
The split Earth shard though is doing a lot of work.
Exorcism's back up though. TNC want to force his high ground. Next creep wave's a little bit of a ways away.
Yeah,
And
and
yeah,
he's gonna
that
disappear
shot-
quickly.
Another
Oh,
less
these
track.
ledge stuns.
Yep.
Another one. Another
It's
one.
getting, they get bigger and bigger. You may just have to back off. Gabby's got the Aegis though. They will get the tower, so not a bad find, but TNC are going to have to reset, perhaps wait for another Exorcism and look to fight with this Aegis. Showing that this Shadow Demon Axe is not perhaps the counter that you and I hyped it up to be, Black.
Yeah, it's still a little bit difficult for him to survive. But with this Gold Scepter, it should be a little bit easier. And look at the Armel skill and talent build, and item build too. Like if you click on the Spirit Siphon, 7.3% of max health per second for 6 seconds. It's just absolutely massive against DK, Luna, and Leshrac, honestly. Last fight he got a Spirit Siphon on all 3 of them. He just didn't die for like 15 seconds.
And when he goes in and when he got purged last fight, because he's got this BKB, he doesn't necessarily die. The physical damage from Luna isn't there. It may come with this like Crystallis Daedalus, but Luna, it's spread damage. It's not single target physical damage as far as carries go. Like Luna does a lot of physical damage, but you're not bursting a hero like Death Prophet down during BKB.
Yeah, 100% agree. And this Armel DP is also starting to scale very strongly. If they go into late game with such a big lead, honestly, this TNC draft looks really scary.
Do you think Fnatic need to be prioritizing killing PA or Death Prophet more in these fights?
That's a very good question. I'd say probably whoever they get their hand on first, right? With the DK initiation.
It's either or, okay.
Yeah. The problem is though, DK is not, he's just not really a factor anymore. He's a stun, that's it.
May change with the Axe, or is that not the case?
I mean, at least, I guess we can slow them down a bit more, but this Fan of Knives makes Dragon Knight just like a paper plane. This plus 12 armor is just gone. 8 armor against DP, you're gonna be in the minus. You're just gonna die.
Yeah, making great use of Orb of Destruction. Was toggling in the Paladin Sword when she got low last fight as well. As here comes TNC, smoking up with the wraparound. They get a jump, Aura's punch in, and that's the DK melting. Couldn't get his BKB off, and also, yeah, just the Fan of Knives. So good.
And it's a DP ult pop. They wanna go for the mid-rex.
And with the Axe Scepter, all those spells, like the Fan of Knives, they reset whenever Gabby gets a kill in these fights.
Yeah, it's really good to get up with the shard. And so mid-rex gone. Do they want to go for more? Looks like, yes.
Headed that way. They're pinging it. DK does a buyback. Now they're going to be forced to use this one. Fnatic maybe looking like they could go down 2-0 in this best of 5 grand finals unless they can find a way to defend their top lane of racks here.
TNC assuming a more defensive posture now. They don't need to go for anything more. Like every time they kill this Dragon Knight, just look at the gold differential between him and the Darkseer. Like it's obvious who's gonna scale way better into the late game. And Luna alone won't be able to carry this game.
Raven will do what he can. Are we headed towards that, you know, crazy point? Doesn't he consider a rapier at some point at all?
Potentially. I think the answer we'll have right after the smoke.
Yeah, we'll see how this fight goes. Death blinks in. Oh!
The
They all get stunned! The Centaur! The hero! What was that Centaur doing? They get all the BKBs off the Fnatic side. They're looking to finish off this PA who has been purged up. They're looking to get the blink strike away. PA still alive for now, but the chase is on in Fnatic. That Centaur! That was a neutral, right? It wasn't dominated. It was just a neutral Centaur. And Armel has a cheese. I don't know if he wants to pop it here. He's going, yeah, back towards the wrong base. It's an ultra kill. It's a team by Fnatic. Centaur lol. Oh my god. It was a 4-man stun from a neutral creep in a grand final game. What the hell just happened, Black?
Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen that, but they sort of put themselves into the situation. They hit him, they made him mad, and they didn't finish him off.
Yeah,
We all know from action movies how this goes. John Wick, you gotta finish him off, or he's gonna destroy you.
Oh my
And
god, they just
this
got
also answers the
ravaged
question.
by a neutral
No
creep.
rapier needed.
I mean,
Never seen
they
that
didn't know
before.
if they were about to get smoked. Obviously, you have to be ready for something like that. But oh my god, and it's to the high ground we go. Fnatic. That is the most crazy thing I've seen in a game of Dota in a long, long time.
Yeah, and that's at least one side, maybe with Luna even two. The entire advantage is gone. Oh man. That was a perfect fight also for Fnatic. They get the purge on the PA. He can't run anywhere.
Even without the Centaur, it may have been. It looked like it could be a good fight, but it's hard to know. Many things could happen if there wasn't a 4-man stun. Death's gonna get the BKB stun off. They blow up the Dragons here, the Darks here before he can do a whole lot. Schwan now in the front lines with the Leshrac.
Armel
BKB
has
and
cheese.
TNC are just throwing away their lives to try and defend their base here. Armel, she's keeping alive a bit longer. Armel on the sides with a Spirit Siphon healing him back up. He's making this fight work. They take out the DK Abba. They're gonna get the Leshrac as well. Armel with the cheese is holding. They kill
got
4.
away.
They're gonna get a team wipe with Jebs. Can't find a way out of this one. Even with the Aeon, he's still going down. They get double racks, but they pay the heavy, heavy price of their entire team.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of buybacks expended, at least by the TNC side. The big crucial part of this teamfight was Abaddon got 1-hit crit without being able to activate his ultimate.
Oh.
If he lives there,
Yeah.
maybe the fight goes the other way, but another team wipe, and now they're going for the top side.
You know, let's say, do they go for racks or do they wait? Roche just respawned as well, so that's another thing that, you know, TNC...
If they get
wanna-
Roche now, that would be massive. No one has buybacks. With that Roche on advantage, you could potentially just close out this game. But they want to force up more buybacks.
5 seconds, yeah.
They're not happy with this.
And I think if you're Fnatic, you may just let it go because there is a tier 2 tower bottom, so they can't take mega creeps.
But then if you're
They may
Fnatic,
just-
why do you buyback
Yeah.
these 2 heroes?
True. Maybe just a bit of a stall
Bit
play.
of
They
nerves.
throw just split Earth. See what the call is going to be. It looks like they're giving up this Rax. It's going to be 2 lanes of Rax down on both sides. TNC can fall back and go for that Roshan and respawn fairly quickly.
Yeah, Luna's still there for 10. They can definitely do it in 10 seconds. If they know about it, which doesn't look like they do. And he's going straight into a nullifier on the PA, just to get rid of that pesky Aeon disc on the Shadow Demon. They scan the Roche pit. They know they're
double
doing
damage. Gabby gets a DD though. They're going to kill this Roche so fast. Can Fnatic get there in time? They need
it.
it.
Remember though,
Make their way
SD
over.
Purge will also purge their DD.
Gabby's going to be trying to fight out of this blur. They want to blow up the Shadow Demon. Aeon Disc is back up. He blinks
Not again,
and he's
not
looking for the DJ
You
kill.
got
He gets
silence!
it. Oh, silence with the break. There's nothing he can do about that. The Phantom Knife, yeah, the break. Not just against heroes like the DK, against an Abba with the break silence. That's huge.
I didn't really think about that combo, but obviously TNC did. Make perfect use of it, and you can't fight without Abaddon. No way. Aegis Cheese Axe. Who's the axe going to? The DP.
Picks it up, but he's passing it over, yeah.
I wouldn't have minded it on the task, to be honest. The kick is really valuable against these BKB targets. Well, DP closing in on her heart of Tarask. She might honestly be at almost unkillable territory at that point.
Yeah.
How much
Fnatic
damage are you gonna
is
have? Like 5k?
Fnatic are probably kicking themselves a bit. They won the huge fight, took racks, but just pushed it. Should have maybe just gone for the 1 lane and backed off, because when Armel respawned with the Exorcism plus Cheese, committed so much to try and kill him, but the Cheese able to help turn things around.
Yeah, overstaying their welcome a little bit down there in the lane. MVP Centaur was not enough to make him win the game just yet. Let's see which neutral creep they bribe next time.
Yeah, maybe someone's like, all right, so how about we get a, you know, Helm of the Dominator here? Maybe that's what we're
Yeah.
missing.
Abaddon is like, maybe Solar Crest is not that good.
Let's get a few more Centaurs on our side.
Oh, that's honestly the next biggest play we'll see in Pro Dota. You Glimmer Cape, a Helm of Dominator Centaur, and he gets a 4-man stun.
For MB's watching and you're giving him ideas here.
I mean, they won the game yesterday. They still have a chance today, so if we see it,
NA
I'll take half the prize money.
Pretty hype. He's in the top 3 in the final day. SEA's, you know, delivering some amazing games, but every single region when it comes to, you know, the importance of TI, suddenly the level of Dota, it's just that much better.
Yeah, and it has to be. Because if you're slacking just 1 day, you are gone.
So you think this Death Prophet now, Heart of Trask, unkillable? Is that, you just have to kind of ignore her or
It
run away from
depends
her?
on which situation you get caught in. The Shadow Demon Soul Catcher is still a very big deal. Minus 35% right off the bat. She has a cheese on top of that though. Kaya Stange for the status resistance, a lot of armor. It just seems so difficult to kill her. And once she gets this overwhelming bling, there's even more health on top of that.
feels like they're gonna need like the Luna with the Skadi attack, and then maybe try to get a chain stun with the eclipse damage or something in.
Yeah. This game is not over yet, though. They still do have the hard counter of the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, PA does not want to maybe poke at these buildings. It's gonna get Surge. Gabby's like, do I go in? Am I gonna get?
Stuns.
Yep, gets hit by a Split Earth. That's the Iron Shell on for a bit of extra health here. Of course, that can be purged off. Shadow Demon just sitting back invis. Has a Shadow Amulet to play around. Jab's trying to use this when they blink in with the Dragon Tail. They can win. On Gabby, the first purge come out. That's the first life. Can they kill her a second time? They have the wall, making some illusions here. Armel on the front line, very tanky. The second purge comes out. Jabs gets his Aeon Disc proc, has a Shadow Amulet. They need detection. What a pickup from Jabs. He's just hiding here invis. This is so smart from the Shadow Demon. He's got one more purge to play around. Does he go for Gabby here? He's just staying in the trees and in invis. Blink Dragon Tail. They get the kill on the Lion. Can they get more? Oh, what an amazing call from Jabs to get this Shadow Amulet.
Yeah, very well done by him. They do end up getting the tier 3 tower still, but TNC wanted to end the game right there. Good high ground defense. It's so hard to push into the Luna Shard, the Lash Shard, the Purges, Shadow Poison also flying through.
It's actually crazy. Like I was commenting earlier, like imagine Dota what it was 2 or 3 years ago, like late game Dota. It was like all these things just didn't exist. Nowadays, late game Dota, there's like every hero has like 2 extra spells and 2 extra crazy items, tier 5 items. It's just
and Aeon Discs and Nullifiers to counter those Aeon Discs. And
yeah,
it's definitely a very different time period. Like back then we were just happy with like 1 item. Now we get
yeah. Well, for supports, you didn't like before neutral items. It's like late game, you just didn't have many, like a neutral item basically like is an extra like 5k net worth item in late game.
Yeah, or when you could carry multiple neutral items. The supports would just never get one.
That's true. Different times now.
Yeah.
Or it's just having gold in the late game. And I feel like, when you were back when you were playing at TI supports, at this point, 45 minutes in, they're still sitting at 4k net worth. They're buying sentries.
Yep. Maybe a Glimmer Cape.
Observers. Yeah. 1 item, 1 4
Was
stop,
Glimmer
1
Cape
Glimmer.
even there at that point? I don't even remember. I think it
was
came
like,
after
maybe
TI 6, was it?
2014 or even later? Okay.
I'm not sure, honestly, but it came pretty late. Such a good addition too, like makes for such hype moments.
Nice.
But then you just get nullified and no hype.
So, here we go. We're in the late game Dota. Level 25's coming into play. Luna about to hit hers. Leshrak has his.
Wait, how about
TNC.
minute 60 items? PA gets a Stygian Desolator with her Desolator.
We still got a bit of a ways to get there. We
Yeah. But we can
the
see
way
it
it's
in there.
yeah, we can see it coming maybe. But right now, both teams going to play back. TNC may be thinking about another Roshan. At this point, they got to be a little bit worried about what they can do in a team fight. With
They got DD again on the PA.
yeah.
And a Nullifier this time around as well. If they can find this pesky
They've
Shadow
only
Demon.
got 1 sentry on this Tusk. That's the only detection I see on the Radiant side, by the way.
Are they out of sentries then? Probably.
just-
Because they're not lacking gold.
Yeah, they must have realized that there was a Shadow Amulet. He's got Shadow Amulet and Ninja Gear on Shadow Demon.
Yeah, like, it's all about surviving for him.
Dream items, yeah. He's
Yeah.
gonna get.
You need to
now
get
he's
these
going back
purges
for the
out.
Aether Light. But it's usually the first item has become like his last item.
Yeah. Recognizing very well what his job is this game. Don't die, get purges out on the PA. Potentially the DP. But PA,
Maybe,
of
yeah,
course,
maybe
defense
one
side.
of them, but nothing more than that.
Yeah.
Oh. FNATIC just playing on their side of the map. Looks like Luna can almost have enough gold for this butterfly plus buyback, but may also be considering something else. There's a lot of gold on Raven's Luna.
But Butterfly, you gotta be careful. You're making this Darkseer illusion very strong. Once he reaches level 25 with the parallel wall and refresher, it's gonna be very tough to teamfight into that.
Yeah.
There's so many walls all around. Have you seen that before? Just 4 walls. And you just
I've never
vacuum them
cast it.
from left to right. There's so many illusions. Darkseer is still a late game menace.
Here comes TNC smoked up, going down the mid lane.
Double damage PA.
1, careful. There's going to be a Cycling Dagger
He's
with a
dead.
Blink Impale. They blow up the ledge with the Finger of Death, and they find a second target with the Abbot, who does get the borrowed time off, but may still get chased down if they're not careful. He gets stunned up by the Earth Spike, and ooh, that DK just walked into a cleaving crit, and lost half his health there. They both have buyback, but these buybacks in late game can be so important. TNC, they're not playing scared here in the late game. They're going for that killing blow. Gonna force those 2 buybacks and may have to back off with Exorcism wearing off here.
Yeah, extending the lead even further. And the next Roshan is just around the corner. 2 minutes.
Long one.
I lied. I thought it was the actual ring already.
It could have been then, but here we go. FNATIC running down, looking to make a counterplay of their own. Extra cloak on the Leshek for some invis.
Yeah, so many invis tools. Might need a gem.
Yeah,
They have a gem actually.
okay, yeah, they just got one. Yeah, he had one sentry, and I think he sold DJs. He's like, why buy one when you can get a free one?
Yeah. Robin Hood mentality.
Also, you know, incarcerated criminal mentality.
True.
You know, is the man he stole it from rich? This is DJ's gem. How much net worth does DJ have? He's the poor. He stole from the poor. Black.
Oh no!
That's not Robin Hood.
He did the reverse Robin Hood.
Yeah, this guy's like the rich noble taking the taxes from the poor peasants.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. I have more money than you, so give me that. Okay.
Well, the stand. It's funny because we know Roche is not back for a little bit, but obviously these teams do not. They do what they.
What's the
can
rec
to scout
situation?
Roche out.
So bottom is always gonna push in for FNATIC, and top is always gonna push in for TNC. Well, the side lanes are gonna be a problem at some point. But of course, the Illusionist Cape. Why not?
Yes, for FNATIC, yeah. The top lane they need to push out is closer to the pit, which is maybe nice for them.
Yeah. But the good thing is Darkseer could just double Iron Shell bottom whenever, and it would just push to the base.
Well,
Are scanning.
you say whenever, but he has to actually be in the bottom lane. He doesn't have anything like boot to travel, so
True.
ability may become a problem. FNATIC. Smoked up, they just hovering around this observer ward. Meanwhile,
Jabs
same
is-
thing. It's like both teams have a cliff they're playing around.
What's the
Izzy's like,
buyback
this is
status, though?
ours. Oh, good scouting with the sigil. They're gonna find these wards and take it out.
They have 2 more buybacks.
Couple
on the
buybacks
fire.
were used. Blink's done. They find the line in the pit, but he's maybe baiting with his Aeon Disc. Death is going to look to bring him down as Roche respawns in front of them. Raven in the front lines has the Eclipse. He's going to throw it out. He's standing on top of the Darkseer wall, though. He's got to be careful. He takes out his illusion now. They're looking for the next target. Armel with his Exorcism. They'd love to bring him down. Back to the high ground goes Jabs. Jabs is in some trouble. He goes in busy. Has used up all his purges. He goes down. Now the DK as well. They both got buyback on the high ground. It is the Lion just draining everybody, sucking out all their mana. Gabby getting low. He is going to die. The PA with buyback. Every single TNC hero using buyback. And now a Blink.
Nice
Earthspike. Boomy. Catches out too. DJ has the shields though there. Can he keep Luna alive? They do a buyback on this Luna if she goes down. Making some illusions now as well. Bring
And
down
Roche
that
does
sigil.
respond.
Oh, we're at, what, 2 buybacks now. Tusk and Luna, the only 2 heroes with buyback. Like 6 heroes used buyback in that fight and 2 were already on cooldown.
How many purges do we have though? Only 1. They have a long recharge time of 60 seconds.
Yeah. At the
This
same
next
time,
fight-
no exorcism and no buybacks means PA probably is a little bit scared here. Is this a raid
No
here?
wall too.
What demon execute up? What is this? No, it's in my MKB. I was like, okay, Gabby, are you crazy?
Yeah, he needs it for that butterfly.
I didn't
But
feel
they're
confident
going
though.
to the pit.
No exorcism. That's a huge amount of damage that's lacking. Gabby's on the
Ravens
north.
just
Is he going to
BKB.
try and make a play here? Yep. They're in the pit. They're killing this fast. TNC get the Earthspike off at a good time. No one's going to go in for the steal though. Tron pops his BKB just to guarantee that they can pick up some of these items. And TNC did not want to make the jump, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, that's a little bit risky. Oh, it's Darkseer needs level 25 ASAP. Like if there's a double wall there, they're gonna win that fight. If I'm not wrong, you can actually have up to 4 Lunar Illusions if you drag her through all the walls with the refresher later on. Which
I guess the one thing Luna can do is maybe try and kill them quickly with the Lunar Blessing, but it's not well, just with the right clicks and the Moonglaves.
potentially it's just 4 of them they're probably gonna shred you
Yeah.
before you can kill like even one of them. And
It,
I will
but
feel
it's four
even worse
Lunas
for your team.
But there's Illusionist Cape and Shadow Demon Illusions too, so it's going to be like an army of Lunas versus an army of Lunas.
Yeah. How much damage did the wall illusions deal? He took the talent, so it's 125%. Pretty significant.
Okay. They're bouncing on your teammates. They're not going to be very happy.
Yeah, but he's still a whole level away from it. It's not easy to get experience at this point. He already took the tome. No other tome available for at least 6 minutes.
And I guess you have Leshrac, who's not bad at clearing illusions, so some
Yeah.
potential to try and kill them quickly.
That's the downside of the wall illusions. It's not magic immune like Grimstroke.
And just stun
Which-
them, hit them with the splitter.
Why are they even magic immune? Who knows?
That Grimstroke Ags. Thing of nightmares. And you know, support
Yeah.
players, they deserve some fun stuff too, okay? You gotta give them something.
I'm not complaining until I am.
Here we go. FNATIC actually looking to go high ground. Neither team has been scared to go for these kind of game-winning plays when they feel like they have the advantage. And FNATIC not going for the Mega Creeps. They're just playing around this mid and bottom side, maybe looking more at the tier 4s. So, like, Mega Creeps is not going to be the way they win this game. Raven on the front lane just with that Solar Crest, but top lane Chuan says, okay, Raven, you distract them, and I'm going to go top with the Edict. If they don't defend this lane, we will happily take the Mega Creeps. And they do force a glyph hit block. BKB gets the wall out, gets an illusion of this Luna, who's also hex up. Luna
Another
getting low,
illusion.
gonna lose her first up, gets disrupted. Still alive for now. Luna gonna go down as soon as she comes down. They've lost the Abaddon, who doesn't have buyback.
Raven bought back for this.
Oh, back. Okay.
They all
It's the Leshrac with the Aegis. Yeah, this is a disaster for FNATIC. The Leshrac dies once, but made just die a second time. They couldn't keep the Luna alive. And now they're just all going to get team wiped. TNC with an ultra kill on Gabby. He just shredded them. It could be all over.
This game is over. They have no buybacks. When is the buybacks off cooldown? 1 minute 20? 4 minutes? I don't think you can hold this for over a minute, can you? Even then, you only Leshrac.
And it was
I don't
just,
think you can hold on.
you know, they just jumped in. It was just the
I mean, you
line
said-
looking in and hexing and
Yeah, but you said these teams are not scared of going high ground. Maybe you should have been a little bit scared because you didn't have any buyback.
yeah. Oh.
PA was crit for 2.5k damage. This DK got one hit. The DK got one hit.
Both teams, when they've gone for these high ground plays, have, I think, soon regret. We've seen TNC a few times get punished when they go for
Are they
the.
going for Megas? Go Throne! You know they don't have buyback.
No, they got time for both. I think that's what they're saying.
Play safe and then even safer.
I'm not sure what the Luna's plan is here. It's sitting at the base here. If anything, it's just figuring out, do I want to
I
type
mean-
GG with lowercase GG or uppercase GG?
Yeah,
That seems
there's
like what
nothing you can do.
FNATIC's
I kick him
thinking
away. Oh no.
And it's all over. They take out the Luna. It's GG.
This must be
FNATIC.
heartbreaking. After that Centaur Storm, they won a massive fight. They lost 5 in the base, and now they lost 5 in the base again. They must have nightmares about this high ground push.
2 times FNATIC convincingly team wipe TNC, and then, yeah, go for those high ground plays. Go for the push and get destroyed for it. That is got to be something they're feeling like, you know, what more can we do?
Yeah. Or perhaps did we do too much?
Yeah.
Because
Good
they
point.
could have potentially played for some pickoffs here and there. Like we said their draft late game should in theory be better, but I don't think we took into consideration how strong this Darkseer actually is once it's 25 with the refresher orb against the Luna. So maybe it was a little bit more even than we gave him credit for, and they're clutching it out.
The Gabby PA pick works. Guys, we're going to head to a quick break and be back to discuss Game 2 as TNC take a 2-0 lead in this Grand Finals.
Alrighty, I've got to just straight up say it. When did Dota start allowing 6-person rosters into the game? Because that center was absolutely doing work for Fnatic in one of those team fights. That was insane. I don't even know where that came from.
Somebody needs to. Maybe the Centaur had like a second name. Maybe it was actually PPD in disguise. You know, I don't know what's going on there.
We might have to run that one back. But I do want to talk about Fnatic's struggle to really succeed in this high ground. I guess we didn't really see it too much in game one, but in game two, you know, they didn't do so well once they entered TNC's base. So, Black, what do you think Fnatic need to take a step back and have a look at?
They just didn't respect the high ground of TNC at all. I think every fight they went high ground, Lion, Blink hexes a guy, he dies, and it's just all over. Like, DJ, of course you can purge that hex off, but they're not just gonna let you do that. He got silenced, he got stunned, and then the Luna just died. And without the Luna, half the damage output is just gone.
What do you think? No, yeah, go, sorry.
I was going to say they had double saves, but it never felt like that in these fights. Like neither the Disruption nor the Abaddon, it felt like we're saving heroes.
Do you think that's because Jabs was very tunnel vision on just keeping himself alive? Because PA was looking for him all the time.
Yeah. I think he overly prioritized getting that purge on a PA and wasn't like that last fight at the end where they got team wiped at top racks. He disrupted Luna when she was already on 1% health.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, maybe a little bit of a wrong mindset coming into the late game. Well, of course, you are the hard counter to the PA, but you are also the guy that's supposed to save the heroes they jump on with this hex. It's tough to play.
Yeah, but what do you think on the side of TNC? They did so well though, because you know early game wasn't really looking too well for them. I thought Fnatic had really brought it to them for that laning phase. Why do you think TNC were able to bring it back?
They had really good teamfight execution. Yeah, I'd say teamfight execution. And just they just punished like this Gabby PA. He is a level 27 master tier PA. This guy knows exactly how to play the hero. He's played it so many times in pubs. He's probably played against this Ag Shadow Demon, you know, countless times. He is, I said best PA in Southeast Asia, probably just the best PA player in the world. It's like his best hero, and this is with PA not being like a top meta pick right now, and he just won a game that's got them one game closer to TI.
Yep. Yeah, won the lane, and the lane shouldn't win. Itemized very well. And sure, it was a team win. Like the entire team played very well, but Gabby on his PA overperformed massively. Like if 100% is our benchmark, he was at like 150 at least.
I don't think anyone can argue with that. He absolutely played out of his mind with that PA. Do you also feel that the TNC roster is focusing a lot more around Rush compared to some of the last series that we've seen them in for this qualifier?
It looks like it for sure, right? Because that was the downfall of them against Fnatic. Where they got 2-0, it was because of Roche fights both games. And this time around, their Roche fights are much better. Their buybacks are much more decisive and quicker. And this time around, they take the victory against Fnatic at the pit.
They're picking heroes that just kill Roche super fast. Game one, it was, you know, the Ursa. It was Ursa TA. And this game around, they have the PA plus Tusk who do a 2-man Roshan Sneak. Fnatic had that mid-game timing where they were going to be way stronger, but they had to wait like 8 or 9 minutes for Roche to spawn because of that steal. So I think TNC have done a great job of winning that battle to claim Roshan this series, which they didn't do last time. So yeah, definitely Nat.
They've absolutely taken their gameplay to a whole nother level. And you know what else can help you guys take your gameplay to a whole nother level? That's some HyperX gear. You know, HyperX is sponsoring us, so I want to give them a big shout out. They're running a special promotion of their line of HyperX Alloy Origins keyboards during the TI-10 qualifiers. All HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard models feature HyperX mechanical switches, fully customizable RGB lighting, and aircraft-grade aluminium body. Available in 10 keyless and 60% keyboards. You can either click on the HyperX banner below or head over to bts.gg/SEA HyperX if you want to know a lot more about it. But for now, we're going to jump to a break before we come back for game number 3. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about to head into game number 3 of this best of 5 grand final between TNC and FNATIC. Black, I want to ask you, you favored FNATIC for a draft in game number 2, and they still weren't able to close out the game, which makes me think it must be a little bit more down to the execution. So what do you think is the conversation that's happening down there for the team right now?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm a little bit worried. They had a very one-sided game in the first one. Second one, they had a pretty strong draft against what TNC drafted, but they still didn't manage to close it out despite being given a lot of chances by like a lot of circumstances, right? Like Gabby, the first feed mid lane with that Aegis was pretty bad by them, and then the Centaur, then another team wipe, but they just still lost the game ultimately, and that must feel really bad because you don't really have much time to talk about it. Now you're down 2-0.
Yeah, guys, if you're in their position, what do you think you would be saying to the team or thinking about to make sure that, you know, you're not getting, I guess, too tilted in this series?
Yeah, I imagine there is at least some level of tilt and also definitely nerves. Death on the offlane has not looked as good as he did early in the tournament. He was like having amazing games in this best of 5 so far. It feels like he's been shut down. I think what you got to say is, you know, you got to probably hype everyone up in a way where you don't play too scared because you're down 2-0. At this point, it's like, we're down 2-0. The only way you're going to win 3 games in a row is if you start playing with confidence and start taking the game to TNC. Like, they can still pick late games and play their carries and play their FNATIC style, but they can't, like, second-guess themselves and play, you know, like, play in a way where they just give TNC whatever they want.
Yeah. Time to enter question mark mode.
I am hoping, you know, something a little bit different does come out from them, maybe something unexpected. But one thing that's not unexpected is that Broodmother and the TA ban from them. They're definitely not going to let that one through. And instead, they're going to do I guess, the equivalent of what TNC did in the first game. And they're going to second pick that Terrorblade. They really want to pick it up in conjunction with the Lion. And then the TNC going for a really standard but strong-looking Leshrac and Abaddon duo over there.
Yep. The evolution of the draft. Game 1 was Game 2 it was more FNATIC, but now they're going with what they love the most, the strongest suit. Terrorblade, Raven, probably his best hero. Not entirely sure, but one of the best for sure. And they're gonna go all in into the Terrorblade basket.
What are you expecting to come? You know, we talked about Death, so what are you expecting to come from him for the offlane that could pair quite well for this Terrorblade to give him space?
The Legion would always, I mean, he played it first game. Legion TB is just insanely good. The press the attack with the Aghanim shard is just so good at enabling this hero. Gives you a save as well, and that's something which Lion does not bring to the table. Lion does a lot of things, but doesn't have any real defensive capabilities, so that's a hero that stands out to me. But otherwise, I think you're going to maybe wait and see. Maybe they'll wait to see what TNC picks up for their carry, or at least their mid, to make sure that he does get a good matchup. Yeah,
if you pick your carry early like this, you are expecting it to get countered, but it also leaves your own offlaner / mid laner to counter the enemy's draft.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Legion Commander come out because Death didn't have that game that he wanted in game 1, and we know that he can play it Legion Commander absolutely to a T. So it would be nice, again, stay on that comfort, but just have a better supporting draft to enable him to do some things.
Yeah, I feel like as though they need to come out of the early game strong here. Like, they need some sort of confidence boost, because after these 2 losses, there must be, you know, some sort of uneasiness in the room, and a good early game would definitely help alleviate that.
Do you not think they had a pretty good early game in game 2? I feel like they did for the laning phase, and then they just really struggled when they came out of it.
And then they still lost, though. So now probably the spirits aren't as high. They're also, I believe, not in the boot camp, right? I think DJ was at home.
That
we interviewed him yesterday.
No idea. It looks like it, but...
Yeah.
Do you think that has more of an impact on this than maybe we are considering?
I mean, it's hard to rally the troops, right? When everyone is at their own home. Like, just nothing feels the same. Like, imagine you're all sitting in a circle and we're talking, or we're talking over the mic. You know, David, if I was right next to you, you would be much more inspired by what I'm saying, right?
True. Now I'm just like, you're over there, you know, in Romania. I'm just like, Black's not saying anything smart.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Who is that dog? Look at him.
Yeah.
Big words being said over the mics here.
I know. I can't even be like, Black, you called me out. Let's go. Let's take this out back. No.
Yeah. I'm safe
That's-
behind my screen. I'm keyboard warrior. What do you want to do, bro?
Absolutely love it.
Well,
But I thought potentially there was going to be a tide for FNATIC, but they banned it themselves.
Brewmaster. All right. That is the China response to a Terrorblade generally, because you can dispel all the illusions. You can just cyclone him up, and as we said, this timing of Aghanim's refresher on Brewmaster is really deadly for a Terrorblade.
I was wondering if it would go the Darkseer again, because Dax is a hero that actually matches up pretty well against TB, but it's a similar idea. It's another hero. You're going to probably see another Aghanim's rush. They played it against Boom and had great success with this fast tempo play. TNC is basically saying, yeah, we don't want to go necessarily 50, 60 minutes against FNATIC. Yeah, last game did, but that was not necessarily their plan going in. They're looking for these more tempo kind of drafts.
Yep, you said it, and then they're going to last pick Arc Warden, and we're going to be like,
Yeah, that's true. That was what FNATIC did against the TB, was the Arc Warden.
yeah.
Gabby, not as well known for his Arc Warden, perhaps, but
What
play it.
of his heroes are really good against a Terrorblade, though? PA is terrible. Drow Ranger could work. I pick up the Phoenix, okay. Extra health for the Terrorblade. Good team fight. They don't really have a good egg hitter at all.
Yeah.
Because after Brewmaster splits, of course, he can't hit the egg at all.
He
Like,
may
it's
just-
just not possible.
They could just pick the Mirana if they're worried about that. They do need a 4 position, but they also don't have that many stuns. I'm
Yeah.
actually preferring FNATIC's draft a lot right now. Yeah, this Brewmaster pick looks nice, but I just feel like they've ticked more boxes. They have the line for the disables, Phoenix Supernova for the team fight, and TNC.
Ah, there we go, baby.
No
stun.
Hero.
about it so
Yeah.
much. And they're going to bring
Gonna
him
stun,
out.
you need the boy.
Yep, there you go. You talked about the fact that they might not have that catch-alert lockdown, and they're like, they're 100% surely going to go for the old 10-second shackle on
see?
Shaman.
Lion is the better Shaman. That's why he gets picked first. But Shaman is like, I got this too. What do you want? And it
TNC
fits
wanna-
pretty well into this push draft.
Yeah, TNC want to prove that they don't need the Phoenix, and that maybe Shaman is on the same level as Lion.
Yeah, but Egg Killer, question mark. None of these can do it. Their last pick will have to be some sort of Egg Killer, because otherwise you just can't really play team fights ever. If you have to run every time there's an egg, it's not a good sign.
So Arc Warden, then, is what I'm hearing.
Arc Warden is okay. You know me, Naga Siren.
You're
Yeah.
such a big fan of that Naga. You really want to see it.
Dude, every time China plays it, they do so well with it.
Yeah.
And it
Well-
has been an SEA hero historically, but not anymore. Damn.
Well, what other sort of... I guess they would want to be going for someone
Death
ranged,
Prophet.
right? On the TNC side to try and get these eggs, because...
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Drow Ranger right now. I think that makes the most sense, but FNATIC has 2 bans. See what they think is best for TNC. This DP Phoenix Terrorblade draft is very scary. We have said it many times in the past. Death Prophet Terrorblade combo is almost unbeatable in team fights. Like, you can't fight into Exorcism and Metamorphosis in mid game. It's just too much damage. It's not possible to fight into. If Phoenix Egg on top of that, no chance.
FNATIC don't want that Arc Warden to come out. They don't want to go to
Yeah.
that extreme late game. But how... I'm curious for the Drow Ranger into Death Prophet matchup for late game, like around team fighting. How did they sort of go against each other?
It's pretty decent. It's not the best, because now Death Prophet can build into like Blink, even overwhelming Blink. You can get on top of him. But in this mid game, it's very hard for DP to play against Raw Ranger.
As for TNC, I feel like they are going to be forced into a carry that's just not like it's similar. It kind of reminds me of Game 2, where it feels like draft wise, FNATIC seem to have a slight edge, but TNC just find ways to play their draft so well. I feel like they may just have to say, we can't get an egg hitter. Let's just, if they use Supernova, we just disengage. These 3 ultimates: Exorcism, Supernova, Metamorphosis. Run the hell away and then fight them when they're down. That to me is TNC's best option.
This series as well, they've been showing a lot more of that restraint to be able to make the calls of when they don't want to engage, when they don't want to keep pushing, when they think they might be overextending. they've shown it in these two games. So I think that is going to be the way that they end up going. It's something that's been working for them. It's won them the first two games. They know they have that communication in the team. But you're not going to see the Draw Ranger get picked up,
unfortunately, all the heroes I like are getting banned out. What a shame. I just hope we don't see a Wraith King. I feel like if they pick Wraith King, this game is just almost auto loss on draft.
And
Which a lot of people have been falling
there.
back to.
They want to
a
play
siren.
something fast-paced that can punish these long cooldowns, I feel. Also, like as we saw last game, something that ideally takes Roche. Like I wouldn't mind just like an Ursa again.
Look, gods. You say disengage. I say Naga Siren. We're on the same page here.
Yeah. It's not
I mean-
like a go-to for Gabby, but it's doable.
Yeah, potentially. Okay, what other heroes does he really like, though? I think the Drow's out. Juggernaut potentially matches up terribly against DP and TB, though. What else is there? Morphling?
5 seconds remaining.
Could work,
Yeah.
but against the Lion Phoenix?
How much of TNC's draft right now is really Roche orientated, right? Because maybe that's just not what they're going to go for this
Like
game.
0?
Yeah, so maybe they are
just
going to be
have no
focusing
Roche at all.
on that team fight, the disengage aspect a lot more.
So, Black, by the way, the last time Gabby played Naga Siren was 12 months ago.
Okay. Probably not going to be seeing it then, especially not against the Pangolier.
Yeah.
Ui, 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 ui. This looks like a very solid draft. What do you got, TNC? I feel like you gotta go something like a Morphling. There's something that can snowball really hard and carry you.
Morphling.
I like more for Ursa. I think those are the two that stand out to me most. But it's
Ursa's
just a tough
pretty
draft to
scary
have.
against these heroes.
We've seen Morphling before.
Yeah, many times actually. Hasn't been popular in this qualifier, but historically a very good qualifier hero. What about Medusa? No. Nah. Too slow. Could work though. Would give a lot of team fight.
Yep.
And you have Shaman to push towers. Maybe.
TNC are definitely pushing the timer for this choice. They are going to go that
Good
far.
call, Black. Good call. They just had nothing better. It's not a hero that has been a go-to, but at the same time, Gabby did make PA work, so he's going to try to do the same for the Morphling here.
Yep.
And lane-wise, I do like this a lot against the Pengo.
It's good, for sure. But both games, we have seen this last pick not be like the best optimal hero they could have had. It's already countered by the Lion, and the matchup generally is not easy. But they made it work last game, and Gabby is obviously a very confident player. You can see it in his playstyle. And Morphling is a hero that, if he gets off to a good start, he can just snowball these games completely out of control.
Which team do you favor than Black? And that's not just draft based, but I guess having that knowledge of how they've been playing in this series so far too.
I gotta go with FNATIC again this game. I think their draft is just a little bit too solid. It's all on Gabby, really. Which can he do it a second time in a row? That's my question.
Well, what do you think, guys? Do you think it's possible for him to pull it through a second time in a row?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think what we've seen from FNATIC is they're just not playing their A game here. You know, the pressure of maybe getting a TI seems to be affecting them. Similar to Black, favor FNATIC's draft, but unlike him, I think TNC, it feels like there's this magic about them where they're just making these drafts work, and FNATIC just is not playing with the same amount of confidence as they have in the past.
Yeah, they seem to have almost more pocket picks, things that FNATIC aren't expecting, things that they think they should be able to beat them on. They have the confidence in the early game of having that knowledge. Then when they transition to this middle game, I don't know, it just feels like TNC almost have more direction. They know how to play what they've picked. I think I am going to side with FNATIC here, though. It does look kind of difficult to come up against. So that's where I'm going to be putting my prediction. But I'm very excited to jump in to game number 3 of the grand final. Take it away, guys.
Game 3, back against the wall. FNATIC, can they do it? These are players, a few of whom have had a long, storied, historied career. The likes of DJ as well as Jabs, Raven as well. These guys have played at numerous TIs, had quite a bit of success at TI as well, but they are facing elimination here, Black.
Yep, on the verge. Not where I thought they would be after yesterday, where they gave TNC a lot of problems. But today TNC just seems to be you know, on a different sort of level. Like they had a better breakfast maybe or lunch, not sure. The series against Boom was more than a good warm-up. It was a very close series, so maybe that's helping them a little bit because they came in already warmed up.
เป็น
But
เกมที่ดี
yeah, they're making it work. A little bit scared for them this time around with the draft, but I was the same in the last game, so see if they make it work again.
30 seconds to battle.
I am enjoying the two teams having a little banter back and forth about the tipping
Yeah.
and not bullying each other. Obviously, good friends and also rivals as soon as they're in game, but friends outside of the game. So
Yeah, I mean, even last game we saw some all chatting when the Centaur stormed, right? They were in
Yeah.
happy spirits, all of them. I'm sure TNC was a little bit mad about it, but they could still joke about it.
exactly. And still the tips going out. Raven getting a few himself. Jabs was the one asking them to, you know, stop tipping him. But nothing too crazy coming out to start this game off. It will be Lion in the 4 position role, Phoenix in the 5. That's something, you know, I guess there is sometimes some switch arounds with the Lion and even the Phoenix, but
Yep.
here we go.
It's gonna be a very different game than we've seen before. Like the playmaking is not very obvious for TNC. That they gotta preemptively split and then run him with like a Brewmaster, try to cyclone someone, get a stun off until this Shadow Shaman gets a blink, which should be at like 15 minutes or so. It's gonna be difficult to play the map for TNC until then.
Shaman, we haven't seen this here at all. Coming kind of out of nowhere. What can we expect from Shaman?
I mean, they just picked it as a Lion replacement, right? I'm sure if there was Lion, I would have picked that instead. But they just had a severe lack of Disable. And that's pretty much the best option you can go to. Like, if you look at the POS 4 hero pool, there's really nothing better than Lion and Shaman when it comes to just disabling heroes and enabling your own heroes to deal damage to them.
Hero that used to be the go-to, maybe like more the Earth Spirit, has kind of fallen to the wayside. Not the go-to for anymore. Otherwise, you know, Tim's an Earth Spirit specialist. He'd be loving that hero, but you need these ranged supports.
Yeah, mid lane this time around. No, not reverse roles. Armel was last game too, right? No, Armel was the DP. What am I talking about?
They swapped mid heroes. So last time this mid matchup was pretty even overall. So far, Armel having a bit of a sizable edge.
Yeah,
At least
only
for the
missed
first
2
couple
CS
of
so
minutes. Yeah, and good 4 denies up to his hands as well. So good start for the Leshrac. Armel, you know, perhaps punishing the newly returned mid laner. Chuan obviously initially a mid laner when it was a Master. Coming back from the off lane, a little bit maybe inexperienced when it comes to the mid lane as of late. And bottom lane, a lot of harass coming down. FNATIC were the ones playing aggressive, but they get zapped back.
Yeah, the Cinder Brew plus Clap plus the Shaman Shock is a lot of single target damage, which Terrorblade is very afraid of in the laning phase. He's sitting at 300 health right now, has to be careful. They're out of regen down here. But both couriers are coming with more regen. They should be
Cinder Brew slow. Gets the ignite on him as
Tims?
well. Tims gets stove on. DJ's going for the kill. The Fire Spirits come back up now. Just as he dives in, so DJ timed this one for this aggression. Has he got the damage to follow this up? 1 or 2 more right
more.
clicks. Doesn't get it though. He threw the Fire Spirits at Bok as well, which meant he didn't have a third one to throw.
Yeah, my level 1 Fire Spirits really just don't deal any damage. They slow your attack speed by a ton, but yeah, the damage just comes in from like level 3 onwards. What is the Morphling doing? Decently, but so is Death. Like this Pangolier is really the big question mark here. It's always, this hero is very hit or miss, right? Like either you're owning a game or you're not having very much impact at all. And it doesn't really strike me as a Death hero. Like I haven't seen him play it a whole lot.
Yeah, not. I mean, speaking of Polno, obviously knows him well. His fellow Singaporean. Did not
shoot
really
him a quick
mention his
message.
Pango too much. Yeah, yeah. Let me get you all the info. No.
Hey Pablo,
Um,
Death, Pangolier, how?
Something smart to say that I can steal. I was messaging him before the series. I was like, all right, I need to sound smart when I'm casting. What have you got?
His middle tower is under attack.
But all he got. What he did tell me was last time Death played TI qualifiers with him, they got last place. That's what I got.
Oh, that is a great information.
Yep. He was like, yeah, we played TI quals from Resurgence, got last place. Hopefully he does better here. Well, I mean, he already has done better here.
I mean, I saw that qualifier was a rough ride for them.
Yeah.
It was a
Yeah,
Singapore-only team, which is can't work. Don't have enough players over there.
I know that feeling as an Australian.
Oh, yeah.
It's like we got
We
a
do.
couple good players, but we definitely don't have 5.
Yeah. But the ones you do have, they're very successful.
Yeah. This will be one of the first years in a while without an Australian at TI, unfortunately, with Anna's retirement and KP not making it. So sad
right,
days
yeah.
for Aussie Dota.
Okay, there's always the next year. That's what I keep telling myself.
As you cast Dota. Here we go. Bottom lane,
Yeah.
Tim's in trouble. The Fire Spirits
1
this
minute.
time around, level 2. They're going to go down, and yeah, mid lane, a very deep bit of pressure coming out from Chuan on the Death Prophet playing behind the tower. Armel, so he gets that level 6, has to maybe be a bit careful here.
Yeah. And we can also see why Shaman is not
Ooh.
really
TP?
picked a whole lot.
Oh, just for the
Just
bottle
range.
refill?
He didn't get it, I think. No, he didn't get it.
Didn't?
Armel put it too late.
Whoa. And he took a lot of damage from another Crypt Storm as well. And he's got a bounty
He's
rune
gonna
on
go
the
back to
Death Prophet to
base.
fall back to. So yeah, he's going to go back to base. Death Prophet doesn't have to go for the rune yet. It's just going to pop a Clarity.
This is really bad news. Like, Terrorblade is generally a hero. You want to
Tango,
hold a lane.
going in on more.
Gabby. How did he die? They got hacked?
Earth Spike into Swashbuckle. And yeah, the Hex. They just chain stunned him from the trees, and Death just jumped in with the Swashbuckle. The
It's
Orb of
really bad
Corrosion
news.
timing, maybe catching him by surprise. I don't know.
Potentially. But look at the gold. It's already 2k. They're winning all 3 lanes right now. Like, Terrorblade is a hero you want to beat in lane, he has to go jungle, right? But if he wins lane, it's just a snowball hero that farms faster than almost anybody in the game. And he's having a good old time. All 3 of them are.
Is this supposed to happen? Is this why no one picked Shaman because his hero is kind of
Yeah.
weak? Or okay.
It's
It's not like they're playing him well.
Terrible laner. I mean, he has a good base damage, it's just his mobility is so limited. And after the Ether Shock, what does he have? Like, Phoenix just out-trades him. He can't move.
And
It's just a
Phoenix
bad
has
line.
mobility, so Phoenix can get on
Yeah.
top of you with the dive. And we saw even from the start, TP was spamming level 1 Reflection for Harass, so just doing everything they can to bully him.
TV is not the same old weak laner anymore with this reflection buff he received. It's actually a decent spell. It deals 100 damage every time you use it. Good movement slow for your support to hit him even more. It's a strong hero now. That's why it's picked so much.
Alright, well, this is the start Fnatic we're hoping for. They had it at least somewhat in game 2. I feel like this is an even bigger laning victory for them, so we'll see if there's going to be any kind of a response. As bottom lane, they're going to force the Phoenix to dive away. The chase is on Tim's, trying to bring him down. It's going to be Boomy elsewhere dying as Tim's gets back to the trees. That was another kill top for Fnatic.
Yeah. And Morphling already relegated to the jungle.
And
Not a good
of
feeling.
course,
That's why you
every
want to have
time
Terrorblade, not Morphling.
Yeah. Every time Morpheus pick up, you also have, I feel like, have to look a bit at the ulti combos. Like, is there somebody he can kind of turn into that's going to have a big impact? There is, the Metamorphosis is the big one this game. Is there anything else that stands out for you?
Potentially the Lion. Like, if you get a good Impale Hex on like a DP or something, could be pretty impactful. But you also have to be careful, of course, if you turn into the Lion, he's right next to you, then you don't get hexed and impaled. Good rotation from Armel. They needed something. Gotta open the map up. Farming the stack as well. It's a big stack.
Yeah, I imagine that's why the call was like, come for this kill. Even if he dives and gets away, you can take a stack and push this tower. So, a good move regardless. Fnatic make a similar one up top. They rotate with the Exorcism. Will take a tier 1 tower of their own. And Exorcism is still running. They're going to TP mid and pressure this mid tier 1. They probably don't get this tower, but they can get some good damage in.
They have meta as well.
Maybe they do get this tower. We'll see. TNC are going to have to come and defend this. They popped the glyph already. Can they get in here in time? Fine,
They
gets a
have
double
Brewmaster
damage rune.
split.
Yeah, they want to fight
That is
this
not
one, it looks
happening.
like. Fine does
Gotta
not
be
want to
careful.
overstay. Oh, ooh, very close for a Hex there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's struggling quite a bit on Tim's, who we said is going to be the only source of initiation.
That Swashbuckle is just half of Morph's health when he's on low.
He has a javelin, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he
Going
got
to
it out
Maelstrom
just now in his
first.
courier. Yeah. Did lose his courier, not a big deal though. As Fnatic will see the gold lead reduce. The Leshrac farming that stack and getting the bottom tower does put Armel actually on top again. So TNC doing a
catch-
good job.
DJ here, that could be a big one as well. But they have a ward, he's sitting right on top of it. Not happening. Unless Armel can hit a split earth? No.
DJ just min-maxing, getting as much farm and XP as he can, even with the knowledge that those heroes are there. It's
He's already 6 now.
Tim's just going to Sentry. I think Tim's realizes, like, yeah, he's kind of playing like he doesn't see us, but he's also playing like he does see us, so.
Yeah. An experienced support player will see that in a matter of seconds. Yeah, Armel still keeping the top of the network for now. It's a little bit scary to fight into these heroes, though. We said many times how strong DP and TB are against Leshrac, because you gotta run in close and personal. That's where they want you to be in order to beat you up.
This entire Radiant teamfight, it's like 4 big kind of wombo combo ultimates, or maybe less so the Metamorphosis, and then even Lion offering a lot of disables, but yeah. Respect the teamfight.
Yeah, and Def just making the top lane his new home. Well, still home, I guess, not really new home.
Tower is under attack.
He almost has a Maelstrom. He's very farmed on the Pangolier.
I like how he's
More farmed
played
than
this
his
game.
Terrorblade.
Yeah, just taking this top lane. If the TB needed this top lane, he should give it up. If, like, I imagine he would have left if Raven was having a bad game, but Raven's just been free farming down bottom as well as at the Ancient Triangle, so he'll give up the lane now to TB, but getting all this farm is going to allow him to have a really nice game.
Yeah, and we have yet to see a brew split. He's headed for a good 3 minutes, but no chance to use it just yet.
Maybe the top gets waveformed on, but there's no real follow-up.
Yep, and Exorcism popped in the mid lane. What's the defense they can mount?
Primal Split is the big one that probably has to be committed if they want to defend this one. Chuan just throws out a casual silence to kind of deter them. TNC
Finger?
find their Brewmaster in trouble. The Finger blows him up before it can ultimate, and they've got the Rolling Thunder follow-up. They're going to catch Tim's now as well on the Shaman. Death kind of traps himself a little bit, unfortunately. Doesn't get the stun he was hoping for, and that puts Chuan in a bit of trouble on the Death Prop, and he needs to start healing up.
Lashrock damage, though.
Exorcism heal coming in, but it's going to be too late.
Hasted Lashrock doing so much work.
Oh.
He has Phoenix
Yeah.
Egg.
And he gets down to the low ground. He gets out of there, dodges the Split Earth. Unfortunately for Death, he just didn't get the bounces he was hoping for. Shaman kind of positioned near the wall meant that he could avoid the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Raven getting very low at the Ancients. Be careful. But you're a Terrorblade, so who cares?
He's got Possessed Mask. Oh,
Oh,
he's
just
also-
sunder me, alright. DJ team
now.
player?
Nope. Raven's a
How
happy
is
camper.
Gabby looking? He's actually ahead of Terrorblade in farm after this pretty bad laning phase. And yeah, gold lead back to pretty much 0.
Top tower is under
Wondering
attack.
how that fight started. I'm surprised TNC won it.
Yeah, Hasted Lashrock is really strong though. Like, it's probably the best rune he can have.
They just take a mid-tier 1 tower. This level 4 Edict with the Abaddon backing up Armel. He's
Split.
able just to run in. Yep, Death is the target. He's got a Rolling Thunder, but I don't imagine he wants to commit. He's just going to swashbuckle away. Sure about this split here. TNC perhaps
little bit
crossing
of
wires a
waste
bit.
And it's fine, they get the tower, they disengage, but that should also mean that the Radiant can get the mid-tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, they're probably hoping not to have to commit the Exorcism. It's already low. Midas up on the Brewmaster, so going for the Midas before the Axe is... We'll see what FNATIC's play is going to be with the Brew split down.
Yeah.
kind of move
Now
they
a
wanna
1k
make.
lead of Fnatic. They basically made up 3k gold in 4 minutes. Very efficient map movement. And Lion is farming his blink.
On the
Right.
high
Oh,
ground,
he
Lion
caught
gonna
the
run
Lion.
into him. A backup in the Death Prophet nearby, but the Lion is going to get split. Earth. The Silent, or the Hexor only coming out into 1. The Revenge kill should be there. Support for support. Lion for Lion in a sense.
Did force some rotations though to a lane where you don't really want to be at this point.
But this mid tower is still standing.
Yeah, I'm surprised. They're gonna split. Like, now should be the time to strike. And Raven says, yep, it is.
Alright.
Should be pretty easy with this Metamorphosis. They do have Glyph though.
I mean, they can hold on to the Exorcism for now, it seems. And they're not even rotating in the Death Prophet. They will glyph it to delay things and look for a deny, it seems. Can Boomy time this? He's pump faking,
They
and they
got
get
it.
it with the Brew. Okay.
Has been denied.
Raven tried to time it, but too many TNC heroes going for the deny.
Yeah.
And
One of
Morph
the
is
most important
out farming the
parts is
TP
down.
now, by the way. Morph is
Yeah, he is.
having a great game.
I mean, look at Lash though, 2k ahead of the enemy's Death Prophet. He's getting everything he wants.
Yeah, what
He
a...
might be setting up for DP down there with his Yule Scepter.
The Prophet wanting one more last creep. We'll get out of there, it looks like, safely. Unless you'll just come in to farm the wave. So, neither team looking to make a play right now.
Yep.
Does feel like FNATIC, who had that 2k gold lead coming out of the lanes, have not exactly found a way to capitalize on it. And if anything, it's the opposite. DJ could be in some trouble in the Phoenix. Runs into a Hex and actually gets the dive away. He's still alive for now. And we'll
Tim's
not be
need other.
case.
He needs other heroes to play with him. It's like not the Abaddon Shaman that you're scared of, right? Like it's not really a killer combo. Like he needs to Lash with him or Morph, maybe even the Brewmaster. But yeah, very close there for DJ. And he's just gonna stay there with his Tranquil Boots.
I think the low levels in Hex as well as Shackles means the disables aren't really kicking in yet for the Shaman. He's going to need more levels first.
It's a very different skill build than we usually see from when China picked it up a lot. They went like 1-2 levels max in the Shock and just maxed Hex and Shackle. Wow,
Wow,
how
they
did he
commit
die?
the Exorcism and they actually managed to bring him down. They throw everything. Finger of Death, all the disables, and an Exorcism. They kill the
There was a
carry.
line without Blink, and he did not morph up. That means he must have gotten surprised by a silence or so. Because I imagine if he morphs up there, there's a decent chance he might live.
Not a bad place to commit Exorcism as well, because the tier 1 tower is there for them if they want to go for that. It looks like they might trade
Exo is
the
gone
top
already
tier
though.
1. Yeah. And they
And
defend
Lesh is
top.
so much
FNATIC
faster
wants
than
to
DP.
defend. Yeah. I don't know if Lesh is expecting this one. Tim's is in the trees. He gets the Hex out first on the line. They both get the Hex out. And Xuan comes running in. The Aphotic Shield helping keep Armel alive. He's going to have to run away from... Yeah, Meta TB. You got to maybe run away from him. But Xuan's got nothing on the Death Prophet.
There's
He's
a
going to find
split.
the Brewmaster split running at him. And Xuan in trouble. The Yule Scepter being used to dodge the Boulder Toss. That may just save Xuan's life. And now with the Rolling Thunder coming to play, Death is zoning these heroes away. But he's only got the Shadow Shaman. He needs to maybe address Armel. He gets to kill the Shaman. Can they stop Armel from getting these kills? Xuan has just juked him in the trees. This Death Prophet coming up big.
Raven is dealing way too much damage. They need to disengage.
Yeah. Adam gets
Yeah, he
caught as
juked
well
him
in
while
the
Raven
trees.
was just putting in the pain.
Oh. Yeah, Lesh was hunting so hard for this Death Prophet. Xuan, without an Exorcism, without any mana, just baited them in.
Yep, stayed alive forever. I mean, he's still alive even. Did not even fall, and they did not get the tower. And it's a Bruce Brick committed. Sure, Meta is also down, but TNC was definitely looking for more there. Still holding the gold lead though. Like, you don't expect Terrorblade to ever be ahead in net worth against the Morphling. I mean, vice versa. Morphling to be ahead against Terrorblade. He should be farming much faster.
Yeah, FNATIC going for maybe some of these kind of team plays where they try and force these towers and they haven't been able to win the fights as successfully as TNC have until that one up top. That pulled them ahead a little, well, didn't pull them ahead in terms of goal, but at least in terms of the kills. And Raven now going to go back to focus on his own farm with some ancient stacks, but feels like whenever we've been looking, it's TNC, they're the ones farming stacks, and now they're the ones
For
in the
the
Roshan
Roshan
pit. DJ scouted by this Observer. Boomy planted it while smoked, so they're not going to know maybe what's going on. A TB Illusion could go in and scout this one, but I don't think they realize. They're just sneaking this.
Yeah, they don't have the best Roche lineup either. But now the illusions are kind of running their way. No.
They're killing it slowly, but it's not being scouted. DJ could use the Fire Spirits here.
They're not. Nah, they're just not aware at all. Leshrak played it very smart too. He looked like he was just taking the rune and disengaging.
They're
And
showing
that's
the
a free
Brewmaster top. They're showing Leshrak mid. It's same as last game. TNC. I mean, we mentioned how some of these SEA teams at times have been playing a little bit maybe cautiously and scared. TNC, 2 games in a row, sneak a Roshan. That's not playing cautiously or scared. That's making bold decisions that you think can win you the game, and it did last game, and it put TNC in a great position this game.
Yeah, this morphing with Aegis could be the decider in the next team fight. What are we looking at for item progression? Terrorblade just finishes Manta.
That thought. FNATIC is smoked up into the enemy side of the map. It's an Abaddon tanking it though. He's got the borrowed time, so if anything,
doesn't
TNC's like, alright, let's fight them.
Another haste rune. Just barely missed it out.
That's away, still has the Yule Scepter. Who's he going to look to go on? They initiate in with the Phoenix. Rolling Thunder followed up from Death, but there is going to be Yules near bad, and they'll cut their losses on TNC to stop the borrowed time. Just a support kill and several ultimates committed.
Yeah, not a fight they were looking for at all. Good reveal from the smoke though, by Abaddon there. Yeah, not too many strong items coming out. DP prioritizing his own game a little more, going into the travels rather than a fast BKB or Kaya Sanj. Leshrac is very strong. Oh, you said that?
Oh, Tron got his off first. Leshrac didn't get the Yules into the stun. Now they're going to follow it with an Earth Spike. Jabs went blinking in for this one. Has the Finger of Death. Is the damage going to be there? They got the Supernova on top of Armel. Armel trying to take his way through this, but even with the hood, it's not enough. Jabs will pay the price. The Brewmaster split being used to make sure they get the Lion, but the chase is on. They want Bok. His Earth Panda is on the run. I believe he has no Blink Dagger, so yeah, he's got no way out without a Blink Dagger. He's going to go for the TP, but wishful thinking.
Yeah. No chance he makes it out of there. How close is his... Oh, he's only 50 gold away to his Agamemnon Scepter. On the Brewmaster, that means next teamfight there's going to be 2 splits, which is going to be very, very troublesome.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't really make these plays without Abaddon. Like, he needs to be behind the Leshrac. If he's there, he's going to survive a whole lot longer.
Even the Aegis Morph was off farming. Like, they're trying to get this Morph V-Blade up, so... Not Gabby's fault, he necessarily wasn't there. It's just the team who were not all on the same page.
Yeah. E-Blade is done in 1,000. And we still got about 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. So we'd have like a decent timing. Not the longest, but a timing nonetheless.
Tim's down bottom, they're looking for him. They get the sound. Jabs guesses wrong. He's like, he's in the trees, but he just guessed the wrong tree cluster, and now they're looking to turn this one around. FNATIC, oh, he missed the Split Earth. Tron again, just juking these TNC spells. Jabs will get the blink out as well. Oh, they're breaking ankles out here, Black.
Yeah. I'm not sure why Armel went for the stun before Yules. There was no reason to, really. Probably thought he would get him, but... Yeah, gotta play it a little bit more safe, because like you didn't need the Yules defensively there at all, since there weren't any enemy heroes around. But they will still get the tower bottom. Are they trading for top though? Shaman cancels TP.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go for the defense. Instead, they're going to just back off, take the outpost. Attic, we're a little scared that TNC were going to come and defend this one, but now maybe realizing that's not the case. They'll clear out the creeps and hope that maybe the Radiant Creep Wave can finish off the tier 2 tower. Looks like
gonna be enough.
They'll get it down to nigh range at least. Maybe, yeah, if a TB illusion or something was up there, they would have had it, but they can clear another Creep Wave and slowly get it.
Yeah. It's not like super important. The outposts don't give that much experience anymore as they used to.
Maybe for Roshan, having the outpost TP2 can matter, but
yeah. No Roshan yet.
Something I have to
So
worry about.
50 seconds left on the Aegis. E-Blade is up. We don't want to force anything with this.
I think we may see FNATIC go for... Well, I guess they're waiting on this Skadi, because often you see these teams smoke up when Aegis is expiring. But they are constantly being scouted out. This dire ward, they just smoked under it. TNC, they know this is coming. The question is, do they try and bait this and take a fight? Looks like they're at least considering that. Boomy on the high ground. The selfless support trying to tank this smoke gank.
Gabby is TPing there too. They definitely want to fight this.
Meanwhile,
Shaman
Shaman
has the best initiation.
Shaman may just drop wards down bottom.
Yeah, one more creep until level 12.
Ether shocks, and there's a TP. Oh, he may get caught. He doesn't have a blink dagger himself. He's in the trees. Jabs has a hex. He just... Oh, he got him! Oh, the last 0.1 second. He'll get the finger stack as well.
TP, he would have lived.
It's level 4 hex.
Maybe they can get...
Here comes...
Oh, Lion is out of position. He has
Better
no
Lion
either.
than Death Prophet. Jab's trying to get his mana back. Will... Uh-oh! Uses the Shadow Amulet. That may save his life if they got detection. Split Earth with the Leshrac AoE damage should be enough. They could have thrown the Brewmaster split as well, but the Rolling Thunder comes through, pummeling this Leshrac, getting the backlines as well. The Abaddon going to get hit by this one as well. The shotgun takes out the Death Prophet. The follow-up damage from Raven's there, but the defensive heals from the Lesh going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but the Sunray will finish him off. What a Rolling Thunder from Death. Absolutely wrecking the backlines. Will take out the Abaddon, but they still maybe don't have the best answer for Gabby, who's going to be forced back because of the TB. Instead, it's DJ on the Phoenix being chased down. This Brewmaster split with the Axe timing, causing a lot of problems here as TB tries to finish off the split. Won't be successful. Nothing to cancel the TP out. Whew. A bloodbath in this middle lane. It was kind of a 3-for-3 in the end, since Shaman, I guess, died before the fight, but both teams using all their big ultis.
Yeah, and Roshan responds in potentially 1.5 minutes. But you just see this Terrorblade. He's untouched every fight. Like, they're just trying to ignore him, but he's outputting so much damage. And his Pangolier, they don't have an answer for him either. Like, they can't really stop the roll at all.
And it's great because he's stunning everyone. So he stuns up the Leshrac, and then he also hits the Abaddon. So those shields and miscores are not saving people like you'd perhaps want them to be.
Yeah, they definitely need BKBs to answer this Pangolier here. Are they building into them? Yeah, Morph is, Lesh is, and Brewmaster is going straight A on disc. I like that quite a bit. You just need to get off your splits.
You mentioned the TB kind of being ignored and putting out the damage. What did you see from Morphling that fight? Like, as far as we haven't seen much Morphling this tournament, is this looking like a game where Gabby's going to be able to carry things?
I mean, the way he played it was really good. He turned into the Lion, killed the Lion, of course, and then he hacks the DP so he can't dual dodge his shotgun combo, killed the DP. He did all the right things there. Just didn't end up being enough to win the team fight, but I mean, he definitely knows what he's doing. Is he level 30 on Morphing? That's a pretty sick symbol. I think it's level 30.
That's the level 30.
Are scanning.
Yeah, I think that's level 30.
I mean, you could definitely tell. Like, the way he's using his
level 30.
spells. Yeah, he instantly morphed back before he got stunned. Then morphed up strength. He knows pretty much everything about this hero. In and out.
Yeah, that's a lot of games played.
Yeah.
Gabby,
I wonder how many games it is, actually.
Top tower.
with a
Couple of
2-0 lead, that's them saying, you know, you mentioned they didn't seem to be a better option than Morphling when we got to that last pick. And Gabby saw the same thing, so going for a comfort pick, even if it's an out-of-meta comfort pick.
Yeah.
And with the 2-0 lead, that's a good time to go for a pick like that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of players would just be like, nah, I don't want to play Morphling unless it's like a free Morphling game, you know? But Gabby is... Yeah, he doesn't seem to be caring too much. Even in game 2. It wasn't the perfect PA game, but he still made it work, no problem.
Alright. Gabby has definitely shown up these qualifiers.
Yeah, and he had to. A lot of strong competition.
Yeah.
Leshrac
feeling
very close to his BKB.
Yeah. Is that... I mean, you mentioned the Rolling Thunder. Is that something that TNC's ready to go with? I mean, if they may have to be ready to go because Roche has respawned, so we'll see if either of these teams goes for it. Raven's in there. They may just commit an exorcism.
Yeah.
And TNC's
Morph has to be
nowhere
very
to be
careful.
seen. Yeah, this Roche is just dead.
Yeah, no way they're fighting this. I mean, they sort of know, but it's too late already. I think Morph just wants to prioritize his own BKB. Because fighting into Rolling Thunder without BKB is so hard. Especially with this Talon on Pango. It lasts for 13 seconds. It's ridiculous.
Okay, they just give it up. Looked like they were TPing mid as if they might want to try and contest it, but that's not the case.
That's a shot on DP. I liked it quite a bit. When you get Spirit Siphon for 4 seconds, you get feared. Can be pretty impactful against some of these heroes.
Like a Morph.
Also gives you one
on top
additional
of you.
charge, right? Yeah, 5 charges.
So, FNATIC, not going to see them immediately look to utilize this Aegis cheese. They have to wait for the Exorcism cooldown as well as the meta. Or sorry, not meta. They didn't actually commit. It was just the Exorcism.
Yep, just Exorcism. TB is ready to fight. 200 away from his BKB. And we didn't really talk much about it, but TNC was leading by like 2k before that fight. And ever since then, they made up 7k gold, basically.
Similar to last game with it going back and forth. Because this game it was FNATIC who had the lead, like 2-3k gold out of the lanes, and then TNC swung it their way, and now it's back FNATIC's way. But it doesn't feel like either team is making the same kind of maybe overly aggressive throws as we saw a bit in game number 2.
Yeah. And this game is really gonna come down to who gets the better initiation. They both have instant blink hexes, Shaman and Lion. This game is just gonna be purely decided on who goes first and on what target.
I hear that, and I'm hearing we're going to see some Aeon Disc then. I already see a few queued up.
Yep.
On
Aeon Disc
cores
every
as
game.
well. You're playing against Hex as a core, you want Aeon Disc. Pango has one, Death Prophet has one queued up. Oh. And also,
Brewmaster
and
already has his as well.
Yeah, Brewmaster has it. So, yep, all these cores with Aeon Disc.
DJ, queued up Aeon Disc. There's definitely something that will be done to this item. I'm not quite sure what, but a little too good. And by a little, I mean a lot.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I like the concept of the item. It just seems too cheap. Like, I imagine even make the build up different, so it costs like an extra like 1,000, 1,500 gold, and gives like some different stats maybe. Like that.
I just don't like the concept of it reducing or basically removing all the damage. Like, if it reduced it by like half, I would be on board with it. But it's basically a free blink out, a free everything. It's like a mini Oracle ulti, right? Tims. Raven has Aegis. Can they kill this guy? Well, not anymore. Morphin TP'd out already. Finished his BKB. I think he's happy to fight now. Just a question, do you want to fight into a Terrorblade Aegis? It's not an easy fight.
I mean, you mentioned these fights coming down to execution. Is there key target for either side, or like what is the execution that both teams are looking for to win these fights?
I think the best targets to kill for TNC are definitely DP and Phoenix. I think it's going to be very hard to kill Def with his Aeon Disc, so...
He's fishing, he's right next to Tims.
Ooh.
He blinked
They're breathing each other's air.
6 feet,
like,
guys,
where's
6
that smell
feet.
coming from?
That's not socially distant. We don't like that here. Yeah. And Jabs walks off. That's a bit better, Jabs.
Yep, thank you for
Tower is under attack.
abiding the law. DP is a little bit alone up there, but Shaman is nowhere near. And he's better Lexus out.
Yeah.
Okay. They need Shaman to set up for these kills. Otherwise, no chance. He was trying to bottom, but FNATIC was just like, alright, we're pushing the whole lane with everybody.
They found Shaman's courier, which kind of reveals the fact of what he's doing, but they're going high ground. They say we're ready. Exorcism plus TB with an Aegis. It's time to go. They still have a couple minutes left on this Aegis, so they want this tower.
How hard do they want to commit? No meta has been committed so far.
Yeah, I'm surprised no glyph. It was used some time ago, so TNC have to find a way to defend this one. Gabby in the trees trying to find an E-Blade target. There is an Aeon Disc on Pangolier though, so Death can't really be blown up here. It looks like FNATIC just going to disengage. And with 6, it's an Arcane Rune Death Prophet. That's why they threw this Exorcism. There will still be a window. They'll still have like a minute left on this Aegis when Exorcism is back up. Maybe more like 45, 50
right
seconds. They want to fight while it's down. I imagine they would have seen this Arcane Rune.
Yeah,
they know this
I'm sure
window
they were
is
aware
small.
of it.
Well, this courier flying over, that's going to kind of reveal where TNC are. Question is, do they want to go onto from low ground to high ground? That seems incredibly risky. Bok is leading the charge.
Bok is going.
Brewmaster going to pop out of the smoke here. Has the primal split. FNATIC Death immediately throws out the Rolling Thunder. The Silence Fault is there, but Armel gets the BKB off. Death turns the Aeon Disc. Can they blow up Bok? Nope, he gets off the primal split. Armel, he's dying to the meta TB. Does TB have the damage with the Scotty? So he should be fine. The BKB going to wear off soon. He might get thrown up in the air. The Spider Legs. Armel, he gets out of there. TB can't finish him off. Raven needs a Sun to target too. He's getting a bit low here. Has got the Phoenix speed, needs it. Will take out Boomy, and the Lesh did end up getting chased down. They got 3. They're looking for 4. With Gabby in trouble on the morph. Anything to stop his TP? No. He gets out, but they may get Bok now instead. He threw the second ultimate. Even if they don't get him, he's got no primal splits left. Looks like he will get his way out of there.
Ooh, yeah. It's just... We spoke about it during the draft. Like, fighting into these heroes is so incredibly difficult. You can't fight into Supernova and Metamorphosis. There wasn't even Exorcism.
They just flipped, and now they have Exorcism. There's no glyph for this one. This is going to be a lane of racks, it feels like.
Yeah.
35
Actually,
seconds without the Lesh rack.
TB Ilo is pushing the mid tower. And they're just going to go middle right after this, I feel like.
TP in from Abaddon, but there we go. They'll get the full bottom lane. What's the call? Do they want to push their luck? I feel like they're having some slight flashbacks from last game. Like, what happened last game when we went for a second lane? But no, it's fine. Oh, wait, no, it's not. They're thinking twice about this one, and they'll play it safe. I don't mind this, Black. Like, I think they, like you say, they probably could have, but Aegis was expiring, no Metamorphosis, and last game things went pretty south for them when they went for that second lane.
Yeah, just wait for your cooldowns. You are super far ahead. There's no reason to risk anything. If anything, TNC has to be the one making a risky play. But just prepare for that. Exorcism 90 seconds. Meta is going to be up by that time as well. Like the overwhelming amount of team fight on the Radiant side is just too much to deal with for the Dire. There's just nothing they can do, really.
And that's what we kind of, highlighted in the draft when we saw some of these heroes. We're just like, there's definitely some question marks about how TNC win a team fight. We haven't even really seen Supernova come into play because these team fights just end so quick. Ooh, that's how you win a team fight. You blow her up with an E-Blade. TP goes down, dead for 75. Gabby's stuck in the woods, but we'll have a wave for him, so he's fine.
Gabby's like, I don't want to leave.
It's like Shaman should be able to deny the wards from full health.
Yeah, or make one go into the ground so you can walk through and then back up again.
There you go. Shaman definitely needs something. I feel like this hero is not being changed ever, really.
Yeah.
The last change I remember this hero had was when Aethershock used to be single target, right? Like way back when? Like Dota 1 days, maybe?
Yeah. And the constant buff to his base damage.
That's not a change to the hero. I mean, like, I'm talking like, you know,
Oh, you mean
spell.
like a fundamental change?
Yeah. Like a new spell. Like, even his Ags is one of the, to me, like, just most boring Ags in the game. So here we go, Blink in bottom. They have the Finger of Death. They want to blow up this Slash Strike, stop him getting the BKB off. But he does get it out of the Yules with the right-click damages there. Raven blows him up. They're doing this without the Death Prophet. They're just catching TNC by surprise. The Abaddon's trying to come in to save the day, but it's too late with the Lesh already dead. Raven BKB TP's out. And they just killed Lesh without Death Prophet. That was ballsy from FNATIC.
In the enemy base as well. Yeah, it's not something you see every day, but they get out without losing anybody also.
Yeah.
So both mid laners going down in the end. And now DP. Arcane Rune again.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. For FNATIC at least.
Beautiful. Go, my
I don't think it's beautiful. The Death Prophet does. I'm not trying to be unbiased here.
Yeah, of course, of course. We all know.
There's a DD outside the Roche pit. It's like, oh yeah. So that person's happy, but
beautiful.
Not me. Not me personally.
Of course, you would never be happy. You're very unbiased.
At least
you
now,
don't want TNC to win
without
because
of
your compendium.
Actually, I'm biased, Black. I predicted TNC. I got to be able to brag that I predicted the right team.
Yeah.
No. That's
bragging rights are always there.
What do we got? DJ has a ward. He's going to throw the sentry out first. Check that there's nothing on the high ground.
Interesting that he did that. Because he has a gem.
They could have just, I guess, dropped the gem on the ground for that flying vision, right?
Yeah. But of course, he's getting a bit older, so...
Fingers aren't what they used to be.
Yeah.
He's the guy that's been on this FNATIC team the longest. Since maybe like what, 2016, 2007, maybe 2007, longer I want to say, like 3 or 4 years, right? Or not?
Did he ever leave since he joined first?
Oh, maybe he took a break or something. That's a good question. Not up to date on my DJ history. Yep. He gets the more strength off, and it feels like Death is just poking and prodding, fading out some spells.
Yeah, I mean, Rolling Thunder is such low cooldown. It doesn't really matter.
It's going to look like a kind of nothing ultimate, but the one thing is Roche could have been coming up, but he's got a minute before they have to worry about Roche. And of course, Rolling Thunder for a potential Roche fight is always going to be huge.
Yeah, one of the scariest abilities in the entire game. I'm just trying to see what like the game-breaking power spike could be for Morphling. He got a Skadi now. It just doesn't feel like he can combat the Terrorblade at all during this like Supernova, Exorcism flying around. There's just too much stuff going on that Morphling can't really focus anyone.
A Daedalus TB, his damage output is getting out of control. Doesn't have the Satanic yet. That's kind of more the defensive item, and he doesn't feel like he's ever needed this defensive item. He's yet to die and never really feels like he's in any danger of dying.
1.1 second Crypt Swarm cooldown.
Watching that, I'm like, what's going on here? How, does he have a refresher? Like, I was like, this is nuts. Both
Yeah, the
teams,
talent is pretty insane.
yeah. Both teams hovering around this Roshan pit. The TB Illusion gets to scout it, whereas TNC have a bit of a trickier time scouting Rosh.
They could be doing Roche soon because somebody has to go bottom and defend that lane. Courtesy of the Rex push, of course.
And Fnatic see that, which is perhaps why they smoke now. They're looking for that jump. If
Straight
they
into the
see
pit.
this Leshrac bottom, there is an outpost for Lesh to TP to, but they're just going to look to probably take this with Exorcism. Maybe they'll want to hold on to these ultimates. They're probably saving it for a fight. Bok throws out the Cinder Brew. This
He has
Rosh
to be
is flying
fast though, he's going to be
fast.
decisive.
Yep. Going in, he gets silenced though. He has got an Aeon Disc. They may just going to ignore him while they finish off the Rosh. Nope, they want Bok, but he does get up the split. The Aeon Disc saving the
Morphling
day
in
for now. The
trouble.
Morphling gets blown up in that buyback. Oh no! TB gets hexed up, but this TB is a tanky fella. You're not bringing him down, and he's just going to focus the Rosh. Needs to maybe deal with these Serpent Wards. You don't want to see Roshan get denied or stolen or an Aegis denied or whatever it may be. So yeah, clear the Serpent Wards, then finish the Rosh, and TNC, they're just getting the hell out of there. We're starting to see why Morphling is perhaps not picked so much, it feels like, Black. This was a free farm Morphling, but it's not doing much against the 5-man teamfight lineup.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about. Picking Morph into line can easily end up like this because Morph always wants to wave in and shotgun someone, which means you're in prime position to get hexed by the line. That's what happened. Couldn't get off his BKB. And yeah, this game seems all but over. 30 seconds. No Exorcism though. So I guess there's some hope to defend the last lane at least.
Yeah, Fnatic feeling like it's in a pretty good place. They're tipping their buddy Raven. He's the guy that TNC were tipping. The former TNC carry player, played with them through numerous TIs, is looking to get one back on his former teammates here. They are down 2-0, so this is just the first step of several for Fnatic if they want to make their way to the International, but first have to get this one game.
Yeah, but it's about time though. Like after these 2 defeats, they really need this win to boost morale as well.
Yeah. I don't feel like it's going to demoralize TNC. I think draft-wise, TNC are probably going to look at this and be like, yeah, we made some mistakes. Play-wise, you know, it wasn't our best game, wasn't our worst, but like you say, morale-wise, this will definitely boost Fnatic up.
Yeah. But if you just look at the chess game of draft, last game, TNC also lost that. They outplayed, but they can't be happy with the draft they've had.
TNC trying to perhaps make something happen. They get the Hex out onto the Terrorblade. Maybe not the best target if they can't burst him down. Doesn't look like they've got the damage. The Rolling Thunder coming through, which is going to stun up Tim's on the Shadow Shaman. He's the one that was trying to lock down the TB, but they just had no damage at all. Shaman dead. Gabby getting stunned up. Death with the Rolling Thunder. This Tango is just wreaking havoc here. Gabby going to go for a roll-up play of his own, using the Morph as he turns around with an E-Blade, but that does no damage at all to Jabs. He's got the Aeon Disc to keep himself alive. Death with an Aeon Disc of his own. The Pengo still surviving his way through this one. Armel Slash doing some good pulse damage. Kill the Phoenix. Chuan's Death Prophet has an Exorcism now, and this could spell trouble for TNC, who's now lost them more, and they have to fight into an Exorcism. They need to get Armel out of here. Not sure they can. They've lost the line. It looks like Armel will just barely get back to safety, so Fnatic don't perhaps get the team fight they were hoping for with the Exorcism. Don goes down, as that'll kind of even things up at 2 kills apiece, but that Exorcism was a very short-lived one.
Yeah, the fight, I think you can't really ask for anything better if you're TNC with this goal disadvantage. And any trade that you take at this point is probably good for you. But yeah, this Terrorblade is just unstoppable. And that was without Exorcism, as we said. Absolutely brutal. Terrorblade is 13k gold ahead of the Morphling.
Ooh.
Ay. Morph is itemizing into an E-Blade. A Swift Blink. The thing is, Morph is also a hero that can't build into Nullifier at all. While his entire kit is about bursting down heroes. You can't do that against Aeon. It's just not possible. We have seen there, he shotgunned the line. He was like, oh, alright, I got Aeon this. I don't care.
Things will slow down a bit now on the TNC side, but Fnatic may just be looking to go high ground again. They've got boots to travel on Death Prophet. They're playing around this top lane here. What can they find?
It's a TP25 as well, so it's the meta attack range.
Boom with a flicker and a Batten. It's a great item. I'm surprised to see that it's on the Abaddon. It's maybe not feeling they've got a better target, and with the TP meta range, they're just going to be hitting this high ground from the low ground. Death Prophet TPs into the creeps. They force an A on this on the Brood. Now he's going to be careful when he initiates. May just have to use that Primal Split from afar. Amel trying to clear out some illusions with the Pulse Nova Shiver's Guard. They've got the Sunray heal. Buying them some time. In the trees is the Morphling looking for a target. Raven just going to BKB. He gets the Fear out onto the Leshrac as well. And with that, Leshrac, Armel, he can't be kept alive. He just melts. TB will lose his first life though.
No meta.
Yeah, he's got
No
an 8.
BKB
He's going to be
also.
coming back without meta. There's going to be a Fear. Gabby with the Stolen Fear. Looking to take out Raven. It looks like Raven will get forced off back to safety. Gabby Smallfling doing some work here. Armel running in as well. This
careful.
Leshrac doing so much damage. Raven uses the Sunder, turns this one around on the Morphling. Morphling is dead, but now there's no more Sunder, and Armel on this Lesh has to get out of there with the spider legs. He's on his own. He's got a shield to try and bail him out here, but they've lost the Shaman as well, so no more control to play around as Armel still on the run. Will finally get caught and chased down. That's 4 dead, and TNC are going to call GG. We're going to a game 4. Not so easy, say FNATIC.
Yeah, finally a sign of life. Whew. Draft again, very good. Execution this time around was also very good. There was a time in the mid game where you thought maybe TNC can do it, but the team fight is just overwhelming. Ever since TB got Skadi BKB, I think the game was just pretty much over. They could never find a good team fight. And yeah, well done FNATIC, extending it to a 4-game series at minimum.
And that's, you know, that's the free farming Gabby Morph, who's like the master tier level 30 Morph. And he's stealing every spell he can, trying to make all the plays and unable to carry that game. So probably won't see the Morphling again, I would expect. But a fantastic game 3 goes FNATIC's ways, which means this series is not over. So we're going to have to bring back a Nat as we get ourselves ready for game 4. Guys, stick with us. It's going to be fantastic.
is exactly what we want to see from FNATIC. They came, running out of the gates there. They looked really good in the early game, and I would say didn't really falter too much in terms of closing that one out. The draft looked really good, and they executed it pretty amazingly, I have to say, which brings this series to a 2-1 to TNC. Which means that we're not over yet. We're definitely going to be going to a game number 4. That excites me so much. So, Black, do you think FNATIC played that early game as strong as you expected? Like, did it go the way that you thought it would?
Even stronger than I expected, to be honest. They won all 3 lanes pretty convincingly. Little bit of a misstep in the mid game where they lost all their lead, but the draft advantage held together and they just itemized in a way where they would win those team fights. TNC never really had a chance to pick them off. The map movement of FNATIC was superb this time around. And they finally managed to close out a game where you might think could have been a 2-1 for them at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to bring back the spotlight to how you said the map movements. They played a lot more, it felt, towards rush. They got a lot better rush engagement and fights. Do you think that was a key to the win there, Gods?
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah. You Gods, Black? Come on.
Oh, he said Gods? I'm sorry. I'm Gods now.
That's all right. You can, you know what? You can just
No,
take
I am
over,
actually...
you can be all 3 of us.
I'm done talking. No? Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was saying definitely, absolutely. I think Roshan is just so key in these close, tight matches. The further we get in the tournament, I think the other key for me was the 2 carry players. The heroes they're playing. I mean, Gabby doesn't play poorly or anything, but his Morphling does about half the hero damage of Raven's TB. It's just kind of the nature of the drafts and what TB can do when set up for success, and this Morphling didn't have an easy game. I feel like if you're going to pick... The only time I feel like I've seen Morph work on this patch lately is when there's like some kind of cheesy like Morph Dark Willow or something where you can turn into some hero with a really overpowered Ag Scepter.
Tell me then, Gods.
Yeah.
How do you not answer a first 2 Terrorblade? It happens every time. Happened yesterday. Happened today again.
What should they have picked though? What do you think?
Well, that's a good question. Because they actually secured it quite well with the bans afterwards. Yeah. And then the last 2 bans were also... maybe you just need to... I mean, can you ban out Terrorblade first too? Might be a consideration. Maybe pick it up yourself. It seems like a very, very strong hero right now, which no team really found answers to yet. Maybe a Tinker or Zeus or something like that?
We saw Zeus work one game. I think if they pick it themselves, then you're playing TB into PL maybe, which maybe you just have to be okay with, because usually it's you pick TB and then insta-ban PL. So if they pick it when they have the second pick of the draft, they're going to get counter-picked right away.
There probably isn't too much chance that we will see the Terrorblade again, but do you think there is a chance that we're going to see the Shaman again? I would say probably not. It looked really rough for them in that one. What alternative could they have gone in that game instead of the Shaman that you think could have worked a bit better?
Hard to
I
say.
think you just roll the dice and hope a Mirana worked there. They could have just picked a 4-position Mirana. Like it's a hero that's actually relevant, I think, and can do stuff. They lost their lane. You're against a Phoenix, it's good. Like, I don't know. They picked Shaman and Morphling in this match. I like the confidence from TNC, but at the same time, next game, just pull it back a bit.
Yeah, this is the problem. FNATIC ran into in game 1. They picked AA here, no stuns, so they ended up with a really weird draft. In game 2, TNC ended up winning, but they also picked... in game 3, they picked a Abaddon who has no stun. So they were like, we have no stuns at all. Shaman is the best option we have to get some stuns on the board, but it's a pretty bad hero, and this game showed perfectly why. He's just so weak early on.
I feel like the crazy ban that may come out this next game is actually Lion, because I feel like Lion is just the hero that's going to get first overall picked. It's just so good.
Yeah, I mean, the only downside to potentially banning the Lion is letting the Nyx through. But before we get into the draft and have those questions answered, we're going to head to a short break. Well, here we are at game 4. Who would have thought after 2 really good decisive victories from TNC, FNATIC claw it back in game number 3, and we are going to be heading into draft for game number 4 really soon. But Black, what do you think the atmosphere down in FNATIC is at the moment? Because I know if I was them, I'd be absolutely ecstatic knowing that it's not over yet.
They got their hands on Terrorblade. They're probably like, there, game 5, let's go. This time around, I hope TNC knows what they're doing against it, because last game they had 0 answers. He free farmed on lane. Did he ever die in this entire game? I don't think so, right?
I don't have the answer to that one off the top of my head.
Maybe 0 deaths,
He
maybe
died with
not.
Aegis.
But he carried his team. That's all that matters. And they're giving it to him again. And Lion.
I was about to say that. They're gonna let them have the exact same 2 first picks, the Lion, the Terrorblade. I guess TNC are like, it's alright, it was only one
And now we
game,
throw to
let's
gods to explain their thought process.
Why
I'm
do you
not
give him the
sure.
Terrorblade?
I mean, I think this is just a better omen for Fnatic. So, I mean, the thought process for Fnatic I can explain. It's like, we get first pick. I think TNC should have just banned Lion, because this Lion hero allows you to pick TB, and Lion is just like a very, like, it's like soft counter to TB. But the reason TNC don't first to the TB themselves is because then they're playing into Lion plus a potential counter like PL. So I think TNC think this Phoenix plus teamfight is going to be the answer. My guess is they're going to go very heavy teamfight. Unlike last game where it felt like Fnatic had both TB and better teamfight, this time around TNC's like, we'll give them TB, but we'll make sure we have the better teamfight.
Yeah. And the lane is pretty good. Like, if it is Dragon Knight Phoenix against the Terrorblade, he should be having a lot more problems than last game.
And also, DK gives them stuns, so they've got those disables that they need to play around, which they didn't they did last game, but they had to pick a Shaman. So
no need for Shaman anymore. They're happy.
Yeah.
They had Shaman on the list. They crossed him out. They're like, all right, don't trial that one again.
Yeah. Mushi was like,
no.
no.
Taking it off the list, never to be played again for poor TNC. But yeah, the Dragon Knight's also really good because, like you guys have said many times, it's really flexible, right? It can go in that lane with the Phoenix, but they can also put it in a few other places as well, depending on what Fnatic pick. And I think that's where TNC thrives, is not being backed into that corner that they were for last game. They have a lot more options open for them. And on top of that Lion topic that we were talking about, I personally would rather let the Lion through and have that Terrorblade paired with it than to let a Nyx Assassin through.
I mean, you know me. I'm a Nyx hater. I agree with that. I'm a little bit concerned for TNC, though. The last 2 drafts were pretty Fnatic favored. Hopefully they can figure out what they want this time around, because Fnatic looks like they know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, I wonder if I was going to have a bold prediction. Last time they actually played DK carry TNC one game.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's going to be something they consider. They did it when they have a mid. I think they had a mid TA. So usually that's when they have like a mid that can also dealt damage, which I don't think there's any good options. I say that because Lesh is actually still in the pool. That's usually been a first 2 pick, but Lesh is there for both teams. The problem with TNC picking Lesh is it kind of reveals that, you know, DK offlane, Lesh mid, and I don't think TNC want to reveal their mid and offlaner this early on when they have the last pick. So they're actually going to ban the Lesh, which is smart.
Yeah, Mirana back on the menu. A DK Mirana lane. Very good against a hero like Terrorblade, who has very low health.
Yeah.
I like
good at all stages in the game. Like late game, you have a way to kill TB. I feel like this forces Fnatic to pick up some kind of save, like a Tusk or something, to basically answer that Dragon Tail arrow combo. They need
potentially
a way
Abaddon.
to keep TB alive. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, Abaddon, Tusk, whatever it may be.
TB Abaddon is also a pretty decent lane. But yeah, TNC looks already a lot better than before. With their 3 heroes.
I would agree with you. Fnatic has picked up that Abaddon.
Pach. Oh, and she went through this time. I didn't notice.
Yeah, neither did I.
Armel Puck, let's go. Yeah. That is a good answer to Terrorblade.
They were not going to let it go through any longer. They're like, we have to pick it now, because if it's not picked now, it's definitely going to get banned in one of the next phases. Sure.
But again, they do have a Lion against it. It's not a free puck game, but Armel has played against a lot of pucks in this qualifier already and seemed very comfortable with it.
We've seen a similar lineup come out from TNC as well, except they had the Terrorblade on the side joined with the puck and the Phoenix and the
which
Dragon
is way
Knight.
better.
Yeah.
And their carry options when we get to the end of this draft, I feel like they're going to be, again, digging out it from the bottom of the barrel. They've already lost, you know, the obvious TB counters. There's going to be 2 more bans, so it does feel like the Gabby hero options are going to be limited this game.
Yeah, once more. 3rd game in a row. I mean, I'm just going to keep going back to it. I won.
Last pick is not working.
Naga Siren, let's go.
It's
Ooh,
not
out of
too-
the
it's a Gabby
out
hero.
of the out of the heroes
Seconds remaining.
picked for TNC right now, can Gabby be put on
5
any of these
seconds
comfortably?
remaining.
I mean, he can play
Just the
Dragon Knight,
DK.
but
Yeah.
it is already pretty much confirmed that it is a DK Mirana dual offlane. They could put Dragon Knight as carry, but you're on such a big timer against this Terrorblade. Like, you don't want to do that to yourself. I'd much rather see them just pick something.
Predators
I mean,
turn
Drow is
to
just gonna
battle.
get banned again, and Aqua. This time around, they banned Faces Void actually.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's a strong combo with the egg. That means
So
the
maybe
Drow
that
might
Drow
survive for
Arc
the
Warden
Arc
go
Warden.
through, yeah.
So they
Are
do
you
have some
willing to
options.
have an Are you willing to
10
have another
seconds
Arc Warden game?
remaining.
I'm fine with it. I'm. Today's early. I woke up early, drank lots of water. I'm ready for a 10-hour game if need be.
I don't
Did-
think I'm ready for a 10-hour game.
Yeah, don't make it happen, please. I was just kidding. You know my philosophy: 1 hour and I'm out.
Yeah, and I was so proud of you yesterday. You lasted till the 70-minute game. You hadn't tapped out yet.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave Gods alone. I know how much he likes me, so I want to keep him
Glad
company.
you went the distance for me. I know you struggled to last long enough, Black, so thank you.
Yeah, it's
you
one of my
for
weaknesses.
Turn
But,
to
you know,
ban.
can't be good at everything.
Can't be good at everything. But this Ember Spirit, what is it good for on the Fnatic lineup? Tell me that one, Black.
They honestly have pretty good answers to it. They have an arrow. After a Dragon Tail, they have a Puck Coil.
10 seconds
It's not an easy
remaining.
Ember game, but in combination with a Baron, it's a lot harder to lock him down.
5
So he's just going to be
seconds
looking for an
remaining.
early BKB and jump into the back lines of the team fight. Just make sure life is hard for the Phoenix, Mirana, and Puck. And it lanes very well against Puck too. Just
TNC
max Sleight of Fist.
Predators turn to
There's a
battle.
ton of damage to him in the laning phase. So Drow Ranger is in.
I don't know. I think the reason they leave it in is because it's pretty hard to play Drow into heroes like Ember. I feel like that they just get on
Mhm.
top of you. That's another hero that Ember makes their life difficult.
Very
So
true.
you like the Drow. Is there a potential
10
for the
seconds
Medusa, or does that make TNC's lineup a little too greedy?
Medusa
5 seconds
can
remaining.
work.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
see that working.
a little bit low on the damage front early on, perhaps. Like you have a Dragon Knight, Mirana, who doesn't really deal a lot of damage until higher levels. Same with Puck.
It doesn't fit what we've been seeing from TNC, right? Which is that
Yeah.
really big explosive early game. So it could work, just not really the style that they've been going for right now.
Mm-hmm. And I don't really know how much Gabby actually likes heroes like Medusa. He's more of this jumpy kind of core player, which Drow Ranger also doesn't really fit.
10
Oh,
seconds
maybe he's gonna
remaining.
pull out another hero out of the magic box.
5 seconds remaining.
One of the unplayed heroes potentially that we've been seeing, haven't been seeing.
Unfortunately, I think that's not gonna happen. Terrorblade is so good against most of them.
It's probably why so many of them are still unpicked. Terrorblade's just so consistent.
It's a godlike hero right now. Got nerfed a little bit. -2 base armor. Oh no.
Fnatic side, though, they are coming up to their last
Oh.
pick.
Time
What
for
are
Legion
predictions
Commander
for this
again.
one? You've really wanted it since game one.
Yeah, I mean, game one it didn't work because it was a bad Legion pick, but now it's actually a really good Legion pick against this Puck Coil, Dragon Knight Mirana. You have a Baron who can save, you have Legion who can save, Lion, Legion is a strong lane, but maybe Def is like, nah, don't do that to me.
He knows. I feel like he knows if he picks Legion, they're gonna Ursa again. Which it's not like completely game over for you, but last time around it was a tough time for him.
Bloodseeker.
Oh,
All right,
Interesting
now I
pick.
think I like Dusa a little bit more.
I feel like we've seen Fnatic play the Bloodseeker as well before. If I do believe so, unless
10
someone corrects me.
seconds.
if
one
I'm wrong.
game with Death had.
Yeah,
it.
they
Can't remember
had-
the exact one.
Yeah, they had Io, Lion, Bloodseeker, Gyro, and Templar Assassin.
BS is a very strong
Yeah.
pressure hero. Not a lot of carry heroes can lane against him comfortably. So the question is, are we going to see Drow or something more out of the box, like a Medusa. Draw Waller, let's go. Draw makes the most sense, I think.
We'll see as the time.
Gabby,
ticks
what do
down.
you have for us, man? We're all
Everyone
looking
is
at you.
left.
Yeah, this is, to me, again, a bad side that the way TNC used this last
Is
week,
that
they will go
Medusa?
for the safe option. Yeah,
Yeah.
Medusa.
Yeah, I think Medusa makes a lot more sense now that they picked Bloodseeker, because you are a tower to begin with. You do not care about getting ruptured at all. You just want to stand there and hit people. Makes perfect sense. Lanes well into Bloodseeker too. And it doesn't really put a timer on Fnatic, I'd say. But you can definitely match a Terrorblade.
They also don't struggle, like, if Ember Spirit were to jump on top of the Medusa, it's not going to struggle anywhere near as much as that Dro. But normal question that I always am going to ask, starting with you, Black, which draft do you like? Which side do you favor?
I think I'm going to go with TNC this time around. Their
Okay.
gameplay seems a little bit more easy, whereas Fnatic, they really rely on DJ playing out of his mind and with his positioning, shielding off important spells. It seems like a pretty tough Abaddon game. I like what TNC has here.
And God, for you, which one do you like?
I'm gonna lean Fnatic. They've got Lion TB, which is just like a proven recipe for success. I feel like that's that, and also I won a game 5. So those two things. Give me Fnatic. Give me game 5.
That is very true. I would absolutely love a game 5, but I do slightly favor TNC's draft a little bit more, on top of the fact that they've been able to execute a little bit better than Fnatic in the games we have seen. Yeah, I think it's just a recipe for success on the side of TNC. But we're gonna jump into game number 4 for this grand finals. Take it away.
Alrighty, it's game 4, and it's do or die time, Black. Abby, you've been calling for the Naga Siren. Not a hero he plays, but the
Never gonna
Medusa
happen.
he does play the Medusa a little bit. He's played it the last 2 times he's played it in the last 3 months. He won both of those games. One of those was in the DPC against Boom. He also won a game against Galaxy Racer 3 months ago with the hero, so he can play the Medusa even if it's not his go-to.
Sure. It's just not really this mobility kind of carry here that he loves to play so much, but it makes perfect sense in this draft. And I might have to go for Fnatic as well. I really hate this DK persona. It just doesn't look like Dota.
You've swapped over. You've hopped on the Fnatic bandwagon, and
I mean, look at this
fans will be happy.
DK persona. Does it belong in Dota? It looks like a comic character. I don't know.
I think it's fine. It
looks so silly. Look at it.
Seconds to battle.
I think one of the comments I remember reading about like the new heroes and stuff is we need more monster heroes. Like it feels like every kind of new hero is kind of human-like, or
Okay, fair enough.
We need just some like the broods, the monsters, the Nyxes, the bugs. Like that's what we need, some new heroes with some
Like SF.
fear to them. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I like that. I think monster heroes are really cool, and some of the monster heroes have the best voices in Dota here. Terrorblade,
Begins.
Outworld Devourer, Shadow Fiend. Their voices are amazing. Their models are really cool. And then we get a squirrel. Like, really? Why?
Human-like squirrel, kind of.
With 500 times more pixels than water, man.
Oh, hell yes.
Well, here we go, Black. We'll save that conversation for another day. I'm sure we'll get Ice Frog on the phone.
Yeah, right after the series.
Speed dial, I hear. Yep.
All
Yep.
things.
And we'll get the next patch rolling. Well, actually, no, we have to wait probably till the next qualifier region set before that patch happens. But here we go. Anything? Puck versus Ember mid. Top lane, we've got Mirana DK versus Abba TB. Any lanes you feel like going to be more action-packed than others?
Not really, honestly. I don't really see a kill happen anywhere. Maybe bottom? Like, Impale into Bloodright on the Phoenix? Or Medusa, even. Oh, he's getting very low there. But all the lanes are really just farm-focused. Terrorblade will just farm against the Dragon Knight, because he has the Abaddon shield. He should never die, unless Abaddon pulls and he gets like, caught out of position. Same with mid lane. You just farm there. And bot lane should pretty much be the same thing.
Gabby just with some
Umi's taking a
CS
lot of
pulse.
damage.
Yeah, Boomy getting caught by the blood right, but yeah, Gabby getting some last hits while both enemies were trying to get those denied, so great start for him. And back at top, Tim's Mirana. It feels like he is one of these players. He's got the DK setup, but we've seen him land these arrows even without the setups. He's in trouble though. Doesn't have the leap, and with the Orb of Venom plus the Metamorphosis, they're going to get first blood. The Caster Curse strikes. I shouldn't have been hyping him up because he gives away an early kill.
That is not what should have happened.
Wanted to contest the pull, and DJ saw the opening. This Orb of Venom as a starting item is causing a lot of problems. Ooh,
Yeah.
Arrow, top. Doesn't find DJ, finds the creep.
I think it's also the first time that he started with this on his Abaddon. Recognizing that Mirana level 1 is just very weak, and that's the only weak time they can abuse to kill this, and that's the time they found.
Even the DK, not a hero that's going to force you to buy a lot of regen and harass you.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of a lane that takes a few levels and a little bit to come online. But now Leap is in play. DJ continues to go for the right clicks. No points in the Curse of Avernus, which I'm totally okay with. He's just going for this more kind of, yeah, utility build.
Yeah. And of course DK is... He's not a weak laner per se, but he's just not a hero that can pressure you at all, right? And then once you're level 6, you just start a tower pressure. Tim's getting a little bit low, but of course has leaps to work with. Oh, DJ managed to snatch the bounty.
Oh, nice little find.
Yeah. That
Force
means
Tim's
Armel.
away from this lane as well.
And that's the power of Terabit also. Like, heroes like DK are so good because they can just right-click you, make it last hitting really hard. But because of all these illusions and the damage they deal, it's very easy for them to last it.
Mid lane, Ember doing well against the puck, just able to tank through the spells with Flame Guard, spamming Sleight of Fist whenever it's up with the Blightstone and an arrow.
Oh,
Used on the
that's
range
your
pick
kind of
there.
arrow.
You know me too well.
Yeah,
He refilled the bottle, Black, okay? He did his job, and he was just, you know, he had a free arrow to try and get a kill.
Yeah,
Just
it
so
was
happened to
very
hit a range
close.
creep.
The Ember literally just walked behind the creep, was like, yeah.
It's a happy Mirana. You got a range creep out of it, you know?
Yeah,
that
probably
that
did
creep
7
could have
from the
been
game.
denied, you know? If he's just looking out for his puck, making sure it doesn't get denied.
I know that feeling. Usually I'm on the other side. I'm on the puck side.
Oh, so you're happy? Yeah, okay.
Of course I'm happy.
So
Always happy.
Next time I play a pub game with you, I'll come mid on Mirana and just shoot arrows that may or may not accidentally get your range creep.
As soon as you do that, I'll intentionally aggro the melee creeps in front of it. Just to be like, ha.
The pub players on my team are not skilled enough to do that. Damn it. You found a solution for me.
Oh no. What do we do now? My strat is gone. Metamorphosis pop.
Don't.
Just to farm.
Yep. Let's farm. Push out the DK a little bit.
Mirana is still middle. Looking for another arrow potentially.
Yeah. I guess feeling like
Not
there's
on the
just
range
nothing
creep
to
again, please. Arrow is coming
nukes
through.
it out. He's looking to place it, but the TP coming in from the
He
Abaddon.
dodged the
Arrow
coil.
hit. The TP. TP got cancelled. Jabs is here though to help bail him out. Armel waiting wrist forward, but yeah, dodged the coil. What a play from Chuan. Now the dive coming in from the Phoenix as he shows up. All the supports converging on this lane. Tims gets away, but the vision is there from the third, and with the shield popping, DJ gets the kill. And now he's looking for an escape, which he may not have. Armel will have another orb in a couple of seconds. It gets dodged by DJ. He'll have to run back to the high ground, which could spell his demise. As Puck finishes him off. Oh, Chuan tipping him with the miscoil. Whew.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's not something you can really counterplay, you know? It's just unfortunate timing, really. Like, he slides of fists while he coils. It's just... It happens. And it feels really bad, but what can you do, man? I
least
feel like the
Armel's
arrow
still
would have
having a
missed,
good
though,
game.
if you got coiled, right? So, wouldn't have led to a kill. regardless.
That's so true. He actually ends up hitting a crazy good arrow after all. But Armel, a bit of fortune going his way, gets the 6-minute power rune up top where he was already headed.
Yeah.
His
tried
game
to
looking
steal
good.
it. Very... You know, when you slide a fist on top of a rune, you can right-click it and steal it?
Yeah.
Yeah, going for the play there. Just not being able to quite get it. And I'm looking for a rotation here from Amel, for sure. With that Arcane Rune, maybe towards the Bloodseeker. Yusa? Nah, he seems to be more than fine. Jabs is in a little bit of trouble, maybe.
Not making a move right away.
Yeah.
I think
Arcane
when
Rune
the
Puck
play
is
you
scary.
mentioned- Oh yeah.
He's being
I
top.
was gonna say the play you mentioned. Yeah, he just headed top, and Armel looking to see
Hi,
what he can find
DJ.
up here. DJ, yeah, may just go down if they want to commit a coil here. And we'll do so. They'll just take the free kill. I think once he scouts out DJ, he knows there's no way to get the TP. TP's already deep into the jungle, so he's gonna just throw a 50-second cooldown coil because of the Arcane Rune, so why not?
Yeah, and get a lot of tower pressure at top as well. Bottom Medusa
Lane,
again.
meanwhile.
Is under
I mean, he's just too survivable with his mana shield. And that is the problem as Ember Spirit. Like, you can't really ever pressure the tower when the enemy mid laner leaves, so now he's making his way towards the bot lane. But this Medusa is very survivable.
And
And
they're
Puck
losing
has
top
TP
tower.
ready soon.
Dire's top tower is under
Just no
attack.
mana. For me.
Hit by the Earth Spike, in goes Xuan.
Yes, stick
Amber
though.
has a sleight of fist. Yeah, he's gonna have stick as well as a dive, so he gets back to the safety of his trees, goes for the TP out. Gabby, what's his play? Does he stay down here, or does he feel like it's time to leave?
Might be time to leave, because Ember is coming back momentarily, and they do have a Rupture. If Gabby
Last
dies here,
snake.
it's really bad for him.
He's gotten maybe a little bit greedy. The Searing Chains of the Blood, right? The TP's coming in. I think they recognize that they cannot let Gabby die.
Yeah. He
So,
has 11 sticks too, so he's very survivable with the mana shield, of course.
Doesn't look like Gabby wants to stay down here. Even you don't want. I mean, DK he's already committed the TP, so Gabby may just go back to the jungle now.
Yeah, mid lane, another coil on DJ. This time around, he doesn't die,
Radiant's courier has been killed.
but yeah, he doesn't like DJ very much. It seems like every time he throws a coil out on him. Good arrow, but no conversion.
Yeah, not going to be followed up. He gets the D ward down bottom on that power ward, so that's a nice find for him.
Yep, and TB
Relying that
TP'd
Fnatic
bottom
vision.
with level 4 meta. Can they kill his Dragonet though? He's pretty tanky.
Yeah, that's I guess why they left him down here. Then Medusa's like, all right, you're now on tower defense, Yugi. They took top, and usually this is a tower trade, but Bok getting ruptured, gets hit by the Earth Spike, so he can't get out of the Blood Red Silence. He'll be in some trouble here. The stun's still going. He gets a Dragon Tail up perhaps before he dies. The
Alive.
Sunray Heal coming in, and Death will be in some trouble with the heals. He is still alive. Too much survivability. The Blood Red is not going to be enough, but the Earth Spike will finish off the kill. Death gets a little bit of a heal from that, so that could help him out. He goes for the TP. Orb still on Corp. And now Xuan showing up. Catches out the Phoenix. Jabs has an Earth Spike in a couple of seconds, but he's got to be a little bit careful. The Puck is hunting for him. Jabs wants this kill. Doesn't look like he's going to be needed for it. The Ember just gets it on his own. Great play from Xuan on the Ember.
Dire's middle tower
Causing all kinds of problems as Armo just looking to clear the creeps to keep this tower alive.
fortified.
Cutting waves, cutting creeps. I like what I'm seeing from his Puck, but it's FNATIC who come out on top of this little skirmish.
Yeah, and this little observer ward from the Radiant gave Armel all the information he needed.
Just looking to turn around on Jabs. The Orb's not going to land as Armel goes in with the Coil plus Silence and the
Bye.
double Starstorm hit.
Radiant's bottom
By
tower
Jabs.
is under attack.
And Phoenix TPing down there to get level 6. There's a tome available, so he should have it whenever he chooses to buy it. And that's a big ultimate. Like Puck Coil plus Phoenix. Oh,
Tail.
Death, maybe a little bit of a problem.
He didn't have mana for the arrow, so there was no follow-up. He's very tanky with this hood, though. Looks
Yeah.
like TNC are just trying to force him off the lane so they can pressure the tower with the Siege Wagon.
Now the arrow on DJ.
Ooh, he's level 5 only. They're going to go for the kill. They follow it up. They do have to worry about this Blood Right turnaround.
Okay.
Bok's Dragon Knight could be in trouble. He's being ruptured up, so he may pay the price for this aggression. They get some damage on the tier 1 tower, but trading a core for a support here.
Yeah. The arrow may be a little bit of a bait, where they go in a little deeper than they should. What? Space for Terrorblade? I mean, what do we even say about this hero anymore? It feels like every game is the same, where he just gets so absurdly rich so fast because of his conjure images. And then once he hits his timings, it's an unstoppable force.
Well, we'll see if Medusa has anything to say about that. I feel like we were seeing a lot of Medusa for a while. I remember watching the SEA and China DPC, and you guys were always hyping up how good this hero was with the old Axe build, but what does the current Medusa build look like?
You don't really go for Axe anymore, almost ever, simply because of the new talent timing. So now you just itemize into the right click, you get the 30 attack speed talent, which is really good. You get a free evasion talent, and you just don't have the same team fight prowess anymore than you did previously, because hitting level 15 and the Axe timing was very, very simple and very quick. This time around, you need level 20 to do the same thing, and the timings just don't check out anymore. This is why the hero doesn't get picked as much. He's still very strong though, just have to play it differently.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Down bottom, they're going to invis up. They're looking for initiation. Can they find Raven? They've got the Supernova ready to go.
Oh, he's almost dead already.
Yeah, Bok, he just gets blown up before he can do anything. Armel winning rips in, but he's got to get the hell out of there. He does drop the Dream Coil with the Stone Gaze. TNC at least can't get gone for now, but now it's worn off, and FNATIC have taken almost no damage here. They've got to get Armel out of there. He doesn't orb very far. He jaunts, actually gets the Winning Rift down to the low ground. Oh, will manage to get his way out of there. Sleight of Fist spam going to do some good damage here, but every ultimate was used except for the Stone Gaze on Gabby.
Yeah, Bok's running in and dying in a second. Way overestimating his strength there. EK is trying to get to a Blink Dagger. I don't know, I'm a little bit scared for this Dragon Knight. I feel like every time he brings in, he's just gonna die. He's not survivable against all this pure damage.
Yeah, well, I guess, I mean, for now it's pre-blink, but we've seen the firepower coming out from the FNATIC side as Armel forced to orb his way out of there.
Yeah. He finished his, what's it called, Witchblade now, so his damage output is going to be a little higher. But they're not very farmed on the FNATIC side either. Like this Ember and Bloodseeker, it's not like they're monstrously farmed. They're just as poor as the Dragon Knight. Oh, nice deny. Doesn't seem like much, but it's actually 250 gold for the team. Pretty good.
We are headed towards perhaps more of the style of game, you know, that we've become very familiar with and that we expected from these two teams. The first two games, the TNC ones, were, you know, much quicker, fast-paced, but this feels like we're back to the battle of the late game carries. Dusa versus Terrorblade, both heroes getting free farm, neither team pulling ahead, and probably a lot of battles around this rotation.
Yeah. This time around, TNC just didn't want to put themselves onto this clock, this so scary clock where you go into late game versus Terrorblade, you just lose. So they picked the Medusa, which naturally will lead to a slower paced game. But yeah, there's nothing scarier than being on a clock on a TI qualifier. It's the worst feeling.
T1 tower, Armel wants it. He's coming in, is it going to get denied as well? Yep, another tower deny.
Jabs TPing in, slow TP though.
Armel was trying to get it from the trees there, but that's now 2 towers denied by FNATIC.
Yeah. Dusa, TP, neck and neck.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, everybody's neck and neck. Look at all these rolls. The farm distribution is very even.
He's right down to the supports. One of the things I feel like, you know, there is a TB, but it does feel like this Supernova could be at least a little bit of a problem in these team fights.
100%. And the problem is Bloodseeker is not very farmed to a point where if he doesn't get some farm soon or some teamfight success, he might just end up as a support. Which is why we don't see a lot of Bloodseeker. If you don't crush your lane and snowball, you don't do a whole lot. Coil pop.
Lion gets caught by the coil, and Gabby's there to back it up and secure the kill. Doesn't get the orb out, so be careful. The Ember's just going to finish him off. Okay.
A lot of
FNATIC
damage with the
dishing out
Javelin
some
proc
tips.
as well.
Yeah, okay. I was like, oh, that explains that
Oh, he didn't stun
crazy
him.
amount.
Fuck.
Maybe
It was a big misplay there. Ember would have died, I'm pretty sure.
with the arrow follow-up, yeah. Mid lane, they're going to defend that instead. They don't want to overcommit. Instead, Death, he thought it was maybe safe here, and he is. Okay, he's fine. He'll back off.
Gabby's actually going for the same old item build. He's still going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Despite...
I think I've seen at least 1 or 2 juices go for it.
Okay.
In
I
this
mean, you get the
qualifier so
cooldown on the snake a little bit sooner now. But the big talent was always the mana gain from the snake, which is of course 20 now. See how much it will do. For now he finishes his Manta style, which is of course against the Bloodseeker Silence and the Searing Chains. But Lion of course is very good against these illusions.
Yeah. Lion's been the support of not just this series, but this entire qualifier. I feel like, I remember coming in when we got to day one, first series, we're like, what heroes should we see? We're talking about like stuff like Hoodwink, you know? Hoodwink, the most picked hero, every other region's picking Hoodwink, and SEA teams like, dude, this Hoodwink hero doesn't do anything. We're all about the Lion here.
Yeah, it's Lion and Phoenix, I think, the most picked, right, in this qualifier? Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm gonna say you're right, but I don't know.
I see Phoenix a lot.
I believe in you, Black. I think the Dota buff stats are only, they showed the combo region, so I'm not sure.
What if you're combo region? Okay. But yeah, of course, this Phoenix hero also is just such a dominant team fighter. Has been for such a long time as well. Even post nerfs. And Lion finishes his blink now. Do they want to go for a quick smoke?
Yeah. Dire Scan did scout them out near the Roshan pit. Neither team, of course, going for Roshan yet. It's not like either team was geared towards it.
Terrible
Maybe
Roshan.
Medusa. They're looking at like, you know, a 2-3 item timing before they even consider. And even then, they're not considering Roach. They want to take and fight first.
Yeah. And the way Gabby's itemizing here
Bottom tower
tells me they want to hit before Terrorblade hits critical mass. Like, he is not gearing towards the late game just yet, but more for these mid-game team fights.
are fortified.
Alright, well, TNC, if they get a top T2 tower, that could open things up to get this outpost, give them a little bit of an XP boost, but FNATIC don't want to maybe give this one up. They TP and DJ.
They're too late though if they want to TP, I think.
Run in, yeah. Other heroes not TPing, they are looking to rotate, and this tower looks like will go down. TNC have the disengage if they need it with the Stone Gaze.
No.
This
Ember's
is on,
rotating
Blink in
in.
with the Hex.
It's a DD Ember.
Target, they made just let teams die here. Yeah, Schwan shows up with a DD, and I think they're going to leave Tims to the Wolves. FNATIC chomp down and will take the freebie kill.
Yeah. Puck.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We have seen so many Armel pucks just be dominant. This game is a little bit more difficult, of course, because there's a Lion. It's not a free puck game. But even against puck, I feel like I've seen Armel do godly things.
Some of these, yeah, SCA puck players just seem to be able to maneuver around even the lineups that have a ton of disables.
Yeah, even from T1, Carl, one of the best pucks in the world. So many good puck players in SEA. Kind of insane. Maybe the hero of the region, even. Meta pop.
It's like they run at the challenge of playing into disables. Great Earth Spike from Jabs, catches out 2, the Finger of Death Fall. There we go. We're just hyping him up. The Caster Curse, it strikes once more. Puck goes down. He got found by the Lion.
Impale. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we just see time and time again why Lion is so good.
Under attack.
And I feel like FNATIC wins this game. Maybe TNC. No. I mean, I guess it depends on who has first pick.
Has fallen.
Because in the first game, I think TNC first picked Lion. But yeah,
This was,
might
this
be
was
ban-worthy.
2 games in a row where FNATIC had first pick, because it feels like the team should be prioritizing first pick because Lion is such an important hero. Plus, you can do this Lion TP opener where your draft just feels so good once you get Lion TP, like you don't really have any gaps.
In your drafting, like the way it works, well, not really new anymore, but where you get 3 bans after the first 2 picks, is really strong for first pick, because they just first to the Terrorblade, as you said, and then they ban a lot of the hard matchups. And the semi-hard matchups are still in the pool, sure, but Lion sort of covers those a little bit.
Here we go, TNC ready to take this first fight. They go in,
Only a
blinking with a
ban.
Dragon Tail. Arrow, yep, follow up, and it's not the hero they're hoping for. They do get the slow out on DJ. He's still got a shield defeated, so
No, he's
Yeah,
gonna
they-
get away. He is.
down, nope. Had the Holy Locket. Coil elsewhere. They found Death. He's going to break the coil, perhaps hoping for a shield here, but DJ a little bit far away. He's in trouble now. They pulled DJ back in. Because Death got caught, the Abaddon tried to save him and dies in the process, but looks like he will, in fact,
Radiant's bottom
save Death, so
tower is under attack.
worth his
Radiant structures
own demise.
Yeah. And we actually saw Armel taking the Poem of Experience. I feel like they should be prioritizing Phoenix a little bit more, maybe. So he gets his 12 faster. Maybe he'll be getting it from the creep waves down there instead. This Phoenix Egg is gonna be massive for these team fights.
ไหวบ่นี่อ้าวเจอจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
All right, and that's gonna be a level 2 egg soon. He's
Yep.
found some alone time down bottom.
Egg Medusa ult, we have seen so many times. It's one of the more classic combos.
Yeah.
Hey guys, let's all hit the egg. Medusa starts screaming and you're like, oh no, we're all slowed and we can't hit the egg. I haven't really seen a heavy team fight yet from TNC, which is a little bit weird because they have Coil, Medusa ult, and, as we said, the Phoenix egg. Should be pretty easy team fights for them.
That was the Singapore Major combo. Everyone was picking Puck every game, and it was the Puck Phoenix where you coil them and you drop an egg on top of them and they can't run from it.
Yeah, and you can't really fight into it either. Just a very potent combination. Gabby now also finished up his Aghanim Scepter, and I think they should be going aggressive here soon. They're giving this Terrorblade a lot of space. He finished the Skadi already.
You mentioned
Very
level
strong
20
now.
talent. Medusa only 2 levels away from it, so at least that's kind of on the horizon for
Yeah.
TNC.
Just feel like they could have turned up the speed of the game a little bit. Like the pace is a little slow, which favors FNATIC. And TNC definitely have the right heroes to up the pace, because they didn't feel comfortable doing so yet.
Definitely, I would say partially hats off to DJ. His positioning on the Abaddon, he's just tanking these smoke ganks.
Yeah.
Every time it feels like TNC try and make a move, DJ's just there to be like, maybe I die, maybe I don't. Either way, you're not going to get anything out of this.
Yeah, potentially if FNATIC win this also, it's gonna be in TNC's head. You know, they picked this Dragon Knight Mirana combination, didn't ban the Abaddon, they just pick it. It's negating so many kills so far.
Well, things will head towards, it looks like not just, you know, this 2-item Medusa, Gabby wanting to hit that level 20 talent, wanting that next item as Skadi of his own. And, you know, when you get to these games where teams are playing things a bit more cautiously, waiting for that great team fight, getting a lot more farm. One small thing I feel like I always see, one team's got a Philosopher's Stone, the other doesn't. Jabs is a very happy camper. His Lions getting that extra gold, and TNC's like, damn it, Phoenix is like, where's mine?
Yeah, just like game 2, it feels like. It's also where he didn't get it. Or was it game 3? I don't know, but in one of those games it was the same scenario. So once again, let's revisit my token idea.
Tokens. Yep.
Tokens.
Sounds like you're trying to sell me like the latest crypto. It's like, hear me out.
Dota tokens.
Black.
And now they're smoked up looking for a team fight. And they have to, because otherwise Medusa could have just itemized into a more greedy way, where he just farms away. Double damage Terrorblade. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, and that's why FNATIC themselves are smoked up. They want to fight. They're happy to go on Gabby. His Medusa gets hit by an Earth Spike. The follow-up isn't going to be there
Bok
immediately.
went in, but he's dead.
He just deletes Bok. He just gets annihilated. Can they find more? They need the disables. But that's exactly what Jabs brings to the table. He's hiding in a Shadow Amulet. He loves this item pickup. He's found the Blink and Pale. He found Armel's Puck, the Shadow Amulet, giving him the initiation. He was just sitting there in Biz, and then Puck showed on the ward, and Jabs caught him. Oh, that's huge.
And
Jabs
Lion.
with some MVP plays.
Yeah. Jabs on his line is absolutely incredible.
He just makes Shadow Amulet look like a broken item. He did it earlier with the Shadow Demon as well, even though I think they ended up losing that game.
Yeah, they did, but as you said, what he did there in the base was... Yeah, it's kind of crazy how strong he makes that look.
That's picked off. Will buy back. DJ in the front lines has the borrowed time. Just tanking up, forcing out the Medusa Stone Gaze. And Gabby's just going to retreat with this one. Has been ruptured, so he doesn't want to run too far. Can they get back into this Roshan pit? Puck respawning in 8 seconds. I think they're trying to force this one, knowing there's no Metamorphosis. FNATIC.
Oh, the arrow!
Black. Ooh, they've got the Abaddon to sit behind there. Okay.
What about Abaddon? No Medusa 20 talent yet. You can really see him struggle with his mana pool.
Same time, he may have enough time to wait it out because Terrorblade doesn't have Metamorphosis, so not sure if FNATIC want to force this one.
Our next team fight, if they want to wait, it's gonna be a BKB Terrorblade.
Or it's just going fishing, scouting for whatever they can.
Yeah. Where do you think the damage is gonna come from? I feel like it's mostly gonna be Phoenix, because Medusa is itemizing purely into tank / utility. Oh, Boomy, you can't die here.
Phoenix out of position. Jumps forward, gets the egg off near the cliff. Good position to be. Box on the high ground though, he's stuck. He blinked up there. They killed the lion though, so I think they're okay. Unless FNATIC realize this.
There,
And they see him with the sleight of fist. They know he's up here. He's got to blink in a couple of seconds, so he's
Blinking aggressively.
disengaged, goes in aggressively. Has the shield to maybe help him out, but now the Rupture's going to come into play. The first one comes out on block, the DK. Kind of disengaged, but he can't really run too far, even with the BKB, the Rupture causing him problems, and into the Roshan pit we go. Hawk
they really
thinking
do this,
twice,
though.
out of the Roshan pit we go.
Yeah.
Metamorphosis is coming up.
It's a perfect ancient spawn though for Medusa if he wants to snake it. Get back his mana. TB has meta again already? He does.
It's been a long standoff around this pit. Box
Medusa
Dragon
only sitting on
gonna be
500 mana.
I don't know.
They can't fight this.
Oh, but they kind of jump. TNC, catch the line on the high ground. That's the key hero to perhaps pick off. Schwan in trouble as well. He's been
Schwan,
silenced, now
grab
he's lead. Schwan, he gets the side of fist, he gets the remnant away. Still alive, one more right click for TB, not gonna be enough. He TPs himself home. Another Rupture under this DK. And Raven being zoned back by the Aghanim Scepter, and
As well.
Armel, he found DJ. No more saves, they lose the DK in the process. It's Schwan on the Ember Spirit. The Stone Gaze being used, but it's just to kind of cover the retreat of Tims, who is being scattered by the Thirst.
Yeah, Armel also being
FNATIC.
startled about the thirst.
No shields though. If they hit an arrow, this could be problematic. There's
They are only 3 heroes.
by the steering chain. He manages it off. Death has got the one Rupture that he used up, so Medusa gonna just TP on home. They may just give up this Roshan. They're delaying it so well. Medusa's gonna walk all the way back though, so Medusa's not here for quite some time after that TP out.
Egg up in
That
5.
should be enough. Raven doesn't have Metamorphosis. This fight is just the never-ending roast standoff. They egg, they Sunray. Who's going to kill it? Twan and Death, they're going to bring this down. FNATIC were ready for it. They punish this. Raven's
Died
looking
as
for a
well.
Sunder now. They're going to lose more. Tim's picked off. Armel dead as well. He was in the pit looking for the steal, but couldn't get it.
Yeah, I think they should have just given it up. They also lost the gem on the puck because of this that he previously stole from the Abaddon. Like, if you want to fight them, Medusa cannot TP out. Like, you gotta make a call collectively as a team, because now you bled away 3 heroes and gave them ages anyways.
And she was a bit mostly low on mana, but could have like fallen back and or looked for a Mystic Snake target. But
Yeah, it's tough.
You know, you mentioned it's not the Gabby hero, and that's something you mentioned. He's more about those jump in and kind of carries. So
Yeah,
FNATIC taking advantage.
we see the same Terrorblade story again. He's going to the Daedalus next, and then even Medusa should not be tanky enough to just stand there and fight through it. She has no damage items whatsoever. She's tickling this Terrorblade.
It feels like they're going to rely on some kind of Dragon Tail Arrow combo to catch him by surprise, and to do that they have to take Abaddon out of the picture, which maybe, like as
How
we
do you
saw
do that,
last game,
though?
that's going to be Armel's job. If Armel can even just silence the Abaddon, make sure that those heals don't and shields don't come into play.
Yeah, there will have to be. The only play they really have. But he will have he already has BKB in fact. So, gonna be absolutely perfect on the chain stun. It's a
It is
tough game from
FNATIC.
here on out.
Yeah. Aegis have got Orb of Destruction on TB. He's just looking to slowly siege things, but TNC have a very good draft to delay things and defend.
Yep.
Very annoying pushing into this frontline Medusa.
And in the meantime, Puck is just farming side lanes.
Arrows. And jabs, but yeah, it looks... And I mean, this is TNC making the most out of the map. They're defending while also getting farm elsewhere. So Armel making sure his farm continues, finds a Lincoln Sphere. That's a big pickup for him against this Lion.
Yeah, Medusa still holding her ground at the tower. Oh, they fought in a Mirana.
Finger, backline, side of fist, Schwan just deletes the Mirana with the finger of death. Gabby going to be forced to pop the Stone Gaze in the trees. They look to turn this one around. They get the Dragon Tail. Can they kill off Raven? He gets the BKB off just in time, finds a Thunder target. It's DJ who can pop the borrowed time to help himself heal back up, and Raven, he wants Bok. He wants the DK. Bok stuck in it, going to be stuck in the blood red as Schwan gets the backline as well. It's going to be a dieback if they're not careful. Mirana leaping away back to the high ground. Gabby in the front has a buyback of
Big
his own, but
snake.
he's completely out of mana. He gets the snake. He heals back his mana for now. TB still just wailing away, doing too much damage. Gabby mantles it off. Still scurrying back. Kim's in the trees. Has to be so careful. If they find him here, it's going to be a dieback. It's a monster kill. It's a double kill. Chuan, only Armel left standing. Has got the Lincolns. Into the trees he goes with no Lion to worry about. Armel feeling confident, but there could be a Searing Chains. And FNATIC have found 4 kills plus multiple, at least one dieback there on the Mirana.
Yeah.
Fire flipping creeps. They want to go high ground.
Medusa had enough money for the Skadi, just never managed to buy it. And she just feels like a tickle monster. She's right-clicking a lot, but for not a lot of damage. Which is also why this item will fall out of favor. Like, you have this Aghanims, you can freeze people or stone people. Imagine if you had a butterfly Skadi instead of this. It would be way stronger and you would actually feel its impact in these fights a lot more. You definitely missed the Aghanim's timing. And now it's all Terrorblade, who itemized purely...
Yeah, his dataless timing feels very scary. He just won't be up for much longer though, but feels like FNATIC have got themselves a pretty substantial lead here, Black.
100%. Like, the Medusa needs minimum 1 more damage item. Like, Skadi is good. Doesn't solve any damage problems though, which we kind of criticized at the beginning, that the draft is lacking damage. Once they get this Daedalus on Dusa, and maybe 1 more item after, I think they're going to be in a good position. But it's a long way till then.
FNATIC perhaps not going to be the ones to let up. They're grouped up as if they may be looking for another smoke play fairly soon. Here we go. Making their move. Raven going to be looking to push out this bottom lane. Not to worry about showing himself while the rest of his team look to make a play.
Daedalus on Terrorblade. It's going to be critting for a good 1000 every hit. Woo.
Just expires though. Get the root in the mid lane, Box.
Radiant's bottom tower
Not going to
is
be
under attack.
gone on. They don't have the Bloodseeker nearby for the Ruptures. Feels like, I feel like a few of these fights, Death has just used both of his Ruptures on this DK because Medusa just stands still and Puck is so elusive. So this poor DK is just constantly suffering the Rupture.
Yeah, you blink in, you get ruptured, you get hit by Terrorblade. That's been his fate the entire game pretty much, even since the early game. But what other play does he have? Like, you're just a DK, right? That's what you're supposed to do.
A hero known for its, flashiness by any means.
Yeah,
Wolf,
especially from the offlane
defend
position.
top. And they've got the Fire Remnants if they need him back on this Radiant side of the map. Doesn't look like FNATIC are interested in forcing any kind of a high ground play. Is it just waiting for next Roshan again? We keep, highlighting how important Roshan is for both these two teams.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like TNC will really be able to do a whole lot about it, because as soon as this Roshan respawns, the heroes at this point take it down very easily. And they just keep cutting all the side waves, but they just don't have no way of pushing his lanes in. Yeah, Armel TPing out just in time.
I was just hunting up there with an Invis rune. He almost found a couple of heroes, but TNC have regrouped and smoking on out. They're going to push the lanes with the Manta illusions, but FNATIC with good vision will not see the smoke, of course, but the fact when you have good vision, you don't see your enemies, it's a lot easier to kind of put 2 and 2 together and realize that they're probably smoked up.
Yeah. They are dewarding the newly put wards, so if they didn't know before, now they know 100%.
They see Medusa and they got to imagine. Medusa's pushed to the river. There's, no way Medusa should be alone, right? FNATIC playing things by the book, playing it safe. Heroes go missing, let's group up. We're not going to split and farm multiple lanes. One of the recent golden rules of Dota is you don't farm 3 lanes. That's just too greedy.
Yeah, unless it's Illusions doing it. And this Philosopher's Stone has been such a godsend for that. He's so rich. Already has his Ether Lens. And yeah, in these games you can really tell how much this Philosopher's Stone actually impacts the game.
Middle tower is
It's
under
been, what, almost 20 minutes? 80 GPM?
Yeah,
You can do the math right, Black?
1600.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I totally could have done that too.
That's basically one item.
100 gold. Yeah.
So, once again,
Hey.
tokens are a good thing. You can purchase
think
them
it's
at
even-
discount.
Time black coin at a crypto store near you.
You won't regret it.
Guys, don't buy it. It's a scam.
Oh, Mirana just gets blown up. No chance
This
whatsoever.
Ember.
And this is when we see a Mirana pick just be useless. Like the Abaddon pick made her useless early game, and now she's just so poor that she has no impact anymore.
This was a great Ember pickup for Fnatic. 10-0-7. Chuan is just having a hell of a game.
Yep,
Really
cutting some
stepping it
meat.
up here.
Already has Aggron Scepter as well. Almost 25 for the Remnant recharge time. There's a lot of good timings coming here for Fnatic. They even got the book queued up already. Yep, he's purchasing. Oh, they didn't purchase a minute 30 book, so now he is 25. And to Remnant City we go.
Oh yeah. What can TNC do here? Are they just at the mercy of Fnatic and forced to sit back, wait for mistakes, or can they make any kind of play?
I think they need to contest the next Roshan. Like the item in there is going to be too big, whether it's a refresher or Aghanims. It's a second Rosh or third?
It's
Forgot.
third.
Third
Oh,
Rosh,
wait,
right?
no way. No,
No, it's the second one.
I think second. Yeah, no.
It's gonna be a shot. There's gonna be Aegis Cheese. I
Not
just don't know how
as
to kill this
bad.
Terrorblade twice.
No.
With the Abaddon
Imagine
behind
like
him.
a TB with Refresher Shard would be very, or even Ember with a Refresher Shard would be very
Yeah.
problematic.
I mean, this is the new meta, right? You just build this refresher up on Ember, you have 10 remnants. Double BKB. So much damage coming out from you. Oh, double damage. Of course. Roshan will respawn in
Perfect.
1 second.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah. Will they scout it, though?
Well done.
Stone Boy's back.
Wait comes TNC though, they're smoked up. They know they need to contest this Roche, but Fnatic themselves smoked up. They're claiming this high ground. And that Shadow is there. Ember gonna pop the smoke as he goes jumping in. The follow-up impale is there. Bok gets out the first Dragon Tail. He's being ruptured up though. Gonna be caught in the blood right if he's not careful. This TB just doing too much. The double damage, you can't even see it. But luckily Medusa with the Stone Gaze trying to get Raven. They do pop out the Supernova, but the Stone Gaze is already worn off, so he can't keep it alive. The Sunder! It goes on the Medusa, burning away her health here. She's in trouble. Gets brought down, and Death's Bloodseeker able to tank his way through all the damage.
There's a
Ace is
timeless
on now.
relic that somebody forgot. The Ancient.
Oh.
There's your big pickup.
I don't know whose it is.
Whose is that?
It's being pinged now. It's picked up by the Dire.
Okay, it was Dyer's anyway. Oof.
Okay. Medusa, no buyback. Went all
Yeah.
out, bought the Daedalus for that fight, and just didn't have the damage. And now to the high ground we go. Fnatic.
Yep. That is the
Thank you for
problem.
Cat
If you can't
Roshan.
execute your combo, this Terrorblade just hits too hard, and it looks like as though they're gonna lose. Park. Ember's on the chase, but
There's a
Not chasing any
TP,
longer.
so I think he's just, he's not wasting his time with the puck.
if this goes to game 5, you gotta address the first phase of the draft. 100%.
The Lion, yeah. The
I
Lion
don't know
is
if
the
you
TP.
just take first pick or what. I don't know what the rules are. But if you don't get first pick, you need to either ban the Lion or Terrorblade. Like, you didn't find an answer to either of those.
And it does leave something else in the pool, but you've just got to be willing to accept that. Even, it feels like this Lion is doing way more than the Nyx that keeps getting banned, or...
Yeah.
Still
or the
ban the
Timber
Lion
that they
plus
keep
the Nyx.
banning.
Yeah, there's options to play into these heroes. As the second game in a row, Fnatic making full use of this Lion TB. They weren't going to go down without a fight, and they fall back on a Raven Classic, one of his best, most signature heroes. Get them all the way to a game 5. They're not there yet, though, Black. There's still, perhaps some hurdles to jump over.
Yeah. Just TNC, they like to make it hard for themselves, make it interesting for the viewers. So, see how long they can defend this base. They will definitely need some big damage infusion here on the Medusa. Rapier is probably on the menu at this point.
Good. You say damage, and that's what came into my head, so I'm glad we're on the same page. I'm hoping Gabby is. Late game Dota, here we go. 40 minutes as Fnatic.
He can be queued up right now.
Okay.
I feel like that doesn't answer your problem at all. Like, you need damage. You die last in every team fight, so survivability doesn't matter at this point, in my opinion. Damage, damage, damage. Damage. Maybe even a Satanic, so you can just survive a bit longer with that level 25 talent. Split shot uses modifiers, it's really good as well. You have like 600% lifesteal or something like that, crazy. Pretty good.
does that talent change this game for Gabby that much? Like, I mean, as far as does it boost up TNC's chances here?
It does, but only if he itemizes into items that actually make good use of it, like a Satanic or just more damage.
Oh, DK.
They caught the
Remnant
DK.
from Tron. He gets the PKB off. Doesn't have the TP up though.
No, they cancel the TP.
Oh. He's in, but
No
he's
reveal?
safe, man.
But
I think Ember has a gem.
Thirst.
Oh no, actually, knocked
Yeah.
the gem over somewhere. Not sure what happened to
อ้า
it.
วอ้าวเจ้าจัง
Actually
ไหน
Thirst.
ไหวบ่นี่
Where did the gem
great
end up?
ability.
On the Bloodseeker. Oh, no,
Yeah,
buyback
and now
of
it's time to
DK.
knock on the high ground. They're not gonna let this Medusa farm any more items.
TB with a level 25 Metamorph range, can just hit this from the low ground, doesn't have to overcommit. Medusa forced to Manta, finds a Flicker, that's a great item to have. But it's still problematic, can't really move with the Rupture. Puck going on the backlines, wants this line, but the line kept alive by the Abaddon. Good defensive play from DJ. Knowing that Jabs is the #1 target for this puck, meanwhile Raven just eyes on the prize, the buildings being picked off one by one. On goes in, sees the Phoenix, jumps the Phoenix, will force a necessary supernova. He's dead if he doesn't use it, and Tron's just happy to just get the hell out of there with this BKB. Still has a cheese, which is going to pop as well. The puck goes jumping in. Once Jabs gets the take on that, but the damage just isn't there. As Raven won't find his Metamorph wearing off, so... Another... Oh! That's painful.
Wait, did that do a Rapture?
Yeah, Rupture dive. It was like casting the dive as the Rupture was cast. Didn't want to cast. I mean, I think it was dead either way. This TB is
Medusa's
on the high
dying.
ground with an Aghanim step there. Medusa gets the flicker, but it's not going to be enough. Pull back in, does a buyback in the trees. Tims, as well as the poor puck, get found out. They're leaping away. It's looking like we're going to a game 5. Jabs is getting low on the line, but that's just the line kill with the Stone Gaze committed. Gabby flickers out of there for now, but Rax being focused and TNC back against the wall. Doesn't look like they've got anything to unpin themselves as Gabby ruptured up, trying to turn onto Raven. Not enough, it looks like. The arrow will land though, even after the Manta, but it gets shielded off immediately. DJ always ready to make these plays. And FNATIC say it's time to get this W. Let's go for the tier 4 towers, let's go for the throw. Another arrow gonna land, but once again, you gotta expect that shield to come into play. Abby,
And the heal
the
also.
tickle monster as you called him.
Yeah.
Some people afraid of the tickle monster, and FNATIC say that's not
Raven.
us.
Yeah.
He's resilient.
And that's it. GG.
GG, game 5.
Yeah, I expected TNC to be much more aggressive this time around. Like, FNATIC, we already said they know exactly what they want to do, which is hit this critical mass Terrorblade timing. And I thought with the itemization of the Medusa, they had the tools to stop him, but they were happy just sitting back and farming, even though the Medusa did itemize into an Aghanim Scepter. Like, if you want to go that route, just go like Skadi Butterfly or something, so you can right-click harder earlier. But there was just so many damage issues that we already criticized from the draft.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of FNATIC, Raven and Chuan both with perfect games on a single
Yep.
death between the core mid laner as well as carry player, and FNATIC have forced a game 5 with a convincing game 4.
Mm-hmm.
We're going the distance, Black. We wouldn't have it any other way. The SCA TI10 qualifiers continue to deliver. We've got a lot more to say about this game as well as a potential game 5, so stick with us, guys. You don't want to miss game 5.
FNATIC end up getting another game on the board to take us to a game number 5. But let's break down game number 4 a little bit. That Terrorblade is looking absolutely unstoppable at this point. So if you are TNC Black, are you going to first ban this Terrorblade, or how do you deal with it now?
I don't have information on who has first or second pick, but I think at this point, if you are second pick, you gotta change something up. I don't know if you ban the Lion or the Terrorblade, whatever they deemed the bigger issue, but you can't just give him the same thing 3 times in a row without having found a single answer to it.
Or they need to pick it for themselves. Like, yeah, picking TB, and let's say they get Lion plus maybe PL first phase. That still, to me, looks better than what we just saw, where they get Lion TB and you have no TB answers. You end up picking the Puck into the Lion, and Puck has a rough game because Jabs' Lion was just so sick finding all those pickoffs. Yeah, definitely something needs to change in the draft. Unless, ideally for TNC, they just have first pick. I think that solves a lot of their problems.
Would you be more inclined to, if you were on the TNC side, pick that Terrorblade for yourself?
Yeah, they play a great TB. It's a Gabby hero. Yeah, it's less of that kind of jump in and kill stuff, but he plays it like TB. I would say is one of his at least top 5 heroes. So, and they've shown throughout these qualifiers they're very comfortable with TB games.
Aside from draft, FNATIC, they seem to have a really great early game yet again, and they were also very Roche dependent. They were fighting around that, but I want to know if there was more that FNATIC could have done to end that Roche fight a little bit earlier. The one that we saw, it went back and forth for quite some time, Black.
No, I actually think they played that fight very well. Like, there were a couple of moments where it looked like Medusa with the Stone Gaze might be taking over the fight, but they stalled it out just enough, and then they baited them in, kill 3 heroes, get the Aegis, and ever since then, it looked like it was all FNATIC. They just had no chance of fighting back anymore because TNC itemized in a way where they want to take that Roche, and then with that Roche build a huge advantage, but they never got their hands on it.
If you were TNC, how would you have itemized instead?
I like the itemization. I just think they didn't use the timing like at all, pretty much. Like, he finished his Agon Scepter, and then he farmed up another ultimate orb without any sort of fight. Like, if you want to play that style, that's fine, but you got to itemize differently. Maybe Butterfly Skadi, just build some sort of damage, because as we have seen, he did no damage whatsoever in these team fights.
Definitely. Look, before we jump to a break and head into game number 5, I want to draw everyone's attention to an amazing giveaway that we are running throughout the TI10 qualifiers. If you want to know a little bit more, you can head over to bts.gg/giveaway or click on the banner below. But what is up for grabs is 4 cases of Mate Mate, then some Mate Mate swag, as well as pretty much a whole setup from HyperX. You're going to be getting an Alloy Origins keyboard, a Cloud Alpha S headset, a Pulse Fire Surge mouse, and a Fury S extra large mouse pad with a little bit of Beyond the Summit Dota 2 thank you hoodie to just make you realize just how thankful we are that you guys are tuning in. But that's all you can get from the giveaway. I say that's all, like as if that's not enough for you guys. But if you want to, head over to bts.gg/giveaway to enter that one. But for now, we'll head to a break and we'll be back with game number 5. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited that the grand final of the Southeast Asia TI10 qualifiers has gone to a game number 5. I feel like it just would not do the region justice if we didn't go to a game 5 in this best of 5. But it's only really gotten there, it feels, because of the draft per se. You know, FNATIC have been getting that Terrorblade a lot, and I think it's something that TNC might need to start addressing. So I am going to theorycraft with Black and Gods here that if TNC ban the Terrorblade, okay, no, yep, you go,
TNC has
you
first
take the
pick.
floor.
So,
Okay,
Very different
That's
already.
important.
alrighty.
Now
Let's-
continue. Theorycraft, let's go.
Okay. All right. Let's say TNC, they banned the Terrorblade, right? They banned the Terrorblade. We know FNATIC are going to ban the TA. Let's say Viper and Timbersaw are probably the two others that get banned. That's leaving Lion and Nyx open, as well as the Phoenix, the AA, a lot of those supports that we've been seeing. Do you then pick up the Lion for yourself, or do you favor the Nyx assassin? And if you don't take the Nyx and let's say FNATIC pick it up, are you more inclined to go for that life stealer? What are you going to be second picking then? Do you know what I mean?
Ooh. I like the Lion versus Nyx matchup. I think
Mhm.
Lion seems more value than Nyx because if you ever catch him in day, you can kind of blow him up. But yeah, I don't know. I think Lion is just so high value. It seems like the go-to support so many times. It just looked crazy good. I think the only other option is to go for something like completely different altogether. Oh, completely different altogether.
Which
Enchantress.
they have.
All right.
Lion is banned. Terrorblade
Oh,
is
it's
banned.
bad. Yeah.
And we're gonna see a completely new draft.
I
Ooh,
didn't see it
Timber-
play out, but I'm going to assume TNC got that Terrorblade ban off. I can't speak right now. And then
Yeah.
FNATIC were like, well, if we can't get him, then we're just going to ban the Lion as well because, like you guys have said, it's just way too important. We can't let that one go through.
So
Yeah. Axe Mirana
gets
first.
through. What else gets through? That's you. Timbersaw is the other hero that's
They
usually
banned
banned in this
Timber
versus-
first two last time.
and Brood.
Brood? Yeah, I was going to say
FNATIC been
Brood's
banning
really
Brood
important.
every game. That's why FNATIC picked this Axe. They cover themselves against the Brood. I mean, you could still Brood into Axe, but it definitely gives you ways that you're not going to get overrun by Spiderlings and Brood pressuring
But
lanes.
then
so-
you also make Raven play an Axe, which means you definitely have the late game secured. Or you just pick a DP and own the Axe because you're a hard counter matchup. I like that
And this
much
goes,
more.
it goes back to what was working for TNC, which is these more like mid-game strats where they come online, can take towers and objectives, can take Roshan. They had like the Death Prophet with the TA games, the Ursa games. These heroes that just play fast tempo and, you know, force objectives. So I like this a lot from TNC that they, you know, they switch it up, but then they also don't go for the cheese picks that are there. They ignore the Timber, they ignore the Brood.
I like this draft opening a
wanna
lot more
know-
already.
Yeah, then tell me more about this Enchantress because my memory's not the best, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it yet in the qualifiers, the Southeast Asia. I don't know if it's been played at all, but I haven't seen it. So give me some reasoning and thoughts behind TNC picking that one.
So it's pretty versatile. It can be a 4 or 5. And if it's played as 4, it's a semi-core damage dealer-ish that is very strong in the lane and secures pretty much every lane or any off-laner. And that's probably where they want to put him because it dodges the Mirana. Then if you put it as 5, it's pretty much the same thing where you out-trade most other support heroes and secure the lane pretty easily for even greedier carry heroes. So Enchantress was very popular like a month ago. I don't know why it fell out of flavor, but probably because of Lion being so popular and just these supports that disable heroes.
I think supports also got better at just spamming sentries, blocking the Enchantress cams and body. I've started seeing supports just die to block an Enchantress cam from spawning. I was just like, that's how you beat an Enchantress in lane. Apparently, you feed your
Wow.
body away. But the hero is very much a laning stage specialist. It's very much you're usually picking it because it can run over this lane. So TNC are, you know, kind of as we mentioned, looking at this more laning stage into strong mid game kind of strategy.
5 seconds remaining.
So we've seen, well, not all the bans have been finished right now, but Phoenix is still open for that TNC. They could be looking for that 5th support still. Is that something that's more viable, or would you rather see a stun coming out of them? Do they need that sort of control?
Stuns,
I like
please.
stuns. Yeah,
Yeah.
stuns. I don't know which. I mean, the cores that have stuns, the DK's the popular one. The Spirit Heroes, Puck's still available as well. It looks like, and you're playing Puck with Lion Band, so that could be something that comes into play. But I imagine TNC may wait a little bit before they pick either another mid or offlaner. They want to maybe keep this Death Prophet a little flexible. Death Prophet Enchantress seems kind of like a weak lane. Usually you want like a melee 4 position with the Death Prophet, but
Yeah.
could work.
Maybe we're seeing the Tusk again, which is pretty good with Death Prophet, since you have
I was
the
just
save
thinking
against
that.
Axe. Tim's likes to play Tusk as well, so that would make sense. And it gives you
Save.
stuns, which we like.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of conventional pos 4s left, right, that have stuns. Like Tusk, Earth Spirit, maybe
Clockwork.
Clockwork.
Yeah.
But I feel
Shadow
like
Shaman.
Tusk just makes the most sense against Axe. Yeah, Shadow Shaman, why not? One Battle Hunger and you have kind of movement speed. You're like, can't do anything.
What do you mean, Black? I'm surprised you're not going for Spirit Breaker here.
No, Naga Siren.
I know, you want that one so bad.
Yeah, they could still do it. You know,
Of course they could.
Yeah. They could also do Spirit Breaker. Darkseer Spirit Breaker. They take it away from them.
They take it. Yeah, I feel like that's both something FNATIC wanted, but also blocks TNC.
Yeah, and now you really need some stuns.
Yeah, there's no TA for the mid lane. I imagine this is maybe like the Ember comes into play or something. I don't know, but
Ember, potentially, yeah. I just don't want to see Armel play Death Prophet again. He plays a good DP, but it doesn't really make use of his skill set, in my opinion.
I think Tusk does look good with the Dragon Knight band coming out as
Yeah.
well.
Puck is pretty good, though, because you can't snowball when you're rooted.
and you can always Waning Rift out. I mean, it's just Tusk doesn't ever really threaten the Puck. Now you see this Puck, I think you're feeling like you don't want to pick Tusk as much because you don't have that kill
I think
threat on
Earth
him.
Spirit now makes the most sense.
Oh, that's a
Did you
good
think
call.
about that one?
Yeah.
That's
Catch
a
the Puck.
throwback. it's
It's one of the
Tim's
best
classic.
supports against Puck, though. You have silence
Yeah.
and a stun.
Oh, dude, Black, you're on it. Yeah,
You're
it makes
so
so
good.
much sense. It's like it's the old school kind of Puck counter, and yeah, it's been not picked. I feel like this entire SEA qualifier, but this is the game for it.
Yeah. A little bit underpicked, I feel like. Especially
We
at
have
the
seen it once.
Animajor. We have seen one. Did it win?
Yeah, I do believe it did.
Yeah. Because at the Major, it was picked a lot, especially by the SA region, and they were just trampling almost everybody.
FNATIC are going to
Phoenix.
pick up the Phoenix. Yeah, they're not going to let TNC have
Okay.
it. Not that they're really looking for it or anything, but... it is
Life
pretty
Stealer is
good
looking
stuff.
amazing here.
Yeah, FNATIC has a huge teamfight advantage right now. The Puck Phoenix, none of these TNC heroes bring a ton of teamfight. The
Spectre.
Magnetize is kind of underwhelming. They go Spectre instead.
I mean, it
Not
makes
Meg here,
sense.
They're going late game.
Yeah, Spectre Death Prophet is a very potent combination. And they will have one more hero. Probably for Armel. I think it's going to be Death Prophet, Earth Spirit on the off lane. And then Enchantress Spectre safe lane. They don't have a lot of great targeted stuns though. Until the Axe gets his Blink Dagger. Mirana Arrow. That's it. Maybe a Puck Coil. But again, FNATIC makes it very hard for themselves to play Dota. Simply because they didn't pick any stuns.
I mean, if they watched last game, that's where they may feel like, you know, the Ember Spirit who can just get on top those, you know, Mirana Phoenix supports. It's the same supporter that TNC just ran, right? So
Yeah,
something
you've
like
got to
an
ban that
Ember
Ember.
that catches the
please.
backline.
You have to
Great.
Puck against it, but
Yeah.
Puck can really suffer against Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit together. They have a silence already. They have two silences already, sorry.
It's
not an easy puck game.
So you're going for Ember Spirit on TNC's side, but
Ember would
let's
be
say
really
it
good.
gets let's say it gets banned. The viability of Storm Spirit.
Storm is really good as well. It's,
Seems fine.
yeah, just a little bit more squishy than Ember, but you can just itemize into the Sanj Kaya early on. Makes a lot of sense against Axe Puck anyways. And then you should be fine in theory as well.
But with that said, FNATIC think it's a mid Death Prophet. They're banning offlaners. They ban Kunkka, they ban DK. I guess Kunkka's flex. We've seen it run offlane as well as mid, but definitely it feels like the DK ban is more targeted towards the off lane.
Do you think it's going to be offlane that they will pick? I feel like it's going to be DP offlane this time around and just
Yeah,
pick
same.
Armel, one of the flashy playmakers.
Actually, with that said, I think the DK ban is actually banning a mid DK because DK, of course, good against the puck even as a mid, but it's
Yeah.
not a flashy playmaker. So, not like Armel plays a fine DK, but it's not usually what I imagine most TNC fans and viewers are used to seeing him on or want to see him on.
Yeah. I'm looking through the pool right now, trying to see what I can
Yeah.
see for him for the mid lane.
FNATIC
Maybe a
Plays?
tiny,
ban.
but
Ooh, he
Phoenix
does
is a
play
tiny is it's a tough
I think
one.
we've seen that one before, though.
We have, yeah. It's just into the Phoenix is a rough matchup, but the rest, Tiny is pretty good against. And you also have a Spectre Death Prophet, so
Yeah.
your
10
late game would be
seconds remaining.
very much stronger.
He's had a
Five
Void
seconds
Spirit
remaining.
game. That's another spirit that he can play. He played that,
Yeah.
I think, yesterday or the day before.
Probably the worst spirit though out there, right? Out of all of them.
I guess in terms if you want to capitalize on FNATIC only really having the Marana arrow and the puck silence, and it probably is
Yeah.
out of the spirits.
I mean,
But they do Doom, okay? FNATIC ban that Doom.
yeah. They could pick Lina potentially, which is
10
good against
seconds remaining.
Phoenix. It lanes pretty
Mhm.
decently against Puck. And they have a decent front line already with the Death Prophet Spectre. And Armel
Yeah,
likes
they're
to
not
play
looking
that,
for
but
anything tanky, so that is very possible.
it's not a super easy pick to be honest. Like Tiny could be really good, Lina could be really. It just really depends on how it plays out. They go for the Magnus.
That is
I was
not
thinking about
anything I
that
was
one. It's just
expecting.
weird though. They don't really have
Yeah.
any Empower abuser, and yeah, it's a little strange. This Magnus pick.
It's funny because we listed like 10 different heroes and they go for something totally different. It could even be a mag offlane's the other thing, but probably unlikely I'm guessing since I don't think
5
mag wants to be
seconds
laning with an Earth Spirit, but Earth
Yeah.
Spirit could just pull waves.
I mean, Mag crushes Puck in lane though. Like you have 30 more damage than him or something crazy like that.
Okay.
So you just outfarm him, and depending on what FNATIC pick, they might be on the clock. Already against Spectre Magnus DP, it's not easy to transition into late game.
Do they have much to deal with Magnus in their current 4 heroes?
I mean, they have Puck Coil, they have Phoenix Egg, and Axe, which are all pretty good against Magnus. What carry are they lacking though? Something to deal a lot of damage. Need some good damage core. That is good against Spectre as well. And can lane decently against Death Prophet Earth Spirit. It's not an easy pick.
Yeah.
What about... Morphling seems pretty rough.
Where are you putting this axe at the moment? Where do you think it's going to be going?
Probably offlane. Like if they pick carry axe, they are on an absolute clock. And I feel like in a game 5 grand final
You
TI
don't want that.
qualifier, that's not what you want to do.
Look, I don't know personally the matchup of Luna into Spec. It's going to be good.
Ooh.
It is a
They're
carry
doing
axe.
carry axe.
They're going all in.
Probably just
They're
didn't
just
see
going to
any-
rush this.
Yeah, I just don't think there was any obvious easy carry to play this game.
But Tide is so bad against Death Prophet. It's one of the worst heroes.
It's
Well-
something Death has played a lot. He's been comfortable on it. He likes the big watermelon, the team fight it brings.
But does Axe even lane that well against Death Prophet? Shouldn't.
I
Not
guess
traditionally, no.
we are going to find
Wow.
out, though. Maybe they know something that we don't know.
Oh,
Let's look at
man.
these drafts, though. Black, which side
I'm
do
going
you
TNC.
think is going to take... Okay. And Gods? Deep in thought?
I'm not ignoring the drafts. Game 5, I think TNC, I predicted my compendium. I think they have what it takes. But I think this is going to be such a good game.
It's gonna be a slugfest for sure.
These two teams just they're putting their all into this.
It's absolutely going to be fight after fight, especially in the early game. Their laning stage is probably going to be one of the most intense ones we've witnessed. I personally pretty torn. I want to side with TNC, but I feel like FNATIC might have the mental momentum here after, winning 2 games back off TNC. TNC have been going for a really long day here. But I think ultimately I'm going to pick FNATIC. to take game number 5 and head to TI. But only time is going to tell with that one.
Yeah. All in draft for the last one is very interesting.
They just want to play really. No, you keep going.
Sorry, go on. I was going to say, you got to imagine at this point, TNC is getting maybe a bit exhausted. This is their 8th game for today.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of Dota.
Or they're entering Ultra Instinct mode for that last game.
Who knows? I know FNATIC have been absolutely looking pretty flawless in that early game, so if they can keep up the momentum, then they might be able to take a game number 5. But let's jump on in and take it away, Gods in Black.
Here we are. It is the dream finish, Black. We get a game 5. We get FNATIC versus TNC. One of these two historic SEA teams will not be going to the International 2010, will not get a chance to compete for $40 million.
Yeah,
it's all on the table here.
An all-in draft against a pretty late game oriented draft. And I gotta be honest here, I don't like either last pick. I don't like the Magnus, I don't like the Tidehunter. And it's gonna be a slugfest 100%. Like FNATIC, they wanna get a lot of farm early on the X, make sure they get a lot of stacks. And every time they have a Coil Ravage, they want to be able to win a team fight. For TNC, it's quite the opposite. They just want to be farming up into the mid game, get the Spectre strong, get their BKBs out, and then once that's online, it's going to be very, very tough for FNATIC to fight back. I think they need to crush this early mid game portion of the game.
I do got to say, though, I'm very excited to see some of these different picks coming out on the TNC side, as well as throwbacks. Tim's Earth Spirit. This guy is a legend on his Earth Spirit, has won many a big LAN game on it. We get an Enchantress. You mentioned, you know, FNATIC having a kind of good early game, but these two supports are heroes that can cause a lot of problems in the laning stage.
Yeah, you're very right with that one. How does Axe fare against Death Prophet? I've not seen this matchup, to be honest. Not in the safe offlane like that.
Not sure, yeah. Axe carry is very much, you know, the new tech. It's something we've only been seeing mostly since the recent major. And I mean, there's been maybe 20, 30 odd games of sample size, but it's still large. I mean, for Dota standards, that's very unexplored.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. And we still haven't seen it enough where we can say, does it actually fall off late game or not? Theoretically, it should, but it never really looked like it did. There's just so much damage coming out from the spins.
Early arrow just to secure a range creep up top. Enchantress going for the level 1 Nature's Attendance, just trying to trade right clicks using the heal and the Blightstone. So, you know, there's always a lot of different Enchantress builds, but I'm around not going for the early enchant, expecting these neutral camps to be getting blocked.
Yeah, but actually there is a camp available, which you might also want to expect because the enemy does have a Mirana, right? He wants those camps as well.
Yeah,
I think a little bit of a mind game, I guess.
Yeah, I thought Enchantress was actually trying to body block it to stop it from spawning because, yeah, Enchant not going for that spell is largely because it is a Mirana lane.
Yeah, and this is a little bit bad now because Mirana will be able to arrow it. Get ahead in the lane. Earth Spirit rolling out.
Roll away. Yeah, that Fire Spirit damage. He wants to, looks like maybe go fish for some couriers. No, he wants to leech this experience down bottom. He was getting some denies in, and Tims will lose that range creep, but does get a little bit of XP for it.
Yeah, and the small camp is blocked by a sentry ward. So Armel will have to fly a sentry out relatively soon if he wants to make good use of that camp.
We'll see back at top. Enchant has now been leveled from Boomy.
But the Centaur's already gone.
With jab. Yep. Snipe. And some of the other lanes. You mentioned the Mag versus Puck. Yep.
The heal should be too much.
Low. Jab is a leap. And the heal is going to be too much for this kill to happen.
There's an enchant as
well.
well.
To get away. Whoa, he leaps into an Alpha Wolf camp. That's a little bit painful, but
yeah,
he carries away.
I also think all three of them just crit him simultaneously.
One thing I was going to ask, you mentioned the Mag with the damage advantage over Puck. It's actually Puck doing just fine. They're even on CS once Puck gets these last hits on the tower.
Yeah, there's something I saw from Magnus. Jabs actually dies to Enchantress.
Oh, rotate.
Oh, no, to Magnus, sorry.
Charges. Yeah.
He went for Shockwave level 1 rather than Empower, which is really his biggest power spike level 1, that you have this Empower 20 damage advantage. Chose the skill Shockwave over it. Was a little bit curious. But now with that kill, he's very happy.
Yep.
The nep of the part.
Well, perhaps a big part of why they picked the Tide into Death Prophet is what we're seeing here. Death is keeping the Spectre away from these creeps. The laning stage is problematic. Gabby not getting the farm he'd hoped for. As Death with an Orb of Venom even.
But the Satyr is giving a lot of health regen to Gabby and harassing Death quite a bit. Mirana is back top now. Looking for an arrow here on the Spectre.
Yeah, this lane doesn't necessarily get any easier for Gabby is the problem.
Yeah, it doesn't. Arrow.
Look for an arrow. Going to be off the mark there. Gabby manages to avoid it. Still,
he has a healing
under the
self
tower.
damage.
Yeah, under the tower, he's struggling to get these last hits even because the Tide is constantly up in his face using the Anchor Smash.
Yeah, it's definitely a decent matchup against Spectre. You can't really ever pressure a Tide as Spectre. So he's gonna feel uncomfortable here for quite a long time. And we'll have to see some sort of rotation later on, which is why I'm not the biggest fan of the Magnus, because you can't really help your Spectre early on at all. I really just looking to farm into the mid game.
Earth Spirit roaming hero. So
yeah, he just doesn't really have the damage output to kill a Tide Hunter. Arrow, a lot of damage.
Yep, Gabby getting low in the top lane. This could be a second kill, but he gets out of there. The raindrops saving his life there. But, I mean, this is money invested in the raindrop, which is going to quickly get basically chewed through if Gabby's not careful.
Yep, and Axe is doing just fine down here. Pretty much free farming against this Death Prophet of Bok.
I think we're seeing why they picked this hide, though. Two lanes being pretty heavily won by FNATIC, it feels like. Both bottom
He's
as well as
burning on
top.
Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Battle Hunger plus the Fire Spirits. That's the level 2 Fire Spirits. This is a big power spike for the Phoenix. The damage more than doubles.
Okay, so the Silence are looking very rough for them. But this is what FNATIC drafted for. Like, they drafted to win the early game, come into a mid game swinging. If they can't hold down this dire draft for long enough, it's gonna be very problematic.
They want to not give Spectre a chance to kind of come online and farm. It is a Gabby Spectre. It's been one of his go-tos, one of his better heroes. But this is a tough game for him, given how this laning stage has gone. He's just being bullied. Death continues to get up in his face. The Orb of Venom pick up. Gabby saw it coming, or predicted it coming.
Yeah, Orb of Corrosion plus Soaring. The Spectre can't really lane here anymore. Enchantress kind of abandoned him as well. Just stacking. And yeah, I think Spectre just has to accept her early game is over. It's done.
It's
healing self? Okay, thank you.
rough.
But all it takes is one gush, one anchor, and that healing self is gone again.
Yep. And Gabby, you know, feels like he might get 1 or 2 CS out of it if he goes close to this Tide.
Yeah. There's another pretty big benefit to Orb of Corrosion, which is the damage applies on denies as well, so denying creeps is so much easier with it.
Oh yeah. Well, you see there, it was the the Gush Anchor Smash, got him down to half health. This time around, it's going to be a attendance to heal him back up. This lane is looking really rough. TP in.
No, it's a Magnus.
Magnus. It's even bigger.
Deity.
Okay, here we go. As the Shockwave to start things off, the Ravage Death looking to use that, but there can be a skewer to chase.
He has no boots, he's dead.
Trying to leave for Gabby, I'm sure. They give it to Gabby.
Empower him as well. And it's a level 4 empower, right? Yeah, so he will be happy with that one. Can also retreat to the jungle. Good rotation here.
Mid lane, meanwhile. Unfortunately, the Earth Spirit trying to leech his XP in the mid lane by himself. Doesn't get hit by the arrow, but the orb will finish him off. Xuan will find him. As the Magnus rotation did kind of free things up there. Magnus, though, with all those stacks, is getting some more farm for himself.
Yeah, I was curious whether he was gonna take it or leave it for the Spectre. Looks like he's just gonna farm the neutral items right away. And they're getting some pretty good ones. Broom Handle, Ironwood Tree. Very decent.
Yep. So, perhaps with the Empower aspect, we may see Spectre head back to the jungle sooner rather than later. It is a mid-Magnus, so I don't think Armel's going to be wanting to sit behind the Spectre, but he can at least hope to get it here or there.
Yeah, power threads are now online, and Haunt is also there. So maybe he's looking for a rotation somewhere. Bok Exorcism is also there.
Top
Who gets the rune? Oh, Tim's got it.
Even if he dies for this, just denying it from the puck. Could be nice. One sentry down, there's no more. Who gets away? Gabs does have his first earned charges, which he can potentially use offensively as Matt Gabby. He's just already lost his entire health pool. He just can't.
Exorcism.
He's trying to play this lane. Yeah, down bottom.
Yeah, it's not really something you can do. I think he would have been better off just going to the jungle a while ago. He's just not really touching
He did
creep.
get the chip vest though, Black. That doubles his health regen. That's a nice
Spectre
one.
classic.
Yeah.
If you're
We've talked about
struggling,
the
just
neutral
play the
items a
game
lot
and-
this series. I mean,
Yeah.
the last few games, the Philosopher's Stone were on the Fnatic side, you know. So this is Gaben giving something back to TNC.
Yeah, he wanted to make this series interesting, and now both teams are getting pretty good neutral items. Did Axe get one? Not yet. There's still 2 to go though.
Axe did get one. They've got one on the
Okay.
Radiant too.
Gaben smiles upon us.
All according to his script. Things
Yeah.
have made it their way to a Game 5 decider. Fnatic, they're going to look to pressure this top tier 1 tower, but the move from TNC is an aggressive smoke play down through the river. They've got RP up on the Magnus. Where do they want to go with this one?
Back to jungle.
They may find Pied here, but it doesn't look like they're actually looking to kill him. They're just trying to find
Tough
the
kill.
jungle.
1500 health, and he has Ravage up as well. And Bok has no exorcism. Like, really, the hero to kill the Tide the easiest this game is going to be the DP. With the Spirit Siphon, with the exorcism, you can't, of course, Kraken Shell that off. And if they want to kill him, he should be the one rotating.
Looking for Tim's. Will find him. Doesn't hit the orb, but gets him with the coil now. Sounds from the Earth Spirit. He can't afford to break this coil, and that orb is going to be coming up in a couple of seconds. He needs to juke in the trees, but nowhere to go.
No jukes today. 2k lead for Fnatic.
Okay.
It's what they want from this early game. Is it perhaps not enough? We'll find out, I guess.
Spectre
3K
in
lead
the
is
triangle.
pretty commanding.
Yeah, doing Spectre things, just farming jungle camps. No kind of blade mail action here. Going for the Echo Saber. That's been, I believe, usually Gabby's go-to.
Yeah. Not sure if I like it super much this game. Because blade mail does make a lot of sense just in terms to be keeping up the farm.
Yeah.
And it deals a lot of damage to a lot of those heroes, right? Like even Axe takes a lot of pure damage back. Puck takes a lot of damage from it. But Echo Saber the more aggressive choice.
One thing we haven't seen as much is, you know, Axe getting the crazy ancient sacks this game at least, but he is still top of the net worth chart even without it. Both teams trading towers for now. This mid-tier 1 tower is a big one though. If Fnatic lose this, if Fnatic take this, they could really take over this dire side of the map, even contest those ancients that the Spectre's relying on. So Ock shows up to defend it for now.
Yeah.
The
EP
drag
very
creeps
tanky
up.
though.
I think about running in for a Ravage, and yeah, he's just going to Ravage his Death Prophet. Can they blow him up? They drop the egg and everything, and it looks like he will go down. Doesn't buyback if he wants to use it, but it's going to be in a dead end charges as well. The egg gets picked off by Tims, but they've lost 3 in the process. Magnetized won't be lasting for much longer. Now the buyback's coming. There's an RP onto 2. Is the cleave damage going to be enough? It doesn't look like it for now with the Spectre showing up in this fight and Raven catching 2 in a call. He wants Armel. He gets a skewer away. The earn charge is taking him low, but won't be enough damage to finish him off. And Fnatic win the fight, buyback as well, and they only lose the Phoenix.
Yeah, the early game team fights are much stronger. We saw a beautiful Ravage come. And Puck silence on 3 as well. They need this Death Prophet to stay alive. He's the biggest damage source in this early game. They won't be able to win any fight if he's the one first that dies.
Yeah, he's just was sitting there trying to drag creeps and, you know, throw Crypt Storms out, but I think Tide, like you say, he recognizes exactly what you're saying. If Death Prophet dies first, we win this fight. It was almost like a solo Ravage. I think he clipped some heroes on the edge, but all they cared about was killing Bok.
Yeah, which was the right call. They don't get the mid tower, but it was a pretty convincing teamfight victory. At least Armel survived, right?
That means the Magnus is still doing well in the net worth department, but 4K
Carmel and
lead now.
Gabby.
Yeah.
Gabby will find himself running into this puck. Afraid of the puck on his own.
Yeah, the chip vest looking very healthy as well.
He's got the man queued up over at top lane. Miranda doing some scanning of this jungle. TNC, two heroes that want to, you know, farm the jungle with both Magnus and Spectre. They don't want to give up everything to the FNATIC on this top side of the map.
Yeah.
Is there going to be enough farm to go around for these two cores?
Yeah. This is where the Magnus pick is a little bit problematic. They don't have a real playmaker. All of them can just farm.
We saw in the last fight, he got a pretty good RP up, but the follow-up damage wasn't there. Oh, Enchantress. Puck has a coil, but doesn't want to go for it, and Juan needs to be careful. Drops the coil to try and protect himself. Another orb in a couple of seconds, but he's being silenced up, and that's just a dead puck. Abby got the kill as well. He showed up for a Spectral Dagger. It's Tim's making the plays with the silence.
Yep. And that is exactly what his matchup is. It's not impossible to play, of course, but it can get really annoying for Puck. You don't expect this instant silence, and suddenly you just sit there. Level 1 is pretty long as well. I think 1.5 seconds, right? 2 seconds even. Damn. That very value skill point.
Yeah, double silences for Puck make life very difficult this game.
Is he going into an early Yules? No, straight into the Blink. So he's gonna be feeling scared for quite a while longer. And gold lead back to about 3k. This is what TNC wants though. They just want to slow down the game as much as possible. Farm, 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 farm.
They smoke up, but TNC had a ward around the area, and they caught a glimpse of a couple of these heroes, so I think they might know this is coming.
Scan them right
Saw
away.
several heroes on their ward, yeah. Yeah, exactly. They saw this smoke, and they're getting out of here, but they may need to find a way to defend this mid tower. Death does have a blink Ravage. He goes for it. Just the Enchantress, so that's not the Ravage he wanted. Death Prophet gets away from it. But they will probably get this tier 1 mid tower. Hawk actually in some trouble. He's being chased. Being slowed down a bit here by the Orbit Corrosion. It's going to be the tier 1 mid tower as Armel looks to poke at this top tower. So Ravage is down. We'll have to see if TNC can do anything to punish it. Do you think they're able to take a fight now, or are they just trying to farm it up, Black?
I think without Ravage it's very possible. Magnus has the Blink RP available as well. Finishes Echo Saber. They have a good 2 minutes now. Oh, nice roll out there by Tims. And I would definitely love to see them fight right now.
You
No
always want
Ravage.
to.
Yeah. You gotta be able to take a fight now. We haven't seen Exorcism yet, other than this one time on the bot tower. He now finishes his Yules as well. Like, if you just freely wait until Ravage is back up again, you probably don't feel terrible about not fighting, but you're not playing to your fullest potential either.
Right now they're worried about the vision game. Constantly looking for some of these wards, sentries everywhere.
Yeah.
Tim's doing what he can, cutting down trees, getting some wards down. Maybe this time around he's going to be caught without a roll in the top lane. Tim's, by the Starstorm, has a decent bit of survivability. Catches Jabs, who blocks the roll, but despite being pushed away, they don't actually have the damage to kill off Tim's.
Yeah.
This is a lot of time for Spectre to farm though, Black.
It is. With this Empower, he's farming very well, but Axe is still keeping at the top of the net worth. This without the shard. He might even have Dagger and shard at minute 20. Very scary timings coming out. He's looking for a coil on the Spectre. It's only level 1 coil though. He can easily break this and TP out.
He wants to get away. He knows he's in trouble. He finds his way to
Top
the top
lane,
lane.
Oh, if there was any other hero
Solo
nearby,
side, yeah.
it's a lot of damage with the Desolate Echo Saber.
But a smart move from Gabby. So, I mean, I guess, you know, we thought they might try and punish the Ravage cooldown, but they're more than happy just to farm it up. Gabby plays it safe, uses a long cooldown to haunt out of there. No way TNC look to fight without this haunt, I feel like.
But now Ravage is back online, and Raven just finished his Blink Dagger.
Yep.
So TNC has to be so careful they don't bleed away a lot of heroes here.
I see key heroes like this Death Prophet. They're having support get picked off as one thing. It's going to be Bok, though. The call into Arrow. Poor Death Prophet.
And that's all pre-shard. Axe really becomes much stronger in 2 minutes from now on.
Perhaps
Spectre
Death
very
Prophet's
close
just
to
gonna have
Manta though.
Yeah, very farmed. I mean, is this okay if Death Prophet kind of has this bad game where she's sacrificing her own farm and then Magnus Spectre? Are they going to be able to carry this game with an underfarmed Death Prophet?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm not sure, because he is still a prime damage dealer for them, and he will be for the entirety of the game. Him not having a good game means he will have to gimp his item build. What does he have queued up? Yeah, an Aeon Disc first. So no BKB coming out anytime soon. You're just trying to be as efficiently tanky as possible.
And this is a game where BKB against, like Tide and stuff feels amazing. Booming. Death just blinks in, sees the Enchantress and ignores him, yeah. He's trying to find that Ravage target, that hero on the back lines. He's like, okay, that's the support tanking the smoke gank. Let's see who he's protecting. Let's find the Magnus. Let's find the Spectre. But that's what you want, I think, if you're TNC. That's what they were hoping for to happen before when Death Prophet got caught. The Enchantress dying to tank smoke ganks, not a problem.
Yeah. I like that movement quite a bit. So DP is sitting at 2k health now, but it's not nowhere near enough against this nice Yule's
It's off the Yule. Yeah, now the silence is there. Raven just going to back off.
They can
It's a
fight this.
disengage, but yeah, they chase in. The Ravage is not going to come out immediately. Death is holding onto it for now. Will end up throwing it out. Bok's going to be careful. He's melting. And with the Supernova on top, do they have the right clicks to kill this one? They've got the Echo Saber to help bring down the egg a little bit quicker. The RP! It catches out everybody! The damage from him. Can they bring down the Puck? He's getting low with the silences. This is looking bad. Death is going to go down. Puck buys back, has the instant return to this fight. Looking to win this one as TNC are running out of gas. Gabby's being caught by the battle hunger. He's slowed down.
Hawk?
He gets the haunt. He's jumping around. He's going to go down. Raven gets him with the dunk. Triple kill for Raven, who gets the tips. It costs him a Puck buyback, but what a fight. And what a buyback from Chuan. He bought back and had a jaunt, I believe, to get right back into the fight.
Yeah, there was still an active orb. He joined right back into it. And again, Bok just being, like, he had a very good initial reaction, but then he's just feeling a little bit too confident, runs uphill against the Ravage, gets clipped by it, and immediately gets taken out. We said how important his damage is in these team fights. Also no Haunt up, it came up at the very end of the fight. Just very unfortunate. This could have been the fight that wins TNC the game, honestly, because if they win that 4-3 or something like that, convincingly, they're going to be in a prime position to take it.
I'm picturing it. If they had that haunt at the start, that fight could just go so differently. And now into the Roshan pit we go. Not sure TNC can stop this one as Enchantress going to get caught by the Puck Silence. Yeah. Abby finds Chuan a lot of damage. Luckily he dodges the rolling boulder. Raven gets a nice two-man call. The follow-up from the Sunray damage doing a lot. It's going to bring down the Spectre, and Tims cannot get the roll out. They're losing numbers quickly. Bok going to be zoned back. They're not going to look to chase him down. Back to the objectives. Back to the Roshan pit. That's a second death in a row for this poor Spectre. Gabby's game suddenly feeling very, very rough.
Are they perhaps feeling the pressure a little bit? That was not necessary. Like, you know they're gonna get Roche. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. You gotta stop. You gotta stop the bleeding. That's all you can do. Get your core items up. You need those BKBs. Spectre needs her next item, and then you're in an okay position to fight. Now it's a 6k lead within Aegis. This is where Raven really will hit the gas.
Not having that BKB coming anytime soon, or maybe, at all on the Death Prophet feels like such a big problem with playing into Puck and Tide. Yeah, the Axe Call can get you through it, but he just needs that survivability.
Yeah, 100%. And perhaps you could see the mindset a little bit in the draft already with that last pick Magnus. But they need to survive.
Armos played well, but yeah, draft-wise, they just feels like they don't have that playmaker that we're seeing on the FNATIC side with what Puck's bringing to the table. And now with creating all this space for the Axe just to come online with this 20-minute item time. You mentioned it, 20 minutes in with the Shard as well as Blink Dagger, and he's already almost completed BKB. Raven is absolutely massive.
Yep, as you would expect from a carry Axe. Dominated the lane, super fast Manta style, has been cutting creeps very efficiently. And this is usually the point though where people wonder, when is this hero gonna fall off? Is he gonna fall off? And we haven't really found an answer to that yet.
Desolator on tight.
Fnatic.
Okay.
Fnatic just all TP'd back to their tier 3 tower bottom to smoke up. They want to clear out their jungle. They took the tower's top. They don't want to go high ground, so they say, let's clear
One
things
Mel,
out.
careful.
Yeah, he's got a BKB if he needs to go for a BKB TP. They Moonlight
Actually,
Shadow, he's
Prowl.
looking for a blink. Uh-oh. Got the call. Now he can go for the BKB TP, but he gets hit by an arrow before he gets a chance to. Great play from Fnatic. And Armel gets picked off.
He was not aware at all. There were 5 heroes down there and he blinks on top of the creep wave. Maybe thinking they were still top. But yeah, quick movements from Fnatic, catching TNC off guard. And then firm control of this game.
One tower to the next, TNC. A lot of people after game 2 with the 2-0 lead, you know, they were bringing out the brooms this time and then putting them away after game 3. But if you're a Fnatic fan, it's time to take him out. That counter sweep could be happening, as Fnatic have won 2 straight games and have an edge in this game 5.
Yeah, at least he has the Aeon Disc on Death Prophet now. But if they just trigger that prematurely, just with like a sort of fake initiation, after that he has nothing. That's half his net worth right now.
That's why he's not assembling it. He wants to make sure he doesn't have it get wasted. Even then, it's still very tricky sometimes to get the right play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, how's
Boomy's
Spectre
looking for the centaur play. He saw what the centaur did in the other game, Black. He's like, all right, that's what we need. We need a 6 hero.
Yeah.
We need
Certainly
that
didn't pay him the
65
same
Dota.
amount of money though. Spectre almost 18 at least for level 3 Han, which is very important for the cooldown reduction.
TNC.
Score in.
Blink, Cura back, they pull Raven in deep. He has got the Aegis, the Ravage is going to come with the follow this one up,
BKB on
with the
Magnus.
Supernova on top. Gabby comes in with the Horn afterwards. He's going to look to focus down the egg. They bring it down. Magnus, without the BKB, just melts. They kill off the Axe once. Can the Spectre keep on fighting? I think he's just going to get the hell out of there with the Spirit Vessel charge. He's in trouble. The blink, the call, catches out 2. Only Brock could remain on the high ground here. He's running away. He needs to get out of this one, but the puck damage is too much. Earth Spirits just says, get me out of here. He's rolling down south. And Fnatic with the Aegis and the Blink Ravage from Death destroy the team fight.
Yeah, and in game 4 we saw Gabby ask Fnatic kindly, can you just give it to us? Fnatic has some other plans. They want to go to TI themselves, and they're in a prime position to do so. 12k lead in just 25 minutes. Uncharacteristic mistake from Amel. He did not BKB. They're definitely feeling it.
Yeah. Fnatic, they've been to the last 7 internationals as an organization, looking to make it number 8 in a row. Meanwhile, on the TNC side, I believe it's the past 4 for them, and they've had some good results as a Fnatic over the years, but one of these 2 teams will not be making it.
Yeah. We don't want to
$40
say,
million tournament.
or speak like this game is over yet, but it's very difficult to recover. Simply because the comeback tool is like a 3-4 man RP, which is not easy against the Tidehunter. And Armel again, he has to be careful.
Blink
They
call.
got him.
He's just getting picked off time and time again. They got a coil on the Earth Spirit as well as finding Boomy on the Enchantress. They're tipping Armel. I think they can sense he's just overplaying his hand. This is very uncharacteristic for him as well as TNC, and that's also where this game has a feeling where it's kind of in dire straits for TNC. It's not just the hero and the draft disadvantage, it's mentally they just seem defeated. They're making more misplays than we've seen. They're getting picked off more than we've seen. Fnatic just have their number. They have Bok's number. He has got the Aeon Disc. That'll keep him alive a little bit longer. As does the Yule Scepter, but I think it is all over for
they're feeling
this life of
themselves.
his. Yeah, they're diving buildings. They're diving the tier 4 towers.
Tower's gone.
Fnatic just overrunning TNC's base.
Yep. And this Tidehunter with this Shard and Desolator, he is destroying buildings. They might not have the best building hitters, but if you itemize in this way, Tidehunter can take care of that, no problem. Now it's all on Gabby, guys. Carry me, they say.
Gabby. This man has been the MVP for TNC so far in this tournament, and he's going to have to do it once again. He's 17k gold deficit, though. What can they do? Death with a Ravage. He's 1 Anchor Smash on the Boomy, deletes like almost half his health.
He is
He's
isolated,
pushing
though.
back.
The Spectre will shred him.
Yep. The arrow comes flying in. The Manta is there. Death looks to turn with the Ravage. RML follows up with an RP. Is the damage going to be there? They bring down the Mirana, but the Tide gets away thanks to the help of the Kraken. They pull him back in. Now the Haunt coming out. They want to try and tread this death, but the Puck, the Dream Call, catches out Gabby Spectre. He's in trouble. He's just so low. They get the Death Prophet coming in the fight with the Exorcism, but Gabby needs to be helped out, but he gets taken out. Gets dunked by Raven, who wants more. He's still hungry. He's hungry for TNC Flash. His former teammates. He's taken 3 out. He's looking for a 4th. Bok in all sorts of trouble, gets a silence out, but that's just going to delay the inevitable. Raven is beyond godlike with a triple kill. Magnus just blinking back to safety, and Raven is having his way with TNC. 15-0-7 on Axe.
Yeah. Went all in with the draft, and it's definitely paying off. Big time for them here. Score back.
Well, with the buybacks, they want Raven. They're not going to get him with the BKB being forced. Does at least make him use it. Jabs has a leap chance to get him back to the low ground.
He bought back.
Buying some room. Buying some room for his teammates to retreat here. Can they get any more? TNC used a lot of buybacks. It feels like they have to get something else with this one. They're looking for DJ. He TP's in the trees. DJ, you're a magician. He gets out of there.
Just
Oh,
barely.
boy.
Roshan may respawn in 15. It's not up. If it was,
Does not
Spectre could take it.
does not feel like TNC got enough for those buybacks, and Spectre continues to struggle to get into the late game. 12k net worth to the 22k net worth of Axe. 10k difference in items between these two heroes.
Yeah, what's the Roshan respawn? Oh my god, it's a really long one too, so no chance TNC can take this at all. Gaben said, I've had enough of you guys.
Without the Exorcism, yeah, they have the Spectre, but it's still probably... I feel like it would have been tough. A potential Axe call, a puck play, like,
It
I
would
don't
have
even
been
know
tough.
if they could have easily gone for it.
At least they would have had like a comeback avenue,
Yeah.
you know, like force maybe a fight
The
without
Hail Mary.
Ravage. Now, FNATIC is just gonna wait for that Roche, take it, and can TNC really do much? Stop it. Oh, Tidehunter's a Titanic finish. He's so massive as well.
Yeah. Unkillable Tidehunter, it feels like. Those Anchor Smashes is going to be healing him for like 500 plus health, it feels like.
ไหวบ่นี่
Yeah.
อ้าวเสียวจังไหน
It's,
นี่ไหวบ่นี่
Getting more items too, just fully complete.
Smoke up.
Iron Sanj.
They're gonna find something big here.
Yep.
But they already know they smoked. Cemetery revealed them.
Yeah, they're being Fnatic's ready. Raven on the front lines. He's got a Skadi on this Axe. Oh my gosh. That's a
4.2k
big
health.
problem.
Plus evasion.
Yep. Oof. And
Oh
it's
my
now
god.
Fnatic's turn to smoke up. No Roshan for some time still, but Fnatic, they want to dish out a killing blow. They know
Yeah.
where this dire vision is. They're
Walk
gonna
in
run
front,
right
you
into
can't be the
Bok.
one tanking
Bok,
it.
that's not where you want to be. The call is going to be there. Meanwhile, Death goes on the backlines. He finds Armel. He's stopping his Blink Dagger. This Tide is just zoning away the backlines. They don't manage to blow up Bok, though. Bok's still alive with help of the Aeon Disc. Now the Spectre Haunt coming in. Raven gets another call. That's going to be enough to finish off Bok with all the spins. He just whirls around and takes him out. Death still has a Ravage here. I don't know if TNC can fight this one. Earth Spirit in the river is going to be getting brought down by an Anchor Smash, and the chase is on. They see Boomy. Take Boomy out as well. No opportunity for a Ravage. The Tide recognizing that. A Blink RP is the one thing that could maybe win TNC the fight.
Yeah. No call at the ready. 20 seconds to Roche. Do they want to wait or do they want to put the nail in the coffin now?
In
Probably
five.
just wanna...
something tells me they want to wait, Black.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah. This game is, you know, feels
Worth
like
a
that
little bit of money.
99.9. This feels like, you know, that OG LGD kind of odds in TI Grand Finals where it's like, oh, you know, it's 100% win rate, right?
Yeah. No.
Barracks are under attack.
It's a Spectre. That was their OG user in that TI, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, Spectre is getting close to his Skadi. But how much of a difference does that make?
Not sure. It's going to be enough. And the thing is, this Tide build, going for this Deso Satanic semi-carry build, they recognize they have this Axe who, you know, he's a carry, but he's not the traditional one, so they want more damage. And Tide says, okay, I gotcha.
Damage? Okay, I'll deal damage.
This is the dream Tide.
But
Every
who did they
offlane player
kill? Phoenix 2.7k health, Mirana 2k, Axe 4k, Tide 3k, Puck 2.5k with A on disc. They have no targets.
You know things are going good when Fnatic only had to buy 1A on disc. It's like, okay, they can't kill us.
Usually they have
Usually
four.
you see... Exactly. The supports don't have to buy A on disc, that's the dream. As they're going for that high ground. Tide just blinking in, knowing there's nothing they can really do about it. Meanwhile, Shuan on the backline's just poking at this Magnus, get him down to half HP with the help of that Witchblade.
I was gone already. It's the last set of Rex.
Yep. Amel waiting patiently. What's the play going to be? Blink Skewer got him before the Ravage. The Ravage comes out, but he does manage to BKB, and the RP is there. Death has got the cheese. Now the Supernova with the Sunray coming out. Nothing to kill it. The Enchantress thinks once about it, but has to think twice as she gets sent back to the grave. No RP now to fight with. Bokker's charging with the Exorcism. They're going to glyph things up here and try and
No
reset.
Aeon disc available though. He's dead.
Yeah. Oh my god, he just got deleted. Tims goes running in with the rolling boulder, but I don't think there's a whole lot that's going to come from that. Meanwhile, Spectre goes haunting into the back lines. Who's he going to kill? There's just no good targets. Perhaps the DJ Phoenix is going to be one kill that he can get, but now he's getting low. Jabs goes leaping in. They want this Spectre. They can spell blood. It's death without a buyback for 100 seconds. The Magnus brought back. Death Prophet dead as well. It's looking all over. Fnatic have won the Southeast Asian TI-10 qualifiers. They will be going to the $40 million international.
This is it's so painful to see for TNC, but
Oh.
of course, if you're a Fnatic, you're over the moon, you're super happy.
A
reverse
2-0
sweep.
comeback. Oh, a reverse
Almost never
sweep.
happens. It almost never happens. I think statistically, I don't want to say anything, but it's less than 1%. It's just so tough to pull off.
Exactly. The mental fortitude you need. It happened. It did happen at a major, but you
Yeah.
know,
With
when
EG,
that happened. That's what's crazy. Is it like you say? It almost never happens, and it's like Dota this past year has just been wild. This entire Southeast Asian qualifier has delivered some of the craziest games, some of the most amazing stories. It's kind of united the entire Dota community around this incredible Dota that was competing for one slot only, and Fnatic have completed the reverse sweep. Guys, we got a lot more to say. We're going to bring back Nat and hopefully get a chance to speak to some of these Fnatic guys. I got to imagine they're over the moon. Congratulations, Fnatic. Stick around to hear some of our final thoughts and hear what Fnatic have to say about qualifying for the International.
FNATIC have done it. They've had the reverse sweep. They said to TNC, it doesn't matter if you guys are going to take the first 2 games, we're going to take the next 3, and they're going to be taking the Southeast Asia qualifier spot to TI10. I cannot imagine how over the moon, how ecstatic they are going to be at that comeback. So I thought the only way we're really going to know is if we have an interview with one of them, and we've been lucky enough to be joined by Jabs and ask him some questions. Congratulations, Jabs! How are you and the team
Thank
feeling?
you so much. Like it was unbelievable. I'm sorry for my language.
No, that's
It's all
okay.
good.
I think this
It's all out,
is
my
like
friend.
an okay situation
Oh
to
my
use
gosh!
it.
Like after the second game, like we managed to bounce back. Like I appreciate everything. Like my teammates, like just believe.
Yeah, what was the conversation that happened between game 2 and game 3 for you guys to be able to come back?
It's like like we feel like we are just a better team, and like the second game we just like I think we got that, and like we play like scared. We scared of losing on second game. Like we could have like take everything, and like after the second game lost, we were like, I just fuck everything and like play the best, and like and then we just stormed them.
Yeah, and also with the drafting, right? You guys getting that Terrorblade. How comfortable are you on that Terrorblade? Like, how much does that mean to get that Terrorblade in the draft for you guys?
For me, like I'm really confident with Celebrate and like Lion for myself too.
Yeah.
Jabs, you were perhaps my MVP of this series. You make so many sick plays. Like when you're using, like coming up with some of these ideas, like with the Shadow Amulet and stuff. Like what's going through your head to make these sick plays? Like honestly, I don't even know what my question is. I just want to praise you. Like man, those plays were just amazing. Like how do you do it?
I just think like I need something to survive, and like if I didn't die, like we're gonna kill them all. Yeah, that's only my thought.
Nice.
I want to
you
ask a
have a
little
quick-
bit.
Yep.
I want to ask about the mindset in game 5. Like you picked this super all-in aggression draft, and we said it's maybe a little bit risky to do because a grand final of a TI qualifier, maybe you would feel the nerves a little bit, but you performed perfectly. Like all of you just completely ran over them. How was like the mindset going to that last game?
Like this like this like a hero that we always like been training, and like we're really confident with this hero. Like we know what's wrong like before we play this, and like we adjust, and we know how to play this W well, and like I feel like we got this game when we got the dub.
Yeah. Definitely looked that way. It was really one-sided.
Yeah, and then I feel like they kind of don't know what to do. Like after, it's hard decision to like, we have been banning Brood every time, and like we instead of that we ban Lion, and like it's hard decision to like adjust it, but we still make it. So like thanks for my team too.
That early game aggression was absolutely outstanding from you guys, and you were just relentless that whole game 5. I do want to give you the moment, though, to say whatever you want to any FNATIC fans out there that are listening.
I'm really appreciate like all my fans and like FNATIC fans, and like thank you for supporting us. Like we're gonna show better in TI, and like like we really enjoy. Thank you for the support, guys.
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us, Jabs. I don't want to keep you any longer because I'm sure you want to go and celebrate, but congratulations again.
Thank you, guys.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
Absolutely outstanding.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you
He
later.
was so happy.
Congrats.
I love to hear it.
Yeah, he
love
was
to
so
hear it.
ecstatic.
Like,
It
he was talking
I
so
was gonna
fast.
tear up. Yeah, I was gonna tear up when he's like, I just want to thank all the fans
He's like,
out
I'm
there.
good, I'm
for the
good. Thank
support."
you.
It was
It's so
so
cool
It's
to
sweet.
amazing.
I feel like the side of these players we usually see, especially with like, the story with like the DJ Jab support, who was like, they're kind of more quiet, reserved, and that was just like, all the emotion coming out. Absolutely loved it.
Oh, they probably exploded out of their chairs. Like, "Whoa!"
There is no way you stay in your seat when you know you're going to TI-10.
No,
But
I
that is
don't
going to
think-
be.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
They
there
were
you
not
go.
in
I
their
was
seat when the game ended. They were ending the game standing, 100% sure.
Yeah.
No doubt. I'm sure they were probably just absolutely jumping everywhere. But that is going to be the FNATIC lineup that is going to be heading to TI-10, taking that Southeast Asia qualifying spot. there's no more deserving team, I guess. You know, everyone absolutely brought it this qualifier. All of them showed qualities of why they should be going to TI10, but ultimately FNATIC just had the mental fortitude, the know-how to pull it through. But I want to open the floor up to you, Gods and Black, if there's anything you want to say about this series or about the qualifiers before we head off.
I'm so excited to see Fnatic at TI. You've got, first timer in Death, a young team. You've got some veterans, the DJ Jabs support duo. This is just a team that has such a, history of success in the SEA region. And they just, continue to perform so well. Raven's back, so I'm sure this is one of the first times where I feel like, you don't have that all Filipino team there representing the country, but they still have Raven to cheer for. The SEA Filipino Dota fans are so passionate, so loud, always supporting their team. So they'll have to get behind Fnatic now, as well as, of course, DJ. And yeah, it's sad for TNC. It's sad for Boom. These qualifiers have been the most entertaining qualifiers I feel like I've ever seen for TI. So honestly, just shout out to all these teams.
Yeah, it's of course hard to say anything because there can only be one winner. The roster change of Fnatic has been outstanding. Like, it made so much sense. They got Dev, put Chayon in the mid lane where he really thrives at. And being able to come back from a 0-2 deficit, it's incredible. Yeah. Like, as you said, it almost never happens. It takes so much of a mental fortitude. Like, you gotta be like made out of steel to not be affected. Like, they literally said, game 3, sorry for the language, fuck everything, let's just go in and crush them. Yeah. Okay, it worked out easily. Game 4, same thing. And game 5 has been the most aggressive Fnatic that we have seen all qualifier long, I think. It really smelled
100%.
blood, and they delivered.
They were so hungry by the end of it for game number 5. That's all they wanted. They wanted that TI10 slot. They were like, we need to put everything on the line. And I guess when it comes down to it, Fnatic can beat TNC in the late game, and they could definitely beat them when it came to that early game aggression. But that is going to be the conclusion of the Southeast Asia TI10 qualifiers. I want to thank you all out there for watching. Thank you to our sponsors again, HyperX and Mate Mate. But that is going to be all from us for now.
things are hard to see when you pray to find love. I know somewhere we could be. There's a place where we can go tonight. The rhythm will make it right, where everyone is happy and the sun will shine all night. We could have a good time that everybody sing. Why don't you let yourself slip out of control? We could have a good time that everybody sing. Get your feet up on the floor. So when the world feels dark and friends seem hard to find, you know how to light a spark just to let your worries unwind. When you're down, there's just one way to go. Let us descend tonight. Everyone could be so happy and the sun will shine all night. We could have a good time that everybody sing. Why don't you let yourself slip out of control? We could have a good time that everybody sing. Get your feet up on the floor. When you're down, there's just one way to go. Let us descend tonight. Everyone could be so happy and the sun will shine all night. We could have a good time that everybody sing. Why don't you let yourself slip out of control? We could have a good time that everybody sing. Get your feet up on the floor.
Sort of have it counter with the next assassin. Leshrac lanes decently against Puck, but they could also just put it against the Lifestealer and pick another mid hero. That what could that be?
I feel like they need something to kind of be tanky in the front. Like, yeah, the
Yeah.
supports Abaddon kind of does it, but they want like some kind of traditional offlaner. Who's the aura bot? Leshrac in the offlane can be that, but I feel like there is a decent amount of damage on the TNC side where they can just blow up this Leshrac. They've got both magical and physical damage.
It's a little hard
But
to find a good offlaner though against Lifestealer that can be this aura bot.
Yeah.
Because he's really good
Sure.
against all these melees.
Except for the
that?
ones that are banned, the Slaughter and the Legion. So, well, it's Legion he's fine against. But
What about a
Slug.
Beastmaster? Would go really well with the Luna. The draft overall, you have a BKB piercing stun. It doesn't lane terribly against Lifestealer. I don't know if Def likes that sort of hero.
Yeah, I don't think he's known for it. I never heard Ponlo mentioned it. I think the team that was playing Beastmaster was KP on SMG, so... Tidehunter.
Tidehunter, okay. That's more of a Def hero for sure. Isn't that great against Lifestealer though? Like, at all.
It's not great, you're saying. Yeah. It feels like Gabby's going to have a free lane, but perhaps it fits the game. It's like, here's this big tanky frontliner, could build the auras, going to give them the team fight, and we've seen, these games are going 50 minutes, and if you're going 50 minutes, having a Tidehunter with his team fight potential, you're feeling like you want to pick some kind of late game hero there.
Yeah, Fnatic looks like a really strong sort of late game here, but I am going to side with TNC for this one. I just really like the look of Lifestealer, as well as Lion. Lion's actually now one of the most picked heroes throughout the TI qualifiers, which is pretty insane. Absolutely skyrocketed there. But Gods, which team do you want to go for, and do you want to give me a time prediction again for how long you think this game's going to go for?
I feel like Fnatic, similar to TNC, going to be able to do well in the lifesteal lane. I think Fnatic's safe lane looks really good with this Luna. I think it's a great pick against the offlane DK. You've got magic damage, you have the range, you've got an Abaddon support. So I think Fnatic may be able to snowball with this Luna, and I think Luna's going to be able to farm faster than Lifestealer. So I think Fnatic might win this one in quicker than 40 minutes. We may see an actual...
Quicker than 40, wow. What a prediction.
That's a
Bold
big...
prediction.
Yeah. Where are you going to sit with this one then, Black?
I also think Fnatic's draft looks really good. Because Abaddon answers a lot of problems they've had. And just overall, the draft looks a little bit more solid. I'm going to say 35 minutes.
Okay, you guys are going for both of you are going for a very quick game, but I'll let you jump into game number 1, and I'm looking to see you guys back here in hopefully 40 minutes.
All right, thanks, Nat. Wow, I love that we've got to a point, Black, where we're talking about a 35-minute game being quick, and with how these SEA qualifiers go, a 35-minute game is definitely a quick game.
I mean, yeah, like all of these teams are definitely taking the term, let's play it safe, guys, to another level. We're playing it super safe every time. High ground, 5v3. Let's go back, boys. We're gonna find the jungle a little bit. Like definitely, if that was like an online qualifier for another tournament, they would be playing way more aggressively. But you can understand them.
Yeah,
it's just
you've played TI qualifiers a few times. Did you get that kind of feel whenever you played TI qualifiers compared to a normal tournament that things were a lot slower and safer?
Especially the first time, yes. But after that, I honestly kind of got annoyed with a lot of my teammates because they've kind of fell into the same pattern. I was like, yo, guys, we can't be this scared. I know there's a lot on the line, but we gotta play properly, you know, because a lot of wins actually slip away or become quote-unquote like risky wins because you're not pressuring when you should be pressuring. We have seen it a lot in this qualifier as well, where the team that's ahead and should be pressuring is just happy farming and the other team comes back because of it.
We'll see what the approach is going to be here. Perhaps that's a takeaway for Fnatic, because at least going back to day one, were you with me when we cast the Omega? I think that was with Palmo, but they were just losing the early games. Yeah, they were really struggling in the laning stage, and it felt like Fnatic were this, let's sit back and just win late, which they've kind of got decent late game with a Luna Tide, but I don't think they want to just play a passive game here.
Yeah, I think so too. Like Luna wants to get 2-3 items fast. They just group up together. Why does Lifestealer still weak? Because if they're both equally farmed as Lifestealer and Luna, Lifestealer will win that matchup pretty handily.
You've got two great vehicles, both Puck and Dragon Knight with a, it's an offlane DK. We're going to see a Blink Dagger, so the scaling for TNC late game, it feels like we'll have an edge.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just, I think the pace might be a little bit too fast for them. That's why I chose Fnatic early on. Like, Puck won't really have an easy time cutting waves to delay tower pushes because of the Nyx Assassin. They have Edict, Luna, even Abaddon with the Curse of Avernus is a really good pushing support.
I love the meta development here. We've got supports putting sentries on the small camps by mid lane. So this Puck doesn't have a neutral camp next to this small lane. And it's just, I'm going to spend 50 gold in a sentry to deny you maybe 2 small camp farms, and that's going to deny this mid laner more than 50 gold.
Yeah, might even be more than 2. Like, a lot of people just farm them like every minute. Might be 3 or 4. Especially this new sentry ward lasts 8 minutes, which is kind of insane.
It's going to force the Puck or somebody on Puck's team to buy a sentry to get rid of it. Like you say, lasting 8 minutes. You can't just have it left there. So, definitely it's been the meta with supports going out to lane with like 2-3 sentries sometimes and just using them to block camps early on.
Yeah, I hate that in ranked matchmaking. When there's like this try-hard support in the enemy team, he just does that. I'm like, yo, bro, it's matchmaking, man. Relax. You don't have to do this,
Look at like a true carry player, Mr. Anti-Mate. Where are my neutral camps?
Yeah.
And you're a carry player, you're like, I'm not buying sentries. Those things cost 50 gold. You don't get money back when you deward a sentry. It's not worth it.
I only buy sentries for ops, exactly. If there's a sentry, I'm like, hey, Oracle, I got a sentry. Thank you. Or when I play against TI, I do it too because you get money back. Don't get money.
Okay, being pressured down bottom, forced to pop his Fairy Fire. As they
Okay.
wants a
Very
stroke of
aggressive.
fate if he pops his Mango, but him's not wanting to go. Wants to hold on.
How is the S
Job.
looking then? Mid lane very even. Lifesteal tight also very, like all lanes are very, very even right now.
This has been the theme with this region as a whole. Like it feels like all the teams are so evenly matched, skill-wise, player-wise. Every lane, it's just like all three cores on both teams getting farm. No one crushing any one given lane. Perhaps that's going to change a little bit down bottom if FNATIC want to go for like 4 points in the Lucent theme, but even then, DK can easily sustain with Dragon Blood.
DJ, just be careful here. They have a Dragon Tail.
Preemptively shields, then Dragon Tailed after the shield, taking a lot of damage. I don't think he's going to die here, but he is taking a lot of damage and not dishing any back.
Yeah, there's some region coming with the courier though for the FNATIC side, so they should be able to sustain no problem. And I mean, I guess Tidehunter against Lifesteal is actually not that bad, right? You just kind of free farm yourself also because of the Anchor Smash. Because Lifesteals don't
yeah,
really
that's all-
build into rage anymore, right? Like you just skill the passives nowadays.
Yeah. Definitely.
Jabs.
Jab's going a bit aggressive here, but it doesn't feel like top lane's the lane we're going to see any action or kills in. But more likely that, unless we see the mid laners rotate, but down bottom potentially where we could see some action once these. I mean, we've already seen a bit more action there with the Abaddon and the Grimstroke trading blows with the Inkswell being used.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a more passive early game for both until the Puck and Lesher come online. Probably start rotating to the side lanes.
That's the one lane that's starting to swing one way. The mid lane is going TNC's way now. Battle going out with some of these runes here. Nyx and Lion trading blows down bottom. Abaddon and Grimstroke were trading blows. But yeah, the Puck, Leshrac, Ormel, just, you know, one of the most mechanically solid mid laners. And we've seen a bit with FNATIC's game. Sometimes Chuan, amazing in the mid to late game, but his laning, sometimes he does slightly lose his lane.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a Leshrac who starts with like 48 base damage or something, it can be a little bit iffy sometimes to get the lane the way you really want it to. But once he gets level 6, he'll just be able to farm jungle, no problem.
Tries to land a stun on Armel, but Armel nicely sidesteps it.
Yeah, as you said, he's a really, really talented player. One of the best, if not even the best mid laner, just mechanically in SEA.
SEA is the region for mid laners. I mean, it is one of SEA's biggest exports. You look at some of the top teams in the world. I bet in the past mid one, you've got nothing to say on LGD. This is a region filled with talented mids, and I feel like talented core positions. There are just so many of these mechanically skilled players.
I think that's the key word here, talent. Like, this region always had so much talent, it's just they have a very hard time getting it all together and finding like a voice that can put it all to work together, right? Which is why they are also migrating out other teams, because other regions have really good captains, which is SEA is lacking.
Yep. It's perhaps starting to change a bit, because, you know, even though only one SEA team qualified for TI, we had some success stories with T1 at the recent major, Neon at the Singapore major. Top lane Boomy has the stick charge, just going to heal him up a bit. Does Death have another Anchor Smash? Needs to get close enough. The Carapace is there, and he gets out of range, so looks like Boomy will survive. And the TP coming in from the Grimstroke.
Interesting
Sure.
TP.
They can actually get on top of them, yeah.
Was very late.
Box said he's fine bottom, yeah.
I mean, Bok is definitely fine bottom, like they won't be able to kill him, but this also means that Luna is going to be completely free farming. And this offlane Dragon Knight has become such a menace in all these games. You just can't harass him down. It's too much HP region. 17.3 right now.
Oh, mid lane, the double support rotation. This is why perhaps the Grimstroke kind of came in, but they've got the Pulse Nova, so he's actually going to turn around, and Chuan gets the first blood for himself. It was the rotation for the 6-minute rune, and both supports just ran into a Leshrac Pulse Nova and just melted.
Yeah, level 3 Edict plus Pulse Nova. Just way too much damage to handle, which is exactly why Leshrac is so popular nowadays. You can get away with just 1 level lightning stun because of the bottle, so many runes to refill everything, and then you just start scaling very well with this Edict.
Yep. That's a nice kill for Leshrac, who was, you know, slightly behind in his mid lane. Not losing by any means, but that first blood injection gonna really help out Chuan's game.
Yep. Def is starting to struggle a little bit against his lifesteal now, who of course, every right click on the Tidehunter just deals a ton of damage to him.
Leshrac is
The
there, though.
phase boot is where this thing gets out. Yeah, he popped the rage and everything. He needs to infest out, but the Ravage is there. Great bait, Death. What a sick play from him. The new FNATIC offlaner showing off a bit there.
Interesting that Gabby used Ravage to be a little bit aggressive. I guess he didn't expect the rotation to come in at all.
Looked like he was trying to find a creep to infest into. Like, as soon as he popped that aggressive rage, he's like, he realized what was about to maybe happen to him, but get the infest off in time.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate because that was the lane they were supposed to be winning at least. He's TPing bottom now. His life's okay. They want to start pressuring the tower with the dragon form.
ไหวบอนี่
And they have no Ravage, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to defend this one. Hunter also pretty low on health. And no Eclipse available.
Yeah, no Eclipse. So going for a 2-2-2 build, probably just going to max the glaives and not get Eclipse until level 9, level 10.
Yeah.
You know, it's Luna. You
We see a lot of Lunas even just go one level in beam and just max it to passives. They want to go super greedy.
Like, you need someone to defend this mid lane, and there, yeah, here he goes. TP going to come in from the pocket. Leshrac level 4 Edict will melt this tower in no time at all, and they don't have a glyph here, so that Edict gets the tower down to half health, and Tail onto Armel. He's in some trouble, but he's going to look to turn and fight with a TP coming in from Bok. The coil is there, he shields after the stun. Great defensive play from DJ, who's trying to buy time for Leshrac to get to the regen room, but it doesn't look like he's going to do so with Gabby infesting on in. The regen's going to be claimed by Armel, and they're going to get DJ as well. They get a couple of kills there. Grimstroke died elsewhere, but a great rotation from TNC to defend their mid lane.
Yeah, it was a very quick rotation. Lifesteal TP'd bottom. They probably thought he doesn't have a TP, so he just infests into the Dragon Knight who then TP's middle. Gives him a free taxi. Very quick movement here from TNC. Kind of stalled his early game out a little bit more.
And see if TNC can get this mid tier 1 tower. You got to imagine FNATIC probably want to defend this one, right, Black?
100%. Like, this mid tower is so important, you can't give it up this early.
Nick's trying to drag creeps off. Luckily, there's no dragon form and not really the strongest pushing potential from these TNC heroes. Stack's being stolen. TNC have walked into this jungle and found, I believe, a triple stack there. Neutral item. Someone get it up! Oh, DJ just stole the neutral item, I believe. Xuan is going to hit the Split Earth onto the Dragon Knight. Look to bring him down with a Pulse Nova damage. They're going to be one neutral item short until the 17-minute mark. Is Armel going to get ravaged in the mid lane as well? They bring down the puck. Great find for FNATIC. They punish them at that neutral stack.
Yeah, the attempt to steal the
outcome they were
stacks
hoping for.
weren't fast enough. And DK just kind of wanders off alone, stuns the Lash, who gets shielded, and dies to him. A little bit of a miscommunication there. And as you said, Arcane Ring has been stolen by the Abaddon.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty big
Look at all
item
the
too for
neutral
them.
items to kill. Yeah, the tier 1s is where it's now there's going to be 5 on the Radiant team and none, oh, sorry, well, 3, sorry, none right now, but 3 soon on TNC.
Yeah. Definitely going to be a big problem.
Raven, meanwhile, while this is all going on, just farming away top. Got a third point of Luna Blessing. Is this the I feel like I've usually seen the glaives. Is this another way to build the Luna with the passive or the second passive?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this either. If your goal is to just farm, hold that thought. Bok might be in a little bit of trouble.
Gosh, follow up. They've body blocks, jabs. Oh,
อ้าวเสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบอ
no movement for you, sir.
A third level onto Beam also. So he's all over the place with his skill build.
The smorgasbord of skill points. Bit of everything. Mid lane DJ doesn't have level 6 yet. Gets coiled. Armel committing a lot for this Abaddon. Can he actually get him? Yeah, he will. Had the stroke of fate if needed as well, but he got the kill before it came in. And with the Siege Wagon, they will take this tier 1 mid tower. Question is, can FNATIC punish this? Can they get denied? No, they can't. And FNATIC will watch their tier 1 mid fall.
Yeah, these team fights are going to be a little bit of a problem for TNC. They don't have a huge amount of damage, and Leshrac itemized into a hood. He has an Abaddon behind him. So it's going to be very hard to take down this Leshrac, who will deal a ton of damage just by being next to you. How do you deal with this guy right now?
Yeah, I guess the idea is the lifesteal is going to get farmed enough, and you just use the rage to fight the Leshrac, because Leshrac is not going to be that protected against the physical damage. I guess that's one thing that TNC have going for them.
That is true, and he just finishes Armlet as well. There's a smoke coming down here by Puck and Lion. Potentially looking for this Lash, but he's already protected by the Abaddon.
Fnatic deward the area as well as Jabs goes running in. He needs to be careful. There's a sentry ward nearby. There's a couple sentry wards down this bottom lane. They pop another one and they're going to get the Hex. They find Jabs, Boomy ready.
Wow, he gave him the
Third
instant
one down to
treatment.
this bottom lane. Yeah.
He gave him everything. Wasn't even that concerned about the finger stack. Still gets it in the end, but yeah. Def is taking top lane. Not the biggest fan of it, to be honest. I feel like Luna should be taking the top farm. I feel Tide is kind of stealing it away from her. Now she
Definitely
only
for a
has
while
this-
we saw Raven there, but now Raven's kind of gone back to the triangle where there aren't any stacks. That's one thing Fnatic. It feels like, you know, they were so busy and focused on these lanes, they didn't have time to create those ancient stacks to really accelerate the Luna's farm.
Yeah, and also because of his skill build and the way Fnatic is playing the map, he's actually behind the Lifestealer in gold, which is very strange. Not something you usually see.
Yeah, this Lifestealer even has the death to his name and still slightly ahead. Perhaps some of that tower gold is part of the reason why, but what Fnatic's next move is going to be. They have to be able to take down this tier 1 mid tower despite the Leshrac edict, and maybe something they want to set their eyes on fairly soon.
100%. Lash is so strong right now with this Abaddon. They have a Ravage as well.
Juan going to be playing in the trees.
It's so dirty.
Tidehunter Ravage to kind of help him out here. They get the deny. TNC, no, they can't defend it, but they can deny it, so.
They're chasing the buck here.
Yeah. Oh, Jabs tried to carapace, but he got the Impale instead. Ravage follow-up, Armel, he face shifted. Armel, can he jaunt away? No, he got the coil out. Does still go down here. Is there any follow-up from TNC? They get the Impale out onto Juan on the Leshrac. The nice 2-hero Soulbind. Pulls in DJ. DJ getting stunned up. Now he gets Hex as well. He can't help out his buddy. They pick up the Leshrac with the Gabby Lifestealer rotation. They want Jabs now as well. He doesn't have a carapace for a couple of seconds. Gabby has to be careful. He infests the block, negating the Eclipse damage. Now the Breathe Fire doing some decent damage to get Raven low, force him back. They lose Lion on the backlines here. Death is just unkillable, at least to a certain extent. He may now find himself in the middle of 4 heroes. What can he do about it with the puck respawning? It could spell trouble for him. Nice stun coming out onto Tim's as they are going to bring him down as well. Jab's having to throw away his life to buy some space for them to get out as well, secure an extra kill. Death on the run. He's going to get caught by a Dragon Tail if Bok can get enraged. Doesn't look like that's the case, so messy fight in the mid lane and kind of an even trade in the end, it feels like.
Yeah, and this Tidehunter just seems to be nigh unkillable. This DJ Abaddon constantly shielding and healing him. Lifesteal is a decent answer to him, but even he couldn't even put a dent into him. Half health was all they got. Oh. Lifestealer still needs probably to finish his Skadi first before he really starts dealing some damage, which is quite a long time away. But he's the big winner of this team fight. He got a couple of kills and now leading the net worth chart as well. Luna needs to be keeping up the pace here. In fact, he should be ahead of the pace of the Lifestealer. He's really not.
Definitely feels different to so many Luna games. The Luna games I feel like I saw in the earlier regions, it was just let's stack, let's just farm jungle, max glaives, mid lane. Smoke rotation, they find the Abaddon. This is the perfect cure to scout a smoke. They're not even going to bother rocking the borrowed time. They just say, okay, well, let's just fall back, reposition, and maybe try to take some farm that we can.
Yeah, Lash also finished his defensive tool, the Yule Scepter. So he'll be a little bit more survivable. But this is a little bit concerning. Like, they have a 1k gold lead right now, but...
Jabs, mid lane, he's thought he was safe here, but
again.
he had his own sentry, and that's why he thought he was safe, but the Dire sentry was just out of range, so...
Yeah. I mean, sentries are insane right now. They're so cheap, they last for so long. Playing Invis heroes is harder than ever, it feels like.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You know, pub players rejoice. Nobody likes a Ricky picker.
Yeah.
Pub.
Ricky or Nyx Assassin also. Most annoying cockroach ever.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, a lot of pub players are happy these days that, you know, the Shadowblade Slark is out of the meta.
Yeah.
Another thing you see as much.
I mean,
I
I'm
used to
guilty of picking
play
a lot of
pub
Nyx
there.
too, so. I'm one of those guys. MMR over honor.
Dota players, hey, you know, that's definitely Dota players in a nutshell.
Yeah.
As far as this game goes, things feel pretty even. Like, you know, up 35, not going to be in a long game prediction, not looking too hot right now. This feels like a game that has that potential to go late. Even some of these items we've seen being queued up, like Grimstroke has the Axe queued up to try and, you know, deal with the Luna. Like, it does feel like both teams are expecting this one to slow down. Well, it already has slowed down.
Yeah, late game should definitely be in the favor of TNC though. So not having any sort of gold lead here is a little bit concerning for Fnatic. I thought they would be ahead by at least like 3-4k at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
TNC
Dire's
can
top tower
make up a lost neutral item, as they'll be getting these tier 2s out now, and Fnatic are eyeing off this top lane. I think feeling like you say, they need to get perhaps a bit further ahead. They want a tier 2 tower, they want to be able to take this enemy outpost, and then usually what follows that is taking Roshan. We'll have to see if TNC have a response for that one. It looks like they will try and TP and defend this one, Black.
Yeah, well at the least they want to spam out the wave so they can't get the tower for free. But they're very survivable with the Abaddon behind them. They have to be careful they don't get caught up by the Nyx Assassin here.
I do have a sentry in the lane, so Nyx cannot necessarily rely on that Vendetta. Going behind the tower, anything. Puck just blinking to clear some creeps. They follow up with a Dragon Tail. This should get shielded off. Xuan gets the life here. Bok, nice 2-hero Soulbind coming in from the Grimstroke. The Ravage from Death with the Blink reveal. He goes jumping in. They're going to look to try and burst down Bok. Gabby with a nice little infest play to keep him alive a little bit longer, but he still ends up going down and out. Sims in the middle of things, too far forward. Puck still trying to nuke him down. Gets the Nyx Assassin low, but it's not enough damage to kill off Jabs, who gets healed up by DJ, and Fnatic will get the tier 2 tower. That'll let them back off unscathed. No casualties on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, very well played by them. And right now they definitely have the teamfight prowess. We saw it there. They just don't have the damage to kill this Tidehunter or the Leshrac or really anyone. Like this Abaddon is just keeping everybody alive. DJ is doing a very good job using his spells properly. Like he's never using them wrongly. He's not shielding the wrong target or healing the wrong target at all. It just doesn't feel like TNC have the damage to kill anyone yet.
Meta where even supports are doing everything they can to tank up to survive, like Abaddon with the casual fluffy hat, Nyx Assassin, same thing. That's the support life these days.
Yeah, we see so many fluffy hats just casually bought on pretty much every support nowadays. As you said, sometimes 2. Anyone here with 2? No, only 1.
No, like, tiny type heroes that are instantly jumping and trying to burst. I mean, I guess Puck is similar at times, but Abaddon doesn't have to worry about the burst as much.
Yeah, and Luna is now on par with the Lifestealer. Finally getting his efficiency going here. And Tim's how close is to the axe? Very far away still. It's gonna be such a big problem for them to deal with. This Dark Portrait Luna. They don't really have a good way of clearing illusions at all with the right clicks. Most of the damage is magic.
Yeah, it feels like Raven's gonna have to consider his itemization even about, like, often you want to go like maybe for the Butterfly on Luna against the Lifesteal, but if you get that against the Dark Portrait, your illusion's just gonna be almost unkillable.
I like the decisiveness here from TNC. They know they have no Ravage right now, so they can't really win a team fight. And you just take the tower, make the map a little bit smaller for Fnatic, make them feel uncomfortable. A lot of teams would just go back and farm, not TNC though.
I see with this potential Roche fight coming up, both teams are getting as much vision as they can around the area.
Yep.
I with a kind of unorthodox ward as well around that Roshan pit. I like it a lot. It's giving them some good intel, and it's very unlikely to be dewarded. I don't know if it scouted this smoke, as Fnatic have smoked up themselves, heading towards that mid lane, probably looking for a pickoff that will allow them to go to the Roshan pit. TNC themselves is smoked up. Both teams trying to look to see what they can find. Xuan is showing in this mid lane, while his teammates lurk around.
Yeah, they both have the same idea right now, so they're just completely avoiding each other. They're doing the opposite moves. But yeah, this Observer
TNC
Ward,
don't want to go on Lash. Yeah.
they don't. Like, Lash is way too hard to kill now. He has a Sanch as well. They're just going into the pit. Ravage is available, so why not? This team fight is going to be hard for TNC. If they can win it though, I think they have a very good foothold in this game.
They scout it out. They throw out the orb and instantly Fnatic, as they notice TNC moving over, going to back off for now. They've managed to keep both, well, mid lane's kind of being pushed out by both sides, but top lane's being pushed out by the Luna Manta illusions to constantly put pressure on TNC to address things, but it does seem like both teams are going to back out of the pit.
I like this out-of-the-box thinking here from Death, going for an Orchid on Tidehunter just to deal with the Lifestealer and Puck. It makes a lot of sense, because they won't be building into any sort of dispel. It will make him way less tanky, but he will be very much more capable in the offensive department.
It's such a funny pickup because usually, like, you know, if you're playing Puck into a mid hero like a Storm that's going Orchid, you might get a Yules, but you don't expect it out of the Tide. So even though they see maybe this Oblivion stuff, it doesn't, you know, like you say, Lifestealer and Puck not going into any kind of Dispel right now.
Yeah, they're like, what is that? Echo Saber? Oh. I think this is a very rare item pickup, right, on Tide? I don't think we see it almost ever.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Imclaw
The other day
also?
we saw one, we saw Bloodthorn. I can't remember what hero it was, but there was a really, I think it was maybe a Dragon Knight that went like Bloodthorn against a Lifestealer and completely, the silence like made his life.
Well, I
really
remember
tough.
that game. There was Raven. What hero did he play? I don't remember. I remember the game you're talking about.
Yeah.
And Bloodthorn can really ruin a Lifestealer's game. Like, he has a San, sure, but you're still silenced for 4 seconds. Plenty of time. Skadi, 25 gold away only though for this Lifestealer. Then Abaddon is gonna be way less effective.
We're going for the Skadi as well. Nice Carapace on the mid lane, gonna catch the Lion, Boomy. Will force staff away, and that's gonna be an important item for TNC. This force staff is the save. You know, Tim's playing the Grimstroke, very kind of more offensive-orientated support. Could go for, you know, the Inkswell Agshard later on for perhaps some defensive capabilities, but it's really up to Boomy with this force to save his teammates, especially if they get hit by that Orc.
Yep, 100%. And Puck is now itemizing into Yules, actually. So that means he saw the Oblivion staff then. And he's not thinking he's going Echo Saber. But yeah, once these Dispels are out, it's gonna be... Like, this item is gonna feel pretty bad on Tidehunter, to be honest. Like, you don't have any sort of Shiva Scarred or anything like that. It's a tiny...
I'm sure TNC's hoping for a Flicker, I bet. Everyone's hoping.
Well, it's gonna
Who
be
doesn't
late,
want a
though.
Flicker?
Yeah, Flicker is
Yeah, I mean,
insane.
it's 37 minutes. I think, you know, this game has that feel. We haven't seen a team fight in some time. Roshan's still up though. Smoke room from FNATIC as Gabby in the trees could be in the right spot to pop this one. Death does have his smoke get popped, as does Raven. And there's no Radiant High Ground vision, so the dire TNC ward will spot them as Gabby manages to get a lot of information for his team.
And they put an Observer ward there too, so should get dewarded relatively soon as well. TNC knows exactly what's happening here.
See themselves have a smoke on their line if they want to use it.
Look
like-
at Grimstroke, gods. He has been getting so much priority. Only 700 away from his Aghanim Scepter. He's so farmed.
Yeah, this bottom lane has been his. He's just been spamming it out, and because FNATIC want to play around Roshan, no one's been here. What's... Okay, so I think FNATIC... Well, TNC seem to be expecting somebody to TP bottom because Bok is positioned here, ready to jump with a lifesteal. They may just give up this tier 2 tower. Yeah, they just jump in. They're like, okay, we're going to get this tier 2 tower. Can they contest Roshan now? They don't have the outpost. If they want to go and contest this, they need a TP now to this tier 2 tower. They've got to get there fast, but FNATIC, they're bringing down Roche too quickly. Don't think TNC is going to be able to stop this one.
Yeah, it's
FNATIC
gone.
Hear themselves. Roche Boomy gets the D-ward off his Puck, orbing in. Gonna scout things out, but it seemed like TNC made a bold decision to go for that smoke down bottom with the Infest, thinking someone would TP to TP, and instead FNATIC just get a Roche, and TNC's like, okay, let's cut our losses. We'll just take a tier 2 and not contest Roche.
Yeah, I think they're still okay with that though. This Grimstroke timing is going to be absolutely massive. 150 gold away from it. This Luna just finished her Skadi. I still don't know how they're going to kill this illusion. Anchor Smash doesn't work on it. None of Leshrak's spell work on it. They just have no damage to kill it. It could potentially be the teamfight winner for them.
Yeah, that is big problem.
I love how they
Just
recognize
send
that
that
too.
on-
Like, TNC gave him
Yeah.
so much priority. He has it minute 26. That is pretty absurd.
Yeah, almost catching up to the Dragon Eye in terms of net worth. BK, who really, to be effective at this point, just needs that BKB. I'm sure, you know, Block would love to go into the late game and get, like, the kind of Aghanim Scepter, part of Taras that we've seen on Pinky DKs, but with a BKB, he's going to have all he needs, at least for these mid-game fights.
Yeah. And just in general, his impact won't be nearly as big as it would be in other games, just because there's this Abaddon, who's going to shield off the Dragon Tail. So the recognition of TNC here is very good. Not a lot of teams would be able to do this, I feel like.
Luna perhaps seeing that Dark Portrait coming out, itemizing into a Crystallis.
Even
less
that
stat
hurts
base.
with a 150%
Yeah.
multiplier.
It does still hurt, you're right.
I feel like there's nothing you can build on Luna that doesn't help the Grimstroke portrait. Just how the hero works, right? Like unless you build like a hex or something, you just give to yourself.
I mean, Aghanim Scepter is pretty good, but well, I mean, it helps obviously the illusion a little, but it's more about you get some crazy ult. I don't think you want to go Ags against Lifestealer. These heroes,
no way.
Ways to escape.
Okay, Puck finished his Yule Scepter, and this Orchid on Tide hasn't really done anything yet.
Ooh, by the way, Lifestealer picking up a BKB, so yeah, this Orchid is gonna feel.
Oh, he's
extra
got BKB
easy.
instead of Satanic. Hey, interesting. Usually you see the
largely-
Satanic to this spell.
Here we go, they're going high ground. Fnatic saying if they can get this tower, these blades will just bounce around. They get the nice blink ravage in. They're trying to blow up their lifesteal. They succeed in doing so. He doesn't get the rage up, but the turnaround is there. A 3-hero combo. The Soulbind into absolute TNC destruction. They're going to look to chase down DJ as well. The saves just weren't there. There was just too much freaking damage as they kill Luna a second time. Oh, Tims. He just set everybody up for a massive fight there.
Wow. We just spoke about how good this portrait is, and it just obliterates all of them. They get a good coil on like 3-4 heroes. Sure, they lose their lifestealer for it, but it's a massive win. It was like a 6-1 fight.
Up. Yeah, everybody grouped up in a coil, the Earth Spike, the Chain Stun, and like you said, the Dark Portrait Illusion just wrecking them. It almost, I don't know if TNC had, if Fnatic had seen the Dark Portrait, perhaps why they went high ground is because they were trying to get there before Grimstroke got the Aghanim Scepter, because he only just finished it.
Yeah, potentially, but this is really bad news now. At this point, they're supposed to be really quite a bit ahead, and I don't know how Fnatic teamfights now anymore. After this Dark Portrait, actually. Like, I literally don't know how to deal with it. Luna needs to right-click it down somehow, but she doesn't have a BKB to do it. She's gonna be feeling very weak for quite a while, I feel like.
Yeah. So if there's no answer to it, sounds like they're gonna find a way to kill Tims without Luna, without showing their Luna.
Yeah. Who's gonna jump him though? The Tide? That's pretty risky. Nyx can maybe find him out, but there's so many sentries littered all around the map. Not easy.
Feeling confident now. They pushing forward in the enemy jungle. They're still going to be a little bit careful. There's no Ravage to worry about for 50 seconds, so they're going to go for a smoke play. Fnatic, know about this one. They are positioned behind the Leshrac on the mid lane. Does TNC want to go for a jump here? Bok gets the Dragon Tail to pull up, immediately shielded off, but he gets Hexed and impaled afterwards. No more shield for DJ to outbash one here. He's in trouble. The defensive use is there. The burrowed up Nyx from the high ground doing some work as the Soulbind is being used to kind of cover the retreat here. It looks like TNC don't want to force their way into this burrowed up Nyx assassin, and they may perhaps lose their line. Who gets a great force up over the trees. The TP out. Oh, Umi almost making a nice play there. Does go down though.
Did you see how the Luna played the team fight? He did absolutely nothing. He didn't dare to show himself. Because of course he knows the Grimace is waiting for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to hide.
End up losing nothing, fortunately. Was pretty close on the Lash there. I gotta admit though, I don't like this BKB on the lifestealer. I feel like Satanic makes so much more sense. Like, of course it has its purpose against the Orchid, against all the magic damage against the Ravage. Sure, but do you really want to itemize into an item like this on a lifestealer? Because Satanic, I feel like it's gonna make you nigh unkillable anyways, and it gives you way more damage. And the more consistent the spell as well.
I guess maybe he's thinking we're gonna get to this late game point where if he just has to siege high ground, he's gonna have, you know, Rage as well as BKB and then probably a second Rage, but going all in on the spell immunity. Then he's got the damage queued up, so Daedalus is going to be his next time, and at that point he's going to be pretty close to 6 slotted.
Yeah. I love Daedalus actually in lifestealer. I feel like we don't see it enough because it actually stacks with the feast damage it deals, like the crit multiplier does. There's a massive crit you get from it.
It seems to be the new go-to carry late game damage item. It used to be Rapier, but Rapier losing the True Strike, kind of fallen out of the meta a bit.
Yeah, it's just so hard to play
MKB.
without that True Strike, as you said. I mean, even Lifesteal just gets like a random evasion talent level 20. And suddenly this Rapier already feels like, eh.
Yep. Well, The pause coming out. FNATIC do have a very small gold lead, but 31 minutes in a game like this, I think looking at these gold numbers is going to tell the whole story. But Luna has managed to pull a decent ways ahead of Lifesteal in terms of farm, but as you kind of mentioned, that farm gets turned around on her with the Grimstroke.
I feel like Lifestealer, I'm not entirely sure what happened, but he fell off really hard. Like, he was on par with Luna the entire time. Potentially, it's also the way he's thinking about the game. Like, as you can see, his itemization as well. He's being very, very passively farming away rather than taking the efficient farm that is a little bit more risky. He's been leaving that.
The other thing we saw is last fight he was the bait in some. I don't know if that was intentional, maybe not, but he died and then they team wipe.
Yeah.
Puck, meanwhile, suddenly is like almost is up there with the top net worth heroes. Has a Kaya and Sanj and then a Dagon 5 queued up. So this could be a game where Armel is going to really pop off in terms of his damage output.
Yeah, Puck can definitely beat this hero. It's just he doesn't have any Aeon Disc. And against Nyx Assassin, even if you play almost perfectly, it just takes one mistake and you just die. This Carapace from anywhere, you get stunned, suddenly they follow up on you with like a Ravage or something, you're just dead. Because the Dire side doesn't really have any way of saving you.
The Nyx Carapace, when you're burrowed, what's the AoE on that, do you know?
350, I believe. It's not massive. Oh, it's at 300, it says there, yeah. But 300, it's like 125 less than a Pugna Blast, but it's still pretty big. It's mainly so that after you impale, you can just borrow and then right away carapace them. Just keep them stun locked.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if that works against Aya Sanch or not. Probably does.
I guess in a team fight where he's just borrowed, it may be harder for him to actually find those carapaces on a puck.
Yeah.
Usually it's your mobility that allows you to carapace the puck spells.
Yeah, and I assume Puck is not really gonna shoot an orb at that little Diglett in the floor.
Yeah, exactly. Once Puck finds out where the Nyx is, he's not going in 300 range and he's not throwing little orbs. Look, Nyx is at least a Doug trio. Come on, Black.
I just feel like Diglett is the cutest Pokemon ever. It's just like a little head from the floor. Have you seen this meme picture where it's like really ripped beneath?
Yeah.
Just this bodybuilder. You don't think it's cute? Look at that mouth and the little weird head shape.
I'm not anti-bugs, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who look at Nyx and think, that's something that's going to haunt me in my nightmares.
Yeah, I also don't even know if does he exist? It just feels like he's very empty. Like, doesn't look like he has a head.
True.
Kind of like the Lich King,
the armor. It's like the armor around a soulless or headless body almost.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Back into the game.
Jabs did my mistake. Vendetta does not continue after you borrow. I found it out.
You do it the other way, right?
Yeah. You gotta come out of the borrow with the Vendetta, and it works. It could be such a nice quality of life change, though. Let him borrow Vendetta, come out of Vendetta.
He's just, he's testing how it works.
Yeah, well, I should know this by now. No.
Just double checking, It's like the BKB. It's like just making sure this BKB works, okay?
Well, BKB is finished now on Luna, so you will have some sort of way to just right-click the illusion at least. But it's not gonna feel good because you don't want to be right-clicking illusions in a team fight.
Here we go. FNATIC have smoked up with this BKB timing, though. They send a Lesh illusion. That's going to scout out Boomy because he mana drains it. Now Xuan in the front lines with the Leshrac has a BKB of his own. Blink in from Pok. Gets the Dragon Tail on Xuan. The Impale follow-up is there. DJ trying to keep him alive with the Nyx burrowed out. The Finger of Death is there. A lot of damage coming out with the coil onto 2. Abaddon getting hit by the Soulbind as well. He can't keep Jabs alive. Xuan with the BKB. Life stealing a bit with the spells. Death with a nice Ravage. Takes out the Dragonite. Gabby luckily had the BKB. That helped keep him alive here. He's got to rage back up now as well. He's looking to go back in here. Death on the tide, getting low, but the heals just being too much from DJ for now. They want Xuan on the Leshrac. He's trying to turn and fight. Looks for the Split Earth, won't get it, and with the DK buyback, the chase is on. Puck manages to orb away in a sliver of hell somehow. He keeps himself alive. Armel with the Yule Scepter now. He's managing to just juke his way through this one. The bird up Nyx is in trouble. He's looking to get brought down by the Lifestealer. Gabby, does he have the damage? It's not enough just yet. The heals are there. Jabs, he's still alive, and with the silence on the Lifestealer, he's going to go down. He couldn't get the rage off. FNATIC, they're winning this fight. They can't get the DK a second time with the blink away. And FNATIC have somehow managed to turn this one on TNC.
It was a massive amount of buybacks because they know exactly that Roshan respawn. Whoever wins that fight gets the Roshan. There was so many clutch spell usages by DJ, and then Tidehunter comes in at the last second. Rage was like half a second off cooldown, gets the silence on, otherwise the Nyx would have died. Very close team fight, but FNATIC is going to be very happy with the result of it.
TNC's looking to contest this Roche, but they're going to be here too late. Oh, are they? It's going to be close. Puck, orbing, jointing in, doesn't manage to get there in time. Zap! Armel finds DJ, gets some revenge. That's 500 gold for killing an Abaddon. How the hell do you get 500 gold for a 5 position?
That's just how Dota works. I saw, like, someone solo
more
kill
gold
support
than-
yesterday, got 1200 gold. Like, why?
More gold than any kill in the last fight. I just pushed enter, and all the kills from the last fight were like 350 to 400. And the Abakill.
Yeah, I have not understood the bounty rules in like 2 years now, ever since they changed it. It's really weird.
One area on patch notes where I'll kind of skim over and be like, you know, you get gold for kills. That's all you need to know as a caster.
There's so many complicated numbers and brackets and everything. I'm like, oh, what do you mean divided by 10, multiplied by 25? What is happening? Perhaps down there, he bought back before.
Yep, X is there. No Carapace proc. Impale follow with a finger. Finger zap. Umi's starting to build up some finger damage.
Yeah, he even went for the max health per finger instead of the Earth Spike cooldown. Interesting. I feel like we always see the Earth Spike cooldown on a 5 line at least.
Or, yeah, something a little bit different.
Left
Feeling
going
like
into...
this game is going to drag out.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't blame him after watching these qualifiers.
Like, I'm getting lots of stacks, and also, you know, the health, the survivability, not bad. Mid lane, FNATIC in position. They've got the Aegis with the Daedalus here. Even with the Aegis, TNC are feeling like they can confidently play on FNATIC's side of the map.
I wonder if this actually impacts players and teams' mindset. Like, if they see a qualifier just be super long on average, does it impact their mentality towards the game? But it feels like
Maybe
it does.
they're picking, yeah, they're picking different heroes. Maybe they're going for different items. Say the line talent is probably just a result of what we've seen happen here.
What is Dev going for? He's going completely haywire here and going for a Lincoln Sphere next. Just to protect the Luna, probably from a Dark Portrait.
Ooh. Mind that. I guess how easy the pop is. I guess the puck does pretty well because you can kind of jump in with the blink and orb out while Dagoning or something.
You can also pop it with Phantom's Embrace instantly. But it doesn't even fly out, it's just an instant pop on the Lincolns. Luna's going for her own Lincolns as well, so they just want to stack Lincolns on him, I guess.
Alright. That's the late game plan, FNATIC. That's one thing that's why these two teams are still in the upper bracket with all these crazy 6-minute games. FNATIC and TNC are the two teams. They've got the experience. They know how to play these late game scenarios better than anyone, and they're the teams that the pressure seems to get to the least. Umi, Blink, Ravage coming in, gonna catch 2 on the high ground as well as the support Lion. That's happy just to go jumping on in. Now with the block, BK jumps in with the BKB himself with a Lifestealer backup. The damage isn't there. On the left, as instead with the borrowed time. Oh, snap! They get the tide. Death is dead. That's a dieback as well. Schwan needs to be a little bit careful here. The DK getting low. Bob trying to fly back to the high ground with the Infest healing him up a little bit. That's enough to keep him alive. And now the next target is Schwan's left track. DJ has to be careful in the Abaddon. He can't get too close without the borrowed time, but they're managing to win this fight with Ravens Loon doing so much damage. The puck jumps back in. Gabby with the rage still up. He's trying to bring down the Nyx, but Nyx is hella tanky, and Puck actually gets brought down. Raven gets himself a triple kill.
You got chipped by the glaive, you couldn't blink. Very unfortunate. Do they have buybacks? Only the Puck has a buyback. If they lose this tower, the Rex are gone. Potentially even the G4s are gone. They're pinging the throne. And if they don't buy back, they might lose it.
You just have to buy back, I gotta imagine. Gabby, what's he up to? He's going for some neutral items, it looks like. I don't blame him. That's an interesting call. He's actually getting... He got the bounty rune. He gave Grimstroke buyback. So they can get a Dark Portrait out now. If Grimstroke wants to use that. Gabby goes running in, finds a courier. Has a Flicker now to play with, a great pickup. That's why he was in the jungle. He's like, we're losing racks. He's like, no, I'm going jungle. But it looks like they are going to have to give up this... Yeah, they're giving up the racks. Probably will fight for the tier 4 towers. Gabby just getting poked at.
Yeah, the Bound City is actually crazy. It looks so... I don't know. It just doesn't look like Dota anymore, you know what I mean? All these... Or maybe it looks exactly like Dota, actually. What am I saying?
It feels... It's like there's... Most other spells, you know, just don't work on buildings. So,
Yeah.
so it's interesting. Glaives is one of the few that does.
They just have glaives bouncing from the middle racks to like throne, hitting heroes over there.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those mechanics. I think if, you know, if Ice Rogue for whatever reason made it so that glaives don't bounce on buildings, I think not many people would be upset.
Yeah, but I feel like Luna would also not be as big anymore at all.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good gimmick, right? Like, especially with like heroes that empower her. You go high ground, you get the tower unexpectedly, and suddenly the enemy's like, oh, we're done. We can't defend this.
You can buff her other ways, you know. Or maybe give her a talent that does it. Make her-
A
make her
25
wasted
talent? I wouldn't mind it. They're terrible anyway.
Yeah. I'd say 25 talent just to get back something that you used to have sounds kind of brutal. But yeah, like you say, Luna's 25s, I mean, we'll see. Probably what, 30% lifesteal?
Yeah, like the
hasn't got
Eclipse
the
mini
Axe
stun is pretty
Scepter.
good if you have Axe Scepter. Especially with the Refresher, just perma-stun people. But he's going for the cookie cutter build. Has an Illusionist cape as
Nice.
well.
Oh, nice little pickup.
Yeah. And the Lincoln
Lifesteal's 25 will be important. His rage duration, I gotta imagine he's gonna want, but he's still got a full level to go. FNATIC are not interested in giving TNC time to sit back. They're considering this high ground. The double Lincolns now, tied as well as Luna, both have one.
Yeah, they're just gonna be stacking it on the Luna. Make sure they don't get a portrait at all. He's dropping every item on Luna. What's happening? Just to use the Illusionist cape, what? What kind of gimmick is happening here? Oh, so he doesn't get the Dark Portrait illusion or what?
Oh, clever, clever.
I mean, he stood there for like 10 seconds. Like, man, you probably gotta practice it a bit in demo mode first.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess that's the downside of the Illusionist cape, is that it makes an easy way to get the Dark Portrait image for Grimstroke.
yeah. Same with the Manta also. He keeps doing it, but really, I don't know how efficient it is, because he's not Thompson level of button clicking. Like, if you watch some people play, the way they drag items in and out is insane. Like, they're so fast. How do they do that? I tried that.
You've got to be so precise too. Here we go. TNC, they're smoked up. They're looking to make their move out of their base. They put an observer on the high ground. They don't reveal a sentry or anything, as Radiant don't have any way to know there's a ward here right now, I believe. Fox just going to go for the D ward.
Okay, I'm DK. Not sure why. They didn't see them, right? Could have potentially gone for a move.
FNATIC themselves are smoked up. FNATIC can just group this side. They know this is do or die time. Roche can respawn in 10 seconds, so this is where winning or losing a fight could lead to Roshan potentially, or just game over if you're one of these teams.
Tims!
Buyback.
So
Cannot
careful.
afford to get picked off. The blink in. Death doesn't go for the Ravage. Tims has not got the A on this yet. He's going to be the first target. He does have buyback, I believe. There's going to be a blink pop. Dragon Tail. He catches out the back lines. He peeks out. Nix, who's forced to immediately buy back the DK on the front lines. Once DJ. DJ will be a great pickup for them. That takes away so many of these saves. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead ready. The Soulbind catching out too. Where's the Dragon Tail? The Lucent Beam stun pushing them back. But there's going to be a double hex into a double impale. They're absolutely getting destroyed. Gabby with the BKB rage as well. Chuan getting brought down on the Leshrac. Is the physical damage there? It's going to be close, and they bring him down before the TP.
Oh no!
Dead Leshrac without buyback. TNC have won a crucial fight here, and they may get more. Death's Lincoln Sphere. They're going to do so much for him. Damage is there to bring down the Tide, who also does not have buyback.
It just shows you how strong this combination is of Grimstroke Lion, Hex, Impale Finger on both of them.
Oh.
And Leshrac unfortunately died. He fumbled a little bit with his inventory. Plate Mill was in the backpack. He would have lived otherwise, I would imagine.
And that Yeah, the Grimstroke this game has been huge. The Dark Portrait, as well as all the spells they're comboing.
Yeah.
The Dragon Tail as well that they've had hitting multiple heroes in some of these fights. It's just absolutely destroyed Fnatic. And
Nick's Korea. Oh, it was close as the Aeon disc.
Okay.
If you lose, it's dead.
yeah,
Roshan up in 90 seconds. And 2 buybacks expended here. Luna bought back right away. So did DJ.
on the Dire side, buyback status is they're going to have these buybacks at least the puck in 2.5 minutes. So we're going to get to a point where TNC should have an edge when it comes to buybacks.
Yeah, Grimstroke is really the big one, though. It feels like as though he's more important than some of these cores right now.
Yeah.
How
Got an
close
Aeon
is he to
disc
the Aeon
queued up.
disc? Oh, still quite a bit away. 1300.
Yeah. He can farm it quickly. Perhaps that's going to be... Yeah, he's staying kind of bottom while his team are elsewhere. But he also has to be wary that, you know, Fnatic may make a play on his life.
Yeah, this is the tournament meta right now. Aeon disc on everyone.
He had the Arcane boost. Yeah, he's got Aeon disc now. The Arcane boost.
Aeon disc on him, Aeon disc on DK queued up, Aeon disc on Lion queued up, Puck has one. Everyone is going for one.
Here we go, Fnatic. They smoke out of their base. Dire vision around this Roshan pit is fantastic. We'll see what Fnatic can do. Chuck a ward on the high ground, but they don't want to de-ward right away.
The net worth is a little
Reveal
bit
their
deceiving.
position, but
Lifesteal are sitting on 5k right now.
right, here we go. Fest into the puck. Armel in the front lines.
Can they get?
What's he going to find here? Level 26 as well.
Yeah, Armel has been a beast this game.
And checking out the Roshan pit, making sure there's no shenanigans going on. Armel, what can he find? Doesn't have buyback, so he's going to be a little bit careful. Does have the Aeon disc, and of course, Puck is just known for being oh so slippery.
Dewarding the sentry so their ops doesn't get dewarded. Ion has to
Where
be
it is,
careful.
Dragon Palm is pop. Thinking with the Hex, they're going on DJ, but the Abaddon, he's being stunned up while they go on the backlines here. They want Chuan. Meanwhile, Abaddon just being silenced up as well, but the DK kind of gets left alone. Doesn't pop the BKB, gets helped out by the 4-star. Lifestealer inside the puck, not the DK, means Bok has to just BKB TP out. None of the damage for him, so...
And Roshan is up. It just spawned.
Dragonform still has a bit of duration left on it, but Fnatic's already in there. DK should be able to get back potentially in time with the Ag Scepter.
Roshan's falling fast.
Make it in here.
Gotta make a decision here.
Umi standing above to the north. Can he make a play for the steal or a snipe here? Not sure they want to go for it. DK blinks in with the puck as well. They time this, not perhaps at the perfect Roshan time. They're going to get the Aegis onto Schwann's Leshrac. Fnatic have the Aegis. They can look to turn and fight. Bok's going to be careful on the DK. Doesn't have BKB. He's forced stuff. He gets back to the high ground. He's still alive on the DK. TNC want this Luna, but the cheese being popped. Going to heal him back up. And with the burrowed up Nyx Assassin, they want to get the hell out of here. Boomy's Lion in some trouble now. Gets chased down. Looks like TNC just going to look to disengage, having already taken out the Aegis.
Oh, that was so close. Okay. It was like max range.
Stops the boots of travel with the Dagon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was there an Ags or refresher I didn't see?
Good question. Let's click through the heroes very quick.
I see Nyx. Oh, Nyx has an Ags, of course.
It's an Axe Scepter then. Wait, no. Yeah, I clicked on Nyx too. I was like, what? And then you said it. I was like, ooh.
No.
Wait, there's no refresher. Puck has the Aghanim's. Okay, Puck took the Aghanim's. Which is a massive upgrade for them.
Oh, yeah.
If Luna is just stuck there with a bot for hitting her, yeah, that's perfect. Probably couldn't have asked for anything better. But now his buyback is very expensive too. Some creeps.
Yeah. Well, he's happy just to have it off cooldown now. Hopefully for the upcoming fight if he can farm it.
Lifestealer is about to get a whole lot scarier. Just finishes Daedalus. It's gonna be a ton of damage coming out from him now. So how much is Feast?
It feels like there's
1.2%. That's good. It's about a 50-ish, 60 bonus damage on the Luna.
And this is the window now where Fnatic do not have buyback on some of their key heroes. The Luna, Abaddon have 3 minutes left in their buybacks, and TNC have managed to get all their buybacks back up, more or less, just waiting on Puck to farm a bit more gold.
Yep. And
I guess the
Grimstroke needs 2
Grimstroke is still on
minutes.
cooldown. That's the big one for them. You kind of mentioned, but
But he has Aeon
that's
Disc
this
now.
Luna.
They actually have 3 Aeon Discs ready, right? Oh, Lion about to finish his. Yeah, I mean, DK went away from it and just goes for the Nullifier to, of course, counter the Nyx Assassin's Aeon Disc. It feels like this
Aeon
late
Disc,
game is
yeah.
always just about Aeon Disc. Every time. How do we counter this? How do we make sure they don't counter ours? Aeon Disc here, Aeon Disc there. How would you nerf that
By the way,
item?
that's an Iceberg question. How would you nerf the Black? I don't know.
I feel like make it so you only take like half damage instead of like 100% reduction. That means you auto
by the way,
can't blink
speaking
out for
of-
free, stuff like that.
Speaking of some of these saves, there is a Leshrac Wind Waker, so potentially can
Oh,
save
yeah.
teammates with this. But that's where the Nullifier really comes into play, because this is going to be huge against these Aeon Discs as well as that Wind Waker.
Yeah. Nullifier is also a very underrated item. It just answers all these late game saving options. Well, not all of them, of course, but a lot of them. Like, how much is Wind Waker? Like, almost 8k? 7.1k?
Yeah.
And Nullifier is 4.7. It's way cheaper, obviously.
Luna going to some new late game tech, has got an Aghanim Scepter queued up, perhaps thinking they need to just blow a hero up during some of these stuns with the Lucent Beams, and also just running out of slots, so could get the Blessing later on as well.
I wonder if a Moonshot is better or the Axe Blessing, actually. With the item build he has gone for. Because, what? How much attack speed is a Moonshot again? 70 or 60 when you consume it? 60.
Yeah, half. Yeah.
Actually, for some reason, it's not half anymore. You get 140 and then it goes down to 60.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not sure why. Should be half. Half it up?
Yeah, it was initially half, right? I'm not
Yeah.
going crazy.
Yeah, it was. What I never understood, do you get the night vision also while you carry the item or only after consumption? Oh yeah, it says so. 400 while you just carry it. And 200 after consumption.
It used
again,
to be you
half.
got none when you consumed it. I think they added that later, if I recall.
Yeah, because it was terrible. Why would you lose everything?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See where Luna goes, but for now, definitely going to be managing that buyback, which has come back up. Both teams have just spent the last. It's like, okay, there's no Roshan for like. They lost Aegis right away, so it's like, all right, let's just wait for 8 minutes and then we'll meet again at the Roche Pit Black. That seems to be
mean,
how the SCA Dota goes.
I have seen more than enough of that yesterday in that 140, what was the 104-minute game or whatever it was.
Yeah, we were all over on the mainstream and we were having like 9 hours for 2 best-of-3s. But yeah, you had a single 100-minute game. It's been wild. This SCA qualifiers has been quite the spectacle for viewers, casters, teams, and players alike.
I wonder if you compare to other regions how it compares in terms of duration. Going on DJ here.
Way higher. Yep. They jump on the airband, but that looks like on the backlines, Death on the Tide is the target they want.
Oh, they're crushing him!
And the lifesteal bring him down. Yeah, with the Puck Axe Coil, he can't actually get away from this one. They want the Tide. He manages to get brought down, but instantly buying back. Now there's a Dark Portrait. Raven's just hitting the Dark Portrait, but now he's got a Gabby lifesteal to worry about. He force-stops away from the lifesteal and catches out the support Lion. Nice find as DK gets stunned up, but gets the BKB on up afterwards. It's just going to go for the TP out. Don't have any answer to the BKB TP.
Feels like we've seen that just about 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
Pretty much same spot.
Tide goes down, buys back. Lion doesn't have the buyback.
But did you see how the game ended? Somebody Boots of Travel 2'd onto the Dragon Knight and he cliffed himself because Dragon Knight was flying over a cliff. Then he died after a buyback. That was the worst way ever for the game to end.
That is just heartbreaking. Yeah.
I really
Play
felt
for
bad
100
them.
minutes and then that happens. It's like, oh, things you're never gonna consider that when you're casting that Boots of Travel 2 on your teammate too. You're just assuming like, yeah, it's gonna be fine.
But the worst thing is, he had Blink Dagger. He just didn't know he was up there because, as you said, he just didn't think about it at all. DK on also
Where I
level 25 now.
Go from here. Yeah.
AoE Dragon's Tail is also a massive game turner potentially. It's basically an RP.
I guess, and here it'll stun people through Lincolns if you target someone else, right? Is that correct?
I don't think it's a target ability anymore, right? It's kind of like Storm
Oh,
Vortex
it's just
now.
an AoE. Okay.
I think it forgoes Lincolns entirely. I haven't tested it. I'm not 100% sure, but that's how Storm Vortex works. So I think it's similar.
I was thinking you still had to target something, but if it's no longer needing to target, then that's huge. Yeah, because these double Lincolns could just be somewhat negated by this. Not to mention just the fact you can stun the Abaddon as well as his teammate, because there's not. Well, Abaddon can still pop the borrowed time and then shield his buddy. I guess that's the kind of play DJ's going to be looking for.
Yeah. And he also went for this Axe Scepter. I tested this recently. Axe Scepter on Abaddon is so unbelievably strong. Together with the Holy Locket, like it triggers every 525 health. And with the talent, you heal about 450 health every missed coil. So you lose like 70 health only.
25, yeah. 500 AoE missed. These supports is 25. Okay.
I did not expect these to be 25. Wait, even Boomy's 25. Tim's is 22. How did that happen?
I feel like we've seen these 56-minute games. I haven't really seen the supports get 25 in them that often. I'm sure you did in your 100-minute game, but...
Oh my god. Yeah, this also means we have the AoE Hex now. Another method to forego the Lincolns.
Oh.
This item is practically useless now.
I mean, yeah, they may even want to consider selling it for something else. Sort of an upgrade.
You can maybe protect yourself from a Dark Portrait, but that's a DJ.
Oh. Link's done. DJ's been found. And they pull him up before the borrowed time. Nope. They could have maybe gone for a finger and tried to catch him by surprise, but they were ready for it. The Nyx Assassin, meanwhile, not able to stun up the lifesteal. He managed to get the rage up. Now Bokku charging with the BKB. Nice coil on the 3, and with the Axe Scepter, they kind of completely suck him. This is Soulblight. The Dagon's to follow it up. TNC, Gabby in the front lines with the BKB as well as the rage. The Ravage is not going to connect on anyone except the DK further away. Lifestealer manages to infest his way out of there, comes back in, re-engages with the dead Abaddon. They want more. Puck actually managed to die in the backlines. They got the lockdown they needed. Gabby, can he finish off jabs here on the Nyx? He's got the Aeon Disc. The Nyx is just unkillable, it feels like. Yep. He's just too tanky. Gabby goes charging back in with the Blink Dagger. He wants Schwan on this Leshrac, but he's too tanky himself. Gets tied as a new target, but he goes Ghost Scepter. Nothing to get rid of it. The 3-man mana drain coming in from the line, who goes in for a Finger of Death. Not enough damage on the side. But trying to finish him off the orb. He can't actually finish off Death. Death somehow blinks back in. He's still alive, but Nick's going down, and now Gabby, he's trying to just wreak havoc. The Wind Waker Leshrac, he's trying to fly his way out of there. It's Tornado Alley as the Dagon brings the Leshrac low. Gabby's still chasing forward. This lifesteal is just unkillable. He's just constantly full health. Puck still fishing for more on the backlines. Isn't going to succeed in doing so. Lion dies and buys back immediately. Nyx is still finding a new place to burrow on down. If they get this Nyx, that's a dieback, but he's tucked away nice and deep, Gabby. As he got the damage to get this kill, the Split Earth coming out, stunning up Thor, who has a BKB in 2 seconds, but he won't get a chance to pop it. He's dead without buyback. Luna buying back now as well. Gabby looking to turn and fight. Hasn't have Satanic, doesn't have a way to lifesteal his way through this one. Will go down, and Raven has a triple kill. Split Earth onto the high ground. They catch out Tim's. Tim's dead now as well with buyback, and FNATIC making good use of their buybacks to win this fight, potentially secure Roshan.
Yeah, Roche is back up, this time with all items. And it just feels like TNC is initially always winning these fights, but FNATIC is just making much better use of their buybacks and turning so many fights around. I think there's the third one consecutively to turn around this way.
Both teams just kiting so well. They're going for Roshan and TNC. Lion, you gotta be careful here. Does not have buyback. Yeah, they're too late for this one, it feels like, but they're still trying to take this fight. Gabby charging in, looking to start this fight. Gets stunned up by the Impale. The Split Earth follow-up. Gabby's stunned. He's dead. It's a dieback. Oh! Jabs was ready for him. Got him with the Carapace setup. Now the Puck needs to find a way out. Armel, has he got the damage? He's going to carry this game on his own, and he's in 2 versus 4 here. Goes blinking back in. Wanted DJ, but didn't have the damage to bring him down with the borrowed time being proc. Armel needs to find these kills. That's the only way he can defend, it feels like. And Juan's looking for him. Trying to catch him with the Yule, I imagine, as Aeon Disc is on cooldown.
You cannot fight into this pit, gods, against this Leshrac stun. He got stunned like 4 times by it.
Oh, the life
Lunax clip coming through. Oh, Tim's is eating it.
Tim's gotta be careful. He gets the Dark Portrait out. That could be a game changer. Tim's is getting low. Can he keep himself alive? No, he can't. He's dead, and now the tier 4 tower goes down, as well as the throne next in line as Armel trying to defend this on his own, but there's nothing he can do. FNATIC, they're gonna take game 1 of this best of 3. They lose the Abaddon. Armel getting another for the scoreboard, but actually no, they cleared the creep. Oh, okay. Puck's dead. He died top. They have to fight through backdoor protection. Can they do this? I believe they should be able to with the Edict as well as the Luna damage.
25 Edict, no problem, right?
Yeah, it's GG.
No
buyback. Game over. FNATIC. Woo!
A lot closer than we thought it would be. But FNATIC showing once more how experienced they are there. Buyback usage this game is really what won them the game, I think. Was way better than TNC's. Who also fought pretty damn well. But yeah, FNATIC clinching it out at the top.
That was, yeah, world-class Dota from both these two teams. This entire SA qualifiers has just been brutal. 58 minutes, it feels like, you know, I've seen more late game Dota in this SA qualifiers than a long time. Absolutely
ever,
crazy
yeah.
stuff. And we're going to have hopefully a bit more to say. We're going to take a quick break, get a glass of water, take a breath, maybe get myself a can of mate, because this best of 3, it feels like it could go the distance, so stick around, guys.
What if TNC picked the Naga here instead? To try and not allow FNATIC, but also not waste a ban, but also then they have an ultimate to try and catch the storm.
I mean, if it was a top game, maybe TB Naga, that's a little bit greedy. I mean, we have seen in the past.
We've seen greedy. We have
Need
seen
your
greedy.
hammer Naga. He's
Yeah, we
playing
have
the
seen it.
offlane
That's what I
block.
wanted to say.
Yeah, yeah.
+3 Naga, +4 Naga. We have seen it. It's
KP,
not
KP used to
impossible.
play that. That's a KP hero.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not gonna go
close,
with it. They're gonna
close.
go with the tiny. I think maybe we should have, drafted for them and picked up the Naga there. But what do you think of the tiny?
It's
Gives some
approach,
much needed
right?
kill threat. Yeah, they need some damage like in the early to mid game. They can't while they wait for TP to come online because Tusk, Phoenix don't really provide that.
I'm a little
Do you
bit
think
worried
there
for them,
is-
though.
I was gonna say, do you think there's enough, space made with their draft so far for this Terrorblade? Because it feels like early game they're really going to struggle, right? Because that Tiny still doesn't come online. He's not that strong in the early. Terrorblade definitely isn't. The Tusk still needs quite a few levels to get anywhere. What's going to be needed as their last pick to ensure that space for the Terrorblade?
Right now, I just don't know how they team fight ever. Like, Phoenix is super hard countered, right? You have Snapfire, Mirana. This egg is never gonna go off. Tusk and Tiny, they can maybe make some plays happen, but once you blow your combo, that's it. What do you have after that?
Yeah, and we've already seen them struggle in the first game with showing that restraint, pulling back, resetting between fights. So to know that they only really have one opening window as their win condition for team fights and then having a reset, I do kind of feel for them in terms of their draft. Maybe they have something planned for the last pick we just have no idea about. But Gods, on the side of FNATIC, we're really liking the look of it. So what's the last pick what do they need in the last pick to round it out?
I'm still, I guess, thinking there's a chance this Axe goes safe lane. Just because last time they picked it, that's where it went. I think it's an okay Legion commander game. You don't have anyone to buff up with the press the attack, but against the TB, it seems like a decent choice. They can run Legion with the Mirana, perhaps, or you want to have an offlaner that sets up the arrow. That's the other kind of play that we sometimes see.
Have we seen FNATIC Legion? We have, haven't we?
Yes, it's the death special. He's played it at least, I think, twice, maybe even a third time. He's a
Oh, wow, okay.
he is a Legion specialist.
Legion is good. I think Centaur could also be really good for the disengage as soon as they pop meta or to get on top of the Phoenix egg. They definitely have some options. As you said, Axe could be carry, could be offlane. Very flexible right now.
Yeah. Oh, look,
Legion,
maybe
yeah,
TNC
Legion away.
thought, maybe TNC thought the same thing that FNATIC were leading up to the Legion, and they did the picking it instead of allowing them to pick it.
Yeah, definitely partly maybe a block pick for FNATIC, but of course, if they were worried about FNATIC, they did have 2 bans they could have used on it. But Legion with these hyper carries like TB is just always sick because that Ag Shard it's honestly one of the best Ag Shards in the game. It's so broken, and TB is going to be an unkillable monster. Plus, it gives them another way to catch the storm, which I think they just need in general. So, really good for TNC as well.
I want to go back and quote you what you said yesterday. Do you reckon the Terrorblade's going to turn into a demon you don't want to F with?
He will. Ooh. Ooh. Well, I don't know if he actually. I think that maybe not against Mark Warden. Maybe not. Ooh.
I don't want to see this again. I just saw this yesterday for 104 minutes.
Black,
No.
This time, I'm not predicting a 35-minute game this time.
Oh my god.
I could just
Tag me out,
see
coach.
target time.
I'm out.
Yep. Nat, you good to be an analyst for this game?
Oh, 100%, 100%. I love it. Black's like, I didn't want to see Nyx in the first game, and we got him, and now I don't want to see Awkward in the second game, but we've got him. I do have to ask, though, which side are you going to pick? Which draft do you like the look of? Doesn't matter about game length. I just want to know which team you think is going to be able to execute their draft better. You want to go first, Black?
I go first. All right, I'll be saying FNATIC. I like this Storm Spirit quite a lot. I don't really think they did enough to address it. Phoenix should not have a game at all. And Arc Warden have no problem farming down there either.
Yeah, I mean, by the way that you guys have made it sound, it's essentially just going to be a 5v4 at this rate. FNATIC have that hero advantage, but Gods, where are you laying?
I'm going TNC. I'm hopeful for a game 3. I also have seen Tim's play these like roaming Tusk and just wreak havoc. And I also think Raven's gonna be spending a lot of time hitting creeps. Much like if anything, I feel like TB can come online faster than the Arc Warden. So I also just don't like Arc Warden. I want Arc Warden to lose, so I'm manifesting a game 3. That's what I'm gonna try to do.
It lost yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. And I also the Axe, right? We've seen. We already said it, but Axe doesn't win a lot of games. And then knowing Arc Warden hasn't really won many either. I also would love it to go to a game 3, so I'm going to side with TNC too. I am going to ask time predictions though now. I'm going to put mine at 78 minutes.
78.
Anything above 60, Gods can solo cast. So.
At 60 minutes, you're tapping out.
Yeah. This is my limit.
Well,
I'm thinking, yeah, 65.
65. All right, well, we'll see who's going to get closer, but I'll let you guys take it away for game number 2.
I wish we'd book you for the past the full hour, Black, but hopefully, you know, I don't end up on my own for this one as TNC FNATIC game 2.
But really, like, I'm having flashbacks from yesterday. It was not a pretty sight.
Was it a fun game at least? It sounds like the ending was a bit sad.
It was a fun ending, but all the way leading up to there, basically what happened, there was one fight, everybody bought back, and there was no fight for 8 minutes. And there was one fight, everybody bought back. That kept happening for like 60 minutes probably. The fights were really good, don't get me wrong, but the time in between, I was kind of like, what is happening, guys? Like, you can't just be farming creeps, you have 90k net worth.
See how this one unravels. From the picks alone, you know, definitely has the makings of a game that could go late.
Yep.
See if that is going to be the case, though.
Which TNC should win. They have Legion Commander, infinite scaling right there.
Looking for me?
Scaling for who?
That's a good question. Who's gonna win the
Is
duel?
Everyone always says infinite scaling for Legion, and my counter argument is infinite scaling for your opponent. You lose the duels, they're scaling.
That's true.
Well, hopefully no lost duels this game. As Hawk going to be playing the offlane. It looks like Tusk is going to be up there with him, Phoenix. So it's going to be dual melee against the Arc Warden, but Arc Warden not maybe the strongest laning hero.
Yeah, especially against like Snowball can be pretty rough if they get on top of him with Snowball plus tag team. It might be a little bit of trouble. But Snapfire is pretty good against Tusk in general. You can just pokey him out of the shards. And he should be fine as well.
Mid lane, we've got the Armel Tiny up against Juan on the Storm Spirit. A hero we've had Armel play several times throughout his competitive history, so something he's going to be fairly familiar on. Down bottom, the Phoenix TB up against the Axe Piranha. Already early Metamorph being popped just to kind of secure the first wave. And we'll see how things kind of unravel. Any lanes you think gonna be kind of key for this game?
I just want to see how much the Terrorblade can farm down there before being relegated to the jungle. Like, there shouldn't really be much action happening top, to be honest. Mid lane, maybe if we get a tower toss, it could be a kill. So, any action lane should be bottom. Like, maybe a random arrow hitting or something like that.
Yeah, unless like someone like the House of Rome's made for a toss back, it doesn't feel like Storm should be in too much trouble. Maybe when the runes start coming out, that's where the support can rotate. But early on, it will be Axe testing the Phoenix pulls. Already got for small camp pull, so that's a good start for TNC at least to get this pull going. As Jabs will look to deward the big camp, and we'll see if Boomy on the Phoenix can re-block that camp. He doesn't want to give Miranda that easy farm with the arrow.
Only level 1 right now, though, to the Jabs level 2. So he has to be careful. He has no dive available.
Jabs maybe knowing this. Yeah, Jabs is going to leap and look for this kill. He knows Boomy just wants to die for it, it seems.
Oh, there's
He
an
knows
illusion
he's
coming,
dead here.
though.
Oh, okay. Wow. PB helping out his buddy. Maybe he's not dead. Another leap in. Timed the Fire Spirits pretty well here. He needs to maybe get a Tengu going. It's actually Jabs who's used the leap charges, and he's in trouble. He's got 1 to go, so he may be okay after this, but that TB illusion play is absolutely sick.
Oh,
He didn't micro it up the hill, but that's where you need to share control, because maybe Boomy could have done some body blocking.
Yeah, that's why I like to pick
Waited
Naga
for him.
quite a bit. You just send these illusions on the supports, and your support is like, yeah, thank you.
Jabs at least is in a position to double stack. You can stack the neutrals and ancients as top lane. Looks like they made an aggressive play. Legion getting kind of low.
Aquarden
I feel like
is...
Phoenix should have maybe contested this double stack. Because Jabs, yeah, should have maybe known this was going to come.
I think so too. You just chase him because you can't really bully out the Axe right now. And these stacks are going to be very big for the Axe later on. He almost has his Ring of Health, so there's no real stopping him anymore at this point. Aquarden though, he only missed, what, 3 CS so far? So he is very rich himself.
That's a hero that can be hard to last hit with too at times. I mean, he goes for the Quelling Blade and everything, knowing that he wants to secure as much as possible.
Yeah, this range Quelling Blade meta has really kicked off now. Ever since the item was made cheaper. How's mid lane looking?
Mid lane, there's a rotation. There's looking for a tossback. Armel. I think the glyph was actually used to keep a creep alive there and stop that toss. Maybe I'm not entirely sure, but that I don't think that glyph was accidental.
It didn't look accidental, no.
Or, I mean, I don't think, and I also don't think it was used for any other lane. I'm pretty sure he used it to stop Armel's toss back. That was potentially a really sick play from Chuan. Is the 4-minute rune coming up? Armel going to get at bottom with the avalanche. As bottom lane, Gabby getting chased away. Jabs gets his way away.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be relegated to the jungle after the meta ends here. Don't think you can contest his axe anymore.
Structures are fortified.
Which seems fine, right? Like, you're not too worried if your TNC and TB's headed to the jungle at level 4, level 5, right?
Oh, yeah, that's completely fine. And Phoenix can just soak up the XP bottom. How's Aquarden looking? He's still farming very, very well. They're not really able to pressure him at all.
You mentioned the Snapfire just able to secure this lane. Going and something I really like, going for the Scatter Blast plus Fire Snap cookie build, not going for the little shredder.
Yeah, thinking much more about the lane rather than throwing the egg later on. I mean, you can just get 1 level into Shredder anyway later on. It's the same purpose, the same effect. He's very close to his Midas already. 500 away only.
Definitely a scary thought that they've not been able to do anything to shut him down. And Legion not having the best lane, only 19 last hits. So, I mean, you're running dual melee against double range lane. That, to some extent, should be what happens. Like, you're not really... It's not like a pub game where you can just snowball on in on Tusk and...
Yeah.
To find kills. You're gonna feed if you do that. And there's cookie and stuff.
The only time you can ever really beat a lane like that, I feel, is when they're out of position and you catch them. But it's their mistake, you know? Like, you usually don't win this kind of lane by outplaying them.
Any chance we see Storm TP to one of these side lanes? He's healing up back at base. I wonder if he goes for any kind of a play up top,
He's
for
6.
example.
Yeah, he's tipping top right now.
All
Are they
right,
expecting this is the question.
Falls over the trees for now. They've got the wave back though, so if anything, Storm's been missing for a long time. They kind of know he's missing, but they're going to zip in onto Box. Holds onto the pressy attack for now, but the Snapfire Cookie stun is going to be there, and Box gives up the first blood.
Yeah, very good rotation from the Storm. A couple of stacks to clear as well if he wants to do that. Maybe he's going to leave it for the Arc Warden. But his rotation is very good because it also secures the Arc Warden Midas. 80 gold away from it. After the small camp, he should have it.
That is pretty damn good timing for an Arc Warden Midas. This is a hero that normally doesn't get given the best laning stage. We're going to see a similar TP down bottom. It's the Tiny from Armel making the same play the Storm did. Can they kill this Death Axe with the
He's
Vanguard
way
up, he's
tankier,
tanky,
though.
but yep, it is going to be a phase boots. Tiny running on in. Go for the avalanche toss here. Can Death survive his way through this one? Can't go for a TP because he didn't have the mana. I think if he had the mana for a TP, he may have been able to just TP in front of them there and survive, but he gets brought down.
Yeah, and Gabby never went to the jungle actually. Managed to sustain
Yeah.
himself in the lane. The pair of tangos that was delivered from the courier. And he's very happy with how this is going. He's actually out farming the axe, which is pretty
Armel's
rare.
evading though. Tiny comes in, doesn't hit the avalanche. Mirana quick on the fingers with the leap, and now Swan looking for a turnaround. Can they land an arrow here? Armel trying to dodge it, but it hasn't actually been thrown yet. The toss back as Tims rotates in, and Tiny very tanky here. Can't really be brought down. He's trying to come back in to contest these stacks, but unsuccessful in doing so. As the D-Ward did end up happening, and things will settle down.
I'm a little bit worried for his Legion commander. Like, you pick this hero to win the lane and have a decent mid game, but he's getting pretty much nothing here. Still level 5 as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, we'll see what the answer is going to be, because you've got to imagine, yeah, Raven's just going to continue to accelerate on this Arc Warden. I mean, I guess it's TP versus Arc Warden late game. Obviously, I mean, TP doesn't really have an answer to the bubble without the MKB, but is it a terrible matchup for TP, or is it playable?
It's actually not that bad anymore ever since Swiftling was introduced. You have a very reliable way to get on top of him. And you didn't have that before Swiftling because you didn't want to litter your inventory with just a Blink Dagger. So this late game scenario is a lot more manageable now than it was before. It's still pretty rough, especially if you don't itemize into the BKB, which we have, not BKB, MKB, which we have seen some Terrorblades do. You just can't hit them at all through the bubble. But we'll see. Like, I think it's just a must-have. Like, you need MKB. There was this one game where In Your Dream chose not to build MKB, and he missed so many kills just because the enemies got bubble, and he couldn't hit them.
Yeah. That's the thing, it's not just the Arc Warden who's getting bubbled, it's his teammates as well, so...
Yeah.
We're going to see Gabby TP up top. I was about to say, I mean, similar story with the very farm-centric game, but unlike previous games, I feel like neither team has made that rotation to the offlane to try to take a T1 tower yet. Finally, we see Gabby TP up there with Metamorphosis, so it looks like TNC will be the first to make this move. And FNATIC seeing this may make the same play down bottom, but it does feel like this is coming a bit later.
But it was a very good rotation because Storm was actually moving down there as well. So he dodges the Storm and gets the top tower, which is the area he wants to end up in anyways, because he can farm much more efficiently over there. And Arc Warden is not really a hero that can pressure a tower or defend a tower this early on.
DJ looks for the deny, also reveals his position. I think he's hoping to go for a cookie out up top. Has a TP, yep, cookie TP. He knows the exact spot to go to hide, and Bok looking for him, doesn't find him. Sneaky play, doesn't get the tower denied, but definitely worth going for there for DJ.
Yeah, he didn't really have any other play on the map anyways. Region rune on Storm now. That could potentially be a playmaking tool.
By the way, big Ancient stack on the FNATIC side.
Yeah.
And he already farmed out most of the Radiant stacks, and...
He needs to clear that soon, because Arc Warden can't farm those.
Yeah.
He's going right now, actually.
Top lane there. Waiting to see if DJ pokes his nose out, but he knows it's not a safe place to be on the map. And this is where you kind of mentioned, you know, TB TPing top, taking this T1 tower means this entire dire jungle area is now kind of TNC place to farm. That's where the TB is going to want to play as much as possible.
Yeah, and this is really also why Terrorblade is so popular. Your Conjure Image can just push out lanes way further than other conventional carries could. And him and Naga are really the only ones that can do that. Sure, Naga, they're gonna be a duel.
They thought about it going in with the Ice Shard, but when they saw then they saw the TPs and thought better of it.
Yeah.
Now look at the T1 bottom tower. So a bit later that FNATIC gets tower, but they've managed to pick up a 2k gold lead after farming their Ancient stack. So Axe, Blink Dagger queued up, has 1500 gold.
And that's gonna be the timing they're waiting for. And Storm is gonna be picking up his Kaya. He's going Kaya Sage relatively early, I'd imagine, just to be able to survive through the duel and the tiny combination. Because they don't really have a whole lot of disable for him, right? Other than the duel, there's no great lockdown. Like an Avalanche, not really what you're looking for.
Level 25 Tiny, triple toss. That's where the lockdown is.
I hate that down. I can never land.
I mean, I'm sure the smart money is on this game. We will see a level 25 Tiny, but before then, we're going to see a smoke king from
He's
FNATIC.
gonna
as
get
they
caught
are
out
making
here.
their way top. Yeah, he has Sunder available, but this should be a kill here. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses. They throw them out, and Gabby gets pulled back in, goes for the Sunder, but Xuan knows it's coming, so he just zips over it.
He could have potentially lived if he microed his illusion away and Sunders the illusion instead. But it's a very hard play regardless, because Storm still had a lot of mana. And
there were still more Kisses, too. I feel like even if he gets that Sunder off, he still dies.
yeah, it's like a, what, 5% sort of play.
Amel invis in mid. Gets the toss back into the Avalanche duel.
Nice
That's
combo.
going to be a nice pick-off, not letting him get any leaps off.
Yeah. I like this itemization from the Mirana actually. Going treads, really tanky, 1200 health, but not enough to survive there.
This is a build. Ooh, hold on that thought. Armel goes charging in forward with the phase boots. They want to get this DJ Snapfire that's been so problematic, and with an Avalanche toss, they got it. TNC with numbers in the mid lane and a Metamorph TB. I like the aggressive play, getting the TB involved before this Arc Warden is ready to fire.
Yeah, fine. That's what I want to see from TNC. Like, this is what they're really good at, and this is what I love them to do. But now they're invading the triangle, taking the big creeps away from the enemy, probably getting a deep warden as well. Because the Dire lineup is quite greedy. Like Storm, Arc Warden, Axe, they're pretty greedy as a Tricore. And you gotta punish them. Like that they had 2k gold right now is actually a little bit of a problem for TNC.
Yeah, they've just had no answer to what Arc Warden's been doing farming away. This FNATIC will go for a smoke. They've already lost his mid tier on tower, but another kill on Gabby would be huge. From the Storm, there is a Sunray heal. Took the follow-up. It is going to catch the Southern Gabby, but where is Death with a blink call onto 2? The follow-up arrow is going to bring down the TB before he can even use the Sunder. Death with the perfect initiation plays, chasing, looking for more, but the snowball is there from Tim. Just sets up the act, but he's still getting lower. Dunk should be coming soon, and Death is going to be looking to use his movement speed to chase for more. The Kisses going to clip a couple of these heroes, gets Boomy low. No, it's all the egg going to be used with it. Fall from Death. He does make a nice little turnaround play with Armel getting the Mirana kill, and that will force FNATIC back, but they've already lost their TB for a second time back-to-back. Is there anything to stop Raven's TB? Armel's toss was 1 second away, and Death with a blink dagger. He blinks south, dodges the Tiny, and should be able to get back to safety.
Yeah, a whole lot worse. Good recognition here from Raven that he can just TP out. Spells on cooldown. If he dies there, it's really bad for FNATIC, but the way it went, Terrorblade dying once more. And you don't really ever want to be on the back foot against Arc Warden.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, doing that TP 1 second before Toss was back up, he knew the exact time where he could get that TP off successfully.
Yep, a little bit later, and you're gone. Axe also managing to blink out just in time. There's a smoke coming in, though.
Find the Axe, Avalanche toss. The second they respawn, they were chasing out these FNATIC heroes in this bottom jungle. And they find the Death Axe, who had a great blink call in that last fight to make sure the TB didn't get off asunder.
Yep, calling them out on their play, I like it. They showed on 3 lanes FNATIC, that is an unspoken rule of Dota. You can't do that and get away unpunished, and they don't.
Yep. Well, if TNC continue to make these aggressive plays, that's the TNC playstyle that we're usually used to. And with a blink dagger up on Armel's Tiny, you got to imagine that's at least somewhat the plan here. They can't afford to have Gabby continuing off. As we've seen, they need to create space for him by playing aggressively on this map.
Yeah. Storm Spirit with another region rune. Terrorblade has died here once before. Has to be a little bit careful. There is some backup, but now he's being left alone. Mirana ult is activated.
What can they do with this one? TB's already hiding in this top lane, and Mirana comes down here alone, but it's the main fight around this river where Xuan has to zip himself away, but Armel's there with an avalanche into a toss. They get the pull, but the Death Call is there to try and bail the Storm out. It doesn't buy enough time because there's a Walrus Punch to try and finish him off, but he gets out after the punch finishes. The egg damage not enough. They were trying to get the kill on the Storm and couldn't do so without the jewel.
Yep. Kaya Sanj. Power of 25% status resistance.
Yeah.
Such a good item.
Plus, yeah, the strength you're getting from it as well.
Yeah. I love this itemization from him. Like any other item there, he would have died, 100%.
Well, TNC unsuccessfully when finding these pickoffs, and it's not for lack of trying. I mean, we kind of asked, we raised the question. Mid lane, Storm zips in from afar. The arrow is going to actually miss because of the Vortex pulling him a little bit further away. And now the blinking call from Death going to be there to secure things as Xuan gets another kill. It is TNC playing the way we wanted them to play, but it just feels like FNATIC is just always one step ahead, and TNC's rotations and plays aren't succeeding.
Yeah, coming out a little bit short every time. The gold lead is steadily growing. 4K now. 5K after the mid tower. They're not in a good spot right now. This Arc Warden is getting way too big. Sure, Terrorblade is getting farmed as well, but that's why you picked the Arc Warden to begin with. Answer that problem. Level 13 on the Arc Warden, closing on 14.
That is scary stuff.
Tiny is just 12. And Storm also 14. Actually, we haven't really talked about Storm's farm. He's just as farmed as a Terrorblade. Big problem for TNC here.
And then meanwhile, the Tiny has had that Blink Dagger and been trying to make plays. Hasn't died. Armel's having a solid game, 2-0 and 3, but not enough for TNC in some ways, as Xuan does a nice job stealing the power rune, denying that from Armel, and gets back to safety.
And it's an amazing rune for him too. Arcane Rune Storm, there's probably nothing scary at this point in the game.
TNC continue to try to play aggressively around the same part of the map. It does still, you can still see TNC, you know, feeling confident, like they're the ones who should be playing forward on the map, even with the 5k gold deficit. They know this Arc Warden would prefer to keep farming, so they're always hunting for these kills, it feels like.
I just don't think TNC feels comfortable teamfighting ever. Like, this Phoenix is really just a non-factor. Like, in a lot of these teamfights, he doesn't even want to egg, because he knows what's going to happen. There's Mirana itemized into Dragonlance power threads just to deal with the Phoenix even more. We have one level in Shredder. How are you ever going to get an egg off? It's just not going to happen.
This is the build I've seen from these SEA Mirandas so often against Phoenix, and then they usually go into like a BKB next if they want it to.
Yep, and then they take the leap attack speed talent rather than the arrow cooldown. And they just kill that egg.
I guess this Phoenix's job is not going to be about the egg in these fights. It's just about the Sunray more than anything, which I guess they don't really have the best way to cancel.
That is true, and he's also itemizing into the Holy Locket just to amplify the heal a little bit. The pace of the game is not good for TNC. 6k now. They're just steadily getting out-farmed.
Out-farmed across, yeah. All three cores, really, as Storm works towards an Orchid, and that's going to be something that, yeah, like, these TNC, not just supports, but even the cores don't really have a good way of dealing with. TB working towards a BKB, that feels like the big time for TNC. When TB gets his BKB, they need to be taking objectives and trying to get themselves an Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, he feels pretty strong right now already, but Arc Warden already finished his Mjolnir. It's gonna be a tough fight no matter what, and FNATIC knows that, smoking up now. If they win a fight, that's straight into Roche.
Yep, they're looking for that wraparound. They've got some good vision behind this top lane as well. Who's the jump going to be on? TNC looking to back off a little bit. They don't want to get caught here. Storm could go for a zip, but it's TNC who smoked themselves up as well. Tim's immediately pops it, but he gets helped out by the pressing attack. Gets the snowball off. The call's going to miss. The Kiss is raining in from above, but a good place for the egg. There's nothing to actually hit it for now. The bubble's there to help protect the axe. Gabby looks for a new target. Death gets out of it, caught by the egg stun. Falling back into Xuan, looking for the kill onto Bok. We'll get him with an immediate buyback. Axe wants back in on this fight. Xuan on the axe. He's on the Storm. Is out of mana.
Raven's
As Armel getting
damage.
brought so low, and Jabs is going to go leaping and looking to finish off these kills. Armel, he gets back to safety. He needs to blink out, but the bleeps. Jabs, he actually snipes the Tiny. And now Storm is trying to get the hell out of it. Doesn't have any mana to play around with the Arc Warden. He gets chased down. Gabby's just doing too much after getting the Sunder off. He gives the Storm as well. He's killed off both the carry and the mid. Gabby doesn't have a Sunder though. Now he's in trouble with the death buyback on the axe. It should be enough to help bring him down. The Cookie's done it. No dunk to worry about. With the Storm buyback, he's going to be picked off, and Bok himself from the Legion Commander, he just fought back. This could be a dieback for him. FNATIC once again, similar to last game, using these buybacks so well. It's a triple kill for the Storm, and Death on the axe buying back to make sure they had the lockdown to win that one.
Yeah, good news for TNC though. Like, this Terrorblade has gotten a lot of gold, and finally they do manage to kill the Arc Warden, and Storm had to buy back. So next time he dies, He's going to be on the side lanes for quite a long time, which is giving them a little bit of a window of opportunity here. 700 gold to the BKB now for Terrorblade, and he's going to be feeling very strong after that.
Would you say, I mean, in some ways it sounds like you're saying TNC even almost won that fight? Like, it was a 5k gold difference before and after it.
Yeah, but they... I mean, sure, the Legion Commander bought back and died again.
อ้าวเจ้าจังไหน
And
ไหวบ่นี่
Phoenix just died to Arc Warden. Well, he just ran into him randomly. That feels bad. But TP got a lot of kills, a lot of experience, and Arc Warden finally got shut down. Like, if Arc Warden survives that game, his gold lead will grow to like 8k or so. That game, sorry, I mean, that fight.
That fight, yeah. Well, next fight, Storm's going to have an Orca, it looks like, as Xuan, even after the buyback, managed to get some key kills and set himself up for pretty scary timing. He's at level 18 now.
He's playing so aggressively too. He's just jumping into 5 heroes. He knows how tanky he is. With strength threats and the essence ring, he's sitting at like 2.3k health-ish. Plus magic wand. There's no way to bring him down like, quickly. Question now is, would they feel comfortable taking on Roshan with that BKB on Terrorblade? A tough fight.
Perhaps another big timing for TNC coming up is going to be this Ag Shard on the Legion Commander. That's going to give them a nice little reliable save that they can turn around on FNATIC.
Still quite far away, unfortunately. And Axe is itemizing into Crimson Guard. I like that a lot. Like, the only damage right now to have in this game is Terrorblade, and it's going to be mitigated by a lot once you have this Crimson Guard.
Look up, they see Death in this mid lane. Are they going to go jump for the jump on him or look for someone else? He's taking a while, he's not getting the spins. He couldn't get the blink off in time. As Tiny goes blinking in, they get the Sunray follow up with the duel. They want to get him in. Meanwhile, Armel on the backlines looking for the Snapfire, throws him back in. Gabby has got the Metamorph out, he gets the 2 kills quickly. The egg perhaps being used a bit unnecessarily by the Phoenix there, thinking a bigger fight was brewing, and TNC looked to be headed towards the Roche pit.
Yeah, there was an Axe buyback. He's dead for 60. It was a little bit unfortunate, like Axe turned around just as the cookie came, otherwise he would have been over the ice shards, resulting in his death. Now that's a Roshan, that's the pace TNC is looking for. Abusing the fact that Raven doesn't really want to join fights yet. Very close to a Skadi though. Once that's online, he's more than ready to fight.
It feels like, yeah, TNC have, game plan-wise, have played this game perfectly. They've been behind pretty much for most of the game by a small bit of goal, but they know they have to keep playing aggressive. It's like a lot of teams, I feel like, in their position would have just sat back and tried to farm, but despite losing this early game, they are constantly looking for the next fight, looking for the next opening to try to take Roshan, and they finally get it.
Yeah. They are going to have some damage problems for a while, so I really want Gabby to double down on the damage after the Skadi, perhaps.
Perhaps that's where the MKB comes, because we mentioned against the bubble, it feels like you do eventually need that MKB.
Yeah, like if you initiate on an Axe, for example, and he just gets bubbled, he's not going to die. Unless you have that MKB. Well, I guess they could get like an Axe Scepter or something on Tusk and kick him out of it, but it's pretty gimmicky and not really reliable.
That's it. It sounds like you're asking for quite a bit there. They've got the toss, so maybe you can toss someone out, but and not maybe the most reliable. Here come FNATIC, though. They're smoked up, looking to invade this Radiant side of the map. Play around this Skadi timing. Every time they get a new item, like the Mjolnir first, this time the Skadi, they're making these plays. TNC playing around this T1 tower. Ooh, jabs his invis.
Courier saw them.
Shouted with the Radiant, yeah. And they had the sentry too, so.
Yeah. And they didn't kill the courier because they thought,
Armel?
we're invis here.
Oh, Tiny?
Armel's. Okay, yeah.
Oh, I guess he didn't get spotted.
It was so close. But he has the sentry ops there.
Yeah, he's playing around his ward. He's actually looking to blow up jabs, it looks like. Has he got the damage for this?
Ooh. I don't think it would have been enough either way. He's too tanky with the Dragonlance threats.
Exactly. That kind of looks like, oh, why did he take so long to Avalanche? What's he doing? But he probably wasn't getting that kill.
I mean, he needs the double hit, and then Avalanche toss, and then another hit and the tree throw to even have a chance of killing him.
But even that may open. It felt like more than anything, he was waiting for that power rune, because he was just camping there waiting for that 26-minute mark, and he gets himself an Arcane Rune for a potential team fight, which Arcane Rune, yeah, I mean, you mentioned Arcane Rune and Storm. I feel like Tiny's the same thing. Having that reduced cooldown on Avalanche Toss could be a game changer.
100%. This next big pickup here from the Storm Spirit is going to be a Lincoln Sphere. After that's up, they have literally nothing
Dire's top tower
to stop him
is under
anymore.
attack.
Legion Commander doesn't have the goal to invest into any sort of Lincoln's pop. So it's going to be very difficult once he gets that Lincoln Sphere. Because Terrorblade hates playing against both Storm and Arc Warden. Like, you kind of got to deal with both problems. Might be a little bit too much for him in the late game.
The Fnatic side, I like what they do there. They give up the tier 2 top tower and outposts. Hold that forward. Yep, it will TP out, makes it out. Jabs gets back to base. But they had the Storm cutting the waves at top. So they basically block any chance of TNC's ability to continue pressuring this top side of the map once they lose their creep waves.
Yeah, it looked very
Have lost their
calculated too.
outpost now.
He was waiting there for like half a minute or so. But good news is the gold lead isn't growing, right? Been at 5k for a long time. I don't know if that's good news or not, because I do favor Fnatic in the late game quite a bit.
See if TNC have a way to play these late games any better. But these are definitely the two SEA teams who have
Dire's middle tower is under
I
attack.
guess most late game experience and most veteran players. So if TNC have some better answers here in game number 2 compared to Fnatic, who got the better of them in game 1.
Middle tower is under attack.
The clone running in from behind. Gabby has a lot of problems with this. Look at the damage he's taken. Well, this feels bad.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
The Scotty slow as well.
Arc Warden is such an obnoxious hero. Both these teams have always been sort of the gatekeeper of SEA, right? Gatekeepers, rather.
Yeah, at a point, you know, Black, you were the gatekeeper of Southeast Asia.
I know.
Legion tries to find the storm. Look at
Let's
all
not talk
faces
about
stays.
that.
You guys were the kings of the SEA, you know, qualifiers, but
Then we go internationally and we're
kind
like,
of,
what
kind of
happened?
ended there. Yeah. You know.
We literally would not
But,
lose a single game in the qualifiers. When we go international, like, huh? What? How do we play
TNC
Dota?
was the team that you guys would always beat, because TNC would do really well in international Dota, and you guys stopped them getting to a number of lands.
The SEA community was pretty mad at us. They're like, why are you always kicking out TNC? You're failing so hard in international.
It's like if you're gonna qualify, at least do well, you know.
I'm
But
trying
we've
my
seen a
best,
lot
I
of
promise.
SEA teams. You know, SEA teams have you know, made a much bigger name for themselves. TNC winning a major, you know, T1 at the recent major, getting top 3, doing really well. So it's definitely been a, you know, a successful year for SEA Dota.
100%. They're on the radar now. I mean, they have been for a while, but mostly for Chinese teams who have been poaching them for, what, 2-3 years now?
Yeah, that's the thing. You go back to like Singapore Major in the finals. You know, it's like there was what 4 SEA players in that grand finals with IG and EG,
Yeah.
Radiant's
but nothing to say on PSG LGD. So SEA players being represented all over the world.
Yeah, so 8 said they're mostly going for Malaysian players because they naturally speak Chinese as well.
Yeah.
I would say the same
That's always
about
been
most
the big-
Singaporean players, though. Like, Ice,
I mean, there's just less
Nuts.
Singaporean players, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot, unfortunately. Like, you can probably count them on one hand. Who's playing right now? Ice and Def? Is that it?
Pelosin is on one of the teams.
Oh, Polosan, he's also Singaporean, that's true. And I guess Ponlo, he's also playing, right? Okay,
He's
so
not
we
playing in
have
these
4.
qualifiers, but yeah, he's playing. Yeah, there you go.
Not bad.
Those are the ones I know, at least. You know, for a while there were players like Nuts and stuff as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a lot of people are just kind of disappeared without ever saying anything. So, maybe we'll see them again one day. The mystery comeback.
middle tower is under
I mean,
attack.
when's your comeback happening, Black? Speaking.
You don't know what's happening behind the scenes.
You're pulling some strings.
All the strings are pulling me. I'm not sure yet.
Here we go. TNC looking to pull on Fnatic strings as they go for an initiation here, but a quick jump out from
Nice
DJ.
cookie.
And yeah, Cookie's over the shards. Great reactions from him. Gets the blink and then the Cookie. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Clone's just causing problems here.
Well, we
Gets
didn't
the
ever
tower
speak
down.
about it, by the way, but there's also Arc Warden against Phoenix with the bubble.
I honestly, we didn't speak about it. I also just didn't notice because in my head, I was like, okay, this Phoenix is already counted. So I wasn't even looking for any other counts.
He's just dead. Leave him alone, guys.
I think he's better off just not even casting egg
Yeah.
team fights until it's like, there is only if there's like one hero on it.
Until he's level 18 with the Agon and Scepter. Level 25 actually.
Oh, arrow? Okay, gets perched off immediately.
And the clone
They
though.
want this clone.
I mean,
It does a
this
bit
just
of damage.
feels so
but-
bad. You need 4 heroes to kill a clone that is off cooldown in 5 seconds.
The gold black, it's still only a 5k gold difference.
That is true. I mean, at least Terrorblade and Arc Warden are neck and neck. You gotta think though that Storm Spirit just scales way better than a Tiny Wood.
Yeah. This gold difference has been the same since the 18-minute mark, so TNC have been, yeah, like you say, mostly keeping up, but will the scaling be there? They go for the full Hurricane Pike on Gabby, so no blink yet, going for positioning from the Pike,
And
as well
before
as an MKB.
MKB also, yeah. Like if he doesn't
Yeah.
go for the full Pike, he would have had MKB already for the next Roshan, which will respawn in 10 seconds, which could be a very, very big deal.
Yeah, bit of a unexpected pickup for sure, and it was something, at least initially, it looked like he had the blink queued up and changed his mind.
Yeah. So what do they have to do with Arc Warden? It's really only the Tiny that can get on top of him. Maybe the Tusk,
Yeah.
but it's very risky
Well,
now.
everybody in. Go for the pub strat, 5-man snowball on top.
Into Axe Call, woo! There!
Here we go. Moonlight Shadow, Gabby. He's perhaps in a dangerous position, but he feels like he's got the back. I mean, he has got the backup. He's got a Legion command behind him, so and FNATIC know they can't go on him, and DJ, does his blink get cancelled here? Avalanche toss is there, can't cook you on out. Death goes for the blink call, but he blinks into an Avalanche. They get the dual kill as well. Instant buyback, and TNC find the snowball to keep their TB alive after he gets arrowed. I think he was more than okay with the health he's got. They back off to the high ground. They've committed the Metamorphosis for this one.
Are they going
Full-on
to the
retreat.
pit?
They're going for... Roche is already back up. I feel like they just killed Roche. Nothing happened since they last killed Roche Black. What the hell, man?
There's no way they're getting this for free, right? Like, you know they're going
We'll
for
find
Roshan
out.
as meta. Like, you need to do
Armel's,
something about
he's
it.
shadow bladed. He's going to pop this, or at least scout them out. The arrow comes flying in as well. Legion walks into it. Uh-oh. Armel's still looking for the backlines here. They throw the egg out. Can they protect this one? Raven in there with... Oh, God, that egg just melted in no time at all, but they're going to take casualties. Axe goes down. Meanwhile, Bok on the Legion command after taking the arrow dies as well. Raven, his clone, going to die first. They want the Mirana, who gets the leap away. It stays alive for now. This TB Metamorph is wearing off, so I think TNC has to be a little bit careful. They're still trying to finish off Roche. They feel like they've got enough time before FNATIC gets back. This is so risky, and they're going to realize they can't do this against the Storm. Storm balls in. Luckily, TNC had already gotten out for the Tiny. He gets caught. The pressing attack going to bail him out. They get the catch with the Walrus Punch. Is the damage there? The call from Death. Axe saving the day. He wants Armel, but he gets a Shadow Blade off before a dunk can come in, and Death may pay the price for saving his Storm. Storm out of mana, TP's back to base, but this may have secured TNC Roshan. Luckily, FNATIC, they pull Roche out of the pit. And Raven with his clone here.
Be careful, Gabby.
Yeah, Gabby
Don't kill
helped out
him.
by the Presti attack. I'm not sure they can do this. The Storm's back and is more or less full mana with the clarity.
Like, you
At this
need
rate,
a
Meta's going to
Satanic.
be back up.
Clone up
He
in
needs
5 again.
a lot of things, though. He needs a Satanic, he needs an MKB,
He does, yeah.
he needs an Aegis.
Oh, this row should
they-
be arrow.
Arrow's going to scout it, catches an illusion, but this could set things up for the Storm. You need it perhaps.
Yeah, it's a lot of inventory
Not
space
like-
right now.
Oh, they waited a second to blink it. Oh, it's Raven's clone that goes in. Meanwhile, jabs on the backline. He steals it. Good news, I guess, for TNC is that
And
the
that's
Storm doesn't
DJ.
get it. And yeah, DJ's dead once. They should be able to get him a second time. They lost the Tusk in the process, but he instantly gets stalled on respawn. And Gabby with the BKB, TB. Nice steal from DJ, but I think the Storm really wanted it, and Storm may be thinking he could have had it.
Yeah. At least he took Shard. So it's a little win for them.
True.
And it means Terrorblade doesn't have the Aegis. A lot of buybacks still expended from the TNC side. So probably still another small victory for FNATIC here.
One of the cool things I feel like TNC intentionally do that, when they get scouted by the arrow, they stop hitting Roche for like a couple seconds, so Storm mistimes the jump to steal
Yeah.
Roche. Because if it's like you can see how fast it's dying, so they stop hitting it for 2 seconds, then keep hitting it, so Storm jumps when it's still at like 5% health.
Yeah, but then they didn't really do anything about it. I mean, Mirana was there, Storm was there, and they both hit Roshan for a good 2 seconds.
The high ground we go. TNC feeling like they
Ooh,
can
it's
poke
a
at
lot
this
of
building.
damage. And MKB's up.
Yeah. The bubbles, though. We've seen this story before. He doesn't want to send his hero into this bubble. He's like, yeah, I'm good. Zip is there, but there is a siege wagon, and with the press the attack magic immunity, Gabby still holding strong. I feel like it's gonna be so slow to take this rack zone with the respawns. Yeah, TNC have to back off. The bubble is just.
I hate
They
the sound
don't
of the
have an
bubble.
answer to it.
Every time you hear it, you just know, no, we ain't pushing this Rex. Spell Prism. Who's gonna get that? I feel like as though Terrorblade would love that one, to be honest, for the meta cooldown. It's gonna be the Tiny taking it.
We'll see what other items they can find. Leveler.
Okay.
Juicy.
Well, you can't really level the base though. If Arc Warden's there.
It's caught in the mid lane.
Punk. They're
Well,
actually going
I
into the
don't-
Halberd. Yeah.
Oh.
Little bit.
Okay.
I mean, it's a decent investment, but you already have the evasion pierce on the Terrorblade. So maybe a BKB or something is better?
I was gonna ask is what item does make a difference for him.
It feels like every fight
DJ
he's
down
getting
bottom.
stunned by something randomly or sundered.
TNC have to address this bottom lane. They're trying to trade up top, at least by going for the rain track, but they are going to TP back to come defend. But this tier 3 tower should already be dead. They glyph it, but the high ground ward, they should reveal that they have a high ground ward here. Raven just trying to finish it off. The uphill misses, as well as the, I think, maybe some backdoor protection there kicking in.
So getting flashbacks from yesterday. That's exactly what happened yesterday all the time. TB top, Arc Warden bottom, both hitting Rex. Both TPing back.
TB did get the rain tracks, but that doesn't really change much at all, to be honest. Gives them some gold, that's about it.
At least the creeps will be pushing in a little bit faster. But they have this like mini edge. Not really
If there's
though.
no heroes up top, it'll slightly push Dire's way.
Yeah. Which, you know,
What's the
maybe
play
both
here?
teams are waiting for Roshan. Be helping a little bit.
Yep.
Almost Satanic now in Terrorblade. And then he is Arc Warden ready. But are you Storm ready?
Trying to see if there's any other big items coming out. Looks like both teams got a penta-edged sword.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah,
is
flicker.
under attack.
Oh, flicker on the Radiant. Yeah, that's always a big one. Looks like TB is going to be taking that. Always nice because you can go bootsless with the flicker. It feels like that
That's
seems
the
like
edge
one
sword
of
on the tusk.
Dire's bottom tower
Just so you can get the Walrus punch from a higher distance.
top tower.
Nice. Some bonus damage too.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower.
Sure.
Gabby is feeling
Yeah.
mighty strong right now. But I feel like he's really not. If he gets pulled by the storm and arrowed, he's just dead. You do have a snowball save, of course, but a little bit risky regardless. Storm now with the blue hole, as you guys called it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay.
Top tower gone. And Arc Warden is closing in on this 25 talent that is really, really strong.
Top tower.
Everybody's favorite.
Tempest double.
Yeah.
Yeah. Higher duration, then the cooldown. Why not?
Balance in all things.
Yep.
So.
Did you know that he has a 40 attack speed talent on 15 as well? Arc Warden.
I do
It's a
now.
lot of attack speed.
Armel gets the Avatos on the Storm, but he's got that.
So tanky. 3k health.
They don't have the luck. They need the triple toss. That's a kill with triple toss, though. So that's something at least
100%.
TNC maybe have to look forward to. A level 25 Tiny can punish Storm, or even someone like an Arc Warden.
And Disc on Phoenix now also. I feel like just don't egg. Like, at all. Like, you're more survivable without the egg. Fuck. Like, do they have any way of piercing these Lincolns? No one has anything. Nothing. They have a Hurricane Pike and a Thunder, that's it.
Good news when you can maybe stop this Gabby Sunder in some of these team fights. He's now picked himself up a Swift Link.
Not Satanic.
He is essentially 6-slotted at this point.
Yeah. You'll have to sell something for Satanic eventually, though. Because otherwise you really just can't siege.
Victor
Yay.
now on the Dire. Yeah, DJ in some trouble here. Gets found. Link gets cancelled, and there's going to be an avalanche to find him. TNC, it feels like playing this game really well.
They are.
It's kind of crazy to think that they're on the back foot since the start, the way they've played.
I mean, that's the thing. If anything, I feel like I would disagree. I haven't gotten the impression watching this game at any point that they've been on the back foot. Other than the gold difference, they've had a free farming Arc Warden that they haven't really pressured, but they're always the one making the aggressive moves.
Yeah, I mean, that's I guess what I meant is that I thought they would be able to pressure the Arc Warden a little bit more.
Yeah, they're on the back foot in terms of, there is a sense where FNATIC at least have like a, maybe 55, 60% chance of winning this game if you had the win probability.
Yeah, I mean, this game is still anyone's game, just like yesterday. This is exactly how it started. Oh no. Well,
Right. None of us thought this game would go less than 60 minutes, I don't think. We'll see if these
luckily I
teams can prove
have
us wrong.
my shift ends in 17 minutes. No problem.
I'm just like my therapist. The hour's over. See you later.
Yeah, but I still have nope, bye.
Well,
He's going Satanic now. And he's gonna be dropping what?
Pike or...
Playing St. Joshua, but playing against an Axe. Honestly, just drop that BKB. Who needs that?
Yeah, BKB good this game, but maybe maybe this tank's better. Oh. Constant pressure on this bottom lane. Arc Warden will finally get the opening to take out that tower, and meanwhile the rest of FNATIC are smoked up, making a move down this middle lane. Roche respawn is in the next 3 minutes, so we'll find that out soon. FNATIC perhaps with that in mind. They're smoking up, but there's a dire ward. They see everything. They finally scouted on the TNC side, but they may just get jumped here if they're not careful. Scan is trying to figure out what's going on. Bok would be a dream target. They want to take out this Legion commander. He's the one who has all the save, but TNC themselves smoke up after dewarding. But Gabby reveals himself perhaps by planting an illusion. Yeah, FNATIC ping that. They know exactly where Gabby was. That illusion just appeared out of thin air. So they realize that TNC were smoked up themselves, but top lane, there's creeps. It's the super range creeps, Black. They're pressuring the melee racks. It'll force Raven back, but he's got cooldown reduction and Tempest doubles, so...
Okay, so the big problem yesterday of why Trust lost with the Arc Warden, I feel like, is the main Arc Warden was just AFK in Fountain for literally 60 minutes. Like, he did not move out of base. I think if you play Arc Warden at this stage, you need to be comfortable enough to position yourself with both Arc Wardens, not just your clone. Because otherwise you're only playing 50% of the hero.
You're literally twice as strong with both, so...
Yeah. And yesterday we've just never seen it. There was no fight with 2 Arc Wardens, ever. Just the clone, repeatedly. But I've seen so many situations where with the clone, he would have gotten maybe a Rex, maybe a hero kill more, which would have helped him close out the game.
Well, right now it's a very tactical chess-like game. Storm was zipping through bottom, clearing the creeps, so constantly TNC have to go back and address this bottom lane, which they're using Gabby's illusions to do a pretty good job of. He may be considering, like, oh, I guess he can't. He doesn't have room for the boot to travel, so he just wants to push out with the illusions as Roche respawning in 1 minute. Both sides going to be constantly looking to scout that one out, and FNATIC. And I'm going to go for a Moonlight Shadow play here. But Armel is camped under a ward. Should be able to see this one.
DB's the ping.
Armel, he goes in aggressive. Has the BKB, but gets cold before he can perhaps pop it. The press the attack is there to bail him out a little bit. With Box, BKB Jewel, he goes in. He wants the axe here. Armel trying to turn and fight this one. Has a BKB of his own. There's the egg. Plays very defensively with the Sunray. And with that one on Raven's clone, I believe they're going to have to bring that one down. And Raven doesn't have that Tempest double to fight for a couple more seconds, but he's got it back up now with that low cooldown and long duration. So if either team's able to go back in, TNC with that vision advantage, that ward on the high ground. 2 wards around this top side of the map, causing all kinds of problems. Gonna jump in. DJ, he just melts. Tuan with the blue hole, catches out 2, pulls him in. TP's dead, doesn't get a chance to thunder. Tiny dies as well. Great jump from FNATIC. They're making this work when Boomy gets sunk through the A on Disc and Storm, zipping in, bowling, looking for more as Tims can only blink himself out of there. And now TNC have a tough decision to make. Do they buy back to potentially contest Roche, or do they just let this one go and try and hold on to these buybacks?
Roche is in 5. And that's the 3rd one, I believe. So there is going to be a refresher shot, which is massive for both the Storm and the Axe.
Like a double call or a double blue hole. Could you just win your team fight straight out?
They still have enough time on these respawns. They can take Roche and potentially also go for some kind of a high ground play to force these buybacks.
Yep, and there's a DD bottom. If the Storm picks that up, it's going to be massive for him. He'll be doing so much damage. Double, in fact.
What went so well for Fnatic in that fight?
I mean, they just reinitiated without BKBs on the heroes, right? Like, Tiny didn't have it, Aeroblade didn't have it, and Fnatic made perfect use of that. They jumped the support. Sure, DJ died, but you have 0 defensive tools. Aeroblade just got blown up from, what, like 2k health? He wasn't even full health when he went in.
Yeah, Axe got, I think it was a call on TB and Tiny. If they don't have the Legion there for the save, it feels like, yeah, things can just go so wrong quickly for them.
Yeah, Spot Rex. This new Swift Blink on Arc Warden also is so incredibly powerful. Like, it just gives him so much attack speed and damage that usually you would lack. Mobility as well.
The good news
Oh,
for
Gabby's
TNC is they
refresher!
don't have these buybacks.
Maybe lost refresh on the courier.
I don't know if Fnatic would have seen that it was a refresher on the courier, but they know something was perhaps on it.
And he's still not going Satanic. I really don't think you can play this matchup without one. Now he has it queued up again, but it's the 4th time he did. He bought like 3 other items already.
And that's why, I mean, that's why Arc Warden's so popular against the TB. It feels like you need too many items, and there's too many tools the Arc Warden has against the TB to make this matchup so tricky at times.
Yeah. I'm also wondering if Arc Warden is gonna drop the Hurricane Pike for like an MKB or just more damage in general, like a Nullifier. But it feels like he doesn't really need the Pike anymore. He already has mobility with a Swift Blink. More damage would be more optimal, probably. Same with Terrorblade. Like, he doesn't really need 2 mobility tools, right?
Buy something, sitting on 12k gold, whether it's an Ags, it doesn't even have the shard.
Moon Shard, yeah.
Moon Shard, yep. Moon Shard, Ag Scepter, you got money. But at this point,
you could also buy a Moon Shard for your Storm. Could be a good investment.
Probably thinking a little bit about what is the item going to be. Doesn't want to just jump into something. Maybe there's a better option for him.
19k lead, 12k sitting on Arc Warden, so basically not really that big of a lead at all.
It's true.
But they threw in the Arc Warden clone.
Okay. Storm follows it up, looking for a zip zap. As Raven will lose his clone, and Storm's just going to ball himself out of there.
Armel used BKB, but he was completely safe.
Yeah, maybe afraid that there was going to be a follow-up, like the electric vortex in the arrow or something. I mean, they do have Box Legion. His job is going to be always to save that press the attack to help his team out.
This combo is very, very strong, actually, to gobble up into the Arc Warden clone. And what is the cooldown? 40 seconds? The clone is 35 seconds, so it's almost identical.
Constant pressure on the base here coming from Fnatic. Aegis still up for a minute and a half. Not that it's like, I mean, it's not like the item that allows them to push high ground, because it is just an axe, but... If Fnatic make another play, it seems for now they're happy just to build up on their lead and poke at these buildings using the Arc Warden clones.
Yeah. Arc Warden clone flying in again.
Yep. Gonna force the Phoenix to just dive away. Do kill it.
But mind you, this is exactly how yesterday went. Like, there was like a 30k gold lead for the Arc Warden team. And then suddenly Terrorblade team just came back. And then they had a massive lead. Went back and forth, kind of. But you're feeding a lot of gold away also if you're not getting these towers.
Yeah. Look up from Fnatic. And they find a good jump here.
MKB on Mirana. He's so rich.
He sees the direction this game is going and it's like, yep, I'm going to be another core for us. Gabby and Armel. Storm zips in, pulls the Tiny. Sims is there looking for a snowball to help him out, but the Tiny gets the BKB off the right clicks coming from the Arc Warden on the low ground. They're going to get the Jewel out. Axe may go down here, but he's got the Aegis just for this very purpose. So Just an Aegis. Can they kill him a second time? RML has an Avalanche perhaps waiting for him as he respawns. The Sunray there doing good damage as well with the egg. Can they kill the Supernova? I don't think so. It's positioned well on the high ground. Death's going to get pulled back in. He goes down. The egg popped. It stuns everyone. They overcommitted trying to get the egg, but a great vortex onto 3. Oh, FNATIC. They catch everyone, but they're dying in the process. They've overcommitted here. Gabby's TP doing too much damage. Schwan, he tries to TP out, but he gets caught. Tim's with the Blink Walrus Punch. He stops the TP out. Raven's going for the buildings, but he can't do much more. Buybacks coming in from TNC. They've stopped Chuan's TP. They know this Storm can't TP out, but he's got a lot of mana as Bok does end up going down. Gabby doesn't want to chase too far without the Sunder. Has the Swift Blink, but Storm's still alive even though his TP got cancelled. What a team fight coming out of TNC.
Yeah, very good high ground defense. Was it a buyback expended on the... No. It was way early where Legion bought back. But yeah, good hold.
Support spot back.
And it was costly, but this is sort of what they want. Like, they need this next item on this Terrorblade. And then he's gonna be the big raid boss.
Raven just trying to do our ward things.
Yep.
He'll
just hit buildings. Actually, yesterday Arc Warden got like one of the best items to do this kind of thing. He got a Stygian Desolator, like the minute 61. Buildings died so fast.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Raven just chilling on this cliff. He's found a little like treehouse for himself, I would say. You know, he's just gonna be chilling, making his clones up here near the enemy base, feeling protected by all the wards. Feeding away gold, exactly.
I feel like we kind of need a separate gold counter whenever there's an Arc Warden in the game.
Phoenix Boomy realized where he is. He had lost his hand, so now Schwan on the Storm.
He has no
Grabs
buyback.
the Phoenix, this is a dieback. He still died. Wow, FNATIC love what they're seeing. I like the team tips. We saw this earlier when they were tipping Schwan as well.
Yeah, gotta get the team morale up. He has a Bloodstone and a Kaya Sage. Sage.
He has all the mana in the world, and he is incredibly tanky.
Yeah. This doesn't actually stack, does it? Bloodstone and...
I don't believe so. Not sure.
Wait. 100% mana region amplification, level 50. I think it was changed that it doesn't stack anymore. Maybe it does, again. Who knows? It's Dota.
No, I'm a Dota pleb. I never get this far in Black Snow. Poor player here.
I think most people never get this
things.
farmed. Like 50k net worth is pretty ridiculous. Or 30k on Storm even. Almost never happens.
Even with the Phoenix pickup, it doesn't lead to a whole lot. It does force TNC to play very defensively, sheltered in their base, and they may keep having their buildings get poked at by this Arc Warden. Couple up, another toss in. Carmel was there waiting for it though. And he's trying to keep it alive. The Storm zipping, looking for the back. Arrow! It catches Bok on the Legion. Okay, no, we're fine. There's no follow-up.
Fake hype, fake hype.
Bok has to be careful though. Yeah, fake hype. I'll throw in a WoW next time, don't worry.
Wow!
When I see a 5-second arrow hit at 55 minutes, I'm thinking, oh shit, this could be bad. Abby forced. They keep getting forced to blink on this clone. Blinking with a 2-man vortex. The follow-up is there. Death with the call, but the snowball save. Nice plays by the Tusk. Abby holding his own here. Now they get the Jewel. It's out onto Jabs. Jabs in trouble. He's just going to die here. They get the Mirana. And Phoenix is respawned now. He's got the egg out in the middle of things, and nobody's hitting it. TNC lose their Tiny, though.
Oh no! Get me out, gods.
Yeah,
happening. 2 days in a row. What did I do?
This is like, I mean, you have the. This is every. I mean, you have 100 minutes, but it's like. By the way, we started. This is the third best of 3 of today. We're in game 2. We started the SEA broadcast like 12 hours ago.
Yeah, I know.
And we're only halfway through our third best of 3.
I woke up at like 9 AM my time. I was expecting, you know, a second game of the second series. What? Third game of the first series? I went to the gym, I went to the store.
If they're 2-0 stomps, it's like, oh shit, suddenly you're starting early and you're like, all right, gotta go, gotta be ready. But no, it was, I think, 8 hours for 2 best of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. It has been wild, these Southeast Asian qualifiers. I mean, honestly, I'm absolutely loving it though. Like, it's it's been a nice, refreshing look, like seeing the discipline from these SEA teams, even if at times it is, you know, incredibly cautious.
Will this then be the longest qualifier finals we've ever had in the history of Dota? Potentially.
What's the best of 5 just be like a 3-0 stomp with 20-minute games? Like, we've had no 20-minute games, and suddenly it's going to be like, oh, by the way, here you go.
Yeah. I think the last one we had was like on day 2. Or day 1. Actually, I think it was day 1 with that Broodmother game. That was the last stomp we had, right?
I think you're, yeah, the last series of the day, yeah.
Yeah.
With the, I think it was Neon versus Trust, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the earlier series, I think, on day 2 yesterday were, we had 2 O's at least, but the last 2 series yesterday were 6 games long.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, range
It's
rexes
TI.
are falling.
$40 million, Black.
Yeah, I know. I know.
You know, Fnatic and, you know, Raven's teammates are more than happy to sit through another 100-minute game with an Arc Warden on their team if it means getting a TI.
Do you think every time Raven calls for Arc Warden, the entire team is just starting to sweat? Like, oh no, not this again.
I think they're pausing to go to the bathroom to make sure they can last the whole game. But here we go, TNC, they've smoked up. They're on the low ground. Death is going to kind of scout them out here. He blinks through and over, but Armel's there with an Avid toss. Not sure where he's heading. He's got multiple toss charges. The triple toss allows a duel as well, and Death goes down. I'm not sure where he was headed with that blink. He's forced to buy back now. Raven could be next with the clone. Looks like Gabby's just going to burst it down. Just the clone, though. As DJ and Jabs are in full retreat mode, they're going to be careful here. Ace is on. DJ does have the A on disc, but could be in some trouble. There's a detection. Doesn't look like they have it. Boomy elsewhere, and the Phoenix goes down. That's once again the Storm making these plays happen. He uses his entire mana pool to get in and out. And he gets himself an Arcane Rune.
And Roshan is up. With all 5 heroes of Fnatic being alive. Well, it looks like another freebie. And this one has everything.
We're kind of at that point, I feel like, you know, often in 6-minute games, the Aegis just feels less impactful because you don't have a hero with slots for it. Like, you're giving it to an Axe, which may be better than this plate mail, but it's not like a massive power spike.
Yeah, I realized every time any Fnatic hero dies, anywhere, they instantly buy back. I wonder if that's like something the team spoke about or not, because it's really instant every time.
Yep. Armel making some way pushing. Something TNC haven't done so much is, yeah, that kind of split push, but they're going to look to jump in. Tim's goes looking. They want this Mirana, who does get jeweled up, even with the BKB, gets chased and caught off, and the backline is going to be the Tiny. The tosses, they have the Storm, double toss, triple toss, quadruple toss. It's just toss after toss. With the Spell Prism, they bring him down. No instant buybacks this time. They realize they have messed up and do not want to just throw these buybacks. They're going to give TNC some space to push out lanes. Gabby, ooh, there's the Satanic you mentioned. He needs it.
100%. And, I mean, this is pretty much the final inventory you'll see. Maybe, I think you could still replace the Pike with like a Daedalus. First he's going to buy Moonshot.
I'm pretty sure that was 4 tosses from Armel. He timed them, spaced them so well that one charge came back.
What's the cooldown of it? Like, you can't even see the cooldown anymore because it got charges now.
Yeah.
Did it lose anything? No.
When he uses one, you can see how quickly it comes up. Like, it was like 6 or 7 seconds, it feels like.
Yeah, it's definitely very low. I think it's 9 seconds, and with the Spell Prism probably also to, what, like 7?
With that said, maybe I just don't know how to count because I am a college dropout after all, so you know.
It's fine.
It
It was still a lot of tosses, and Storm died. That's all that matters.
Yep. Storm does it buyback. TNC looking to force it. They've got to know that these heroes are buyback, it feels like, but either way, they want to make a play here. The Kiss is coming out just to try and clear these creeps. Gabby getting helped out by the press the attack. Onto the high ground we go. There's a toss back onto the clone. Just stopping some of those bubbles. In the front lines, has got the Aghanim, has got the Demon Zeal.
I really don't like that he's just sitting in base with the real Arc Warden again. Like, it just happens every time I see an Arc Warden. Using
afraid to
like,
die.
half the hero. I know he doesn't want to die.
Up the rack here. And Storm doesn't want to buy back as well, so they may give up the second lane if they don't buy back on this Storm. The triple arrow looking to come out, but Gabby is still forced to be reckoned with on the front lines here. They didn't manage to kill the Tiny. Armor got the BKB off. He Shadow Blades away, and now the egg stuns up as well. Catches Raven on the Arc Ward, and the Storm goes zipping in, catches 3 with the Vortex. He wants to zip, looking for more. The TB dies. He got isolated. The Storm catching the backline, but TB was alone. They go for the gobble up play onto the Axe. The TP out from Tims. The call is there, though. Tims gets picked off as well. FNATIC, they bounce back. Did cost them a Storm buyback, though.
Yeah, there was the last second really that he had to buy back. It was definitely not what he wanted to do.
This series, this has a feeling like we could be headed to a Game 3, Black. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I know. I'm very happy.
These teams, I mean, the history they've had, FNATIC and TNC, the top dogs of Southeast Asian Dota, and I mean, it's not just these two teams. It's all these SEA teams in the top 6 who have put on a show for everybody tuning in.
They smoke up right away. They want to deliver the killing blow here, potentially. But if they lose the Storm, they might just lose this game, because Axe also doesn't have one.
Link up with the clone once again. Raven just trying to go for the buildings. Pushes himself into the bubble, getting it low. Yeah, without the TB, they do struggle to
Well, it's
deal
up in
with
5
those
seconds again.
clones.
This Rex is gone.
I mean, I think TNC have made a decision to let it go, though.
Oh, he threw the creep next to the Rex, so the backdoor protection is not online.
Raven. No backdoor protection for now, but they'll just triple toss it. You can see the cooldown now. When you have got the Tiny, you can see how fast those toss charges come back up. It looks like it's about 8 to 9 seconds.
I remember yesterday there were so many pauses too. No. Give me some PTSD.
Well, by the way, we're at 62 minutes. We haven't even talked about it. Black, tier 5 items. What's going on? We got a Ballista?
Where are they? Do we have any yet?
Only FNATIC. TNC have none, so there is a
they have a Ballista. Oh my god, on Arc Warden, let's go.
They have a Book of Shadows, which is not picked up.
That one is really good though,
then...
potentially. You could literally just put it on the Terror Blade and he's just useless for 3 seconds.
Yeah. And the Force Boots, which Marana is currently carrying.
They are so shit.
You think so? I feel like some carries, like TB would love some Force Boots because...
Yeah, but he would also love anything that gives damage.
True.
Or an
I feel like
Machina.
these carries... There was a game where Lifestealer Force Boots won them the game, okay? Having the Dispel as well as giving you an extra slot, not needing to have boots can be really nice.
But how about just Ex Machina? You get 2 BKBs, 2 Swift Blinks, 2 Satanics on a 25-second cooldown. That sounds good.
That does sound good.
And
Not
25
to mention, you
armor
get
as
25
well.
armor. The fact that Item gives 25 armor, I mean, that actually won a game yesterday. Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah.
What else is there actually? Let's see. Giant's Ring. Not impressed. Ballista. A Terror Blade is still S tier. Probably the best item in the game for him. Fallen Sky. I think it's also S tier, honestly. It's one of the best items in the game. Stygian Desolator. Like the damage number seems a bit underwhelming. What do you think? 60.
On Deso, yeah.
Like 10 armor is good, but 60 damage is kind of like, not that much. If it was 600 though.
Gonna be, like change TV's game. Yeah, especially when it's tier 5. You know, it's like, go on, give it like 100 damage maybe.
Yeah. Or Mirror Shield, of course. We didn't talk about that. Absolutely amazing.
Against, yeah, I mean, for Dire, perhaps against like stuff like the Jewel, which is causing problems. I mean, maybe the Storm can replace his Lincolns even.
Yeah. They don't have any hexes or anything like that, do they? They don't.
No. Phoenix, by the way, he's... we were saying maybe he shouldn't egg in these fights, but it feels like he's actually... Boomy's playing these team fights so well. I've seen Egg go off. The fight they won at the top racks was because they overcommitted on his Egg and they couldn't kill it. Yeah. But even the other fights, he's just putting his Egg in a really safe place and just using the Sunray.
I mean, I like it a lot too. Like, I actually thought he was just gonna feed, but he only died 6 times this game.
Looking for me?
And it feels like he's got one of the hardest jobs. So definitely, really impressive play coming out from his Phoenix.
Yeah, and now TNC, they gotta get out of the base. They need tier 6 items.
Yeah. I think they'll get a chance to now. The Storm has no buyback. If anything, it's FNATIC who have to play safe. This tiny triple toss has changed the way this game looks because suddenly TNC do have the lockdown to find these kills.
Jin Desolator. They have a Seer Stone on Dire. Is that good on anyone? No. Terrible.
The scan aspect maybe, like, yeah, he replaces his telescope because DJ. I mean, the telescope is not bad. You get the low cooldown on the scan as well as the cast and attack range, but
Yeah.
350 cast range on a Snapfire, that almost doubles your cookie cast range though.
It does. I mean, it's not terrible, but you're not like a Zeus or something.
Also, the gobble up cast range. That actually doesn't sound all too bad.
Sure. I mean, if you can save someone with it, it would be really good. But most of the time, he's just throwing clones in, and then the fight starts after. Who's
He
getting
may
the
change his
Stygian?
approach to these fights.
Or Tiny is keeping the Stygian. A Seer Stone as well for the Radiant. It could be really good. Imagine a dual range.
It looks like, yeah, Legion's getting it. I mean, as well as the press the attack range, which is an AoE press the attack.
Yeah. What does it give again? Does it give mana regen? It does, right? 10 mana regen. Okay.
Yeah, what are we looking at?
And like triples his mana regen pretty much. From 10
What
to
do
15.
you make of the Book of Shadows? I was talking a bit with Ponlo about this one. This seems like just always a bizarre item that
I feel like it's really good, but it's difficult to use. Like, it can mess your own team over, but it can also win your team fight. Like, you can save a teammate with it. You can disable an enemy with it. There's a lot of things you can do, potentially, with it. It's just very hard to use. And you rarely ever get a chance to practice it. 2060. Doesn't really happen a whole lot. Who has it right now? Storm. Because they don't have any ground target damage. That means whoever you Book of Shadows from your own team, they won't die.
Not to mention, 400 night vision could be helpful. It's, you never know
Yeah, the
when that
book
could
also
actually be
gives it, yeah.
situationally really good.
What's the attack
Raven's
range of
still
the Arc
trying to
Warden
get
now?
this meter around.
975. Because everyone is a sniper nowadays.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Sniper sees all these neutral items being added and just like, come on, that used to be my thing.
Yeah.
Good deal.
But a sniper with Ballista, on the other hand, becomes an even better sniper.
Maybe at some point this diminishing returns, but here we go. TNC smoke up. Just the Raven clone.
They gotta kill that
They're
one.
gonna ignore it. They're gonna bypass the smoke. Does not pop on the clone.
Yeah.
But a Shadow
Why
Blade now
not?
as
They
well.
should buff that.
Black, shut your trap. We are not buffing Arc Warden. Are you watching the same game as me? Do we want an Arc Warden buff? Do you want to see more? I mean, this is crazy Dota, but I don't think we need Arc Warden every game. Here we go. Jump in. They get the vision. They look for the arrows. They're not going to connect immediately. Armo gets helped out by the pressy attack. TP in now coming from the boots to travel too. I think Terrorblade was
they're
looking
scanning.
for that. Yep. They get the scan that allows the blink call. They catch Armel's tiny. Is the pressy attack there? Bok BKBs to help Armel out. The kiss is raining in from above. Boomy's
Death is
Aeon
gonna
is protecting him. And with the Sunray, they lose the axe. That Sunray just doing too much. Armel gets away with the Shadow Blade. They're going to lose the clone now as well. And TNC have bested FNATIC for now in this team fight.
X no buyback for 10 seconds. Wow.
They timed that. They knew.
And they wouldn't have
you can
base if
see
we didn't have it.
Seer Stone there, it gave them some vision to go for when you want to breach a high ground.
bait
Like,
themselves.
if you have a Seer, yeah, it's like if you have a Seer Stone, you definitely want somebody to carry it for that vision aspect. Like you give it to a support.
Yeah, you could also see high ground with it. Good. I like it. And we have a Fallen Sky on the Tiny now.
Happy just
We need a Terrorblade
Realizing
item. We need a Ballista.
have they
Like,
got
you
any
can't have one
items left?
Ballista
Oh,
and
they've
not on
got
the other
one
team.
left.
It's just unfair.
Yeah.
Yesterday Terrorblade had a Ballista and Arc Warden didn't.
So maybe the
And Arc Warden just
Ballista is
couldn't
the winning
fight
ingredient.
anymore. It's imagine TB with that meta range, 25 plus Ballista.
They want to go in, but the bubble is there. They get the vision on the back lines here. The arrow actually catches Box Legion. He can't save anyone for now. The follow-up Vortex is there. Jabs just goes leaping in, looking to do as much damage as he can with the BKB Mirana. He finishes off the Tiny. Death gets sunned up on the axe, and they've taken out two. The triple arrows just wreaking havoc. Usually you don't see this. Usually you see the Moonlight Shadow cooldown, but these arrows are landing and making a big difference. Tusk, he gets the blink after the snowball, but he's still going to go down. And TNC going for a big high ground push get punished.
And Roshan spawns in 5. Every time TNC lose a fight, it's just before Roshan. Like it was like the 4th time now, I believe.
Well,
They didn't have to force this, right? They wanted to do this.
yeah, and I mean, the TP doesn't want to get too far deep, so once that bubble's on the racks, it feels like there was no killing it anyway, so FNATIC will just get themselves a roach and still have time to perhaps force, well, I guess maybe not force these buybacks. In 50 seconds, we'll see if they do go for some kind of a play down the TNC side of the map.
Did they ever end up getting the last neutral item? No. They need that one. The Ballista would be so good. Like having Ballista on TB against Axe, he just can't ever reach you. He just keeps getting knocked back. It's really stupid.
Yeah, they're going to have to rely on the lockdown if they ever want to deal with this Arc Warden, it feels like. First buyback coming out on the Legion, wanting to make sure they have that save available.
Ah, the Arrow Starfall proc the Aeon Disc of Phoenix. It's actually a pretty big deal.
Okay.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And Raven with the BKB on the high ground. Gabby just getting pushed back. Now he gets pulled in. He gets helped out by the press the attack though. Now he gets pulled up, and with the Satanic up, oh, into a call. They get him with the Jewel. Axe death. He's overstayed
Yes, Ghost
his welcome in this Radiant base. Now the kisses come raining in. DJ trying to cover him for the retreat. Jabs in the front lines with the BKB. They're going to force out an egg. Can they actually kill this Phoenix in time? Boomy, he goes down. Has the buyback immediately. TP forced to buy back. Bok just dying. This Ballista. Raven just unstoppable, keeping everybody at bay. They have to get on top of Raven. This Ballista is just doing too much.
Yep, way too good. The fact that Terrorblade doesn't have one is just so unfair. You need it.
Feels like one of those games where, you know, Iceberg might be watching and be like, yeah, maybe Ballista was a bad idea, you know? Much like anime, maybe it was a bad idea.
Anime is great. But what do you think about my idea? Okay, anyway, hold that thought. They're still waiting here. Bok, no buyback. This could potentially be the game-ending push.
Yep, now they leave Steve now from the Seer Stone. They jump in on Armel. Where's the save? They don't have it. He didn't get the BKB off. It just came right as he died. Instantly buys back. Raven is just his clone committing for this, so it's not really much of a commitment from the FNATIC side. They get another range rack. And they force a buyback. That's the thing. They just keep on forcing buybacks and losing nothing in the process. So hard for TNC to play without this Legion commander press the attack save. Raven trying to maneuver around these tosses. Gabby going in. Got to be careful. The Vortex is there and he's just dead.
Gabby, no
That's a
buyback.
dead TP. Boomy forced the egg because an arrow was about to hit him, and they're just going to focus down this egg as well as Armel, who's getting low as well. And this could just be game over for Dead. It's about to be a team wipe, and FNATIC, they've done it, Black. They get the 2-0, an epic best of 3 going the way of the kings of Southeast Asian Dota region. They may have not had the results they were looking for during the DPC season, but FNATIC kind of pick up where they left off. A team that has been at every single TI since TI3. Well, they were at TI3, they were not at TI2, looking to make their way back there. They're in the grand finals. They're not at TI yet, but this game was a big statement, it feels like.
It was. Like, I want to tell you something right now. Okay? I had the exact same game yesterday. Same scenario, same everything. The biggest difference is Raven. Like, he played with his main hero and his clone. You just saw how heroes exploded when he was hitting them with both. It was super well played, and I don't think a lot of people actually have the capability of microing both to the level that he did. So, very well played to FNATIC. You don't have a 1-0 lead in the finals from the winner bracket, right?
No. No advantage, other
At
than
least the
getting to
confidence
sit back.
boost.
Well, there is an advantage. That's actually correct, and there is an advantage. You get to sit back, watch your opponents, and your opponents have to play that lower bracket finals before the grand final. So it's a much tougher road. But yeah, great play from all FNATIC. Very patient game. They get the win in the end. Guys, a lot to say about this. Hopefully we get a chance to talk to some of the FNATIC boys about playing another crazy 60, 70-minute game. But we're going to head to a quick break and bring Nat back in to break down this.
Playing it like a Pudge or a Bat Rider.
Yeah.
And I think Horn Toss, as well as the fact that the Q now pulls people in, and the fact that the skewer has such a huge radius to it. It's like very consistent to pull people out of team fights. And that is so good in a meta where everybody's like disengaging and picking these crazy team fights where it's like, okay, well, we're way over here. Have fun team fighting over there.
I agree. It's such an important factor for the hero, and the empower as well, like allows them to get to that early mid game, to that point in the game where you can, like, you know, score and stuff in a efficient way. Like it's not like Magnus is gonna lose the early game really hard. Like if you put this Mag mid, he has a different item build apart from just that Blink Dagger effect too. Like you can get Echo Saber, you can be this big bodyguard for your teammates. They can't really run past him. So there's a lot of small things that Mag does that is kind of overlooked, because throughout history, you know, we always talk about just the empowering the carry and RPing like multiple heroes. It's so cool. I love the displacement spells, like you said, like Tiny, Bat Rider, Pudge. Not so much Pudge, but
he's one of the best heroes in the game, just like Magnus, because he has displacement. Back to you, Alvo.
I mean, I was gonna say, think about it though for a second. This is the first meta that we actually see where Tiny's kind of getting off meta. It's the first meta where none of the other displacement heroes are actually meta.
He's
so
been
what do you pick
nerfed
up?
enough.
You get the Magnus. Yeah, exactly. And then
Bad
Bad Rider's also
it's like
the Magnus becomes more useful in that sense. So I love this point that you're making, because I do agree that the Magnus we see successfully these days are not those that max empower and buff their carry all day, but the Magnus that actually plays like a real core rather than someone that just all the time.
Yeah, I agree.
There's one small thing that, like, maybe we kind of looked over here. In the second phase bans for Bumblebees, you see a Spectre there. And I feel like Spectre would have been an incredibly good hero for Bumblebees, because they're playing as Wyvern and Mag. I think it's always been a pretty good hero, just be able to haunt, break daggers, and kill the Wyvern off. But they banned it themselves, even though NB loves playing that hero, especially throughout this tournament, because Zoomers had to pick out of the ban phase. They must have felt like Zoomers were going to pick up that Spectre and race to it, and then Bumblebees were going to get stuck with their pants down, because they're not going to know what to be able to counter that Magnus combo with.
Yeah, I agree.
It's kind of cool.
And I think also if Luna ended up getting banned out and then the Spectre was picked, it's like there's no other option. The best way that I've seen Spectre get countered on this patch is just to pick a triangle farmer and out farm Spec, because Spec does not farm quickly at all. Like you need to It's a weird hero where like you need to use the haunts really effectively to actually kill people, to get farm. And so yeah, if Spectre is like the only hero left and the 3 triangle farmers are banned out, like the TB, Luna, Medusa, it can feel like a pretty free game.
Well, with the last Lesh pick, they're pretty happy that they didn't have to face a Spec here for Zoomers. Will round out their draft pretty nicely, honestly. I'm liking what they're having, but I want to ask this panel, rather than what draft do you prefer, 1437, do you believe in the MV Razor?
No, not this game. I don't.
Okay.
I straight up don't. I can't believe they got last pick Gunner Leshrac. Like this is a first phase ban hero for a lot of teams against Zoomers. It's one of their cheeser heroes, and I think it was their lineup looks so good.
Against Timber as well. So anyway, Jenkins, are you a believer in the Eternal MV Razor?
I think I would rather him on like a kind of 1v5 type hero than a Razor. You know, even a Nakes is more of a 1v5 hero than a Razor is these days, and he did pretty well in Nakes the other day. But, no, I think Zoomer's got a really great draft. The Leshrac deals with all of the cores of Bumblebees really well, as long as you have some net worth. I don't think it's easy for Bumblebees to push in to Zoomers, and Zoomers is going to outfarm them. They have Luna Mag. Like, how are you not going to outfarm a Razor?
Okay, well, as is usual fashion in the Bumblebees games, our panel is going against them in their draft. But, as we said before, this only gives MV more strength. Will he be able to use this and turn this draft around, turn the game around, and take the first game against Zoomers? Or will Zoomers revitalize themselves by taking the first game of the series and setting themselves up for victory, and later for a great showing against Undying? We'll have to see. For this game, we have 2 incredible casters and also equally as good analysts, 2 ex-pros. Actually, both of them, well, one of them still playing competitive currently, as the other one doesn't, of course. 1437 and Jenkins, take it away.
Thank you, Avo. Well, Jenkins, Who did he mean by one doesn't play? Is that me?
No, I think he was referring to me because I'm just a YouTuber and
Oh.
Dota 2 caster, analyst, celebrity type character. This doesn't make any sense to me. You're the play-by-play. I'm just gonna say it right here. I'm shitty at Dota. I should not be the analyst in this.
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
Look at this.
no. Okay, hold on. Hold that thought first. Okay, they're gonna be a 5-man smoke up here. King out. He's gonna get a nice team. Oh my god, the Fortress is gonna get all heroes, even the bow too. 4-man bow. And they're gonna lose a Rubik first. They're gonna, oh my goodness, they're trying to get away from this, but I don't think they can. Brax might be the next one to fall here. The plasma field gonna come out once again. Oh my god, how did they read that?
I don't know. And look at the high ground ward they have too on Bumblebees. It's like they knew that some triangle smoke rotation was going to come out. I have seen Zoomers do that before. It's been a while since they did that. They did this a lot at the start of the patch when it was nighttime, and they were really excited about the fact that they could do these like level 1 smokes. So what a read, man. That was a nice read by Bumblebees.
That was absolutely insane. Like, they go on the Timber too. Like, the positioning of Bumblebees was amazing because the Timber chain comes out. All the damage that you threw onto that Timber was useless. Then you had all these AoE spells that 4-man fortunes end into a torrent level 1. But is that going to affect Ryoya's laning though? Because he doesn't have the Tiebringer now?
That's true. I mean, although he is a mid laner, so he will get level 2 as long as he doesn't get denied on the first wave. It looks like he is getting denied in the first wave. Yep, that's going to affect his laning.
Okay, it was just one range for now, but he did get 2 assists gold. Yeah, didn't get the first any gold from like the kills though. It was actually the Oracle and the Timbersaw who got some of that.
That is a debate now that you mention it though. Like whenever you go for these first blood plays and you skill something that's not good for the laning phase, it's one of those things where like after the game, it's one of those things you can look back and be like, okay, well, we're never doing that again. But I don't think it matters as much for a mid laner, probably, just because you get so many levels. It's usually side laners that get owned by that.
I remember, especially if Ocean went for like a telekinesis or something on his Rubik, then that would have been a disaster. But top lane right now, we see a link onto Ocean. They are doing some damage. Fortune's End was still on cooldown, so not going to pursue any further. What's your take on this lane right now? Rubik Mag versus Oracle Razor. Do you think Brax is going to have a tough time laning up against his Razor?
I don't think so. You probably can push out the lane pretty easily between Shockwave and Empower. You can skewer away if Razor links, and Rubik can go stack. I think this is more of like a chill lane, where 4 Zoomers are going to play to just farm.
Interesting. And are you like a Magnus expert as well, Jenkins? I know you play a lot of off lane.
I'm okay at Mag. But very bad player here, so I just lose every lane. And I would play this lane to farm. I do think that with the Zoomers draft, like that's what they want to do in general. There's no timer on them to win this game, so you don't need to really apply pressure. You're applying pressure to a Razor. Like, who gives a shit? It's not like Razor's gonna pop off and like get super farmed. Razor's under pressure to like, do things to you to like win the game.
Right, and I think you made a great point with how they just need to shove this lane out and there will be no pressure put onto them because Eternal MB has to constantly deal with the creeps coming in and last at those. He can't really focus on pressuring the Magnus. I would like to see at some point Rubik just going into the triangle area and making some stacks.
I agree.
They have incredibly good stack farmers. Leshrac, Luna, even the Magnus too on his own with his Empower.
Yeah, I totally agree. Usually, at least what we saw throughout the Animator was position 4s constantly sending out sentries and blocking the easy camp, pulling the lane back to like a really good position, sometimes even like sniping a courier so the enemy sentry can't come out on the courier. They'll snipe like the pos 5 courier. And then once the lane is in a good position, they'll sit for like minutes in the triangle just stacking and stacking and stacking.
Yeah, then you can give all the XP to your offlaner too. Bottom side here, Z-Freak is actually taking a lot of damage from Husky and Sammy, who are trying to kick him out. But yeah, let's take a look at this bottom lane. 18-2 for Sammy to 11-2 for the Timbersaw. I feel like this lane is going as well as I would have thought for the Luna. All things considered, I mean, the Timber did start with a first blood gold.
Yeah, that definitely helps. But Luna just does so much damage now. Between the fact that Quelling Blade is so efficient on ranged heroes, where it wasn't in the past. It used to be like 3.5x better on melee heroes. Now it's only 2x as good. So it's like the most efficient creep damage item in the game. And you have this Lunar Blessing, 15 extra damage. It is so hard to outlast Hidden Luna. Even if you're a hero like Timber, who like, you know, gets first blood and should be able to pressure decently hard because she just has this like slow chip harass. Luna just doesn't care. She just hits creeps. She's fast, so you can't get your Timber chains off on her.
Exactly. Just be able to move between the creeps, and you know, Timber just trying to focus on getting the last hits, but the Timber chain's not easy to land at all on this hero. I love the Lunar Blessing build. You know, even Husky on this Wyvern, who has like 50 base damage, is now hitting for 65.
Yeah.
Starts getting a little bit painful here, but we do see Zephyr going into the triangle area, starting to make some stacks. One set of Ancients, big camp, he'll probably double stack that, and that's going to most likely be for Ryoya, right? He's just going to go in there with the Tidebringer, try to make himself
on both
a little
sides.
bit more farmed. Yeah, on both sides to Ocean, stacking the other side. I mean, I love it. I love making stacks, Jenkins. It's just so fun as a support. You know, you just get free gold later. You feel like, you know, you have a purpose in life. It's so nice.
It's so much gold now, and the best part is when you forget that you stacked, and then you're hearing the cha-ching noises, and it's like, oh yeah, free gold. Okay, that's pretty nice.
When that first came on, I was tripping. I was like, where am I getting all this gold from? Am I cheating? What's going on here?
Dude.
And then you realize that it's all from the stacks.
Did you see the strat where you could Rubik lift a creep onto a high ground, and then anytime that camp got stacked, Rubik would get the gold for it? Because technically he was the first person who moved the creep out. Yeah, but they fixed it. It works once now. You can do it once. So like you could screw one stack. It's really not worth it.
That is so cool.
I figured out a way. You can do that with Nature's Prophet too, by sprouting the creeps onto high grounds. I was sprouting creeps onto high grounds with TAs, and they would stack Ancients, and I would get so much gold.
That sounds really dope. And we see Ocean again. The next minute, he stacks. He's not even going into the lanes anymore. He's like, well, there's not much to do in this top lane against this Razor now, who has Boots and Windlace, and Magnus can't really pressure him. So just going to focus on stacks, cover Gunner mid, you know, give him the security, you know, so he feels safe to be able to farm this stuff. They're actually going to smoke now towards top lane. They want to get a kill with this mag, it looks like, but it doesn't have RP yet.
Oh, and
is it going to be an easy kill?
Ryoya is also making a rotation bot with the haste. We have like a double rotation.
Sandboy, that's a pretty big kill with that boat. You're going to see the X mark first, and there's the bushwhack, boat. The heal comes up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Yep,
and
Timbersaw
top
just going
lane,
to get a
Envy.
nice kill with the Timber Chain.
Also going down.
Being chased down by Gunner. Oh, not fast enough. You're talking about that Storm Surge, the free bonus speed he gets, but gets outran by the Leshrac.
Yeah, Lesh is another very high base move speed hero, and I like the Gunner did the old Pulse Nova toggle where he let the damage instance go off, and then he toggled it back on for the instant extra burst damage. Yeah, pretty nice just to finish off Envy there, because Envy did have a little bit of move speed on him, so there is a possibility he could have walked out of the Pulse Nova range. I mean, he was probably dead either way, but it is cool to see little plays like that where maybe it had an impact.
Exactly, and they get the trades, you know, and the carries here, but I think that's more is favorable for Zoomers, because Razor is a hero that doesn't farm as fast, and you don't want that hero to be dying in the early game. Sammy Boy, as soon as he revived, he just TP'd mid. He took over the mid lane where there was nobody on Zoomers, because Gunner was making that rotation top with Ocean, and now he can just go into a jungle. Plus, Sammy Boy has access to the Ancient stack soon. As soon as he gets that... oh, he actually got a Possessed Mask. Do you think he's going to skip on this Mask of Madness now?
He definitely could. He definitely could, but it's all, you know, the combined lifesteal is not so bad. I do feel like with either the Possessed Mask or the Mask of Madness, you kind of get a little bit low farming the Ancients anyway, so having both keeps you at that, like, 100% HP threshold where if a smoke gank comes in, maybe you could survive. It just keeps you a little bit safer. But man, I see this a lot, and perhaps it's because I'm very dumb and I just don't know what I'm talking about, but every time I see a draft like this with Razor carry, you know, Kunkka, like Timbersaw, these are all really strong heroes in lane, and, you know, sure, they can scale like decently well, but where's the tower damage? Because you are going to get outfarmed by Luna. So my question is, like, I think we're going to need to see some smoke rotation from Bumblebees. Like, they're going to need to be really active getting kills because they don't just run at towers. They don't have a Lesh.
He's getting dope by the Timbersaw right now, though. There's a lot of damage, but it does not matter. He's just going to have to get out. They're going to pop the glyph too. You're right. There is not a whole lot of tower damage on Bumblebees, and they're going to need to get kills to make up for that. So, like, you want to wipe Zoomers, then you kind of just get everybody to hit the objectives. But Zoomers, they got this Lesh track. Oh, what?
Oh.
Gunner? Just died to the Ancients. I think he was just trying to bring it low, go back and heal, but
that's what he gets.
Dragons
stealing from Sammy Boy. How dare you?
Oh my goodness, I was not expecting that. But yeah, we saw a little bit earlier the trade on the towers, like bottom and top, and Leshrac just like annihilated the top tower, and that's something that Bumblebees are gonna need to be aware of. Like this Lesh just kind of sneaking these objectives on the opposite side of where you are and buying more space for Sammy Boy that way.
Yeah, that pressure is definitely something that's extremely convenient to have in a draft. Maybe not necessary, because what you said is definitely possible. You know, getting kills and all just hitting the objectives, but it's much harder to execute that than it is to just like run a Lesh at a tower and press Edict from Fog. Like that's so easy.
Zoomers are going to need to entertain Bumblebee's pressure as well, but in this kind of game and the lineup that they have, they don't really need to do that. They can just completely dodge them. They know they push towers faster, plus they got the superior late game. So Bumblebees, they're going to need to get real creative in this game, Jenkins. Figure out some smoke pass that's going to lead them into killing this Luna and then into a tier 1 objective. Razor's not showing up on the mid lane, and there's a smoke coming from the Zoomers. The only real initiate, I guess they have the Yule's initiation, which is kind of nice through the smoke. Very fast Leshrac. Oh, Ryoya got hit. He hit the Tidebringer. I think he noticed.
I think he did, yeah, from the fog.
Yeah, exactly. Oshindo gonna get the lift. There's the Yules. Husky already in Arctic Burn form. They're gonna get a lot of damage onto Ryoya before the bull comes out.
Himself.
It looks like he's pretty dead. Yup, and Sammy Boy in the mid lane getting gone on by Moo.
Sammy.
Timbersaw here. Ooh, Brax gonna squirm away, but it might cost him his life. Brax still trying to get out. Not gonna be enough. Yep, Plasma Field gonna delete him. Hoodwink now getting Winter's Curse. There's a lot of damage here, but I don't think they're gonna be able to bring him down as King RD is just going in there, making some space. Gunner now out of mana. X-Mark onto Eternal Envy from Ocean. Oh, that snipe from Z-Freak from downtown. Gonna actually get the Leshrac. And Ocean with the Fadebolt, deleting Envy. Z-Freak, he still wants to stick around as Timbersaw, being that big boss he is, gonna delete Sammy Boy in the backlines. Husky gonna be the next target now. Z-Freak, is that enough? No, he's got that raindrop, gonna keep him alive too. And I think Bumblebees should be pretty happy with this engagement.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, so I wanted to commend Zoomers on the way that they took that smoke at first, like Ocean wrapping around and Gunner going the other way, so that way they could get Ryoya on the retreat. That was really cool. That was really creative. But then on the mid lane, Sammy Boy just kind of stepping too far up in this death zone. Can they kill him?
He's got that hood in 3 seconds. He's gonna be able to Timber Chain out of there, but oh, Gunner, he expects. Oh, nice save there from Z-Freak, but here comes the sharpshooter. Is he gonna land it? Yup, he actually lands it, but there's no follow-up, so he's gonna back off. Oh, Ocean with his own sharpshooter. He tried to snipe out King Al, but he's out of there. Not gonna happen.
I like that Ocean could have ran in front of that to make sure Gunner doesn't get hit, but instead he goes for his own snipe. Like that was his priority. He's like, I'm gonna get this Timbersaw. That's such a four-player thing. Yeah. If that's a 5 Rubik in some mixed-up world, he interrupts the sharpshooter. Like he stands in front of it, right? Because he's a sacrificial player. But since he's a 4, he's like, I'm gonna go get a kill. You're on your own, Gunner.
So you're saying the difference between a 4 and a 5 is like a mentality thing?
Absolutely. At 100%.
That's very funny. What about me? I play both roles.
Well, there's like people that have certain brain genetics. Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on. Sammy Boy getting jumped by his X-Mark. Okay, and that's gonna be a super dead Luna here. It looks like no one on the Zoomer side were actually playing ahead of Sammy there.
Yeah.
And now they're gonna get the mid tier 1 tower too. Oh man, this is looking real rough for the Zoomers. All of a sudden, Bumblebees, they built a small lead here.
Yeah, so Timbersaw is a real problem, and we're talking about like creative ways to snowball and win this game without exactly having pushing heroes, and they gave Timbersaw the stacks. So he took all these ancient stacks, and because of that, he has this huge net worth, and he's able to chat up mid, and now they're just pushing based on him being completely unkillable.
Yeah, but they actually don't commit to the tier 1 tower mid though. So Zoomers were at least able to like hold that down. And that means Luna's farming path is still quite safe. Husky and Ocean can kind of just sit in front of this tier 1 and just keep blasting every creep wave. Is that like a missed opportunity from Bumblebees? Like not just collapsing onto that tier 1 mid, removing that, tower so they can run into the jungles?
I can understand why they didn't go for that. With no pushing heroes, it's like if Zoomers just like slowly chips away and pokes at you with like Rubik while your Zoomers are farming everywhere else, you might get the tower for Bumblebees, but then you're gonna lose like a 2k net worth lead from just Zoomers, because you need everybody on Bumblebees to hit the tower, right? So I totally understand. If you're Bumblebees, you probably want to wipe them again before taking the tower, and that is just the unfortunate problem of having no pushing heroes, but they don't care. They've got a lead. They're choking out the map. They're constricting. Sammy Boy's stuck in his triangle, and we've seen, like, I think the biggest criticism of Zoomers as a team is honestly the fact that Sammy Boy will often walk out of position, especially when his map is limited. And so that's just what Bumblebees are looking to achieve here, and he's done it twice. He's just walked out of position and died. So it's working.
Have to completely agree with that. And right now they got a catapult mid on Bumblebee, so they're going to use this timing to apply some pressure. This is a little bit more of an efficient push. Oh, X mark onto the Leshek. He does have a Yules, not going to use it. He's going to get torrented. There's a little bit more health. Husky, he's thinking about healing him, but healing him right in front of the enemy team would be a bad idea. There's a lot of magic damage available for Bumblebees. His tower is falling right now. I don't think Zoomers are going to be able to hard engage onto this. This Timber is such a problem. Hood,
oh,
Son,
Husky.
He's got that status assist.
Husky got the deny. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it's pretty funny. Yeah.
Hey, it's gold, right? You get some gold for denying towers.
That's true. It's like, what's it, like 200 gold or something like that? I think it might be less. But it's gold.
It's gold. Yep, Husky, X mark. Yep, here comes the torrent. Ryoya gonna try to solo kill him. Not gonna happen. They actually don't go for it. Yep, sharpshooter already on cooldown. And they're like, okay, maybe I go in for the play on the hoodwink and get cursed and weird stuff starts happening.
Yeah,
it's just not worth the position 5 kill.
Yeah, 100%. Bumblebees is playing this really well. I'm really impressed by them, honestly. Like we were talking about on the panel. So disciplined for a team that's brand new, essentially. I mean, I know they
stack.
Oh yeah, they're giving it to King RD again, dude. Ryoya, step aside, bro. Screw Tidebringer. We're killing this with Timbersaw.
You know, you made a point earlier how Bumblebees are restricting the map and they're being very efficient. Not only are they restricting the map, but they're constantly stacking these Ancients. They don't stop. And that's how they're able to just continuously get ahead. Even though they don't have like crazy amount of kills in this game. That's what, the second or third set of stacks of Ancients that Bumblebees have been able to farm now.
Yep. That's something that I think over the last like 1 to 2 years, at least this is when I've been noticing it. You'll see like Ice sending Treants to block Ancients or something like that, and then he'll farm the Ancients on his side, or like his carry will farm the Ancients on his side. Like denying the enemy Ancients and then farming your own is legitimately a very easy way of getting a gold lead without having to do anything too crazy.
Envy. He got RP'd. Sammy Boy, he's here too. He's got the Eclipse. He's not going to drop it. Doesn't even need it. They got so much burst damage with that Fade Bolt and the Chakram, so they do get the position 1 kill. Anyway, just an MB kill. You know, Jenkins, back to your point.
Yeah, that's the Sammy Boy of Bumblebees. In fact, we've kind of got 2 carries that are on the crazier side on both teams, that if they're out of position, you have to question with both of these players, like, are they really out of position or are they baiting? Which, you know,
they make or break the game, right?
Yes, exactly. It's a double-edged sword for these guys. And in all the cases so far, it's just kind of an Envy and Sammy Boy feeding while everybody else is chilling.
Yeah, King Owl gonna get initiated on a little bit, but he does have Moo covering him right now. So he's gonna get healed back up. He went for a Blade Mail build. So 2 points here. 1, what do you think of this Blade Mail on Timbersaw? I feel like it's a cheap item and maybe he should have went for something bigger. And 2, I realized that Zoomers don't have a jump for this Oracle in this game.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
look at him. He's just getting healed on the Timber. And Oracle, oh, okay, never mind. He got a little out of position. I might have just cast a curse him. Yules into a stun. But is there the damage? Oh, nice curse. On with the creep wave. And that's going to burst Moon now. King out, not as tanky as he would like to be anymore. They don't have the RP, but the Skewer, yep, the magic damage. Going to be able to blow him up. And now you got 5 heroes of Zoomers around the mid lane. X-Mark onto Sammy. Ryoya, he's getting cancelled, so the combo does not come off. He does have a BKB available if he wants to click that and run away. He keeps getting Lucent Beam. He might need to click that BKB now. Yeah, he does. So Gunner stun will not land. And they're going to back off here. This tier 1 tower is looking pretty dead for the Bees, as Timber and Oracle are still dead.
As soon as you started mentioning the Oracle, I was thinking, oh no, he's going to die. Like, of course.
No.
Of course that happens. No, you're right. We, as much as we praised Moo for his amazing Oracle play so far in this tournament, he does have to kind of step out of position to die here, and he did because he was trying to play up and save his homie. But now Moo is going to have the Blink Dagger very soon, so it's going to be a lot harder to catch him out.
Oh, they wanted to smoke there. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. I've been in that position before. They want to smoke, but the Timber's TP got cancelled. So now their play is like a flop, and they're not really sure where to go from there.
Wait, did he just accidentally canceled it?
Yeah, he accidentally canceled the TP. But it could have been a disaster. Oh, it's gonna... Okay, they still smoke under the ward. That's what I was gonna mention. They still smoke under the ward. What are the Zoomers gonna do here?
Yeah, they know it's coming to the triangle. Sammy Boy draws the line, and they just push. They just push everywhere else. Although, somebody pinged Gunner. Maybe it was Gunner pinging Gunner. He's like, guys, I'm just chilling in the trees up here. Yeah, this is not going to result in anything. Yeah, he's a lumberjack.
And they saw him, and I think Bombies at this point must realize, okay, guys, I think they saw us somewhere. This ain't happening. But look at that sneaky ward right in front of the tier 2 tower. You don't really expect that ward. Yeah, I love it. Like, this early into the game, there's like certain wards at certain stages in the game that are just impossible to de-ward because you just don't expect it. Top lane though, Brax, there's no disables for him. He's gonna get out too. Alright, they force a rotation top from the Oracle, and that's information for Zoomers. Luna not gonna be able to push bottom out. Gunner is in position to be able to edict this tier 1 bottom if he wants to as well.
Yeah, Zoomers is maintaining this kind of like just split map position where like oftentimes you'll see, you know, 4 and then 1 somewhere else. You'll see maybe like 3 and 2. You'll see like 2 clumps, but Zoomers is like completely split. They have 4 different groupings of heroes because they don't want to hold any position. They don't want to fight anywhere yet. They don't see the need to fight, and then they don't. Bumblebees is not exiting that triangle to come back, but the payoff for this, for Bumblebees, is you get a free Roshan. If the enemy team's running away from you, take Rosh.
Exactly. And you can look at the Zoomers right now, the way they're playing bottom, they're like in the trees. They don't know that the Roshan is happening. They feel like they're being hunted right now because their wards are not seeing anything, any of the heroes. And Bumblebees, like you said, just get a free Rosh just like that. And they give the Aegis to the Kunkka, not Eternal Envy. Is that the right play here?
Oh, no. Okay, well, let's rationalize this here for a second. Why did they do that? Okay, well, Envy, of course, Eye of the Storm. You know, that's going to go away. That's a very impactful. He's going for a refresher. Envy's going for BKB refresher on Razor.
That's his build on Razor. That he does this every game.
So I've heard. I've heard this is the build. You know what? Refresher's an OP item. That is an underrated item. 5,000 gold. That is hella cheap. He looks like he's probably going to get RP'd up here. Although Moo's behind it with a Blink Dagger, so it is a bait.
Oh, Moo's got the read. This is really good on his end. Yeah, it's pretty cheap, and I really like it with the new BKB where it's 6 seconds instead of 5.
Yeah, 12
so it's like
seconds.
12 seconds. Yeah, it's so much better for the refresher buy. Oh, I see a pick off bottom. See Freaky try to get out of there with the sharpshooter. So the stun won't land, but yeah, he's going to get picked off there. That's going to give a lot of freedom for Sammy Boy now.
Kind of a not super relevant note, because I don't think they needed it there with Sammy Boy, but Lucent Beam being a pretty legitimate stun with that talent. I remember people originally thought like, oh, the cast range being nerfed, Luna's going to completely fall off. That was such an important factor of this, like, you know, magic / physical damage Luna. But no, she's perfectly fine as a carry running in there because she's tanky. And then giving her an actual stun to get a few extra hits on somebody is... It's annoying running away from this hero. It's such a low cooldown too.
I love it. I think it's so much better. It gives her more flexibility, like to be able to join fights and have some kind of impact. I felt like Luna before just, you know, shows up, sometimes dies to like Phantom Lancers and stuff, but now she can do a lot. And with that shard too. That shard is so good.
It's a nuts shard, yeah. I mean, it does so much damage, and the fact that why can it crit? Why?
I don't know. That's what I was asking the other day. I don't know why it can crit. That's why you see these dataless Luna builds. He's just so good.
Yeah.
2.5 second cooldown. Cool. Yep.
Almost 50% uptime on a stun on a carry. I mean, that's wild. Dota is crazy these days, man.
Just gonna take some damage, but Husky, you know, he's behind him with that Holy Locket and the heal. So there was something. Okay, so we see Bumblebees. You know, they're just trying to control the map right now. They were gonna make a smoke, run across the map, maybe get a pick off. But I feel like Brax should be able to block this smoke for Sammy. Yeah, Sammy is already TPing out.
He knows,
it might
man.
just be like a he knows. Brax, he just broke the smoke on Ryoya. He knows what's up. Blinks out, TPs, and mid lane we see Gunner. Yo's onto King I think he's just touching him to see the reaction from Bumblebees. And now they're kind of stuck a little bit. So what I wanted to ask you was this Luna build with Mask of Madness, right? Everybody likes the Dragonlance. They also like the Yasha. I feel as if the Mask of Madness is just not the right build anymore. Because you buy these 3 small items and then your item build kind of gets like restricted, and then you're forced into the Satanic and the Butterfly no matter what now. Like you don't have much flexibility, it feels like.
I agree. I personally think the Envy? No, there's no interrupt. Yeah, I personally agree that the once again, King RD, very hard kill.
It was I think Brax wanted to go for the skewer play, but the Lucent Beam kind of stopped King Ao from moving too close to Brax.
Oh yeah, there. Yeah. Okay, mid lane. He has an Aegis and a BKB.
They're just trying to get away. Oh, Brax, he goes for the play again. Again, not gonna happen. Gunner, he doesn't have use up though. He clicks his BKB after he gets X mark back. Eternal MB is also in this engagement. He's got 508 movement speed. They want to go onto Simonboy. Simonboy with that fresh BKB gonna click that, walk away. Okay, they get the nice curse onto Envy. He's so low. Wait, they don't get Envy though in the army, but it doesn't matter. He dies anyway. And now the Oracle, who was stuck with the Kunkka, also gonna take the fall. Kunkka, Aegis, he's gonna come back alive, but the Timbersaw is gonna die while he's still dead on the Kunkka. He's gonna have to pop his BKB, TP out. Hoodwink also retreating. Big fight so far for the Zoomers. All they've really lost is the last track. Wow. Okay, that curse just completely turned the fight around. I don't think Envy had any business running up that hill without any vision. Plus, Moo. What was he doing there right beside him?
True, yeah. I was gonna say MVP Husky for sure. The fact that he's there to punish running up that hill, it's like he's the reason that running up that hill is a bad idea, right?
Oh, the Force Staff, it got broken by the Bushwhack, but Simonboy, he realizes there's no disables left. Oh, that X mark was like 1 second off from being casted. Yeah, Sam, you're talking Husky and his positioning there.
Yeah, he's been constantly like lingering in the. I think Zoomers has done a really great job of having either like Brax or Husky in a position behind one of these two cores of Sammy Boy and Gunner to save whenever they're in like some sort of dangerous position. Like even just cursing the Razor so that the static link breaks would have been enough. But then the fact that he hits like a 3-man curse into almost a 3-man RP into a 2-man Lesh stun, I mean that's just the cherry on the top right there.
It was just so beautiful, and they were like walking up this high ground where it's like so. No, it's such a small area. Like it's easy to land all your spells in there too. Well, it felt like the perfect bait from Sammy Boy.
Yeah, definitely, and a bit of disrespect, I think, as well from Envy. Like he knows how bad of an idea it is to walk up there into these team fight heroes, right? But there's some reason that he's doing it. He thinks they're not in position. Maybe he thinks that like even if he gets cursed and spells are cast on him, he's gonna be fine. And
maybe
maybe
the Oracle, right?
Yeah, exactly. But then maybe it begs the question: should Envy have had the Aegis? You know, Moo probably shouldn't have got caught in the spells either. I think that's probably a reason that he walked up there.
I do believe if Moo was not caught amongst those spells and got RP too, then maybe he could have got the false promise off. MB could have still done a lot of damage, and Bumblebees could have got a few good trades. Unfortunately, that's not what occurred. And the more I think about it, if you see the way that Envy has been playing, like, he's not in any fights. He's just jungling nonstop and farming whatever lanes that are coming in. And Ryoya is the one who's constantly putting his body in danger in front of the Zoomers and X-marking and being annoying, you know, always making sure the Zoomers are holding their hands together. So that's why maybe this first stages at least, they went towards the Zoomers. Do you think they got enough out of the map, though, from Bumblebees? Even though they did lose that last fight with this last Aegis?
Probably not. The gold lead has been... It's been going down. I think it's mostly a result of course, Zoomers is playing the map pretty well, but I think the reason they can play the map really well is because they have farming heroes, and Bumblebees don't. So you want to get more out of an Aegis for sure, but sometimes you just can't because once again, you've no pushing heroes. It's also hard to push in. For the same reason, it's hard to run up the high ground in the jungle. It's hard to run up the high ground and take base.
Hold on. Sammy Boy gonna get X-Mark. He's linked up now. They need to get him out of there because he's losing too much damage. RP also coming out onto 2 heroes. Husky still has that Winter's Curse available to disengage even further if needed. He's not actually dropping it quite yet. Z-Freak stalking the Luna, now turning on to Husky. Husky's going to be the main focus. He's going to drop the curse onto the Razor, but the Sharpshooter is actually going to land on Gunner now. Gunner might have to click his BKB and get out of there. He's actually looking like he wants to turn around. Big stun onto the Kunkka there. Orko coming in with the save, and now they're going to turn around and try to fight this Ryoya, though he is still taking a lot of damage. Boy doesn't have that BKB anymore. He's going to get blown up in the back now, and Husky buying back into this fight. I don't think he's going to be able to do too much with that Arctic Burn still on cooldown. He just wants to heal some heroes. But they're just going to have to retreat on the Zoomers. Oh, man. They're going to lose the Luna. Kunkka, you know, Ryoya, he did the correct play, right? Which was just keep going forward with that false promise. He knew he was going to die anyway. Just try to get at least that trade onto the position 1. And Bumblebees, they're going to get it.
Yeah, definitely worth it for them. They get the carry for the mid lane trade. And Sammy Boy has so much more net worth than anybody in this game. So, you know... no matter what, that's going to be a good trade for you. And now that we're getting into the late game, Timbersaw's got this Ag Shard. Razor eventually is going to have an Aghanim Scepter with a Refresher. Like, the push problem is not really there anymore. And also, when you go to the late game, everybody just does a ton of damage in terms of right clicks. So everybody is kind of a pusher in the late game, especially if you have an AC.
Oh, look at this trap top for Ocean being set up right now. But he just pushes the lane so fast with that Chakram thing, but they don't even get a chance to go on him. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, Bumblebees, you know, as long as they drag the game out, eventually they will find the damage to be able to break these buildings, as long as they win the team fights. And the last engagement just felt so awkward from 4 Zoomers. Like, they're on the retreat. They need to get the Zuna because she doesn't have damage. Pop the BKB already. Minus defensive RP, defensive curse as well. I feel like Gunner should just clicked his BKB and ran away as well. But turning around and taking that engagement with the Luna BKB still on cooldown just felt so forced.
Yeah, it was a little awkward. I think maybe a part of it was that Gunner had a BKB to run in to get the gem, and so his BKB was at like a really low duration, so possibly he thought that, like, because of where his team was, if he TPs out, they all die, or if he tries to TP out, or if he tries to walk out, like, he's gonna die. It was just, like you said, it was kind of an awkward engagement. And the reason it was awkward was because of these ultimates that were used just purely defensively.
Yeah, this number 2 Roshan right now. It's got that shard, the big shard everybody's looking forward to picking up. And Zoomers are going to try and take this fight here. King Al going to get out of the pit. That's a really low Roshan. Oh my god, Sideboy's going to go in there. He's going to... Oh, he steals it.
He got everything.
The shard and the cheese. He got everything. And Gunner in the back going after Mu as well. So the save is not going to be there. The curse coming out onto Razor. That's going to keep him in place for a little while. Ocean going to get picked up by King Al. All the heals are also coming through. Ocean, he's still alive. He's going to drop his own Chakram onto the Timbersaw, bringing him low. Mu is actually going to survive in the back because he managed to use a false promise on himself. That got Leshai killed off. Now Luna all on her own. Her BKB is on cooldown, still forcing out, but that does not look like it's going to be enough to save her. And Magnus with the RP. Is he going to go in with this? No, oh, not yet. Sammy, he's still got good damage, and there's a big RP. Sammy gonna use his Eclipse, turn this around. The bounces are coming through, but it's not gonna be enough. Sammy Boy is gonna take a fall here, and Brax, last one left alive. He was not able to do much in that team fight. They managed to get all the pieces from Roshan, but they still lost the fight.
I don't know. Okay, here's
Buyback too from Sammy.
I don't even know how to break that down. That was insane. King RD is a god. He's an actual god.
Hold on, it ain't over yet. Ryoya gonna get skewered into the tier 4s. He's gonna die. The damage from the Luna and the 2 tier 4 towers is gonna be enough to bring the Kunkka down. They do get 1 melee Rax. Okay, Z-Freak, can they land this? No, they do not get the read. Z-Freak, there's no ward there either, so he's just gonna be able to TP out. And Zoomers, I don't know either, Jenkins. That was interesting. Do you think that Gunnar made the correct call on chasing the Oracle throughout that whole fight? Felt like they needed him to do magic damage onto the Timber, and maybe just let Brax like deal with the Oracle or something.
Yeah, he needed to be with his backlines. Like,
yeah.
King RD is just such a problem in these fights. He was 1v4ing and actually killing Ocean. I don't even, like, it baffles my brain that I can watch Sammy Boy walk in, steal literally everything from the Roshan, and then still, they're on the retreat, and this Timber is solo zoning 4 people, and then Gunner's trying to do the same thing on the other side, but it's not, you can't 1v4 as Gunner, because did you know Razor has like the 2nd highest win rate versus Leshrac and Pubs? It's, I don't want to call it like a hard counter, but it's one of those things where like Leshrac wants to run in and man up, and Razor is one of the worst heroes to do that against. He just drains you. You BKB. You can't simultaneously Ghost Scepter and BKB. You can't use a Nihilism and BKB at the same time either. So there's no answer to the Razor Link if you're Lesh. Like, you do so much damage, and so Gunner needs to be with his backline, not only to protect them, but so he doesn't die to Eternal Envy.
And there's so much like single target damage coming out from the Razor, especially when you catch the Leshrac on his own there, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I don't even know how to take that fight still. Like, they just got out of the pit with like 1,000 HP Roshan, Jenkins.
Yeah,
they handed everything over to Sammy Boy.
Literally
and they
everything.
Still won the fight.
Yeah, it's, you know, more often than not though, that does seem to be happening these days, where like Roshan is a bait. One team loses all the stuff, and then they still somehow win.
Because you got all these heroes inside of that pit, or at least like an important hero inside the pit, so you know the positioning of that hero. All you have to do is deal with the ones that want to help that hero who went inside the pit. Because now you're exposing the positioning of your opponent's supports, right? And that kind of gives you enough information to take the engagements.
Oh, Zoomers, they're just comfortable walking straight up the high ground here. Very ballsy from them. I think it was because King RD was taking the outpost, so they're not afraid if he's not there.
Yep, Kunkka, X-Mark. Okay, just Lucent Beam. Gunner, he's getting gone on, like you said, the counter, but then the Winter's Curse comes out to save the Leshrac for now. The first BKB of Eternal Envy is gone. He's got a second one ready. Rubik gonna get deleted. Sammy Boy, he's the next target. There's no more links available though for Eternal Envy. Sammy Boy, they gotta get him out of there. He's got the BKB, he's gonna pop it. He doesn't get hit by the sharpshooter. That was a very important play there from Sammy Boy. He cannot afford to die. He does not have a buyback available. And I think Bumblebees are going to be very happy with this. Killing off that Rubik.
I got to ask you, dude. As the resident Eternal Envy expert, does he normally go Blink with this Razor build? Because this is insane.
He's probably I don't remember if he goes for like Arcane Blink or Swift Blink with this. Okay, hold on, Gunner. He's getting picked off again. He doesn't have a BKB this time around. What was he doing in the trees there? He's gonna use himself with that Bloodstone. He's healing quite a bit. Brax has to go in with the RP. Oh, Z-Freak on the Hoodwink actually gonna take a fall, but Gunner, he's the one who was completely isolated there. No Winter's Curse to save him, and Brax, you know, having to use that RP won't be enough to get the kill or save the Leshrac, I mean.
It's such a cool build, man. Envy's a cool player. I've made so many YouTube videos about this guy because he it's like he can't.
So innovative.
He's innovative. He can't do things normal. He just can't.
Yeah, King Out. He's actually gonna get skewered in, but Moo, he's ready to help him out. I mean, it's not even close, right? Like these plays Zoomers are doing is trying to get Mu to expose himself, but King RD is not, or King Out is not getting low enough for Mu to actually come out.
Although-
Ryoya though, he doesn't have a BKB. Oh, they get the curse onto Mu. Wait, this is a little bit awkward. Hang on. Zoomers, they're just gonna have to back off. They felt like they had the damage for the Kunkka, and they were going for the curse onto Mu, but there was nobody beside Mu to kill him, and they also didn't have enough damage actually to kill Ryoya.
Yeah, they even got Mu with the creeps too, so you had a full duration curse, and without Gunner, there's not enough damage. Sammy Boy not willing to commit the full eclipse there for Kunkka because if the curse breaks, it's just kind of awkward. Like you've used your only big source of damage to try to kill a Kunkka who just gets Oracle ultied. So Sammy Boy didn't want to take the risk there, which I don't blame him.
Do you feel like Zoomers are falling under the pressure a little bit here, Jenkins?
I think Zoomers has been feeling a lot of pressure throughout this entire qualifier, and especially when the game goes late like this and things become chaotic.
Not clear.
Envy said in the interview yesterday, which I found quite interesting, the fact that once the game goes late like this, you start feeling uncomfortable because there are things happening that you just don't understand that are out of your control. And it's just because late game Dota, nobody really knows what to do at that point. And I mean, unless you're Envy. And so I think the later and later the game goes, the less this favors Zoomers because of the nerves we've already talked about and because of Envy being an expert in the late game.
He is. Listen, Envy loves chaos. Like, when I play with him, he would always talk about that. He would be like, I just want everything to be chaotic. Like, he'll just be like that. And we're like, what? What does that mean?
I love that you like put the bubble in your throat to do the voice. Like, your impression of him sounded quite good. That's how everybody does it.
That's what he does, and he loves this kind of games. And nowadays it's even worse because he got like tier 4 items, tier 5 items, especially the tier 5 items. Like,
yeah,
what's going on? Free ags on heroes.
He doesn't admit it, and I don't understand. He never said in interviews. He's never like, yeah, I love the late game. He's like, no, it just goes there eventually. It's like, dude, you love it. Just say it. Don't lie. Nobody cares, okay?
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to feel like they're figured out, right, Jenkins?
True,
like,
that's fair.
So you're always gonna kind of deny it for the most part. You know, you'd be like, no, that's not me. I don't do that.
That's exactly
but
what's
in reality, you know what's true.
Yeah, I mean, the man has a Christmas tree up in his apartment in whatever month it is right now. It's definitely not Christmas. I can tell you that much.
Oh man.
God, this.
And now we see a smoke. Is this gonna land? Nah, it's not landing, right? Ocean? Ocean? Oh, get back in your base. Okay.
Nice ward. Oh, I love this lane ward from Z Freak.
Oh yeah.
This
really good.
always catches people because you know that if you go position top, somebody's gonna walk out of base into this bot side lane.
Oh, Husky. That's a big kill. He's got the gem and he's a Winter's Curse. So they're actually gonna jump him. Oh, Husky, wait, hold on. He's not casting his curse quite yet. He's holding it. He's still staying alive though. I don't know how. Okay, now he's gonna get picked up. Okay, Magnus goes in with the RP onto the 2 cores, but they're actually running on the side of 4 Zoomers. Husky now buying back. He's in a lot of trouble. The second RP comes out just onto the Razor by himself. Gunner pumps his BKB, but there's no significant damage coming out from the 4 Zoomer side. They're just spending most of the time running. Luna has 133 lost damage. Not gonna get that back. He's gonna try and do something, casting Lucent Beams with that shard effect, but they're just too tanky on the Bumblebee side. And look at King Out. He's just bossing it up. Ocean. He's gonna get healed up by Husky, but he is a sitting duck right now, so the sharpshooter gonna come out in a second, Yules himself on the Rubik. Sammy Boy. Oh, what? No, Sammy Boy, he hits the Minotaur Horn, so it actually lands onto the Rubik. Ocean is not dead without buyback. It's 5 versus 2. What are they going to do here on Bumblebees? Like, they can go for any buildings they want. They're actually going to go for the tier 2 bottom. They're not going for the tier 4s because they're a little bit afraid of the possible buybacks from the other heroes on Zoomers.
Yeah, Mag Skewer into Fountain is always a real threat. I've seen so many games thrown because of that, so...
Yeah.
Bumblebee's not risking it.
And now that we're in the late game, you know, it's this internal MD zone right here. And Force Staff onto Sandboy, get him off the link. Okay, Envy, remember there's a Magnus. There's a possible buyback. Okay, you don't want to get too close there. He does have a Lincoln's though. So the Horn Toss, that could get canceled out.
Wait, does Horn Toss... Horn Toss is AoE, right?
Oh, I thought it was targetable.
No, it's. I think it's AoE. It's just like it's a
Oh,
weird
right,
AoE.
no, you're right. You are right. Yeah,
It's like in front of him. It's like a cone, a weird little cone thing. But
Right,
he has
right.
Lincoln's Eon Disc, BKB, Lotus Orb from King Ao, and a refresher to refresh all of those things. So instead of having 3 defensive items or 4, he has 7. So it's like, I don't even know if you kill him. And then if he refreshes his Eon Disc, that's 5 seconds of immunity. He could blink out. He could technically blink out. He can also blink out with the Oracle ulti. Dude,
And you know what's cool about it too is the Eye of the Storm effect. Like even though the Aeon Disc will not let you do damage, like it can stack up, right? The minus
True, yeah.
armor effect, and then it starts doing burst. Oh wait, Sammy Boy actually running in here. He's bought a rapier on Sammy Boy.
Okay.
That's what they want to do. They feel like they don't have the damage on the heroes. They need this rapier. He saw that Mask of Madness, doesn't really have lifesteal right now. He's actually right-clicking onto Ryoya right now. The link comes out, RP onto the Razor, gonna cancel out that first link. Envy does have a second one available. Samboy not gonna pop his BKB. He's turning around. He's gonna use the Eclipse, and there goes the Aeon Disc. He's soaking up a lot of damage now. Sammy Boy, he's in a lot of danger. He's gonna die. His rapier is gone. Envy, he picked it up, and that's
Immediately
it.
picks it up. He dies and loses. Oh, that's a
my
classic.
Goodness, he does have a buyback. Yep. But GG has already been called. Zoomers, they're done.
Well, after that, and what we've talked about with Zoomers, I'm very worried for them. And I'm really impressed with Bumblebees. I definitely didn't personally understand their draft at the start. But then it came together as the game was progressing where King RD was the real carry. Like Envy was playing this side laning, almost like offlaner mid type hero, and King RD took all of the stacks. He went for like carry timber items, blade mail. It was very strange, but he was completely unkillable. He had a heart, and that he's the guy that's ending the game. He's the problem. Like he's the true carry, which is really cool to see for Timbersaw.
Yeah, there was a lot of really interesting stuff that happened in this game. We got a lot more to talk about, but first we got a quick break coming up, and then we're going to be back here with Avo.
Hello guys and welcome back to the post-game panel where we're here to analyze that game. I said as a joke, but it's almost half true. If the panel's going against MV, MV's going to win the game, and we just witnessed it. before I talk about the game, I want to talk about something that we touched on before the game, which is the mental state for Zoomers who came from a loss against Undying. They're not looking too great in the psychological battles. How do you think they're feeling right now, 1437?
Dude, they must be feeling absolutely defeated in every way possible. Like this game, watching them play, I feel like they didn't do anything. The one time they grouped up together as 5 heroes and they ran at Bumblebees, they absolutely destroyed them. They took the tower and it felt like they had good control of the game. But right after that, they don't look for the next fighting opportunities. They kind of just let Bumblebees dictate the pace of the game. And I think that was a huge problem by the Zoomers. They just have to, bring it together, play more together in general. Like you got good spells on your team, you got to combine them, you got to get 1 or 2 kills, trade some lives, and not just hope that the late game will carry you.
Yeah, I agree. I think they made the same mistake that I personally did looking at these drafts where you see a Luna, you see a Razor, and you think, well, like, hell, if we go late game, we win, right? Like the game, they're just going to fall over and we win Dota. But that's not how it played out. King RD was unkillable. Even with a rapier on Luna, he was taking absolutely no damage. Envy's completely ridiculous late game Razor build. Sure, maybe he's not doing the most damage. He's not a traditional carry, but he was impossible to kill. And I would say he was more like a disruptive carry. He would just get in there and make the fights. How many weird Winter's Curses did we see from Husky? How many RPs did we see from Brax that were whiffed? I don't necessarily think that was Zoomers making mistakes in terms of the actual team fights. Now, map mistakes, maybe that's a different story. I think that was more so that it was so disruptive from Bumblebees between the Timbersaw and the Razor going in there and making it so that you have to use your abilities on one of these guys. But what the hell are you going to do? Then where's your damage? You're not RPing for damage if you're RPing to constantly save somebody from the Razor. Oh, and then Timber's on somebody. So we have to Winter's Curse to save somebody from him. It gets weird. And that's what Envy loves.
Yeah. Man, like looking at Zoomers in this game, they just... like you said, I always have this concept where when you're playing from ahead or when you're running at your opponent, you always look good, right? Because you have the ease of execution. You see more things. You already know like where you're attacking based off like where you're planting your vision and stuff. Zoomers were always playing on their side of the map. They were always waiting for Bumblebees to attack and react to that. That's why you see these awkward RPs, these awkward Winter's Curses, because it's not Zoomers running at the Bumblebees. And what they need to do is put themselves in a position to be able to do that. Whether that be like more aggressive 5-man smokes, waiting for like one item timing, or just like being able to attack whenever you see Bumblebee split up on the map, just getting even a single pick off and controlling the map off of that, like Zoomers are not doing in this game, which made it extremely hard for them to be able to cast spells later on because they don't have any map control, they don't have any real vision on their opponents, and they're not making the aggressive moves.
Yeah.
Will we see Zoomers recover and become a bit more proactive in game number 2, which they desperately need to win if they want to stay in the close qualifiers, or will Bumblebees do the impossible, dismantle 4 Zoomers and face off against Undying? We'll have to wait for a bit while that lobby gets ready. It's a 6-minute break, guys. We have some ads to entertain you while we wait as we're going to get ready for the next game in one of the last series of the close qualifiers for NA. 4 Zoomers versus Bumblebees. We'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back for Zoom versus Bumblebees, game number 2, but looking like a decider game, really. Even though there's technically a potential still third game in the series, Zoomers need to get out of the slump. Zoomers need to come back, and they need to do it now. What strategies would you like to see, besides Terrorblade, because that's definitely going to be banned, for Zoomers to be able to execute this? What ace in the hole do they have? 1437 shaking your head.
There's no ace in the hole. There is none. The problem is not their strategies. The problem is not their heroes at this point. It's just how they're playing. They're just not aggressive enough, in my opinion. I think there's a way that you play to be calculated, but they're just always on the safe side. They need to play as if they got nothing to lose. And right now, they're one game away from elimination. This is a big problem for them. You're against Eternal Envy. You know, he feeds off this stuff, and it's real rough for Zoomers, man. I think this is where you need your coach to come and clutch for you.
Yeah.
Okay, Jenkins.
It's happening. The prophecy, you know, it's baffling to me that I feel lucky. I feel lucky to be part of a Dota scene, of an esports scene that can say this legitimately was in the back of everybody's mind what they were expecting would happen because it's Envy. Like, the fact that I can say that and that you guys and everybody in Twitch chat knows exactly what I mean. It's like, you shouldn't be able to say that with two competitive teams, but it is like purely a mentality thing. This is where this guy thrives. I feel so lucky that he's come back and actually plays Dota instead of TFT. That's great for us. And with Zoomers, Theban, you said like they need to play like they have nothing to lose, and I think they often do when it's throughout the DPC. They've done that, and they're capable of doing that, but it seems like it's getting to them. Like one game away from elimination, it's all on Ix Mike. You're right. He's got, and you know, the question is, Theban, can Mike bring Zoomers back from the brink?
You know, knowing Mike, I think he would say like, guys, you guys play bad. Just come on, you can do it. You can get better. But I don't think that's going to be enough. Like those lines is not what riles up a team at this point in the tournament.
What would you tell them?
Me, I'll be like, guys, stop thinking about TI. Okay, at this rate, you're not going to make it. Just, you know, go out there, play your hearts out. Just go run at them. Go slay some heroes. You know, this is what you got to focus on. Just play in the moment. Try to get the small wins, the small advantages. Don't get scared. Like something along those lines. I don't want my team to go out, you know, playing like a bunch of I probably shouldn't say the word. You know, it's not a good idea. But like you don't want to play like that. You just want to be more aggressive. You know, show them who's boss.
I have it. I know what you should. I know what should be said, and I know who should say it. Okay, Husky Dota is a prolific philosophy reader, and I know that he has recently been reading, or he recently read. He's probably done by now. Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. And you know what old Marky said? He said that whenever you are having some life problem that's causing you stress, something that in your little world is stressful, take it out of your world, look at it from a universal perspective, feel that feeling, and then insert it back into your life with that emotion. And so the idea is, okay, guys, we are about to get eliminated from the TI qualifiers, possibly. We just lost to Bumblebees. Take it out. Okay, there's all sorts of atrocities and horrible shit happening in the world. Eventually, it's going to be the heat death of the universe. Everything's going to be equally dispersed. And instantly when you die, the heat death happens because time is relative in your little brain. So who gives a shit? Who cares? Why are you feeling any pressure? You're not feeling pressure that the universe is eventually going to cease to exist, essentially? How is that not pressuring you? And you're worried about a game with dragons and wizards running around. Like, get your shit together, boys. This is not that serious. And Husky can do it because this is old Marky, and he's been reading Marky. I know he has. He's probably done by now. So he needs to get on that and let his team know exactly what I just said.
That was fantastic. I mean, there was a fine line between I'm going to play my hearts out and I'm going to leave this game altogether, because that was the feeling I was getting. I was about to leave this panel. But that is a beautiful speech, Jenkins. That is actually wonderful. You should consider coaching, my dude.
Yeah, I loved it. That,
No,
was,
I
that was
shouldn't.
awesome.
No, I shouldn't. I don't know why I'm the analyst here. It's only because Steven is so talented. Oh, God. Kill me. Anyway, back
Well,
to you,
I'm
Avo.
hoping they can. I'm hoping you don't have to say that every time. You have nothing. I'll cover for you. It's okay. You don't have to say it back to anyone. I'm hoping that Zoomers can really rile up. Honestly, because I've been a fan of this team since their creation. I remember watching them when they were in the time of COVID, those dark times when there was only online tournaments. And Zoomers was like a reason to live for a while because they actually innovated in Dota when nobody really wanted to. They seemed to actually be excited to play Dota differently. It was fun to watch them, regardless of the results, which were also pretty good. They were a creative team. They were the team that made Valve nerf Clinks, for God's sake. They were the ones to do it so consistently that they forced that. So if there's even a modicum of that old Zoomers in there, the Monkeys Forever Zoomers as well, I want to see it now. This is
Ooh,
this
you
is
went
the
there, didn't you? You just had to go
it
there.
was
You
it
just
was the
put it
Zoomers.
down.
Had to go there.
And now
Look,
we
I
gotta
love
pick it
Brax,
up.
Avo, you
but that was
sneaky.
the Zoomers.
You sneaky, Avo. You
That
sneaky.
was really underhanded.
Yeah, but you know what? I think there's a lot of stuff to be said there. Like that Zoomers was a team where they came out onto the scene and they didn't really have any expectations for themselves. They just worked hard. They just played day by day. They played against these titans, you can sort of say, and they kind of built some confidence, beating them here and there. And once they became ones themselves, I feel like they put a lot of pressure on themselves and feel like, oh, now we have to like maintain this. And it's not like they thought, okay, there's still other people that we have to like try and beat. You want to keep on progressing. Maybe they kind of plateaued. They got a little, how do you call it? Complacent. Yeah. With their situation. And that's what's showing right now. Like your mentality just completely changed. So it happens with the best of teams. And they right now, I don't know if they have it in them to just like be able to turn it around.
Yeah, it makes me think of like the other side. I heard from, I think it was it was Owie that said it. Once again, he said that like whenever you play on a team with Envy, he says a bunch of shit. You hate him in the moment because he's very aggressive about what he says. But then within like a day or two, you realize what he said was right. You always realize in the end, Envy was probably right about something, at least to some degree. And so I'm thinking on the other side of Zoomers, we're talking a lot about mentality. Even in a high pressure situation, if you have Envy on your team, it's already high pressure. He's all like, you don't have time to think. And I'm honestly thinking that is an advantage in something like the TI qualifiers, because there's going to be no external pressure when the pressure is already internal,
That's wonderful. So you have the constant screaming of your teammates, so you're thinking, well, I mean, he's going to do it anyway, whether we win or lose, doesn't really matter. So, of course, there's no... I agree. I see that. Well, let's see if Bumblebees can do it, because we have seen them being very strong. I think their mental game is on point, particularly ever since their loss. They've just gotten better and better. And now we're seeing what could be the last game for Zoomers. Well, we hope it's not, though, because I'm looking for 3 60-minute games in true MV fashion. And Bees, they're going to start with the Abaddon this time. Very different. I mean, still the save the Oracle provides, so perhaps a lot of... Fear was actually talking about this, that the most important 5s right now, the best 5s you can pick up, or you pick up a save of any kind. Winter Wyvern, Oracle, the Abaddon, whatever it is. Because without it, the core-to-core matchup just feels 10 times weaker. Would you agree with that kind of idea? The importance of the 5 with save these days?
I think there's like 2 ideas right now for 5s. You either play Apparition or you play a healer.
That's
right.
true.
Apparition aside, that's true.
I think you can make it even more broader than just like save. It's just heals, right? Like Abaddon provides some kind of healing. I do think it's worse than Oracle for Bumblebees, because the way that Zoomers like to just run around and split up the map and find their favorable fights for them, Abaddon is not that good against that, because he needs to just constantly follow like one hero around, shield them, protect them and stuff, unlike Oracle, who provides a lot of burst damage throughout the early and the mid game, who can actually make aggressive plays themselves. So Abaddon is really good against teams that are like running into you nonstop, though. So there's a little bit of a difference there between the 2 heroes, I think.
Yeah, that's true. I totally agree. I think Abba also is... if you are engaging in team fights, then it's more of like you're going to get more dispels more frequently. So maybe if Zoomers does run into them with like a Vessel Invoker and Bushwhack, like we could see Abba being really effective. And Abba can also run up hills. And Moo, we saw in the last game, the Oracle, like he got caught a couple of times. Obviously they won and they played fantastic. And other than that, we didn't see him getting caught that much. But this to me does go back to more of his bread and butter type offlaner, like offlane type supports, where he's going to be really comfortable playing that like beefy frontlining, like runs in like a moron type hero. I mean, that's how offlaners play in general. Like every offlaner is an idiot basically, and so Abaddon lets you actually play like that in the game.
Yeah, sorry.
Back to you,
Your points catch me by surprise. I feel like there's a bit of self-reflection within that statement as well. But I like that. You're right. The Abaddon is strong for those reasons. Zoomers, however, don't decide to really deal with it whatsoever. They actually go. It seems that they had this prepare just to get back on the horse. The Invoker Hoodwink. Like we don't see the AA, for example, to deal with the Abbot with the simple Ice Blast. We don't see really anything concerning the enemy team. Going for the Gunner Invoker, a classic that used to be his bread and butter together with the Morphling.
They're busting something out right now. This is something that they had planned, and they're just like, yeah, guys, there's no saving strategy.
We gotta do it.
I want to see actually a Naga ban from Bumblebees this game, because I feel if I'm in Zoomer's head right now, they're thinking, yo, let's just get what worked for us, especially against Undying when we beat them like 4 times or something. Get the illusion hero. Like, let's give Sammy Boy something where he can like move around and outplay the opponent and not be this Luna who's like very one-dimensional, very predictable with everything that it's doing. Let's give him Naga. Let's give him Phantom Lance. We see the PL ban already, which was really good. But like second pick, I don't know. It's a bit harder to get, I think, Naga from second pick, but that would be a hero that I think Zoomers would definitely excel on.
Okay, maybe this is a stretch. Hear me out on this, boys, but
I'm hearing you.
I kind of think that the Zoomers might be really successful with these illusion heroes, because if you see a Luna walking next to the triangle, it's like killer. That's her, right? That's definitely Luna. If you see a little Naga Siren illusion, it's like, is that Sammy Boy, or is that like the fact that Sammy Boy will sometimes step out of position on illusion heroes is almost to your advantage, because then it keeps you questioning what the real one is. With Luna, like she gets a pretty late Manta these days and sometimes doesn't even get a Manta. So the Mantas don't last anywhere near as long as the Naga Siren illusions. So like they don't have as much uptime. So maybe that's a part of why they're so successful with that. And they actually do go with an illusion hero and the Axe, but with the Mantas.
I like it. I think this is. I know doesn't have the best win rate, but I feel in the right hands with someone who's very patient with the hero and the team who plays around it really well, they excel with it, right? Just buying the Manta, delaying the game. Oh, they snuffed the Lion. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt for the Zoomers, because now if you were thinking about the Naga Siren, there was a certain Lion that we saw earlier in this tournament who just absolutely destroyed Naga by just farming, eating up them illusions, and becoming 6-slotted Lion himself.
Yeah, Lion is the most picked hero in the TI-10 qualifiers and has a good win rate. It's slightly above 50, and considering this is a mostly position 5 hero these days, and will often just get thrown out there, early phased. That's some pretty good stats for being the most picked hero. Lion is it does so much. We talked about like how there's the apparition and then there's the healing supports. But Lion also kind of falls into the same category as the apparition, where you just burst people before they can be healed. You just kill them, you go for pickoffs, and it's a really nice way to play the game, but then you also counter every illusion hero ever because of the absolutely ludicrous mana drain Aghanim Shard. You get 3 mana drain, so it's like all of the Axe illusions, if they do go for the Manta style, they're dead. They're gone. And then he's going to keep draining.
It's also like a BKB effect on it too. So like you can't even just like instantly jump him. What they would do is they walk up, they mana drain, they're like BKB'd for like 0.5 seconds while the illusion is dead, and they can just instantly blink out. You can't even like get in there, stun them, and do anything. It's just absolutely insane hero. And I agree with Jenkins, like that win rate for a hero that just gets first phase, and I feel like in NA it's kind of underrated because we just saw Southeast Asia have their best of 5, and Lion was first phase banned in the last game because both of the teams were just racing towards that Lion. Whether it was like position 4 or position 5, it didn't really matter. You had that flexibility, and now they get the Dusa. So if like Zoomers had a Lion, like Bumblebees, they would feel a little bit more reluctant on getting the Dusa. I see Jenkins' face. I think he's thinking about like invoke Dusa into Invoker. Is that good? But I think nowadays, like,
dude, you read me like a book. That's horrible. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Quaswex Invoker is just like not that good anymore. It feels like it runs out of damage too quickly. There's an Abaddon on the enemy team, so he goes for a Vessel, you can just remove it. You know, you gotta go the Exor build, or at least like a hybrid Quaswex into Exor.
You also have a TA that you're up against as Invoker. If you it is a little weird actually if TA with Dusa, because they both kind of farm jungle. But I think the kind of narrative is that usually TA can play aggressive and doesn't have to just farm jungle if you have a favorable early game. And against an Invoker who is baited to go for Quaswex, and I don't even think Quas Exort's that good against TA. Like, you're guaranteed to have a good lane on TA. So Dusa is like, it's really the only remaining non-Luna like OP S tier carry right now. And none of the heroes other than Invoker do anything to Luna. Like, you will never ever, or to Medusa, you will never ever kill a Medusa late game even with Axe Manta. It's like she has too much effective HP. You just snake all the illusions and get full mana.
And I think they're quite happy. Like, Bumblebees, you know, going into this tournament, they've wanted this Medusa for a long time, but majority of the games, it's getting banned out, either first phase or whatnot. But suddenly in this game where Zoomers are like on the chopping block, they've lost track of it in the draft. And now Bumblebees get this 18-pick Medusa with banning Phantom Lancer and the Anti-Mage. I don't know, man. I think Zoomers, they're kind of stuck right now in terms of what hero to pick.
And
they gotta go balls
too.
to the wall, I think. Yeah, the Brood ban, that was a really nice sneaky ban. They definitely, Sammy Boy could have played the position 1 axe and had a Brood be very annoying.
Owns Dusa in lane. One of the few heroes that does very well against Dusa. She feels really hard for almost any offlaner to, like, if you're an int offlaner, you get snaked for half your HP. If you're a melee offlaner, then you're a melee hero versus Snake, and she's a ranged hero. So Dusa surprisingly wins a lot of lanes these days. It doesn't seem like you have to kill her. That's how you beat her in lanes. You have to kill her. And Broodmother's a good hero at doing that.
Mm-hmm. Occupies her jungle as well. Takes away a lot of the camps that she wants to get, and this is Dire, right? So Brood being Radiant Brood. So if he controls the top side of the map, Roshan would have been real nice for them. It's very solid ban, and I don't know, man. I'm getting more and more scared for the Zoomers as the picks go through, the bans come through. I'm feeling the pressure for them, you know, because considering that like I thought they were going to be in the finals, but Bumblebees, man, these guys, they're riding the momentum right now. You know what's funny? Bumblebees, they lost the first series, and then they lost the first game in the lower bracket as well. So they were almost eliminated, like going like 0-4 or something. But they were able to come back from that.
True. Another interesting thing is that...
Oh wait, I lied. They did not lose the Dog Champ. It was against Simply 2 base. They lost the first game. I completely forgot they actually played against Dog Champ.
Yeah, and because Bumblebees got knocked down by Black and Yellow, they never played versus Undying. They never played versus Zoomers, and I legit think that's somewhat of an advantage, because like Zoomers doesn't know what's like you were saying, Thieb, and like Zoomers maybe were a little caught off guard that Bumblebees made it all the way to the lower bracket finals. That maybe they weren't expecting that. And I think for Bumblebees, they're like, we lost to Black and Yellow. Maybe they were just the bane of our play style. We beat them out. We proved ourselves again. But Zoomers, like, we can beat this team. Like, they hadn't gotten knocked down by Zoomers. They didn't lose to them before. Like, this is a fresh matchup. And Undying will be a fresh matchup too. They haven't been able to play each other.
Mm-hmm. Well, the DK actually made it through as well. Another top pick these days. You have a DK Lion. It was the old DK Hoodwink before that became popular. Easy hunting lineup. I mean, this lineup is looking strong for Bumblebees, honestly.
Yep. It's a very nice solid stun here, and the Zoomers don't have a way to remove that. The Illusion Heroes are banned as well. Are they going to go Luna again?
No. No, please. Alchemist.
Okay.
Okay. There's your Hail Mary. There's your Hail Mary.
Okay.
If there's anything that can do it, it's the Alk.
Wow.
Alk with steroids as well. Alk with Alacrity. You got a bit of healing from Husky.
Let's go. You know
Cool.
what? I like that better, especially if they're gonna be fearless in this game. I just hope like they don't get free farm on Alk and then they're like, oh, we're ahead, guys. Let's just chill and run at them. You get ahead, run at them. Just keep these guys down. That's what you got to do on 4 Zoomers to keep yourselves in this series. And Bumblebees, man, these guys got ice in their veins. That's all I know.
Yeah. So, are you gonna go with 4 Zoomers 1-4-3-7? Or are you still sold on the Bumblebees draft?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I'm feeling the Bumblebees, but I want 4 Zoomers just because I would like to see a game 3 and I want to see like Zoomers come back from their struggles. But I feel like Bumblebees, they got, like I said, ice in their veins, man. These guys are good.
Jenkins?
So I'm wondering, like, how does it work? If I vote for Bumblebees, does it work the other way? Does it like negative fuel envy so we get a game 3? We'll test the theory. I'll say Bumblebees is gonna shellac this one in a Gabe and Tier shellacking, so that way we get a game 3.
All right, well, the panel's going for Bumblebees. They're taking away some EE strength. Maybe he has to switch animes now. Is more instead of Naruto, more like Dragon Ball. We'll see. 4 Zoomers, can they turn this into a 3-game series, or will they fall here against the Bumblebees? I can't believe that's a name for a team. Let's see what happens, guys. 4 Zoomers, they bring out all the stops. They pick out the Alk. Let's see if they can take down the Bees. The casters for today, of course, will be 1-4-3-7 and Jenkins to guide you through this incredible match.
Well, thank you, Avo, for that again. Cool game. You know, you were talking a little bit about Bumblebees not playing in Zoomers and Undying. I actually talked with Moon Meander before this tournament, and he was telling me, hey, don't sleep on Eternal Envy. I'm not sure they actually played against them, like in scrims or something, but he just said, don't sleep on Eternal Envy teams. You know, and then I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. And look at that now. They're like 1 game away from the grand finals, and I'm wondering if Undying are maybe a little bit worried too, playing against a team that they have less knowledge about than if they would be playing against Zoomers. Because I'm pretty sure they want to play the Zoomers.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that they would want to play the Zoomers because they've beaten them in so many tournament best of 5s. Like they're used to the same smoke. Zoomers again. Okay, Husky.
And they planned the ward too. They actually saw that. Whoa, okay, high ground bushwhack. King Ao is actually walking in there. Gonna use the stun onto the Alchemist. They're focusing the Alk right now. Ryoya. Who's gonna die first? It's gonna be Ryoya. That's gonna be first blood for the Zoomers. Sammy Boy is gonna take the fall too. King Ao kinda low here. Oh, the second bushwhack comes out. King Ao. He is super dead. Brax gonna get the double kill. So that's a great start for Brax right now. And Z-Freak is just gonna have to get out of there. You know, you said they do it again, but this time it works out well for them. And they get the D-Ward too.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. So they go around in a different direction. They deboard the hill as well as place their own ward this time. So that's interesting that they basically do the exact same thing, and then they think like, okay, well, you beat us last time with this, but we know how to counterplay. And yeah, I mean, absolutely worked. Like Alchemist getting first blood, or an Alchemist team getting first blood, is not something that you see very often.
Yeah, and the acid spray, you know, he did scale that up. That is something that you see more of nowadays. Speaking of Alchemist, though, wait, how many bounties? They got 3 bounties. Obviously, it didn't have Grievous Creed. What do you do now with Alk? Like, considering there's so much less bounties on the map.
I really prefer the Radiance build, and I think versus TA Medusa, you don't really want to just scale and go into the late game. Like, you're not going to outfarm both of these heroes if they have a decent amount of map control, and they're going to outcarry you. So I think like a mid-game sort of tempo build with like Radiance, BKB, AC, that sort of thing, Blink would be really solid here. And that is what I see people going on Alk whenever they do pick it in like high-level pubs these days. But it's been a long time since I've seen Sammy Boy play Alk.
Yeah, we're gonna keep a close eye definitely because that's the key hero in this draft for Zoomers. In terms of the lane itself, it looks like Zamboy should be able to farm up. Oh, he's gonna keep getting stunned up though, and there's a lot of right-click damage coming from the Lion as well. We'll see how they fare in the lane with more healing salves. Let's take a look at the other lanes. Gunner, Invoker versus Templar Assassin. Something that has been historically like a common lane, right? People pick TA into the Invoker. Do you think anything has changed in recent times?
You know, I'm not much of a mid laner myself, but I gotta say, every time I see a matchup with like Invoker versus something that Invoker's supposed to lose like horribly to, it just doesn't go that way anymore. Like, I think people have gotten a lot better at their spell casting, like securing range creeps with Tornado, like throwing out the kind of chip harass and just pressing spells in order to secure CS. So yeah, it's not as bad as it once was, but TA definitely will out-farm an Invoker once she does go to the jungle, and I think once you get level 6 on TA, Invoker has to leave, but he's kind of okay with that. You know, Quaspex Invoker, he wants to rotate anyway, so yeah, not as bad as it used to be, definitely.
All right, well, check out the top lane then. This is the Axe with 2 kills to start the lane. Only has 4 last hits at the moment though, and there's a double wave going into Envy. Envy has 5 denies in this lane so far. How would you feel if you're an offlaner starting the game with 2 kills?
I would feel pretty good. That's some components to the Vanguard. Once you get that, Axe becomes significantly better. You can tank entire tower shots and take literally 0 damage, which is very convenient. Up until that point, Dusa definitely seems like a bit of a struggle for Axe to deal with. Like, you're just going to get constantly snaked and be low HP. Even with the regen of Ring of Health, she'll keep you low enough that you have to be worried that if I step a little bit too far up, I'm going to die to this Abba, Curse of Avernus, or Venom.
Oh, look at Boo. He's already sneaking them bounties. Like, he does not even care. He notices Envy's wave is right in front of his tower. He just goes for the bounty runes, takes that gold away from the Alchemist. It's the little things like that that's, like, making the Bumblebees so efficient.
Yeah, look at these sentries in the top lane, too. They sentry their own easy camp, the enemy hard camp, and then the ancients as well. So there's no stacking gonna happen. Oh, well, I guess if you just die in lane.
Oh, yep. I mean, he just can't afford to use that shield right before the Battle Hunger comes out. So, very unfortunate there for Moo. Brax is still kind of low, though. It does look like he's gonna rush that Vanguard.
That'll let him play the lane against these heroes. And pressure the Medusa a little bit. With a Hoodwink, you can probably do a decent amount of pressure. You do good damage. The unfortunate thing is Abba, though, taking off the Battle Hunger with shield. That's a pain. Because that's your pressure spell.
It is. Well, we'll be back to this lane soon once the Axes get the Vanguard. Alchemist, the big boy that we're looking at, getting stunned up right now bottom, getting his mana drained. That's going to be very annoying for Sammy. But actually, they're trying to turn this around with that Arctic Burn level 2. By Husky. He did not opt for a point in Cold Embrace. Just decent amount of damage, but you know, Dragon Blood. What a broken ability. 8 regen, 6 armor, and Sammy though, but he is still free farming in this lane. 26 last hits so far on him.
Yep, I gotta say, oh, okay. They do have stun on Z-Freak. He's not even gonna go for it. I do not miss the days of Alchemist carry in every single game in NA, because what would happen is you would think you can kill him.
Oh,
just like this, maybe Sammy. They can kill him.
Okay. Nah, they got level 4 just then on Husky. That one last creep actually gave him the heal, so they're going to try and turn it around onto Z-Freak, but obviously not a lot of mana on Sammy as he's been getting drained constantly.
Yeah, this is every Alk lane. You think, oh, this is going to be a snooze fest, right? They're going to be farming, but then...
top? Oh, no, just sorry. Go on with the Alk. It's going to be a snooze fest.
You think it's going to be a snooze fest, but then the team against Alk is like, well, we have to pressure him. And then Alk is like, okay, you want to stand in acid spray? Let's go. And then they just Mortal Kombat fight to the death. And ironically, this is kind of the most action-packed lane, is the one with Alk in it, even though it shouldn't be.
Exactly. It just acid spray is just an incredibly strong spell in the laning stage, and they're trying to do the best with it. And speaking of Dragon Knight, though, hold on, he's gonna take a little bit more damage. He's got that range drop, 11 wand charges. He should be able to just pop that. But Z-Freak, he's gonna be the main target. That hero does not have a whole lot of armor. sitting inside the acid spray, and they're gonna get the kill on Sammy boy.
Every,
so Alkaline
every
actually coming out ahead.
time. Every time. This is what happens.
Top lane. Hang on, Gunner. He made a big rotation. Level 6. Oh, not gonna nail Mudo. But Eternal Envy, he gets his TP cancelled. That's a disaster. If he dies here, he's not gonna be able to get back to the top lane. And Zoomers making the first moves in this game. Killing spree on Brax now. The catapult is still alive too. Moo, he's trying his best to get out of here. Or at least try to get this catapult killed off. But it's not gonna be able to do anything. He just dies too.
Great
This
rotation.
tower looks super dead. Yeah, it really is. At mid lane though, Ryoya with the catapult himself gonna try to apply some pressure onto this tower. Husky has already TP'd into this lane. Zoomers, they're covering each other on this map at the moment, making sure that Bumblebee's momentum is gonna be reduced at least. Oh, this is looking so good by them. I think this aggression is exactly what we've been looking forward to.
Yeah, and I mean, Alchemist, Sammy's so happy while all of this is happening too, and Ryoya not popping the double damage to chip away at that mid tower here. I thought he was going to, but he's giving a lot of respect to the potential rotation out of Gunner, because I believe he walked up towards the top lane, so he had a TP available, and with Husky TPing in as well, he was very afraid that there was going to be some counter rotation, and that whole dive top was happening while the catapult was hitting the tower, and Brax was tanking the tower with his Vanguard, so the catapult didn't die, and so they get a free tower trade. Alex Tower has literally 0 damage on it bot, though he is getting dove here.
He's so tanky though. Look at that. Phase boots plus the soaring under the tower. He's got incredible amount of 13 armor on this Alk Junkins.
Yeah, he's a big boy, and he is going for the Radiance build, which I personally do feel like makes sense just for the timing that you want to hit in this game. I think if you go to like the 35 plus minute mark against like maybe 30 minute plus mark against like TA Medusa, and that's your timing.
Moo gonna get cold snapped and Arctic burned here with the urn, and he's gonna be alive now. Gunner, he's getting slowed up, just gonna use his ghost walk and get out of there. Yeah, I think you're right. The Radiance, especially against the Templar Assassin, is gonna be so good. Oh, Zefrik, he actually finds Sammy under this ward, but Sammy's so tanky.
He just got level 6 too. Up that one creep. Oh, they get him! My god, that is not what you want to see versus an Alchemist.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a little yeah. Okay, Medusa top lane right here. Actually getting called. Yeah, is that a mana on Envy? He also doesn't have a TP. He's super dead, isn't he?
He is definitely dead. He gets a courier, which...
He's trying to get the range creep.
Oh my, Brax denies the range creep as well. Oh, that's good. That's BM. You know, I was going to say at the start of this game, we're talking a lot about how Bumblebees are going to win this and how Zoomers, like, we're worried for them, but every series they've played in, they've lost the first game and then won the entire series. So maybe there's not as much of an element of needing to mentally come back as we were hyping up, just because they've done it so many times in this exact tournament.
No, that makes a lot of sense here. And Simeboy, we can see right now, he's getting pressured just a little bit by Ryoya. There's the heal. And look at the mid lane right now. This is what Zoomers are really doing. This is their play. They want to start pressuring up this mid tower. Moo, he's getting bushwhacked. He's got his shield off already. Level 5 looks pretty dead to me. There is no Culling Blade available. But they will get the kill. Gunner, he's under a sentry. So even if he does Ghost Walk right... Okay, there we go. He's going to dodge that attack and gonna get out of there, forcing bees out of the bottom jungle, and that's gonna give so much more space for Sammy. So I love the play there from Husky, just playing with Sammy and then making the mid play, forcing Bumblebees out of bottom, and they're just assaulting everywhere from the Zoomers.
Okay, I gotta point this out. Look at the mid lane. Look at this Suns fan image.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. King out. He's getting his mana drain. Okay, back to what's more important. Look at this Suns fan image, and look at his mouth on the flag as it moves around in the wind.
Yeah.
It is grotesque. You can't see it. Oh, there it is. There it goes. Look at that. Look at, you can just see his mouth smiling. Oh my god, that is horrific. Why were sprays invented? Oh, there they go. It's gone. It's an envy again.
It's timed out. It's gone.
I'm sorry, I
All right,
couldn't.
we're good.
I couldn't handle that.
That's all right. I actually wanted to ask you a question. This Medusa and TA combo, right? There's a lot of ancient farming going on in this game from both of these heroes. Do you think that's a problem? Because one of the reasons why I feel like Gunnar was able to make that rotation top and there was no retaliation from Bumblebees is because of this Templar Assassin mid.
Definitely. Usually the idea, okay, as Sammy Boy getting harassed a little bit by Ryoya, this is what he needs to do. This is actually really nice from him. He is not necessarily like a ganking presence, but he is a presence that can like walk into a jungle and just steal your farm from you. And there's going to need to be a response coming in. So I'm glad that he's doing it now. Maybe he didn't feel comfortable doing this earlier. And now that he's got some items and levels, he's cool with this. But you definitely need to pressure like this because there's no way that Medusa and TA can both farm Ancients. Like, it literally just doesn't make any sense. So the TA needs to take aggressive farm, or the Dusa needs to take aggressive farm at one point. But Dusa against Quaswex Invoker, I think it's more likely TA is going to be doing that.
And now Brax has his Blink Dagger. He's actually smoking into the bottom side. Like you said, you want to see Zoomers make a reaction to this Templar Assassin running into your jungle. They want to make a play here, kick them out, give Alchemist back his camps. But Alchemist did have another play as well, which was taking that safe farm on the top side of the map. He's double stacking for himself right now. Misses the small camp though, unfortunately, but that's all right. He's getting very close to that relic.
They need to deward this. There's a sentry on the Ancients, this low ground sentry blocking the Ancient spawn. And usually when you're up here...
That's so good.
That's a really nice sentry. Usually
it really is.
With Sammy Boy, when you're up here farming in this pattern, like you want to back off to your Ancients after the enemy team rotates to deal with you and the creeps that are pushing in, as you can see right now.
Jenkins, there's a smoke right now with the Blink DK. And look at Sammy Boy. He doesn't even kill off the small little golems. He just leaves them there. You know how juicy those golems are for Alchemist?
Oh yeah. Oh, he was looking at those. They scanned it. So whoever did that scan was a beastly scan. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it wasn't Sammy Boy because he really likes to die to rotations like that. But it was a great scan nonetheless.
You just had to take a shot at him, didn't you?
That's what he gets. He takes shots at me all the time.
Well, now he's got the relic, and that was only fortunate because he does not die to that smoke play from the Bumblebees. And the Bumblebees, they're okay farming with their TA and the Dusa, but they must be feeling the pressure of that first Alch play that's soon to come with the Radiance.
Yeah, that timing is seriously strong. Like, even though if hypothetically you 6-slot both of these lineups, like probably at least like Alch versus Dusa TA, you're not going to win that matchup for sure. It's still like Alch's going to hit his timing of Radiance and be much stronger than almost anything that you can muster at that point. Unless like you're constantly pressuring Alch. But Sammy Boy hasn't really been pressured this game, and when they did make the rotation to get him, he scouted it out. He knew it was happening, so they haven't been able to get him. He is on a ward though.
Bottom right now too. He is, but Gunnar is actually going ahead of Sammy Boy, breaking the smoke potential. Gunnar, he sees himself getting hit, but he's baiting this out right now. Brax has a Blink Dagger. He's waiting for the call first, and then, the shield, and now they get the call onto the TA. Brax gonna get stunned up. Invoker getting stunned also in the backline. Oh, finger comes out. The heal not gonna be able to save Gunnar, and now it looks like Bumblebees, they're on the offensive just a little bit, but they're gonna actually look towards that mid tower. That's what King Owl wants to go to. Do a little bit of chip damage there. So they don't get the out kill, but they do get that position to Invoker instead.
Yeah, that's really important because he's kind of controlling everything in this game. Like, even though he's not doing like significant amounts of damage, if you mana drain these targets such as like TA, ABBA, DK, you don't need to kill them. They're effectively dead because they have such low mana pools that they need to cast their spells to be useful. So getting this mid tower though for King RD, it's really important, I think, that Bumblebees takes this tower, because then it means that wherever Alch is farming, whether it's in his own triangle or in his own jungle, like you have an access point to smoke and go get him. Because right now, Sammy feels so safe farming up in this top lane because he always has the
bottom with Ocean. They're gonna blow him up. They gotta get out though right now. King Owl, he's made the TP in, stunning up Gunnar. He's got plenty of mana. He's gonna drop the EMP at the moment.
They're sacking him.
That Ghost Walk up yet. Yeah, just gonna use the Ice Wall, buy as much time as he can. They know that 3 heroes TP bottom, so they got a little bit more space for Sammy to finish that Radiance. It's actually on the way already. But the question is now, Jenkins, where do they make their first play with this Radiance? Because in my opinion, I don't think you get a Radiance just to farm. I think you should try to utilize that insane Radiance timing to make at least one fight happen and then go back to farming afterwards.
Yeah, I totally agree. At the very least, like, farm more aggressively where you can actually make moves if an opportunity presents itself. Like, don't go back to the triangle and hit creeps there, for example. Like, play somewhere near this mid lane. Maybe he waits for, like, Sange before he goes. Maybe a Blink Dagger. I know that used to be the timing, like Radiance Blink. Sometimes it was Radiance Blink BKB, but soon we want to see him making a move for sure. It's like 1 more item to max before they make a move. Maybe he just wants to farm with these stacks first, and then he's like, okay, this is enough gold, let's go.
My concern is when you make a lot of space like this for Alchemist, and he doesn't use that net worth he's built up to fight, then the opponent is also farming quite a lot. Like, if you notice on Bumblebees, they were kind of being restricted on the map in the early game, especially with the TA Medusa overlap on the Ancients. But Zoomers have not been able to continue on with that pressure. They've been lacking their carry joining in these fights, or like at least taking some objectives for them.
Yeah, that's true. And all of this time when like the rest of Zoomers are kind of trying to negate the Bumblebees taking over their jungle, it's like Sammy Boy's farming, so he's kind of the only one that's getting the benefits of all of this like fighting that's happening, all the space that's being created for him. So it looks like, yeah, he is going to go with the Sange timing. This does make sense. It's such an efficient item, and it's so cheap that I can understand wanting to farm it before going for a play.
Gunner smoked up, going into their Radiant jungle, trying to find possibly a Templar Assassin or maybe a Medusa, but it looks like they're already going to get out, as Husky did have to break it to kill the ward.
Still decent from Zoomers, though, pushing them out of farming the Zoomers jungle, because Alk has strength, and at the very least, they're like asserting that strength and being like, hey, you need to leave. Like, you cannot be farming here now that Alk is this strong. Maybe we won't kill you, but we'll certainly push you out of here.
Yeah, and they're going to go for the mid-tier 1 tower, and King Al going to pop his Elder Dragon form. There's going to be a little bit of spells being casted on him, but the Aphotic Shield going to remove all that pressure. Stun comes out, but they're going to have to just give up this mid-tower. This Radiant Sange Alk is just a little too strong for Bumblebees, plus the Medusa is nowhere near ready yet. Actually, speaking of Medusa, oh, okay, it's going for the stun, and King Ao is going to be able to get out with the Alchemist. Brax does go in with the call just to make sure that the Abaddon is still behind this DK.
Oh, he dodges.
Stun. Yeah, stuns Gunner instead, but they don't really have any damage. 4 heroes on Zoomers are still here. The hero comes out, the finger, not going to be able to pick off Gunner. Now they're going to drop that Winter's Curse. Oh, very nice sharpshooter into the call, killing off the Lion. King Ao now going to be able to kill the Invoker. Ryoya coming in with the haste plus the Blink Dagger. This is a very strong Templar Assassin at this stage in the game. And now they're looking at Husky. I heard Sammy Boy actually get stunned in the back, and Husky, going down. Nope, not gonna be able to get away. Sammy Boy stunned himself, didn't he?
He did. He was going for a wraparound, and then King RD blinked away, had a little bit of vision from this ward that is now getting dewarded by Ocean. Oh, no, never mind. He just gets the sentry. Oh, they still have the vision of the Observer Wars just at a sentry range. That'll be an really important ward, because both of these teams are pretty strong at taking Roshan. You have TA versus Alchemist. Yeah. Tons of minus armor. Solar Crest, too.
What was it, me, or was that a really weird TP from the Alchemist? Like, his teammates are all there, and he kind of just like TP'd in front of the opponent and kind of gave them an opportunity to take an engagement. Actually, hold that thought, because there could be still a fight here. Ryoya gonna get called, and then comes a Bushwhack. Z-Freak also going in with the Blink. He's got all his mana burned now. Templar Assassin getting very low. Mood desperately trying to keep him alive right now, but it's not gonna be enough. That Radiance just burning away. King Ao gonna be the focus now. The shield does come out, but I don't think King Ao is gonna be able to get away with this, especially since he's standing on an ice wall. Super dead. Brax gets healed up too. They got really good resources on Zoomers thanks to that Winter Wyvern and the maxed out Cold Embrace, and they can just continue on with their assault on this map right now. Cyan Boy gonna get that Illusions, push out some lanes, and yep, they're going for the Roshan like you called it.
And that's kind of the fight that we expected at first, but Bumblebees, just especially King RD, played the initial fight really well, and what we just saw there is kind of more along the lines of what we expected for this timing, especially with Brax getting Ryoya right at the start. TA against all of these heroes, there's so much to peel through the refraction, and you can take off the Abba shield with the Tornado too, so there's absolutely no way that he can blink out there. Just a free
That was
roach.
a perfect jump, right?
Yep.
By Braxton, like the best target that you can go on. Ryoya, he needs to be killing off the supports in the backline, and he can't really do that if he's the main focus in the team fights. So very well played there. Aegis on the Alchemist now. Medusa, how are we looking on the Envy? We haven't really looked too much at him. He's got a Butterfly.
Butterfly.
What do you feel about this build?
My god, Sanj and Yasha Butterfly. It looks like Sammy Boy's already preemptively like thinking that this is exactly what the build is going to be from Envy, because he has a Monkey King bar queued up. I do think Alk is one of the better heroes versus Butterfly, just because his attack speed is so high that whenever you build into like an MKB, the raw damage that comes from the procs is amplified. Like, you know, he's not really a Daedalus builder. He's more of these like Mjolnir MKB type builder, and so already MKB is good on Alex. But Butterfly is just such an efficient item in general. Like, it's been buffed so many times. It's so cheap. I don't blame him for building this, even just for farming. Like, he's farming really quickly with it.
It's good. There's a lot of right clicks that's going to be coming out from the Zoomers, definitely in this game. And you can see right now Sammy Boy sitting around the mid lane, and we got Gunner pushing top. They're trying to control up 2 lanes, but Bumblebee's making a correct play, getting Envy to shove the bottom lane out. They don't really want to fight into the Zoomers' Aegis at the moment, so Zoomers most likely should be able to get a free tier 2 tower out of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you fight into Aegis Alk right now with Invoker Alacrity. I think Zoomers can run around and take every tower. It's really a question of how can Bumblebees...
Oh, hold on. It's not just a tier 2. They're going to the high ground with this. The Chemical Rage is going to end, though. They got some stuns on him. But you know what's so good about this lineup of Zoomers? This Winter Wyvern is actually countering most of Bumblebee's heroes with that Cold Embrace. They don't really have a way to reduce the healing. And Alk, who has naturally high strength, and with the items that he buys as well, is going to get healed for a lot. Plus, the Templar Assassin and Dusa won't be able to do any damage.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Like, the only hero that really benefits from the Cold Embrace, putting somebody like in a stationary position, is Lion. But that's your best option. It's not like a Timbersaw or a Lashrak that can do all this like crazy AoE damage. Yeah, definitely great Wyvern game, and Husky has been so patient too. Not getting picked off at all, and just sitting in the trees, getting those Cold Embraces off. Amplified by Sanj as well. That is for some godforsaken reason.
It is, and my feeling in this game is that Bumblebees can never actually burst Sammy Boy. Where in some other games, like, that's what you're looking for, is be able to burst the Alchemist one time when he gets, you know, somewhere all by himself because of that Cold Embrace. Like, if you touch Sammy Boy and he's not ultied, all Husky has to do is Cold Embrace him, and he's going to be able to get that Chemical Rage off, and that's the fight.
Yeah, you're definitely right. It's like this question of he will always have the option to get it off eventually. Oh, Tornado.
Oh, yeah, they actually were looking for Envy here, but at the same time, they're going on King out. They're not letting him blink away, so he's going to be the target now. Moo, he's walking close, and Moo's going to get Berserker called because he got a little too close. Brax was so patient with that, waiting for the backup, and save a buddy syndrome might actually lose Bumblebees a lot more than they expected. Sandboy going straight to the high ground. They also know that the Dusa doesn't have a Stone Gaze.
I mean, this is the best possible thing for the Alk timing you could hope for.
Yeah, it is.
Aegis, Assault Cuirass going high ground.
Oh my goodness, the Mana Drain's so annoying with the shard. But Envy, he's gonna get stunned up. He doesn't have an escape with the Stone Gaze, so he's just gonna stand there and fight. Sammy gonna get the Cold Embrace there. He's gonna try to walk out. King Out did buy back. Yeah, he does have the Aegis available. Curse onto the Ryoya, who is BKB. That's probably the best curse target. No, wasting that 9-second BKB of Ryoya there. And they're just gonna back off. So they don't get the racks, but they got the DK buyback. in some situations, you would call that a little bit better, right? I mean, at some point, Zoomers are going to be able to one-shot this base with that Alacrity Alchemist. So they just want to get those kills, get those buybacks out of the way, wait for the next Roshan.
Yeah, I agree. I think the lane control that you would get through taking a barracks is not really all that important when you have an Alk who's going to be soaking up all the lane farm. You have Manta style on Axe who's going to be cutting creeps. Even Wyvern with Splinter Blast has some sort of lane clear and Hoodwink. So yeah, you don't care that much. It's more so about just getting a resource advantage by pressuring that high ground and threatening base, like getting that buyback, even forcing out things like the Medusa Stone Gaze, forcing out the fortification. Like, these are all really important because, like you said, at some point, Alk is just going to start hitting your base and you have to fight. It's not going to be about killing buildings. It's going to be about killing heroes because if you don't kill them, then they kill your buildings.
And now that the DK did die there, buy back there, he's going to feel very scared to be able to join fights and go in first for his team, which is what you want your Dragon Knight to do.
Yeah, exactly. That's his play. You know, he's the pickoff hero. Like, it's... Well, I mean, they've Lion, too, so that does help, but it's primarily DK that's going in first, usually, and taking that dynamic out of the fight, it gets very awkward.
Interesting standoff right here. Sammy Boy, he wants to go in. He doesn't have the Aegis anymore. It did time out earlier. But he's got Husky playing right behind him. Like, he has no fear as long as Husky's there.
Like, he's just farming Aegis. That's hilarious.
Stunning up Envy. Oh, call comes out after the bushwhack. Moo comes in with the shield. Oh my god, most of that mana's burned thanks to the Cataclysm from the Invoker. Z-Freak standing his ground, trying to mana drain. Sammy Boy, he's gonna walk out of there. I think they're gonna be happy with getting the Stone Gaze out of Envy. Yep, and they know they're playing for Roche. They need this Aegis. Oh, he just got the MKB as well.
Also, taking all of the triangle farm, it's kind of the only safe haven left for Bumblebees to farm, and this forces them into their jungle if they want to hit creeps, and that's kind of an awkward place to be. I mean, I suppose they want to play near Roche anyway, but it's, you know, taking over that enemy triangle, so you just cut both waves, and all of a sudden, like, they're stuck in their base.
It's like asserting your dominance, right? Like, you feel Bumblebees, this is their safe zone, like you said, and now Zoomers just took it without really committing too many things. I guess Cataclysm was like their biggest committal spell there, but that's going to be up soon.
I do like this build, though, from Envy that kind of saved him in that previous fight. Going for the Aghanim Shard on Medusa, there was like one single target spell that was cast on him, and he got... I think it might have been Gunner that he had mana drain, so he was able to get like 30-40% of his mana back, and that made him survive through the Cataclysm.
Oh, good. Yeah, I did not actually notice that in the last fight, and that's a very good point you make. It's very rare to see Medusas actually buy that item before completing their big items, right?
Yeah.
And now he's going to have a Scotty too, so that's going to really help against the Alchemist plus the Winter Wyvern Cold Embrace, reduce the healing. And Envy, he still doesn't have it though. He needs a courier to bring it to him. He's using it on the Radiant Secret Shop. It's flying over. If Sammy Boy actually intercepts this courier, that would be an absolute disaster for Bumblebees. Okay, no. Whew, he micros it away.
He's sending a very safe path. He's not risking it.
Close.
He knows Sammy Boy's the type of player to just go right into that jungle and start hitting creep. So he's like, I can't send it through that jungle. This courier's taking an alternate path.
Yeah, and now they're going to smoke up. They got their item timings. Royoya, he's got 3,000 gold, but they can't afford to wait with the Roshan being able to spawn any second now. The players don't know when it's going to be up. We know it's going to be at least a minute.
Yeah, awkward standoff. Oh, Envy.
Yeah,
he's right in there.
Boy, walking up the high ground. Sees Envy first. Envy does have that Stone Gaze available. Moo, very close by. Ready for that Aphotic Shield. They're just slowly taking this fight. King Gao actually blinks in. He wants to go for Ocean. Axe gets the call onto the Dragon Knight. Now they're going to turn on their Dragon. This Dragon Knight does not have a buyback. And he's picked up. It's a 4 versus 5 now. Axe is going to get healed up too. Eternal Envy is actually standing his ground here. Going to use the Stone Gaze. That's going to make Zoomers want to walk away from this fight just a little bit. Husky waiting to use that Winter's Curse. But I think his main target is going to be the Templar Assassin's BKB. And now with that Stone Gaze down, I think 4 Zoomers are ready to go into this jungle, take this area over, and Bumblebees have to respect that and get the hell out of there. Roshan is up in 5. Oh, Lion. Yep. He's got tornadoed. Z-Freak gonna get bushwhacked and picked off, and now that's gonna be a 3 versus 5. I don't think Bumblebees are gonna be able to protect this Roshan in any way now. The trap in there gives them the information that it is up. I assume Husky is gonna go in there and check it out.
Yeah, you would assume so. Okay, Ocean.
Ocean.
Oh,
Ocean.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Acorn shot? You could. Come on. Come on.
Ocean. That Aether lens. No, you know.
Oh, it's so he can Acorn shot from farther and check the Roche.
Okay, well, they just missed.
Hey,
Okay, they're not even checking Roshan.
Get in there. Squirrels going
right.
caves.
Guys,
all the
this
time.
This is your win condition right here.
There we go.
Okay, they've noticed it, but it's 15 seconds too late, and Lion and Dragon Knight are going to be up now. So Bumblebees, all of a sudden, they realize they have the potential to actually defend this Roshan take from Zoomers.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they smoke for
no.
it. Oh, the debate.
That's a missed opportunity.
They're baiting.
I see that.
Never mind. Envy walks in, maybe senses it's a bait, maybe doesn't care, face checks it. Yeah, nobody's there.
And that's another standoff now, right? For both these teams. Zoomers, the pressure's on. I'll tell you one thing, Jenkins. The only time I ever sweat during a game, okay, is when I'm standing off on Roshan.
The classic Roche anxiety. That's what that is. Yeah, I know. I feel that. It's the randomness of it too doesn't help either.
Yeah, pubs, I don't care. Oh, look at this trap too. They know this Alchemist is starting this. Envy just gonna walk in there, just show his face, be like, yo, I know you guys are doing this. And he's telling his team, guys, don't fight, I'm just gonna scare them and we're gonna back off and we're gonna keep on farming. Because Bumblebees, they can't take Roshan themselves unless they wipe the Zoomers. So taking it very slow. They spent a lot of time in this area right now. Brax, he's farming it up. Bottom side, he's got a Manta. He can send that middle and bottom if he needs to. No problem.
And travels as well, so he's more than happy to be farming out these side lanes. He's not feeling the anxiety.
He isn't. He really isn't. Brax is very chill with this. Sammy Boy actually popped his Chemical Rage now. Shiva's coming out, slowing down the Dusa. They're gonna go on her, but she's got plenty of mana right now. Not using that Stone Gaze quite yet. Being very patient. King Ao not gonna get cursed up. Envy hitting him. He's very tanky though still. The second call comes out. Now King Ao is super dead. No buyback still. Brax is out of mana. Doesn't have a BKB or anything. So he's very slow there. Gonna get the Cold Embrace on him. He's being healed. Dusa now. Lion also very low. Oh my goodness. That cactus isn't gonna really hit anybody else but everybody. That's gonna be enough to bring him down. And Sammy Boy, he's got 400 HP. Gonna get the Aegis, the Shard, and the Cheese. So he's good to go. Z-Freak gonna be the focus now. Sammy Boy, they're not gonna be able to kill him. He gets Cold Embrace. He's healed. Move. Oh no! What a disaster for the Bumblebees here. Zoomers don't lose anything, and they get every single component of Roshan. And they're gonna go down the mid lane.
Two things. Number one, Sammy's very good at microing his inventory and picking up Roche stuff. I gotta say, that's 2 games in a row. He's gotten
impressive.
Literally everything. It's actually not the easiest thing to do. And then number 2, Zoomers, the way that they have been playing fights in this game has been spectacular. Like, they are constantly protecting their backline. Sammy Boy, you could see that he went for the backlines there, but then realized he was walking away from his team, and so he backs off, and then they actually kill Envy because they're together. They didn't just let Brax die when it looked like he was about to die, because Husky was in position. The reason Husky's not dying is because Sammy's protecting him, and so it all comes together to make this absolutely fantastic team fight that feels impossible to fight into if you're the Bees right now.
And they got the Solar Crest Alchemist with the Lacry on him, just annihilating these buildings. This is what we were talking about earlier. Like, at some point, this Alch is just going to destroy through everything as long as they win a team fight. And yeah, this Cold Embrace, Jenkins, how do you deal with it? I feel like this is the #1 problem for Bumblebees in this game.
I think Wyvern's...
They can't kill anyone.
I think Wyvern's legit the best hero in Dota. I mean, maybe... No, you know what? That's not even a bold claim. I'm not going to say it's bold, because it's not. I legit think it's the #1 hero in Dota. Like, the healing... There's too many builds that work on him. The disengage from Winter's Curse. This is a huge element to, like, how people are playing Dota right now. Great at laning, great at pushing out lanes, great in the late game. You literally just turn the entire enemy team against one guy. I mean,
well, it looks exceptionally good this game because of the high amount of physical damage, right? Oh, Medusa, Stone Gate, tornadoed up, so they're gonna buy a little bit of time to get the Zoomers heroes nearby. Oh, hold on. Sammy Boy clicked BKB. He's gonna put that into his backpack now.
he was just flexing.
Yeah, they don't care. Look at that. That's through backdoor protection, by the way, guys. Double damage, alacrity, solar crest. Goodbye, Raxus. How do we stop this guy? King Yao's like, should I blink stun it? Wait, my blink's on cooldown. I can't do that. Plus, if I get too close, Radiance will burn me. Yep, now they're gonna stun him up here. This is the second to last range Rax. There is still one more Rax on the top side. Smoke from Ryoya and Z-Freak in the back. Oh no, Brax jumps the lion as he sees him. And now, Ryoya is gonna have to blink out. Horrible fight once again for the Bumblebees. Eternal Envy without Stone Gaze being sold up by the Ice Wall. Still in the Ice Wall after the Aquatic Shield. So they're gonna just, you know, try to poke at her a little bit. Just buying time for Sandboy to get that top Rax. That's their real objective. Z-Freak buys back here, drains the mana of the Alchemist. The Alchemist does have an Aegis available, so he's gonna come back alive, puts the cheese into. BKB still in his backpack though. Sandboy gets his Chemical Rage off. 2 hits left on that range rack. He wants it so badly. King Yao gonna stun him up, but Sandboy, oh, okay, he gets the cheese off and the heal. He's in a little bit of a tough situation. He's gonna try and get himself out of there. There goes Brax, calls Envy. Envy is gonna get onto Brax though, so Sandboy will be able to walk away from that. He's now level 25 on the Medusa, so Scotty effect now going on to every single hero there. Husky gonna drop the Winter's Curse, Aeon Disc in the middle of the fight. He's gonna maybe sacrifice himself here so his team can get out. Sammy Boy trying to walk away from this. TP's out, King out, any stuns? Nope, none available. Ocean also gonna take the fall here, but that's okay. It's just 2 supports. They get all of Bumblebee's Raxes. And Eternal MB, what does he say now?
Defend the base. That's what he says. He is in the zone. This is exactly what the plan was for him all along. He is Medusa, the best Mega Creeps clearer in the entire game of Dota. If you were to count out Eternal Envy at this point, I would say that there is clinically something wrong with you, because he is the man who has played in these games more than anybody else on this planet Earth. Maybe twice the next guy.
It's probably very true. And you know what? He ain't giving up. He knows that there's still the potential to come back in this game. Dota Plus, what does Dota Plus say there? What percentage is that? 98% for a Radiant team to win this game. It's not listen, it's not counting the envy factor.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Zoomers aren't stupid though. Like anybody in the NA region, you've played against this guy all the time in your pubs. If he's not dropping his items and feeding down mid at 15 minutes, it's going to go the whole way. 60 minutes into the game, he is an expert at this. If he hasn't given up at this point, he's not going to give up. That Dota Plus is wrong. And Zoomers, I mean, they're going to respect that. Like I said, if you play in NA, you know that you cannot count an NV team out. He's always looking for ways to win. So they're gonna play this pretty safely. You can see they're most likely waiting for the next Roshan.
You know what? I think yesterday you predicted that the game would end at 62 minutes, if I recall correctly.
63 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah. Where do you predict this game, or when do you predict this game to end?
This one's going to end at 43 minutes and 64 seconds, which of course would be 44 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay, so you count it. You're counting in like when Roshan will respawn, and Zoomer's gonna get that, and then try to go for the game.
I do believe that they are going to respect the Eternal Envy factor. Never mind.
Hold on, he's on top of the high ground though. I think this is a pretty good position for the Bumblebees. They do use a Stone Gaze, and that's exactly what Zoomers wanted to get out of the way. It's a big team fighting spell for the Bees here. Sammy Boy, he's running straight on in as soon as that Stone Gaze ends here. He's got another unsighted. Oh, call onto Ryoya. They're gonna turn onto Ryoya. He's still taunted. Holy shit, the damage! He is super dead. Eternal Envy gonna get poked at, but you know, they're just poking at him. They don't really care about him. They want the rest of his team. That's their main focus. King Yao blinked in, stunned, but actually gets away with it. Able to walk out. Now Envy out of mana. Does have 21 charges and another Mystic Snake available. Gonna use that Minotaur Horn, dodge the unstable concoction, and walk away. It's 4 versus 5. They need to hold against not only 5 of Zoomer's heroes, but also the Megas. Look at King Yao on his Dragon Eye, struggling right now. He does have the other Dragon Form in a second, so he'll get that splash ability, help out Envy to defend these buildings. Boy getting his mana drained. He does not have another way to get that back. Oh, big call onto the 2 supports right now. Lion completely picked off. King Yao goes in with the stun onto Boy. Nice curse. Gonna hold King Yao in place, and now they're gonna focus him down, and it's just gonna be Envy left. I don't think he's gonna be able to hold this any longer. He's gonna try though. Move, buys back. They're hitting him, but they're just ignoring Envy, just focusing the buildings. They don't give a shit about this Medusa.
They don't have
What do you
forward.
do?
Sammy Boy, he's got BKB too.
Call, just hitting the Medusa, yep, and that's gonna be it. Zoomers are gonna punch back. They're gonna eat them bees.
So
and gonna go to a game 3.
I guess the question is, if you eat bees, they're going to sting your mouth. So is that going to happen in game 3, or are we, what prophecy is going to come true? Are we going to see Zoomers lose the first game and then win the entire series, which has happened throughout this entire tournament? Or are we going to see Envy knock teams out that he probably shouldn't and maybe even qualify? Which prophecy, Theban?
Well, you know what? We're going to talk a little bit more about that after the break with Avo, so stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the post-game panel. We get a third game of the series. I am over the moon. So is 1437. Jenkins is sad. He called those doubters clinically insane, and guess who won? Anyway, we get to talk about this wonderful game, 1437. Are you happy with 4 Zoomers? Is this what you were expecting from them, this courage?
I am. Like, the way how aggressive they were, especially with the Invoker rotation early game, you know, just buying space for this Alchemist, hitting his timings, and then getting the Alchemist involved, it was perfect. I could not have asked for more. I feel and I hope they got more of that in the tank, because that's exactly what they're going to need for game 3. But I will say on Bumblebee's end, though, picking TA and Medusa in the same draft, that was really bad in my opinion, especially against the Winter Wyvern. I feel like you got these double physical damage cores that just get countered by, again, a Cold Embrace.
Yeah. I mean, we saw the impact. You mentioned it a couple times. They had no way to deal with that Cold Embrace, no way to counter it either. But Jenkins, tell me why none of this matters and MV will win anyway in the last game.
Here's what's going to happen, okay? I got to say, Zoomers, fantastic play from them. I love the cojones on them to pick the Alchemist. Bad hero. Not a good hero, but they see
No,
Dusa TA. You guys are greedy. We're going to out-greed you. Of course, we talked about the late game. You're not necessarily going to win that against Deuce at TA, but it doesn't matter because you got this timing where there's no way you can get to that late game with any farm. And so here's how Envy's going to win, okay? Third game in the series. Always a 60-minute game. It's very likely going to be Terrorblade versus Dusa or Terrorblade versus Luna. It's going to be one 4 Protect 1 lineup versus another 4 Protect 1 lineup. Zoomers are going to be scared because they know that the prophecy is here. Envy's going to farm into the late game, and we're going to get 60-minute items again.
All right,
Yeah.
fantastic. You heard it here, folks. Why even watch the game? No, you actually should keep on watching to see if Jenkins is correct and Envy does get to win. And you should also keep on watching for a different reason. See, we're actually doing a giveaway here on stream because we're always promoting these products, the Mate Mate, the HyperX, but you know, not everyone can afford them. That's fine. That's why we're here. We're doing a giveaway right now where you have to go to bts.gg/giveaway, or you can click on the giveaway banner down below and you have a chance to win some gaming essentials. This includes 4 cases of Mate Mate swag in general, HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard, the HyperX Cloud Alpha S headset, the HyperX Pulsefire Surge mouse, or the HyperX Fury S XL mousepad. You know, why not? Let's throw in a BTS Dota 2 thank you hoodie for all of those that are in some cold place in the world right now and needs the warm hug of BTS. So please enter this giveaway at bts.gg/giveaway if you're interested in winning any of these things, and stay tuned as we're going to take a 6-minute break before an incredibly hype game for Zoomers versus Bumblebees. Last game of the series, winner takes all, loser goes home or stays home as they don't get to go anywhere. Let's see who's going to take it. Take it away. Hello, guys, and welcome back. This is the last pre-draft panel we get to have, unfortunately, for Zoomers versus Bumblebees. I wish this was like the old times. It was a best of 7, but we're not going to get this. It's the final match. Someone has to be the winner. And I see we have a panel somewhat divided. We have 143 being an analyst, Jenkins being an EE fan. There's two sides to the story, and I would love to hear both of them. So 1437, tell me what you're expecting from this last game.
I'm expecting a hype 60-minute game, like what Jenkins said earlier. That's exactly what I want to see. It's beautiful. Like, both teams have played some great Dota throughout this tournament, and it's gonna come down to this one last game. You know what's really on my mind? I'm thinking about Undying right now. You know, Undying is probably cheering for Zoomers because they know Zoomers. they played against these guys so many times. Bumblebees, that's like the Pandora's box. You don't want to open that shit. You know, you don't know what's gonna come out in the grand finals. I think most of the fans, although their Zoomers are like the fan favorites, but they're probably hoping for a chaotic grand finals in the Bumblebee. So I'm like, I got mixed feelings everywhere right now.
All right, Jenkins, I'm going to throw you a bit of a curveball here to ask you about Envy. So, you know the man inside out. You make videos about him, and not in the creepy way. And
debatable.
Well, I would like to, somewhat. And I would like to ask you, what is it that Envy fears right now that Zoomers could come up with? What is it that Envy does not want to face? What is it that Zoomers could really throw in a wrench in his works and would stop him altogether?
I don't think that question applies to the gentleman that we are speaking of. I think this man feels no fear. That's often the problem when he loses. That's often the problem when he kicks players off of teams after they qualify for majors. The guy is out of his mind. Ruthless. He is out of his mind. And that's the thing, is that I say this from the place of I'm a huge Envy fan. Once again, make tons of videos about the guy because I know it can sound like I'm bashing on him. With the good, you got to take the bad. The guy makes insane plays. He makes insanely stupid plays. Same thing when it comes to team decisions. Same thing when it comes to, you know, how to communicate in game, all of this stuff. He is just himself fully. And I don't remember what the question was, but
doesn't matter.
Back to you, Ava.
That's the right answer to any question. That's the right answer to any question. Thank you for that. I want to hype up Zoomers a bit, though, because when we talk about the craziness of Envy, Zoomers were the guys who were trying out they were the ones who actually bought the Brewmaster 5 to NA after seeing it a bit in China and actually did it regularly. Zoomers were the ones who did the Clinks Enchanters combo before it became a popular thing, and they did that regularly. Sammy Boy is a madman that saw, Nagasari and 20% win rate. Who cares? I'm going to pick it every game regardless, you know? This team is also a bit insane. Brax still goes first item Ags on Tidehunter for every game he can, if he can afford it. This team is also insane. This team also tries different strategies as well. And now is the time to show whatever they have. Axmaron is the start, 1437. Tell me, do you like this beginning for them?
I do. This is great. Now you got a very solid combo. Axe could still be position 1 if Bumblebees lose track of the draft and they don't ban a Broodmother. We could possibly see a Broodmother situation going. I like the Axe pick here a lot because Brax played it phenomenally, and it's also like a semi-carry, and I think Brax is very suitable for that role. Right, so even if Sammy Boy is having a tough time, Brax can get that Manta, start split pushing, become a carry on his own, thus making more space for the for Sammy Boy. And they pick a Timber in reaction to the Zax. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been thinking that Timber is not a real counter to Axe because there's so much pure damage available, and with that Manta build, like you can actually kill them. You can actually burst the Timbersaw during a Berserker's Call. And on top of that, if this is a position 1 Axe, we saw at the Major when Ame played that hero against Ice Ice Timber, Ice Ice got demolished in the lane. He got demolished by Axe. Like, he just could not recover either.
Yeah, I remember a meta where Axe and Timber were both really popular, and also like soloing the off lanes versus each other was very popular, doing like aggro tri lanes. There was like 6 months where people were actually aggro tri laning in pubs. But during that period, there was a lot of Axe versus Timber, and often the matchup was kind of dictated by, it was like Lina versus TA, where it's dictated by like whoever makes the more like out-skilly play. It's like if you get one extra wave in Axe versus Timber, like the Timber will have level 2 in Q and be able to kill Axe. If you get one extra wave because of some pull on Axe, you have 1 extra level in spin, which is enough to kill Timber through his reactive armor stacks. It's a weird matchup, and I do think it goes both ways. And now there's like timings between both of them where Timber can kill Axe pre-manta, and Axe can't really kill Timber pre-manta. But once Axe gets the manta, Timber's not a problem. So it's an interesting matchup to say the least. And I agree with the kind of narrative now that like Axe generally is probably a bit better than Timber. He has more timings against Timber than Timber has against Axe.
And here's another combo that you've talked to us about a lot on the panel, which is the Hoodwink Timbersaw, which you speak a lot about how it seems counterproductive, but they're actually insanely good together. Could you elaborate on this idea for those of us who don't understand?
Sure. Yeah, so people, I think this happens in Dota where there's like one game where something happens and it's really iconic, you know, like Hoodwink's tree gets cut and Timber looks like this stupid pick with Hoodwink, and then all of a sudden the narrative is a certain way. You see the same thing with like Phoenix versus Snapfire. Some people are like, Snapfire hard counters Phoenix. Other people are like, it doesn't. And then it's this visceral battle. It's the same thing with Hoodwink versus Timbersaw, with Timbersaw. I don't think it's as much of a counterintuitive thing as people say it is. Like, you put the tree down, you can always Timber chain to something. You just wait. You just don't press your spells until the stun duration is over, and then when it's over, you get massive burst damage because you're actually getting a Timber chain in a fight, or you get an extra tree to do more damage with Timber's Q. It means that you can always go in and do huge damage if you get a huge bushwhack, which is amazing. Like, but she loves when people are doing damage off of her bushwhack.
But Jenkins, you said offlaners are morons. They just run in and
That's
do
true.
dumb things.
That is true.
This implies that the offlaner needs to think about how he casts his spells and not breaking the tree and not just
correct
smashing his face on the keyboard.
Abo, I'd like to retract everything I just said. 1437 is
fair.
Correct.
That's fair. All right. Well, we moving on with this draft. The Invoker gets banned this time. They don't want to let Gunnar have any of his special picks. Is there anything that could we see the Leshrac again? I mean, you liked the pick last game or the first game 1-4-3. It didn't work out, but did you think that was more? Can they make it work this time? It's up against a Timber yet again.
I think as long as they play like game 2, where they're fearless and they're actually making smart rotations on the map and keep attacking off of like small item timings, the Leshrac is like a perfect hero for Zoomers, right? Especially the way that Bumblebees like to play. They're very like calm, want to hit their big item timings and like play on the pickoff game. Like Leshrac will kind of deter that because you're going to lose your towers a lot faster. It's going to force Bumblebee's hand a lot earlier too and make them fight in uncomfortable situations.
I agree, and to kind of go with the prophecy as it's been foretold so far by Gaben, who did email me earlier this morning. I'm not sure what he was doing up at 4 a.m., but he was emailing me. There will be 2 hard carries picked in this game. Of course, with the Storm Spirit, this was also in the email. I was going to call that out. I think Anti-Mage will be coming out from the side of Bumblebees very soon here.
When was the last time Envy even played that hero? I don't even, like, in the past when Envy first came onto the scene as a carry, like, he loved Anti-Mage. But as time went on, he realized that hero is just too one-dimensional. Not a lot of room to be Envy. So he just decided to stay away from that hero. But interesting Storm pickup, though. Like, this is a very early pick here, and that means they've already exposed 2 of their cores. They're probably going to pick their position 5 next and try to just flex the Axe till the end. It's very interesting to me that Bumblebees actually had first pick in every single game, right? And Zoomers went with Radiant here.
Puck, very good against Storm. You coil him, he dies 100% of the time. Mirana as well. Yeah, against all of these heroes, like they get in there in your face, and you catch them out with the coil, and they're going to die, and you follow up damage. Hoodwink from far away, Timbersaw from far away. All of these heroes can kill off of a coil without even getting in there themselves.
But I will say that, is there any potential for this Puck to be a position 5? Because whenever I think of Ryoya playing Puck, I don't feel that comfortable with him on that hero. I think he's better on like Kunkka, Death Prophet, like these kind of tanky heroes that kind of just go in and soak damage and can just like play up front and make space. Puck is like a little bit, opposite of that. There's a lot of really good like puck players, and they can utilize this hero very well and in the team dynamics. But I feel like Bumblebees need another one of that, run in kind of guy.
Sure. I mean, when you think about it too, like the reason that Puck seems really good in this game is because of the coil, and as a 5, you still get that. That's all you really need. So yeah, definitely possible.
Talk about the old man in the room. Yeah, please. 1437. We saw this, didn't we? Were you on the panel with me in SA when we witnessed the Coddle pick as well?
I might have been. I can't remember. Who was it who played it? If you tell me who it was, then maybe I. Yeah, but this Keeper of the Light, I think it's just one of Zoomer's like old school combos with the Storm Spirit.
Yep.
And this last pick, that's what's interesting me now. Like, what are they gonna combo this Keeper of the Light with? So yeah, it's guaranteed puck mid 3 and 5.
Okay.
As we see that now. Man, I just want to go through Zoomer's list and see what carries they pick whenever they got the Keeper.
Coddle Storm used to be significantly better when you could recall without needing the Ag Shard, because then you could sense Storm could go to base and then get full mana. Still, the constant burst of mana from the Chakra is good, but once he gets the Ag Shard on Coddle, it's significantly better for the Storm Spirit than it was before. Let's see, what's a Sammy Boy Coddle hero?
Because I know what TP is his favorite with Coddle. Obviously, that's banned. TP is his favorite with anything, really.
It's been so long since they picked Keeper of the Light.
They need something.
I'm on like page 4 on their Dota buff. I can't find the Keeper.
I mean, they used to play with Wraith King a bit, but against you have the Timbersaw here.
Okay, I found a Keeper. It was 5 months ago against EG. They had a Ricky carry. They won that game against EG, actually.
They've done Bloodseeker as well, which would be good against Timbersaw in the game. So not a bad Bloodseeker game. And you have the semi-carry of Storm Spirit and Axe. It's kind of like the Animager 3 semi-carry sort of lineup, as opposed to having just a single hard carry.
Oh, let me give you a stat here, okay? Ryoya has, in the history of his pro career as a mid laner, 48 games on puck. His win rate on that hero is 39.58%.
Huh.
Usually stats are not to
his
destroy
best
players.
Hero, for example, like in comparison, is his OD 90 games, 66.67%.
He's very good at OD. He's accepted. If OD comes into the meta, Ryoya becomes a top tier player. In fact, that's when they won. They won the summit. Was when OD was popular. He was playing OD Lesh every game.
Like all his other heroes that he's played more than the puck has above 50% win rate essentially. So definitely one of his worst heroes. Again, I told you I had this feeling, so I had to verify it, looking at the stats, and it's looking like it. Obviously, he's gonna probably prove me wrong in this game with his amazing puck performance, but it just means the player is gonna be perceptible to more mistakes in the game. And Ursa being picked up, okay, Ursa versus the Axe. They lack disables, man. On the side of Bumblebees, I feel like this game, not a whole lot of lockdown available.
If the coil doesn't land on somebody, it's going to be really hard to lock down Storm. It's Tree is awkward. He sees you running in, you have to do the big wind up. Hoodwink as well. Bushwhack is, you just Quelling Blade the tree. You can zip away. It's all on Ryoya and his puck in this game to disable these heroes. So against Ursa,
is it a good illusion hero game? Can you possibly see a Naga Siren being picked up here, or?
I was thinking
they could. Wait, hold on. There's still a Brood.
What?
I did see a Brood, but the Timber. Oh no. Okay. All right. That's
Faceless Void. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing too special,
Very
but does
static.
take advantage of the lack of stuns, though. So that's the point you guys made. Now the Dream Coil either catches Storm or Void. The other one is free, pretty much for the whole team fight.
Not a whole lot of damage in the Chrono.
No, that's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
Arrow, Storm doesn't really do damage in Chrono. Keeper of the Light, Blast, that could be a factor, depending on his skill build, I guess. But I get the Void pick because it's decent against the Timbersaw in the lane. Is a hero that can farm and out heal the Timber's chain damage and stuff. But again, like one coil into Envy just going in under the silence can possibly burst the void.
You know, now that I think about it, time dilation's pretty good in this game for
really
Zoomers.
good.
Like Hoodwink,
So
Timber,
good.
Puck, Tree are all heroes, even Ursa, that spam spells in team fights.
Yeah.
And like that's how they win fights. It's not like one big spell. It's like they spam them. And so locking those down is incredibly important. Ursa, the only thing is he can purge it with the ult, so that's not that big of a deal. But the other 4 heroes, like Void outside of the Chrono, seems quite good. Even though there's no Chrono damage.
All right, well, Jenkins, are you siding with Zoomers then, I hear?
Oh,
What did
God,
you do
don't
last
make me
game,
choose.
Jenkins?
Don't make me
listen, we're not
choose.
gonna choose here. Everyone's
Last
gonna
game,
come
you guys
for
both
our
went-
heads after this game. You know, they're gonna be like, "You cursed them!" Like game 1 and game 2, you cursed them. Honestly, they both have great drafts.
Oh,
Let's just watch
oh,
some
wow.
great Dota, Avo.
Thank you.
The
Tia.
safe
I
options.
agree. I agree with him wholeheartedly.
All right, well, okay, I'll let you guys stay on the fence. I won't let you curse anyone, but we're going to have a great game in our hands regardless. 4 Zoomers, Bumblebees, they face off for 1 last time. Winner takes all. We have Bumblebees with a mostly stunless draft, but a lot of damage bringing in this draft. Zoomers bring out the coddle yet again. There's some doubt for Ryoya's Puck, but he's going to settle these doubts in the game, like true players do. And in the game, we also have a pair of incredible casters, 1437 and Jenkins.
Thank you, Avo, for one last time today. Oh, game 3, Jenkins. So hype. How you feeling, buddy?
This is exactly what you hope for whenever you get an Envy series. I'm always so happy to cast his games. It seems like no matter who you are as a caster, you will cast Envy series, though, because he always seems to make it onto these teams, especially in these qualifiers, that gets to the end. You know, he's always gets to the grand finals, lower bracket finals, maybe not so much during the seasons of DPC, but in these qualifiers, this is when his teams shine.
And this time around, they are smoking the other way on the Zoomers. Yeah, I you know what? You can hate this guy, you can love this guy, but he brings some real entertaining Dota. That's for sure. Like that's the best part about him. He brings life into North America.
I agree, and we need it. We need it right now, more than ever. You know, it's one of those things. Like I do see a lot of criticism of, you know, NA Dota lol, that sort of thing, and not making excuses for my boys here, but there are teams like OG, for example, they play this kind of chaotic sort of style as well. And I think Zoomers and Bumblebees do this to some degree. I know Zoomers watches a lot of OG, where you play this chaotic style to force the enemy team to make mistakes. So there's a lot of like silly things that we see happen, but I think a lot of it is by virtue of people being very out of their comfort zone in terms of playstyle, and it's the TI qualifier. So there's a lot of nerves happening here as well.
What's that saying? You know, drag them down to your level.
Exactly.
And then beat them. Yeah.
I believe that's about arguing with idiots. You shouldn't argue with idiots because they drag you down. Which is a very good way of putting this.
Moo. He's gonna take a little bit of damage here. Husky's actually starting top level 1. Brax is in the safe lane, so I actually want the Axe versus the Timber matchup. But the thing is, this lane is good for the Axe if it's like even, right? 2v2 or 1v1. But with Z-Freak constantly harassing Axe and Brax not able to get like these early last hits and getting denied, it's gonna hurt him quite a bit. They do have an aggro child lane top though.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about this. I think maybe giving an advantage to Sammy top and then rotating to Brax on bot might be decent.
Ooh, almost got Moo there with the first blood. The arrow, he was actually aiming for the tree plus the range creep at the same time. So if he mixes the tree in, then he can get the range creep, right? But then
that's always
get the first blood.
That's always the way to do it on Marana. That's a nice way to you know, never make mistakes. It's like, guys, I was just going for the range creep, I swear. Yeah, that is always nice.
You're well experienced in doing that.
Oh yeah, this is my I don't know how to play 4, so I'm just gonna play something fun hero.
Arrow again, more blast damage. I mean, MV should be pretty happy though with this current situation. He's farming under the tower with all that armor and regen. Like the big camp has not spawned yet, so they can't really pull the lane back. But I feel like Bumblebees are doing good up here.
Yeah, I don't think that you can leave this lane on either of the supports and still have Sammy be comfortable up here. You need some incredible level advantage because Ursa should dumpster a Faceless Void, right? You just get the Fury Swipes. If he jumps away, the Fury Swipes are still on him. Like, he still can't come up and trade with you.
I guess that depends on like how much resource they have left in the top lane. Because if you look at Moo and Envy right now, like they don't have a lot of regen. Envy had to bring out a set of tangles for himself. That's not what you want to see from your position 1. Like you want your 5 to just bring all the regen for you, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So, definitely struggling a little bit. And if you look at the bottom lane now, the 2v1 lane, Brax is doing so good for himself. Kingo is going to come in here, try to go for a play out to Brax. This could be first blood. No, just kidding. Top lane is where they get the first blood. On the other side, the 3 tips coming out. Uh-oh, I missed it looking at Brax. Did you see it?
So they use the Coddle Slow into like faking the arrow a few times. Envy started kind of walking back and forth, and he just walked into the arrow. Because,
no.
Too many fakes coming out.
Okay.
But I really like how Zoomers is playing the top lane, where they're keeping the creep equilibrium back enough that Envy has to walk up dangerously close to go CS it, and they're not pulling, they're not doing anything that messes up the equilibrium until Envy comes up, and then they kill him. So they're just like, they're constantly keeping it back, and this feels so terrible to be Envy up here. Even if you don't die, he's not getting any CS.
This is something that's gonna kind of make Bees feel uncomfortable, especially Z-Free, because now he's gotta decide, am I gonna TP up here and help out this tri lane, or am I just gonna keep trying to make some plays bottom and mid? And he's gonna go mid right now, Ryoya. He's buttering up Gunnar. They're gonna go with the bushwhack play. Gunnar getting real low. Ryoya has another orb in 1 second. TP coming in from the keeper of, Mirana. And Gunnar's gonna be okay. Arrow comes out too. Not gonna do too much. Okay, so Gunnar also getting that raindrop just in time in case that does hit him. He's gonna be able to soak up the damage.
So that's one way to deal with this aggro tri-lane up here, is to rotate mid, force the rotation out. And now Ocean walks towards top. Okay, well maybe that's the trade-off. It's a solo kill.
Yep.
Oh man, that's huge.
It is absolutely huge. I mean, he was out of mana on the Timbersaw. He's been having to use a lot of spells. Top side, Sammy Boy actually going to be able to time walk out before he dies there. Going to heal back most of the damage too. Moo healing salves himself. That means MB not going to have that anymore. Husky, whoa, he's getting real close. Moo, he's considering making a play. He's got the Leech Seed as well. But the Nature's Grasp not in a very good position. Oh my goodness, arrow onto Envy. They're gonna get him, and they're gonna get Moo too! Zoomers! This is
the baits by Husky, man.
So hard there. Exactly. I was wondering what the hell Husky was doing, but in the end, they were able to turn that around. And Bumblebees, man, they're crumbling in this top lane. Plus, the Timbers are dying solo bottom.
Dude, the bot lane, I know what happened. So Timber was tanking the Vools, the little goblin guys that throw the poison spears, and I learned, Lyrical taught me that those things reduce healing. So he dies to Brax because he has reduced healing from the goddamn easy camp creeps, and now Brax has this level advantage. You can't lane here as Timber.
Dude, this, we talked about it in the draft. Even with the help of Z-Freak, Timbersaw still lost this lane. That is such a disaster. And now top Z-Freak gonna come up here. He realized he can't do anything else on the other side of the map. Husky getting slowed down. Envy, he doesn't have Earth Shock, so he can't really jump forward. Only level 3 on this Ursa. And Sammy Boy, like, he's level 4.5. He feels so happy. Mid, we can see a battle over the runes. Storm now gonna get coiled up. Z-Freak, he's got a bushwhack combo in a moment. But Gunnar trying to disrupt these plays. Ryoya, he's gonna go to his orb, but oh no, the mid as well. That's pretty much a solo kill onto Ryoya. I don't think neither of these supports really did much apart from just showing up.
Yeah. You can see where the Puck nerfs come in there too, with the cooldown reduction on all of these spells. If that's old Puck, maybe he has phase shift up there to